A warehouse collapse trapped children in the rubble. A grieving builder rushed in to save them, followed by a determined disaster coordinator. In the chaos, they discovered an unbreakable bond neither of them expected. What happens when love finds you in the wreckage of your darkest days? Ashes Under Floodlight, a web novel, werewolf, shifter romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The storm had been eating at Halvern for 3 hours before the warehouse gave. Rain sheeting off the iron roofs, wind tearing through the alley flues, the old freight building on Tannery Row groaning like a living thing. Kestro Orrwick heard the first crack from 2 blocks away, felt it in the wet gravel under his boots, the particular shriek of load-bearing timber exceeding its limit. He was already running before the second crack came, before the front wall buckled inward and the roof followed with a sound like a spine breaking. By the time he reached the crowd, dust was still coughing out of the breach. Bystanders pressed against the police line, shouting names into the rain. A woman in a soaked uniform coat was trying to get a count from someone inside, her voice pitched high and cracking. Kestro did not stop. He ducked under the barrier tape, stepped past her outstretched arm, and walked into the ruin. The dust hit him first. Thick, dry, wrong for this weather. Mortar grit and splintered pine and the chemical ghost of old waterproofing treatments. He pulled his collar over his mouth and let his eyes adjust to the dark. The geometry was bad. Front wall gone, roof supported on 3 compromised beams, the eastern column line leaning at an angle that would not hold much longer. He traced the load paths automatically, the way he always did, a habit carved into him by 20 years of reading buildings the way other men read maps. The collapse had punched down through the center, leaving a pocket of wreckage near the rear loading bay, where a steel shelving unit had caught the worst of the fall and created a void. That was where the crying came from. Small voices, multiple. Under the dust and the rain and the creaking of stressed timber, children were crying. He moved toward the sound. The debris field shifted under his weight. He tested each step before committing, reading the stress lines in the scattered planks, the way a cracked beam bore down on a stack of collapsed pallets. The pocket was tighter than he had judged from the entrance. A concrete floor slab had split and dropped, creating a wedge-shaped space about 8 feet across at its widest, narrowing to nothing at the back. 3 children pressed against the rear wall. A 4th lay partially covered by a fallen shelf bracket, a boy with dark fur showing at his temples, fox shifter, maybe 10 years old. Kestro crouched at the edge of the void. "I am going to get you out." He did not say it aloud. Saying it aloud meant promising, and promises were things he had stopped making the night he came home to Thatch Grove and found nothing but smoke and silence. He reached for the nearest beam, tested its resistance, and began calculating how much he could shift before the whole pocket collapsed. That was when she climbed in behind him. He heard her before he smelled her, boots scraping on broken concrete, breath short but controlled. A woman's voice cut through the dust, low and precise. "Do not move that beam. The shelf unit above it is tied into the eastern column load." He turned. She was already inside, crouched at the edge of the void, a splint bandolier across her chest and a radio clipped to her collar. Dark hair plastered to her skull by rain and sweat, brown eyes that scanned the wreckage the same way his did, looking for the lines, looking for the places where the building would kill them if they guessed wrong. He said, "Get out." She did not look at him. "I am the disaster response coordinator for this district. I have a rescue team en route, but they are 3 minutes out, and those children do not have 3 minutes if you pull that beam without shoring the shelf load first." "I know the load path." "Then you know you need a secondary brace before you touch it." She was right. He hated that she was right. He turned back to the void and started working the debris clear from the entrance, lifting broken boards and passing them back without looking. She caught them, stacked them behind her, kept the path open. They did not speak. The rhythm established itself fast, practical, the kind of coordination that came from shared instinct rather than agreement. 2 minutes in, a beam above them shifted with a sound like a jaw cracking. He stopped breathing. The beam held. He exhaled and reached for the next piece of debris, and the shift in angle brought her closer, put her in his air current, and he caught her scent for the first time. Honey and rain and something warm underneath, like dried grass in late summer, like bread coming out of an oven in a kitchen he had not stood in for 6 years. The recognition hit him in the chest, physical, a pressure behind his sternum that had nothing to do with the building. His wolf rose without permission, fur prickling under his skin, a low vibration in his throat that he could not suppress. Fated. The word arrived complete and terrible. She went still beside him. Her hands stopped on the board she was holding. He watched her jaw tighten, saw the pulse jump in her throat, and he knew she had caught it too. Knew she was fighting the same visceral certainty that was trying to lock him in place. She did not look at him. She said, "Keep working." Her voice was steady. He did not understand how her voice was steady. He kept working. They freed the fox shifter boy first. Kestro lifted the shelf bracket while she eased the boy out, checked his pupils, his pulse, the angle of his arm where bone had not broken, but ligament had stretched too far. She talked to him while she worked, low and calm, asking his name, telling him the rain was almost done, that his mother was waiting outside. The boy answered in fragments, but his breathing slowed. The boy's name was Tovin. Kestro did not know why he remembered that. They moved the other 3 children in sequence, youngest first, passing them up through the gap to the first responders who had finally arrived and were waiting at the breach with blankets and stretchers. The last child was a girl maybe 7 years old, human, clutching a stuffed rabbit that had lost its ear in the collapse. She would not let go of it. The woman, Islye, the coordinator, she had a name. She had told him while they worked, but he had already forgotten because the bond was still ringing in his skull. She pried the rabbit loose gently, checked the girl for breaks, handed the rabbit back and said, "There, he is fine too." The girl laughed, small and wet and scared, but she laughed. Kestro looked away. The void was empty now. The children were out. The roof was still holding, but he could feel the stress accumulating in the eastern column, a slow creep that would accelerate once the rain found the weakened mortar. They had maybe 10 minutes before the building made another decision. He said, "We go now?" She nodded. She did not argue. They crawled out through the gap he had opened, past the stacked debris, past the splintered shelving, past the beam that had nearly killed them. The rain hit him full in the face when he cleared the breach, cold and clean, washing the dust from his throat. Bystanders were cheering. Someone was crying. A medic pushed a blanket into his hands. He did not take it. He looked back at the building, at the eastern column, at the way the roof was already beginning to sag along a line that would take it down within the hour. He calculated the failure path automatically, the way his father had taught him, the way Thatch Grove had taught him, every builder in the pack knowing how to read a structure's death before it died. The woman, Islye, appeared at his elbow. She had a tool belt in her hands. His tool belt. He had not noticed dropping it. "You left this." She held it out. Her fingers brushed his when he took it. The contact was brief, and the bond flared so hard he nearly dropped the belt again. She did not flinch. She said, "Why did you look at that building like you have seen it fall before?" The question landed in the space between his ribs. He did not answer. He could not answer, because the truth was that he had seen a building fall before. He had seen a whole pack of them fall. He had stood in the ashes of Thatch Grove and watched the last embers die while the roof of the main hall collapsed inward, and the sound was exactly the same as this. The same wet crack, the same settling groan. He turned away from her. He walked into the rain. Behind him, she did not call out. She did not follow. But he felt her watching, felt the bond stretching between them like a rope pulled taut, and he knew with the same certainty that had hit him in the dark that she was not done with him. 3 blocks away, the eastern column finally gave. The warehouse fell. The sound followed him through the wet streets all the way to the docks, and it sounded exactly like a pack dying. Chapter 2. The dust was not done settling. Kestro crouched at the edge of the breach, one hand braced against a support beam that still held, and listened. The warehouse had stopped moving, but that meant nothing. Buildings died in stages. The first collapse was only the opening statement. Behind him, the woman climbed through before he told her it was clear. He said, "You should not be in here." She said, "You are not my supervisor." Her voice was calm. That irritated him more than if she had shouted. He moved deeper into the wreck, testing each step before he committed weight. The rain had punched through the roof in 3 places, and water was pooling against the eastern wall, where the floor had begun to slope. Water meant weight. Weight meant the ground would not hold as long as the ceiling. "What is your name?" she asked from behind him. He did not answer. "I need a name to call you when I tell you to move." "Kestro." "Islye." She said it like he had asked. "I am the District Disaster Response Coordinator. That means I make decisions about who goes where and who gets pulled out first." "You do not know this building." "And you do?" He stopped, turned, looked at her in the dim light that filtered through the dust. She was young, younger than him by a decade at least. Dark hair plastered to her skull, brown eyes that did not blink, a scrape along her jaw where something had caught her on the way in. She was holding a radio in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and she had nothing to protect her from the debris above her head except the hard hat she had clipped on wrong. He said, "The eastern column is compromised. The roof is sagging along the 3rd purlin. If we take too long, this room becomes a grave." She did not flinch. "Then we do not take too long." She turned and moved toward the sound of the children before he could argue. He followed. The void was tighter than he had estimated. A shelving unit had fallen at an angle, creating a pocket of air beneath the collapsed roof section, and the children had pressed themselves into the deepest corner of it. He counted 4 small shapes in the dark. One was crying. One was not moving. Kestro dropped to his knees and began clearing debris from the entrance. "Wait!" Islye said. He did not wait. "I said wait!" Her hand caught his wrist. Her fingers were warm, and her grip was stronger than he expected. "You pull that brace plate loose and the whole shelf shifts. Look at the load path." He looked. She was right. The brace plate was not structural waste. It was wedged against the fallen shelf at an angle that distributed pressure away from the children. Removing it would release that tension and send the shelf sliding toward the small bodies pressed against the wall. He had missed it. He had been moving too fast, thinking about the roof, about the column, about the timeline of collapse instead of the geometry of the space in front of him. He said, "What do you suggest?" She did not smile. She did not say, "I told you so." She crouched beside him, sighted along the base of the shelf, and said, "We lift from the top. Take the weight off the pivot point first, then clear the debris beneath. It takes longer, but it does not kill anyone. That requires 2 people lifting simultaneously." "Yes, you are not strong enough." "I am strong enough to hold my side while you handle yours." He looked at her. She looked back. There was no challenge in her expression, no need to prove anything. She had identified the problem and the solution. She was waiting for him to catch up. He said, "On 3. They lifted together. The shelf groaned, shifted, held. He felt the weight transfer through his shoulders, felt the moment when the pivot point released and the debris beneath became accessible. She held her side steady while he cleared the broken boards and chunks of mortar with his free hand. Her breathing was even beside him. She did not shake. They lowered the shelf together, and the first child was free. The boy crawled out immediately. Fox shifter, maybe 10 years old, dark fur at his temples, eyes wide and wet but not crying. He looked at Kestro and said, "There are more." "I know," Kestro said. "The little one is under the bracket. She cannot move." Kestro looked past him into the void. A girl, 7 maybe, human, wedged beneath a fallen shelf bracket that had pinned her leg. She was holding a stuffed rabbit. The rabbit had lost its ear. She was not crying either. That worried him more than tears. Islye was already moving past him into the gap, low and careful, checking the ceiling above her head before each step. She reached the girl, crouched, and began assessing the bracket without touching it. "I need a pry bars," she said. Kestro found one in the debris behind him. He handed it to her. Their fingers brushed. The bond hit him like a fist to the chest. He saw her breath catch. She did not look at him. She set the pry bars against the bracket, found the fulcrum, and said, "When I lift, you pull her out. Straight back. Do not angle her, or the bracket shifts. I know how to pull a child out of a collapse. Then do it right." She lifted. The bracket groaned. The girl made a sound, small and tight, but did not scream. Kestro reached past the metal, got his hands under the girl's shoulders, and pulled her straight back. She came free with a wet scrape of fabric against debris, and he passed her to Islye, who checked her leg, her hips, her spine, all in a sequence so practiced it barely looked like thought. "Nothing broken," Islye said. "She will bruise, but she walks." The girl looked up at her. "Can I keep my rabbit?" "He is fine," Islye said. "I checked him too." The girl laughed, small and wet and scared, but she laughed. Kestro looked away. They moved the children out in sequence, youngest first, passing them up through the gap to the responders who had finally arrived at the breach. The fox shifter boy was last. He did not want to go. "You," he said, pointing at Kestro. "You are the builder." "Yes." "You knew where the safe spots were?" "I read the lines." "Can you teach me?" Kestro did not answer. The boy's name was Tuvin. He had said it earlier, in the dark, when Islye asked him. Kestro had remembered without meaning to. Islye touched the boy's shoulder and guided him toward the breach. "Go, your mother is waiting." Tuvin went. The void was empty now. The children were out. The roof was still holding, but Kestro could feel the stress accumulating in the eastern column, a slow creep that would accelerate once the rain found the weakened mortar. He said, "We go now." She nodded. They crawled out through the gap he had opened, past the stacked debris, past the splintered shelving, past the beam that had nearly killed them both. The rain hit him full in the face when he cleared the breach, cold and clean, washing the dust from his throat. Bystanders were cheering. Someone was crying. A medic pushed a blanket into his hands. He did not take it. He looked back at the building. The eastern column was bowing. The roof was sagging along the line he had predicted. He calculated the failure path automatically, the way his father had taught him, the way Thatch Grove had taught him, every builder in the pack knowing how to read a structure's death before it died. Islye appeared at his elbow. She had a tool belt in her hands. His tool belt. He had not noticed dropping it. "You left this?" She held it out. Her fingers brushed his when he took it. The contact was brief, and the bond flared so hard he nearly dropped the belt again. She did not flinch. She said, "Why did you look at that building like you have seen it fall before?" The question landed in the space between his ribs. He did not answer. He could not answer, because the truth was that he had seen a building fall before. He had seen a whole pack of them fall. He had stood in the ashes of Thatch Grove and watched the last embers die, while the roof of the main hall collapsed inward, and the sound was exactly the same as this, the same wet crack, the same settling groan. He turned away from her. He walked into the rain. Behind him she did not call out. She did not follow. But he felt her watching, felt the bond stretching between them like a rope pulled taut, and he knew with the same certainty that had hit him in the dark that she was not done with him. 3 blocks away, the eastern column finally gave. The warehouse fell. The sound followed him through the wet streets all the way to the docks, and it sounded exactly like a pack dying. Chapter 3. The rain had not stopped. Kestro stood at the waterline where the dock slats met the river, the tool belt heavy in his hands, the dust still clinging to his throat. Behind him, the city had begun to breathe again. Sirens faded. Voices called out across the police line, families pressing forward, responders coordinating triage under the floodlights that had been rigged on the street corners. He should leave now. That was the pattern. Finish the job, collect nothing, disappear before anyone remembered his face well enough to describe it to someone else. He had done it in 3 cities over 6 years. He knew the rhythm of departure the way he knew load paths. Instinctively, without thought, the way a body remembered how to brace before the ground shook. But his hands would not stop shaking. Not from fear. He knew the difference. This was the fine tremor that came after adrenaline bled out, when the body realized it had been holding something heavy and could finally set it down. He had felt it before, standing in the ash of Thatch Grove while the embers hissed under the rain, watching the main hall collapse and thinking, I should have been inside. A voice behind him said, "You are still here." He turned. Islye stood 10 feet away, her dark hair plastered to her skull, a medic blanket draped over her shoulders. She looked exhausted in the way that came from holding too much weight too long, but her eyes were sharp, and she was watching him the way he watched buildings, reading the stress lines. "The children," he said. "Alive. All 4. The girl is being treated for bruising and shock. Tovin is with his mother. The others are being checked, but there are no breaks, no internal injuries." He nodded. "You carried them out," she said. "We carried them out." She stepped closer. The floodlight caught the curve of her jaw, the wet shine of her skin. He could smell her through the rain and the smoke and the rot of the river, honey and dried grass and something warm that made his chest ache in a way he did not know how to name. She held out his tool belt. "You left this again?" He looked at it. The leather was worn, the pouches stained with clay pigment and wood oil. He had owned it since his first apprenticeship at Thatch Grove, when his father had handed it to him and said, "Build things that last, son. That is how we outlive the ones who try to break us." He took it. Their fingers brushed. The bond hit him again, harder this time, because he was tired and his defenses were low, and she was standing close enough that he could see the pulse beating at the base of her throat. He felt her feel it too. Her breath caught, that same half-second hitch he had heard inside the warehouse, and she did not step back. "You knew," she said, "before we touched. You knew about the bond the moment you caught my scent in there." He said nothing. "I felt it too," she said. "I do not understand it. I do not know what it means, but I felt it." He should leave. That was the pattern, he said. "It means nothing." She tilted her head. "You do not believe that." "It does not matter what I believe. It matters to me." The words landed in the space between them, and he did not know what to do with them. He was used to people wanting things from him. Labor, solutions, distance. He was not used to someone standing in the rain with a medic blanket over her shoulders and telling him that his belief mattered. He looked away. Down the dock, the warehouse had finished its collapse. The eastern column had taken the rest of the roof with it, and the building had settled into a heap of wet brick and splintered timber. Responders were already circling, assessing the danger, planning the cleanup. "Why did you look at it like you had seen it fall before?" Her voice was quiet, not accusatory. He could not answer. He had seen a building fall before. He had stood in the ashes of Thatch Grove and watched the main hall collapse, the roof timbers snapping one by one, the sound like bones breaking. He had walked through the ruin afterward and found nothing but ash and the smell of burned fur. He had knelt in what used to be the kitchen and found a single fired clay bowl, still intact, glazed with the river pigment his pack had been known for. He had carried it out and buried it in the woods where no one would find it. He had not spoken about it to anyone in 6 years. "I do not answer questions," he said. She did not flinch. "I did not ask a question. I asked why." "Same thing?" "No." She stepped closer, close enough that he could smell the rain in her hair. "A question wants information. A why wants honesty. There is a difference." He looked at her. The bond pulled at him, warm and insistent, but he had been holding grief for 6 years, and he knew how to hold harder. He turned and walked toward the dark end of the dock. She did not follow, but her voice carried through the rain, clear and steady, reaching him just as the shadows closed in. "I will find you tomorrow, Kestro. I do not know how yet, but I will." He kept walking. Behind him, the sirens faded, and the river lapped against the pilings, and the bond stretched between them like a thread he could not break, no matter how far he went. Chapter 4. His boots hit the wet planks of the dock in a rhythm he refused to call retreat. The rain had thinned to a mist that clung to his shoulders and beaded on his tool belt. Behind him, the warehouse sirens had shifted tone, from rescue to recovery, and he did not look back. He walked until the floodlights became distant smears on the water. The bond pulled at his chest like a thread wound too tight. He ignored it the way he ignored hunger and cold and the ache in his hands from lifting debris. He had been ignoring things for 6 years. He was good at it now. A figure materialized out of the dark at the end of the dock. Kestro stopped. The figure resolved into Krem Haig, hands in his coat pockets, collar turned up against the mist. He was lean and weathered, with a face that looked like it had been carved by years of bad weather and worse news. He stood exactly where Kestro had been planning to turn inland. "You look like hell," Krebs said. Kestro said nothing. "Heard about the warehouse. Figured I would find you here." "How?" Krebs shrugged. "You always walk toward water when you are done. I have been watching you long enough to know." Kestro did not ask how long that had been. He did not want to know. "I am not hiring you tonight," Kev said. "Too tired, too wet. But I have something for tomorrow. I am leaving." "No, you are not." Kev reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, damp at the edges. He held it out. Kestro did not take it. "Structural consults," Kerr said. "Halvin Shelter Network. 3 buildings, maybe 4. They need someone who knows load paths and drainage. 2 days of work, paid in cash, no questions about where you sleep after." Something cold settled in Kestro's gut. "I do not do shelter work." "You do now." Kev's voice stayed even. "The city just had a building fall down with children inside. 3 more shelters in the network have the same vintage construction, same era, same stress points. The coordinator is pulling every available structural contractor into rotation." The word hit like a second collapse. Coordinator. "Who?" Kestro said, though he already knew. Krebs' eyes flickered with something that might have been satisfaction. "Islye Quelby. She put in the request before the warehouse finished falling. I heard her on the radio while they were still pulling debris." Kestro stared at the paper. 2 days. Paid. No questions. It was a trap wrapped in practical terms, and he could not find the angle to refuse it without explaining why, which meant Krev had already won. "I do not work for her," he said. "You do not work for her. You work for the network. She just signs the assignments." Krev held the paper a little higher. 2 days, then you can disappear however you want." The bond pulsed. A warning, a promise. He ignored it. He took the paper. Krev nodded once, turned, and walked back toward the floodlights without another word. Kestro stood alone in the mist, holding a folded sheet of paper that smelled like wet coat and coffee, and tried to convince himself that 2 days meant nothing. He did not sleep. He found an all-night ferry shelter at the north end of the docks and sat on a bench with his back to the wall, watching the river rise. The paper sat unfolded on his knee. 3 addresses, 3 shelter buildings, all within 2 miles of the city center. He could finish the work in a day if he pushed, then he could leave. The bond stirred every time he looked at the first address, but he did not let it shape his decision. The job was practical. The money was real. He had eaten his last meal 2 days ago, and the cash would buy him distance. Dawn came gray and wet. He folded the paper, stood, and walked. The first shelter was a converted civic hall near the river market. The roof sagged over the east wing. The stairs had warped at the landing, the wood bowed outward from years of flood moisture and heavy foot traffic. Kestro stood in the lobby with his arms crossed, reading the stress lines before anyone had handed him a clipboard. A volunteer at the front desk pointed him toward the supply closet where the inspection logs were kept. He signed in. The page already had his name on it. Orrwick, K., Structural Consult, Day 1. Ink, not pencil, written before he arrived. He ran his thumb over the letters and felt the bond curl in his chest like a satisfied animal. He closed the log and went to look at the stairs. The east wing stairwell was worse than he had guessed from the lobby. The center stringer had cracked at the midpoint, transferring load to the outer treads. Another season of hard rain would push the whole assembly past failure. He knelt and ran his hand along the split, feeling the grain, measuring the depth of the damage with his fingers. He could brace it in half a day. He would need lumber, brackets, and a level. He stood and pulled a pencil from his belt pouch, marking the split with a light crosshatch so the repair crew would know where to cut. "You are early." Her voice came from the top of the stairs. He did not look up. "I start work at dawn," he said. "I know." Footsteps on the landing. She was wearing boots, practical, the same ones from the warehouse. "I have your assignments for the next 2 days. 3 buildings. The third is the worst." "I already found the first building's worst." She came down the stairs slowly, testing each tread the way someone did when they already knew the floor was bad. When she reached the landing where he knelt, she crouched to his level and studied the crack he had marked. That was not in the inspection report from last month. It was there. Nobody knew to look. She looked at him. He looked at the crack. The bond hummed in the space between them, and he kept his eyes on the wood because looking at her would be a choice he was not ready to make. "Krev said you would come," she said. "Krev said it was a job." "It is a job. Then I am here to do it." She was quiet for a moment. Then she stood and pulled a folded roster from her coat pocket. She held it out. He took it. His name was at the top of the list. Orrwick, K, Shelter Network, Temporary Structural Consultant. Underneath, the schedule ran 3 weeks. He looked at it. "This is not 2 days." "No," she said, "it is not." He looked up at her and the bond pulled hard, and she met his gaze without flinching, brown eyes steady in the gray morning light. He should walk out. He should fold the roster and leave it on the stairs and walk to the ferry shelter and keep going until Halvern was a smear of light behind him. Instead, he said, "I need lumber for the stair stringer, 1/4-inch brackets, a torpedo level, and someone to hold the far end of the tape." She smiled. It was small and tired, and it hit him like a blade between the ribs. "I will find you someone," she said. She turned and walked back up the stairs, and he watched her go, and the bond stretched between them like a thread he had just agreed not to cut. Chapter 5. The second shelter was worse. Kestro stood in the intake hall and counted the stress lines in the ceiling before anyone had spoken to him. The roof had been patched 3 times over the same span, each patch laid over the previous one like the building was wearing scabs. Water stains bloomed across the plaster in shapes that matched the geography of failure. He did not need the clipboard. He needed a crowbar and the courage to tell someone the whole thing needed to come down. "Packed?" Islye appeared at his elbow with a cardboard box in her arms. It was stacked with packaged meals, the kind that came from bulk donations and tasted like salt and paperwork. "The roof is 3 years past safe," he said. "The drainage off the east wall is pushing water into the foundation. Someone put a patch on the patch instead of telling anyone the truth." She set the box on a folding table. "The truth does not get funded. The truth gets people killed." She looked at him, and something flickered in her expression. Not surprise, but recognition, like she had heard that exact sentence before and was trying to place where. "The third shelter is the worst," she said, "but this one has 200 people sleeping in it tonight." He had already done the math. 200 bodies, 1 roof, 0 margin. He walked toward the east wall without answering her. The inspection took him 40 minutes. He found the warped stair treads on the second-floor landing, the cracked return bend in the main water line, and the socket where a load-bearing post had been cut short and shimmed with scrap wood to hide the gap. He marked each one with his pencil, left to right, the crosshatch that repair crews would recognize. By the time he reached the basement, his hands were stained with rust and damp mortar, and the quiet fury of knowing someone had signed off on this building as habitable. The floor drained poorly. Water sat in the corners, dark and still, and the smell of wet concrete and mildew pressed against his lungs. He knelt and pressed his palm to the slab. Cold. No cracks he could feel, but the moisture was coming up through the pore, not down from a leak. Capillary rise. The foundation was wicking groundwater. He stood and wiped his hand on his thigh and pulled the folded roster from his coat pocket. 3 weeks. He had been here 1 day, and he already wanted to burn the whole building down and start over. But burning it would not help the 200 people sleeping in it. He went back upstairs. The intake hall had filled while he was below. Mothers with children pressed against the far wall. A cluster of older shifters near the front desk, their scents carrying the sharp tang of displacement and exhaustion. A young man with a bandaged hand sitting alone on a bench, staring at nothing. Islye moved through them like she belonged in the space between their bodies. She carried blankets. She carried water. She crouched beside the young man and spoke to him in a voice that did not carry, and when she stood, he was holding a cup of tea she had produced from somewhere Kestro had not seen. She turned and caught him watching. He looked away, but the bond pulled, and he looked back, and she was already crossing the room toward him with that patient, knowing walk. "The basement is wet," he said. "It always has been." "It should not be." She stopped in front of him, close enough that he could smell the rain still caught in her hair. She had been outside, running supplies, probably. She looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "There is no money to fix the foundation," she said. "There is barely money to fix the roof. Then this building will fail within 2 years. "I know." She said it like she had accepted it, like she had already done the math on how many people she could move to other shelters before the walls came down. He did not like that. "Where's the third building?" he asked. "South End, converted school. I will look at it tomorrow." "You have not finished this one." "I will finish it faster if I know what I am working toward." She studied him. Her brown eyes were steady, warm, and entirely unimpressed by his attempt to control the schedule. "You're not used to staying long enough to fix things," she said. "That is not true." "It is not an insult. It is an observation." He did not have an answer to that. She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. The same kind of paper Crave had given him at the dock. She held it out. He took it. The list was longer than before. 5 buildings, 5 inspections. The schedule ran a full month. He looked at it. Then he looked at her. "This keeps growing," he said. "The need keeps growing. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." She did not smile. She did not apologize. She stood in front of him in a building that was slowly failing under its own weight, surrounded by people who had nowhere else to go, and she asked him to stay without asking anything at all. The bond pulled. He ignored it, but he did not fold the paper. He spent the rest of the day reinforcing what he could. The warped stair treads got temporary brackets. The roof patch got an extra layer of sealant from a roll he found in the supply closet. The shimmed post got a proper brace cut from a saved length of lumber he had brought from the first shelter. The work was not permanent. It was enough. He was on the second-floor landing, tightening the last bracket when he heard footsteps below. He did not look down. He knew the weight of her stride. "The waterline is worse than I thought," he said. "You will need a plumber in the next month, or you will lose pressure on the second floor. I will put in a request. It will be denied. Probably." He tightened the bolt and set down the wrench. The bracket held. The stair would not fail tonight. He stood and turned. Islye was at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at him. She was holding a cup of something hot, steam rising in the cold air. "You missed dinner," she said. "I was working." "I noticed." She climbed the stairs slowly, each step deliberate, and when she reached the landing, she held the cup out to him. He took it. Tea, oversteeped, probably from a bag that had been sitting in a box too long. He drank it anyway. "The third shelter can wait until morning," she said. "I would rather go tonight." "I know." She did not argue. She stood beside him on the landing, looking out over the intake hall, where the 200 people were settling into cots and blankets and the thin comfort of a roof that would not fall tonight. "You did good work today," she said. He did not answer. The bond hummed between them, patient and warm, and he stood there with the cup in his hands and the paper in his pocket, and the knowledge that he had already inspected 4 of the 5 buildings on the list. Tomorrow, he would see the 5th, and after that, there would be another list, and another. And the thread between him and Islye would stretch a little further each time until he was no longer sure where the job ended and staying began. Chapter 6. The third shelter was a converted school at the south end, and it was worse than the first 2 combined. Kestro stepped through the side entrance at 10 minutes past midnight, and the smell hit him first. Mold, wet plaster, too many bodies in too small a space. The hall had been a gymnasium once. Now it held cots in rows so tight a person could not turn without touching the next cot's edge. A woman with a toddler on her hip stood in the doorway, looking at the floor like she had forgotten how to move. Islye was already inside. She was crouched beside an elderly man whose hands shook as he tried to sign his name on an intake sheet. She did not take the pen from him. She waited, patient, and when he finished with a jagged line that barely held together, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Pell. That helps. We have a cot near the heater for you. I will bring tea in a few minutes." Mr. Pell. Kestro filed the name without meaning to. He pulled his tool belt tighter and walked the perimeter. The windows were old, single pane, draft coming through every seal. The fire exits were marked but blocked by stacked supplies. The partitions between cots were thin plywood sheets propped against folding screens, held in place by nothing but hope. He started reinforcing. He did not ask permission. He found a stack of scrap lumber against the back wall, pulled out his hammer, and began bracing the partitions where children were sleeping. The sound of nails hitting wood drew glances, but no one stopped him. 20 minutes later, he had secured 3 partitions and cleared a path to the east fire exit. "You missed the west door." He looked up. Islye stood at the end of the aisle, holding a clipboard and a pen. Her hair was coming loose from its tie. Dark strands stuck to her temple. "There is no path to the west door," he said. "Someone stacked crates of canned goods against it. I know. I told the night coordinator to move them 3 hours ago. They did not." "No." He set down his hammer. "Show me." She led him through the maze of cots, stepping over a sleeping child's outstretched arm, ducking under a clothesline someone had rigged between 2 support columns. She moved through the shelter like she had memorized the floor plan in her sleep. The west door was buried. Kestro looked at the stack. Canned vegetables. 15 cases, maybe more. Heavy enough that a person alone could not shift them. "Who did this?" "The same person who signed off on the building," she said. "There was nowhere else to store the supplies. So they blocked the only exit on this side." "Yes." He looked at her. She looked back. "I will move it," he said. "I will help. You have intake to finish. I will help." She did not say it loud. She said it like the matter was settled, and she was already reaching for the first crate before he could argue. They worked in silence. He took the bottom cases, she took the top, and they passed them down the line to a clear spot near the cafeteria doors. The work was heavy, rhythmic, and the bond hummed through every accidental brush of their hands on the cardboard corners. After the 12th case, his arms burred. After the 20th, he stopped counting. Islye did not complain. She did not slow. She matched his pace, her breath steady, her hands sure on the boxes, and when the last case was clear and the west door swung open onto the dark street, she stood beside him and looked at the open air like she had won something. "Better," she said. He did not say anything. They walked back through the shelter together. At the intake table, a teenage girl sat alone, her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes too bright and too dry. Islye stopped. "You are Rella," she said. "You came in on the bus from the river camp. Your mother is in the ward with a fever." The girl nodded. "She is stable. I checked with the medic an hour ago. She is sleeping and she will be moved here tomorrow if her temperature holds. I have reserved the cot beside yours." The girl's breath hitched. Islye crouched. "I will walk you to your cot. There is a woman 3 rows over who also came from the river camp. She has a cat in a carrier under her cot, and she said she would let you hold it if you need something warm." The girl's face crumpled, but she stood. Islye walked her into the dark rows of cots, and Kestro watched her go. He found a broken cot behind the cafeteria partition. The frame had split along a weld line. The mattress sagged at an angle that would leave whoever slept on it waking up with a crooked back. He pulled it apart, found a replacement frame in the storage closet, and rebuilt it in the aisle. He was on his knees, tightening the last bolt when he heard her footsteps stop behind him. "You missed dinner again," she said. "I ate a piece of bread you found in the supply room." "Bread is food." She did not answer. He finished the bolt and tested the frame. Solid. He stood and turned. She was holding 2 cups. "I will not ask where you found the tea this time," he said. "I have sources." She handed him one. He took it, oversteeped, still hot. She did not leave. She stood beside him, looking at the rebuilt cot, the reinforced partitions, the cleared path to the west door. She looked at all of it, and then she looked at him. "You remembered the number." He went still. "What number?" "The kept stringer at the first shelter. You told me it needed 4 brackets. You did not write it down. You just said it once, in passing, and you remembered." "You keep a list," he said. "So do you." He did not have an answer to that. She sipped her tea. "You also remember that Mr. Pell likes his tea with honey, but you did not know his name until I said it tonight." He had not realized that. She had noticed. The bond pulled, soft and insistent, and he held the cup in his hands and did not move. "You pay attention," she said, "to everything. That is not common. Buildings are simple. People are not. People are also simple. They just lie about it more." He almost smiled. Almost. He caught himself, but she had already seen it. Her eyes softened, just slightly, and she looked at him like she had found something she had been looking for. "I will finish the inspection tomorrow," he said. "The roof, the basement, the load-bearing walls. The list says you have 3 more days on this building. The list is longer than it needs to be. The list is the list." He looked at her. She looked back, and then she said very quietly, "You drink your tea before it cools. Every time. You never let it sit." He went still. She was right. He had never told her that. She smiled, not a big smile, just a small one, and she turned and walked back toward the intake table, leaving him standing in the aisle with the cup in his hands and the knowledge that she had been paying attention to him the same way he paid attention to buildings. On purpose. Methodically. Like she was reading his load-bearing lines and memorizing where the weight fell. He watched her cross the room, crouch beside a sleeping child, smooth a blanket that had slipped to the floor. She did not look back. The bond pulled. He set down the empty cup and reached for his hammer. The roof could not wait until morning. Chapter 7. The rain changed before dawn. It had been falling all night, steady and mean, but around 5 in the morning the pitch shifted. The sound on the roof went from a drumbeat to a solid sheet. Kestro heard it from the attic access where he had been tracing the roof joists, and he knew. He came down the ladder fast. Islye was already at the main door looking out at the street. The light had turned the color of old tin. Water was running through the gutter in a solid stream, not drops anymore, but a single moving wall. "The storm drains on this block are undersized," he said. "If this keeps up, the water will find the shelter." "How long?" "An hour, maybe less." She did not argue. She turned and walked to the center of the gym where the cots were laid out in rows, and she started moving people. "Everyone to the bleachers. High ground. Bring your blankets. Leave the rest." The shelter woke in a rustle of confusion. A woman grabbed her child. An old man stood frozen, clutching a plastic bag of belongings. Kestro stepped past him and took the bag. "Bleachers," he said. "Now." The man blinked and moved. The water hit the base of the building 30 minutes later. Kestro felt it through the floor, a vibration that was not structural, not the building settling. It was the push of moving water against concrete. He walked to the west door, the one they had cleared the night before, and opened it a crack. Black water stared back at him. It was not clear. It was not brown. It was black, like it had been pulled from deep underground, carrying oil and sediment and things that had been washed loose in the dark. The street was gone. The parking lot was gone. The bottom step of the fire exit was already under. He closed the door and locked it. "Varen." He found the cat shifter cook in the kitchen doorway. "How much food?" "Dry stores for 3 days if we stretch it. Stove is gas. Pilot light is still on. Water is from the building tank, not the main line." "Good." The old woman's eyes were yellow-green, cat-slit, unblinking. She did not look scared. "I have made tea," she said. "I thought we might need it." They gathered on the bleachers. Islye had a head count. 27 displaced residents, the 2 teens from the shelter network, Varen, herself, and Kestro. 32 people in a school gym that was designed to hold 60, but that was before the walls started trembling every time a wave slapped against the foundation. The teens were the ones from the warehouse. Kestro recognized them. The human girl was on the second row, knees drawn up, eyes too wide. Tovin sat beside her, his fox shifter ears flat against his skull, his tail wrapped around his own waist like he was holding himself together. "How bad is it?" the girl asked. "It is just water," Kestro said. "That is not just water," Tovin pointed at the windows. The glass was waist-high from the outside now, black water pressed against it, warping the light. "That is the whole street. It is still just water. It cannot climb the bleachers." "What if it cannot?" Tovin's jaw tightened, but he stopped. An hour later, the water reached the windowsills. Kestro was on his feet before anyone spoke. He moved to the east exit, checked the seal. Dry. He moved to the kitchen door, checked the threshold. A thin line of moisture was weeping under the frame. "Baron," he called. "Towel! Jam it under the door!" The old woman appeared with a kitchen towel and wedged it into the gap. The water stopped. He walked the perimeter, every seam, every crack. The building was a converted school, and school buildings had weak points: pipe chases, ventilation grills, the gap between the foundation and the first row of brick. He found water seeping through a floor vent near the south wall and blocked it with a wad of trash bags from the supply closet. Islye appeared beside him with a roll of duct tape. "You missed a spot," she said, and pointed at a hairline crack in the cinder block by the boiler room door. He did not ask how she had noticed. He just took the tape. The jokes started an hour after that. It was the boy first, the human girl's brother. He was maybe 9, skinny, with a laugh that was too loud and too fast. "So what if a fish swims in through the vent? Do we have to share our soup with a fish?" "I do not think fish swim in floodwater," the girl said. "I think it is full of sewage." "Great, so we get fish that is also sewage." The adults around them laughed, tight and nervous. The boy kept going. "What about a shark? Could a shark swim through the window?" "There are no sharks in Halvern," his sister said. "There could be. It is a big flood. Maybe a shark got lost." "Sharks do not get lost. This one did. He is very embarrassed about it." The laughter was louder now, and Kestro saw what was happening. The jokes were keeping the panic at bay, but the edge was getting thin. The boy was running out of material, and the silence after each joke was getting longer, meaner. One more round, and they would tip. The boy opened his mouth again. "Have you ever actually seen a shark?" Kestro asked. The boy stopped. "What?" "Shark. Have you seen one?" "No, they live in the ocean." "Then you do not know what they look like." The boy frowned. "Everyone knows what sharks look like. Everyone knows what a roof beam looks like. But most people cannot tell you how much weight it carries before it breaks." The boy went quiet. Tovin leaned forward. "How much weight?" "Depends on the wood. Oak holds more than pine. Pine holds more than whatever they used in this building." "Which is?" "Particle board with a veneer. It is held together with glue and the hope that nobody looks too closely." The boy who had been joking about sharks started laughing. Not a nervous laugh, a real one. "Particle board," he said. "The whole building is made of glued sawdust." "Most of them are," Kestro said. "That is why I have a job." The power died at dusk. The lights flickered once, hard, and then went dark. The emergency exit sign stayed on, green and dim, casting the gym in a sickly glow. The displaced residents stirred, and a child started crying. Islye's voice cut through. "Baron, do you have candles?" "In the kitchen. I will get them." "Everyone stay where you are. We have light coming." Kestro stood at the edge of the bleachers, listening to the water. It had risen higher. He could hear it slapping against the windows, against the doors. The pressure was building. Tovin appeared beside him. "How high is it going to go?" Kestro looked at the windows. The water was at chest height now. "I do not know." "That is honest. I do not lie." Tovin was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You stayed." Kestro did not answer. "You could have left before the water came. You had time. But you stayed." "I was here." "Yeah." Tovin's ears lifted, just slightly. "You were." Varen emerged from the kitchen with a box of candles, and the gym began to glow with small, wavering lights. Kestro walked the perimeter again. The kitchen threshold was holding. The floor vent was holding. The doors were holding. But the water was pressing against every seam, and he could feel the building breathing, could feel the structure straining in ways that had nothing to do with his inspection. Islye found him at the east wall, his hand flat against the cinder block. That bad? It is holding. For now. For now. She stood beside him. The candlelight caught the side of her face, warm and shifting. You told a joke, she said. I answered a question. You made a 9-year-old laugh. The question was about sharks. Still, she turned to face him. That is not nothing. He looked at her. The bond pulled, quiet and constant like a second heartbeat. I did not think it would be this bad, she said. The flooding. I thought we had more time. You moved everyone fast enough. Fast enough kept us alive. Fast enough does not mean we are safe. Nothing means we are safe. That is not how buildings work. Or people. She smiled, small, tired. You should eat, she said. Baron made soup. I will check the doors again first. I know. She did not tell him to rest. She did not tell him to stop. She just stood beside him in the dark, in the candlelight, while the black water pressed against the walls and the building held. For now. He was halfway through his soup when Tovin asked, What happens if the water keeps rising? The gym went quiet. Kestro set down his bowl. Then we moved to the roof. The roof? And then what? Then we wait. Wait for what? Kestro looked at Tovin, at the girl beside him, at the boy who had joked about sharks. For the water to go down, he said, or for someone to come get us. And if nobody comes? The question hung in the dark. Kestro picked up his bowl. Then we wait anyway. He took another bite, and the gym breathed again. Chapter 8. The candles burned low, and the gym breathed around them, wet and slow. Kestro moved. He started at the kitchen threshold, running his fingers along the towel Baron had jammed beneath the door. Damp but not soaked. He pressed harder, feeling for give in the frame itself. The wood held. He crossed to the east wall. The cinder block was cold, sweating moisture from the other side. He put his palm flat and held still, feeling for vibration, for the subtle tremor that meant the flood was working its way through a seam. Nothing. Yet. Tovin watched him from the bleachers. The fox shifter boy had not taken his eyes off Kestro since the candles went up. When Kestro reached the west wall, Tovin slid off the bench and followed. Are you checking everything? Yes. Every wall? Every seam, every threshold, every vent. What about the floor? Kestro stopped, looked down. The gym floor was polished wood, old, warped in places from years of use. He had not checked the floor. What about it? He asked. If the water comes up through the floor, we would not see it until it was already here. Kestro stared at the boy for a long moment. That is right. Tovin's ears twitched. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It is a good thing that you thought of it. He knelt, pressed his palm flat against the floorboards. They were dry, solid, for now. He stood. The floor is holding. Tovin nodded, serious, and stayed beside him as he finished the circuit. Islye was handing out blankets when he reached the bleachers. Baron had found a stash in a storage closet, thin, army surplus wool that smelled of mothballs and old dust. Islye was moving down the row, draping one over each resident, adjusting a corner here, tucking an edge there. She did not rush. Kestro watched her work. The bond pulled, soft and patient, but he pushed it down. Rear wall is holding, he said. East wall is holding. Kitchen threshold is damp but not failing. She looked up. And the floor? Dry. Good. She handed him a blanket. You look cold. He was. He had not noticed. He took the blanket but did not put it on. The children first. They already have them. He looked at the bleachers. Every child had a blanket. The elderly man from intake, Mr. Pell, had 2. Then Baron. She has one. Kestro stopped. Islye smiled. Small. Worn. I know how you work. You check everyone else first. That is fine. But there is one left. Take it before I have to order you. He looked at the blanket in his hands. Gray wool, mothball smell. He put it on. The night stretched. The water did not rise further, but it did not recede either. It pressed against the building, constant and patient, and the gym settled into a rhythm of small sounds. Someone coughing, a child shifting, Baron ladling soup in the kitchen, Islye's voice low and steady as she talked to the displaced residents. Kestro sat apart. Not far, close enough to see every face in the room, far enough that nobody would think he wanted to be part of the group. Tovin found him anyway. Are you going to sleep? No. Should I? Yes. The boy did not leave. He sat beside Kestro on the cold bench, tail wrapped around his ankles. I cannot sleep, he said. Close your eyes anyway. That does not work. It works for me. Tovin looked at him. You never sleep? Not much. Why? Kestro did not answer. Tovin waited. When no answer came, he said, Is it because of what happened before? Kestro's jaw tightened. You talked about the roof at the warehouse, Tovin said. The first one. You said you learned about load limits from a place called Thatch Grove. Kestro went still. Is that where you came from? Before here? The bond hummed. Islye was watching. He could feel her attention like a weight on his skin. Yes, he said. What happened there? Kestro looked at the boy, at the dark fur at his temples, at the ears still lifted, waiting for an answer. He did not know how to say it. Something bad, he said. Tovin nodded. That is why you do not sleep. It was not a question. Kestro said nothing. Tovin leaned against his shoulder, warm and light. My mother used to say that bad things stay in your bones until you let them out. He fell asleep like that, pressed against Kestro's arm, breathing slow. Kestro did not move. Dawn came gray. The flood had dropped 6 inches over Mort, leaving a dark ring on the walls like a bathtub stain. The building was still standing. Kestro rose before the light fully reached the gym, careful not to wake Tovin. He walked the perimeter again. 3 walls held. The kitchen threshold was damp. The rear support column was wet at the base. He crouched, ran his fingers along the cinder block. The bottom 2 courses were darkened. The mortar softened to the texture of wet clay. The water had eaten into the foundation. Islye. She was beside him within seconds. What? Rear support. The flood softened the mortar. How bad? He pressed his thumb into the mortar. It gave like wet earth. Bad. She looked at the column, at the wall above it, at the roof that wall was holding up. Can it hold for another day? I do not know. She was quiet. He stood. If the water drops another foot, the pressure differential could pull the foundation out from under the wall. Or it could settle and hold. She turned to face him. Her hair was plastered to her skull. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked exhausted. 32 people, she said. 32. How long do we have? He looked at the column, at the softened mortar, at the dark stain creeping up the cinder block. Until the next hard rain. She stared at him. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She pressed her palm against the wet cinder block, held it there for a long moment. Then she pulled back. Then we need to move them. Now. He did not argue. He turned to the bleachers, to the sleeping faces, to the boy who had fallen asleep against his shoulder, and asked nothing but the truth. Islye. She stopped. If we move them onto the roof and the building collapses, they die in the water. If we keep them inside and the wall gives, they die under the roof. He met her eyes. Then we need a third option. Chapter 9. The extraction came at noon. 2 flatboats from the Halvern Emergency Service pushed through the murk, poles scraping against submerged cars and debris. Kestro stood at the gym's rear door, watching them approach, calculating the load weight, the time per trip, the number of faces behind him. Islye had the count ready before the first boat touched the building. 31, she said. Baron stays until the kitchen stores are moved. She refuses to leave the dry goods. She can take the second trip. She will argue. Let her. Islye gave him a look, not a challenge, something closer to acknowledgement. Then she turned and began calling names. The evacuation took 3 hours. Kestro did not carry anyone. He stood at the door, handed passengers into the boats, and memorized every face that passed him. The old man with the trembling hands, the woman holding a toddler who kept crying for a lost shoe, Rella, the teenage girl from the river camp, climbing in without looking back. Tovin was last. He stood at Kestro's elbow, not moving toward the boat. "Your turn?" Kestro said. "You first." "I am not going yet." "Then I am not going yet." Kestro looked down at him. The boy's ears were flat. His tail was wrapped tight around his ankle. "Get in the boat." "What if it sinks?" "It will not sink." "How do you know?" "Because I checked the displacement before they arrived." Tovin stared at him. "You counted how much the boat could hold?" "I counted." "Before they even got here?" Kestro did not answer. Tovin climbed into the boat. He sat at the back, facing Kestro, and did not look away until the flatboat rounded the corner and disappeared behind the flooded storefronts. The water dropped another 2 feet overnight. By morning, the gym's ground floor windows were visible again, ringed with black sediment and oil sheen. The building had held. The rear column had not shifted. Kestro stayed. He told himself it was the repairs. The gym needed bracing before the next rain. The school's other shelters would need inspection. The list of work was not finished. He did not examine the rest. He was driving screws into a new support bracket when Tovin appeared. The boy materialized at his elbow without sound, carrying a bucket of screws Kestro had left on the other side of the room. "You forgot these." Kestro took the bucket. "You should be with the others." "The others are at the intake hall. Islye said I could come back." "She did." "Yes." Kestro turned back to the bracket. "Hand me the level." Tovin handed it to him. That was how it started. Every repair Kestro attempted over the next 2 days, the boy was there, holding a flashlight, passing tools, standing exactly where Kestro needed him to stand, as if he had been reading the work before it started. "You are not my apprentice," Kestro said on the second afternoon, not looking up from the column he was reinforcing. "I know." "Then stop following me." "I am not following you. I am watching you work." "That is the same thing." "It is not. Following would mean I did not have my own reasons for being here." Kestro stopped, lowered the wrench. "What reasons?" Tovin shrugged. "I want to learn how buildings stay up." "Find a teacher." "I found one." The bond hummed. Islye was not in the building, but the response came anyway, a low vibration in Kestro's chest that he did not want to name. The third day, Tovin asked the question. They were in the gym's kitchen, cleaning sediment out of the gas lines. Kestro had not slept in 40 hours. His hands were steady, but the edge of his vision kept flickering with exhaustion. Tovin was quiet for a long while. Then he said, "Do you have a family?" Kestro's hand stilled on the valve. "No. Everyone has a family." "Not everyone." "You had one. Before. At Thatch Grove." The name landed like a stone in still water. Kestro set down the wrench. "That is not something to talk about." "Why not?" "Because it is not." Tovin did not flinch. He stood there, dark fur at his temples, ears forward, watching Kestro with the same patient attention he gave the column repairs. "When the warehouse fell," Tovin said, "I thought I was going to die." Kestro said nothing. "There was a beam across my legs. I could not move. The dust was so thick I could not see my own hands. I heard other kids crying. I thought the whole thing was coming down on top of us." The boy's voice was flat, reciting. He had told this story before, to someone, maybe to himself in the dark. "Then you came." Kestro's throat closed. "I did not know who you were. I could not see your face, but I heard your voice. You told everyone to stay still. You said you would be the last one out, and I believed you." The kitchen was too quiet. The gas lines smelled of rust and standing water. "I remembered your voice," Tovin said. "When I saw you again at the intake hall, I remembered it." Kestro could not move. The boy's eyes were steady, no demand in them, no expectation, just the fact, placed between them like a tool on a workbench. "That is why I follow you," Tovin said. "Not because of the building. Something cracked in Kestro's chest. Not the column, not the foundation. Something older, buried deeper than the softened mortar. Something he had sealed shut 6 years ago and never intended to open. He did not know what to do with it. He picked up the wrench. "Hand me the sealant," he said. Tovin handed it to him. They worked until the light faded. Tovin did not ask any more questions. He handed tools, held the flashlight, and stayed exactly where Kestro needed him. The rhythm of the work settled into something almost comfortable, almost familiar, almost like the shape of something Kestro had lost. He did not let himself name it. The messenger found them at dusk. A woman in a wet coat standing at the gym entrance, water dripping from the hem of her jacket. She did not look displaced. She did not look like shelter staff. "Kestro Orrwick?" He straightened. The wrench in his hand went still. "Yes. I was asked to deliver a message." "From who?" She did not open the paper she held. She stood in the doorway, rain darkened and steady, and said the name like she had practiced it. "Yaveth Halvern-Lace requests the honor of your presence at her table. She said to tell you she knew Groff Orwick's kiln work and has the bowl you have been looking for." Chapter 10. The Halvern-Lace house sat at the end of a street Kestro had never walked, in a neighborhood where the trees were old enough to arch over the road and meet in the middle. The rain had stopped sometime in the night, leaving the cobblestones wet and the air heavy with the smell of wet earth and moss. He had not changed clothes. He had not gone back to the shelter to wash the sediment from his hands. The messenger's words had followed him through the evening, through a night of no sleep, through the gray dawn he spent pacing the gym's perimeter, checking seals he had already checked 3 times. She knew Groff Orwick's kiln work. She has the bowl. The bowl he had buried. The bowl no one should have known about. The house was stone, old stone, the kind laid before the city started using cheap brick and particle board. The windows were dark, but the porch light was on, and the door opened before Kestro could knock. Yaveth Halvern-Lace stood in the threshold. She was smaller than he had expected, old enough that her hair had gone fully white, pulled back in a practical knot, and her face carried the deep lines of someone who had spent decades watching things carefully. Her eyes were the pale blue of winter sky, and they did not blink when they met his. "Kestro Orrwick," she said, not a question. "Come in. I have tea." She turned and walked inside, leaving the door open behind her. The house smelled of old paper and dried herbs, and something floral Kestro could not name. The furniture was worn, upholstered in fabrics that had been carefully mended, and the walls were covered in framed photographs and certificates, and one large charcoal drawing of a kiln. Yaveth led him to a back room where a kettle steamed on a small iron stove. She poured without asking how he took it, set a cup on the table across from her chair, and sat. Strostrid did not sit. He stood in the doorway, the cup untouched, his hands at his sides. "You sent for me," he said. "I did. You said you knew Groff Orwick." "I did know him." Yaveth wrapped her hands around her own cup, letting the heat soak into her palms. She did not rush. She did not soften the silence. "I met your father 42 years ago," she said. "He came to Halvern to fire a commission for the old council hall. A set of roof tiles, river clay glazed, the kind no one in the lowlands makes anymore. I was on the council then. I watched him work for 3 weeks. Kestro's jaw tightened. "He was the best I ever saw with a kiln," Yaveth continued. He could read the heat by the color of the flame, did not need gauges, did not trust them. He said if you could not feel the fire in your bones, you had no business building anything that would last. The words were his father's. Kestro had heard them 100 times, in the workshop, at the dinner table, standing over a cooling kiln while the night air carried the smell of fired clay across the compound. "You did not bring me here to tell me about my father." "No." Yaveth set down her cup. She looked at him with the same steady attention she had given the door, the kettle, the silence, like she was reading the load-bearing lines of his face. "I brought you here to tell you that I know what happened to Thatch Grove." Kestro went still. "I know the official record says unresolved cause. I know there are no survivors listed. I know the land was sold to a development firm 6 months after the fire, and the remains were cleared and graded before anyone could file a proper investigation." Her voice did not rise. It did not waver. She spoke the words the way she had spoken his name, flat and true and without apology. I also know that is a lie. The room was too quiet. Kestro could hear the ticking of a clock somewhere deeper in the house, the faint hiss of the stove, the sound of his own blood moving through his ears. You do not know me, he said. I know your father's work. I know the shape of the glaze he used. I know that bowl on my shelf came from his kiln, the last piece he fired before he died, and I know you have been looking for it. Kestro's hands clenched. The bowl, the one he had buried, the one he had dug up 6 years ago from the ruins and carried to the woods and hidden because he could not bear to throw it away and could not bear to keep it where anyone could see. Yaveth rose. She crossed to a wooden cabinet against the far wall, opened the door, and lifted out an object wrapped in cloth. She set it on the table between them. The cloth fell away. The bowl sat on the scarred wood, glazed in river pigment, the same deep green-brown of the clay banks where Kestro had learned to fire his first pot. It was intact, unbroken, the only thing from Thatch Grove that had survived whole. Kestro could not breathe. I found it 6 years ago, Yaveth said, in the hands of a courier who was told to dispose of it. He did not. He brought it to me instead, because he knew I collected kiln work and because he was afraid of what it meant that someone wanted it destroyed. Kestro's voice came out rough. Who sent it? I do not know the name. The courier died 2 weeks later in a ferry accident. You kept it. I kept it because I knew Kestro Orrwick's work, and I knew that no one who valued craft enough to fire a bowl like this would have abandoned their pack without cause. When the official record said unresolved cause, I started asking questions. She sat back down. The candlelight caught the edge of the bowl, throwing a shadow that stretched across the table like a crack in the surface of the world. I have been collecting answers for 6 years, Yaveth said. Testimony, property records, inspection logs, names of people who worked for the Oversight Board and left suddenly. I have a file cabinet in the next room that will tell you more than you want to know about who ordered your pack destroyed and why. Kestro's throat worked. Why? Because someone has to remember. She held his gaze, and he saw in her eyes something he had not seen in anyone since he left the ashes of Thatch Grove. Recognition. Not pity, not curiosity. The look of someone who had been carrying the same weight. The question, Yaveth said, is whether you are ready to stop being the only one holding it. Kestro did not answer. He stood in the candlelight, the bowl between them, his father's voice in his ears, and the weight of 6 years pressing down on his chest like a beam that would not shift. The back door clicked, a small sound, barely audible, the latch catching on a frame that did not fit quite right. Kestro's head turned. Yaveth's eyes went sharp. Stay here, she said, and moved past him with a speed that did not belong to her age, crossing the kitchen in 5 strides and pulling open the back door. The alley was empty, but the air carried a scent Kestro recognized. Wolf, strange, fresh. Someone had been listening. Chapter 11. Yaveth did not close the back door. She stood in the frame, her silhouette sharp against the alley's dark, one hand still on the latch, and she waited through a long count of seconds before she pulled it shut and turned the bolt. Gone, she said. Kestro had not moved from the table. His blood was still up, his muscles locked in the moment he had heard the latch click, but he forced himself to stay still, to keep his hands flat on the scarred wood where she could see them. Wolf, he said. Yes. Fresh. Yaveth crossed back to the table. She did not sit. She stood across from him, her pale eyes tracking the alley window, the kitchen door, the shadowed hallway that led deeper into the house. Did you recognize the scent? She asked. No. It was true, and that was the worst of it. Kestro had catalogued 100 wolf scents in Halvern since he arrived. Shelter workers, volunteers, the occasional board official passing through intake halls. But the one clinging to the back door was not among them. It was neutral, careful. The scent of someone who had been standing still long enough to listen. He looked at the bowl. It sat between them, glazed in river pigment, the same deep green-brown of the clay banks where he had learned to center clay on a wheel at 12 years old. His father's hands had shaped this. His father's fire had hardened it, and someone had wanted it destroyed. Who knew you had that? Yaveth's mouth tightened. No one who was still alive. The courier was the only person who knew where it came from. I told him I had acquired it from a private collection, which was not entirely a lie. He believed me. Kestro looked at her. Yaveth met his gaze without flinching. She was smaller than him by half a foot, built, spare, and fine-boned, but she held herself with the kind of rooted stillness that came from decades of watching people lie. "You think they killed him?" Kestro said. "I think a man who was told to dispose of a bowl from Thatch Grove died 2 weeks later in an accident on a ferry that had run the same route for 30 years without incident. I think that is a coincidence worth questioning." She turned away from the window and sat down. "Now you smell what I have been smelling for 6 years. Kestro's hands tightened on the table's edge. He looked at the bowl. He looked at the cabinet where she had kept it wrapped in cloth, hidden from anyone who might walk through her door and recognize what they were seeing. "Show me," he said. Yaveth studied him. "Show me what you have. The testimony, the property records, the names. Are you sure?" "No," he said it flat, without apology. "But I came here. That is more than I have done in 6 years. She rose without another word and crossed to the hallway. He heard a door open, the scrape of a drawer, the soft thud of a file cabinet latch. When she came back, she carried a folder. Not a cabinet, not a stack. One folder, thin enough that the candlelight showed through the edges. She set it in front of him. "There are 4 more cabinets in the spare room, but you need to see this first." Kestro opened the folder. The top page was an incident report. Official Oversight Board letterhead, dated 6 years and 3 months ago. The field for cause of fire read, Unresolved. The field for survivors read, None. The field for land disposition read, Transferred to private development. He had seen this document before. He memorized it years ago, in a cramped reading room in a Lowlands Township office, standing over a microfiche machine because the clerk would not let him check out the original. What he had not seen was the second page. A handwritten note, scrawled in the margin of the inspection log. Fire started in the main hall kitchen around midnight. Witness reports shouting before the flames. 3 separate accounts say the front door was barred from the outside. Kestro's vision went gray at the edges. Barred. Not a gas leak, not a faulty kiln, not an accident. Someone had locked them in. "There is more," Yaveth said. "A former board clerk named Marra has been copying sealed files for the last 2 years. She has not given me everything yet. She is afraid, but she has given me enough to confirm the pattern." Kestro did not look up. He read the note again. Front door was barred from the outside. He thought of the main hall. The long room with the carved beams, the hearth where his mother had hung her cooking pots, the bench where the old ones sat and shelled beans in the evening light. He thought of the door, the heavy oak door with the iron latch, the one he had lifted 1,000 times. Barred. "Who?" Yaveth's voice was quiet. "That is what I have been trying to find out for 6 years. I have names of board officials who inspected the property 3 weeks before the fire. I have records of a meeting in the oversight headquarters 8 days before, where someone requisitioned a travel voucher for an unnamed contractor to visit the lowlands. I have a witness who heard a board director say that Thatch Grove's bloodline was a regulatory problem that needed solving." She paused. "But I do not have the order, not the one that signed the kill." Kestro set the folder down. His hands were steady. That surprised him. He had expected them to shake, to betray him the way they had at the dock 6 years ago when he stood in the rain and watched the smoke rise. But they were still, empty, ready. "Who else knows you have this?" "Myself, the clerk who copied it, and now you. And whoever was outside just now." Yaveth's jaw tightened. "Yes." Kestro stood. He moved to the back door without asking permission, pulled it open, and stepped into the alley. The air was cold and damp, heavy with the smell of wet stone and runoff from the street. He breathed deep, sorting through the layers of scent. Wolf. Yes, the same neutral, careful scent he had caught from inside, but beneath it, something else. Oil. Metal. the sharp chemical smell of a freshly cleaned firearm. He turned back to the house. Yaveth stood in the doorway, her hand on the frame, her pale eyes tracking his face. "They're still watching," he said. "I know. Whoever ordered it. They know someone is digging. They have been watching you for 6 years. Perhaps." Her voice did not waver. "But they have not moved against me yet. That means either they do not know what I have, or they are waiting for me to lead them to someone they want more." Kestro looked at her. She was not afraid. He saw that clearly. She was old and small and alone in a stone house with a file cabinet full of evidence that could get her killed, and she was not afraid. She had been waiting. For him. "Why me?" he asked. "You are the only one who survives." It was not the answer he wanted, but it was the truth, and he had spent 6 years refusing to hear it, and he was tired of refusing. He stepped back inside. "I need to see the rest." Yaveth did not smile. She did not nod. She simply turned and led him down the hallway, past the kitchen, past the closed door of the spare room, past the ticking clock. And Kestro followed, because for the first time in 6 years, he was not walking away from the weight. He was walking toward it. Chapter 12. Dawn came gray through Yaveth's kitchen window, and Kestro had not moved from the chair where he had spent the night. The folder lay open on the table. The note about the barred door, the travel voucher, the witness statement about a regulatory problem that needed solving. He had read every page 4 times, and the shape of the truth had not changed. Someone had locked his family inside and burned them alive. The back door of the stone house opened. Kestro did not reach for a weapon because the footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate, too familiar. Crav Haig stepped into the kitchen, shook rain from his coat, and looked at Kestro with the flat expression of a man who had known exactly where he would find him. "You look like hell," Crav said. Kestro did not answer. Crav pulled out the chair across from him and sat. He did not glance at the folder. He did not ask what was in it. He simply waited, the way a man waited at a bedside when the outcome was already certain. It was Yaveth who broke the silence. She came in from the hallway, already dressed, her white hair pinned tight, and set a cup of tea in front of Kestro. He did not drink it. "I need to stay in Halvern," he said. Crav's mouth tightened. Not surprise. Confirmation. "For how long?" "I do not know. And you need money. Papers. A reason to be here that does not end with someone asking questions." Kestro met his gaze. "Yes." Crav reached into his coat and pulled out a folded document, creased along the same lines as the evidence folder on the table. He set it between them. Kestro did not touch it. "What is that?" "A month of shelter consults. Full rate pay, materials covered, no questions about where you sleep or what you do when the work is finished." Pravuzes was flat, practical, the same tone he used to discuss lumber prices and ferry schedules. "You will inspect every building on the network list, the ones you already hit, the ones you missed, and 3 new intake sites the city opened last week. You will write reports, you will order repairs, you will be visible, useful, and unremarkable." Kestro looked at the document. The signature line was blank. "Why?" Crav leaned back. The chair creaked under his weight. "Because if you dig without cover, someone will notice. And the people who notice will ask who your contractor is, and when they find my name attached to nothing, they will come to me instead of you. I would rather they come to me with a contract in hand and a reason to keep their mouths shut." It was not kindness. Crav did not trade in kindness. It was strategy. The same strategy that had kept Kestro fed and working for 6 years without ever asking where he had come from. Kestro picked up the document. The list of buildings ran 3 pages. The first shelter, the intake hall, the converted school, plus the 3 new sites. Each one flagged with a code Crav had invented for tracking crew assignments. At the bottom, a note in Crev's handwriting. Payable weekly. Lodging deducted from final settlement unless you keep the bunk at the depot. The bunk at the depot. The same cot Kestro had slept in 4 nights out of 7 for the last year. The same thin mattress, the same bare bulb, the same door he could lock from the inside. "You have been planning this," Kestro said. "I have been waiting." Crev's voice did not change. "There is a difference." Yaveth moved to the stove. She refilled her own cup, did not offer again to Kestro, and stood with her back to them, looking out the window at the wet street. "She is right," Kriv said. "About the cover-up, about the records, about the people who died." Kestro's hand tightened on the document. "How long have you known?" "Long enough to understand that you could not stay here without help, and long enough to know that the moment you accepted help, you would start a clock." "A clock for what?" "For someone to notice you are still alive." The kitchen was silent. Kestro looked at the blank signature line, then at the folder, then at Kriv, who had not once looked away. He took the pen from his coat pocket. He signed. Kriv took the document back, folded it, and tucked it into his coat without looking at the signature. "Start tomorrow. First shelter, East Wing stairwell. The base you installed last month has settled, and the residents are complaining about the gap." He stood. "She will meet you there." Kestro did not ask who. Kriv let himself out. The door clicked shut. His footsteps faded down the wet stone path, and then there was only the rain and the ticking clock and Yaveth's quiet breathing. Kestro picked up the tea. It had gone cold. He drank it anyway. The first shelter looked different in daylight. Kestro had arrived at the warehouse before dawn, collected the materials Kriv had ordered, and driven the flatbed through streets still filmed with the residue of the flood. The water had receded enough for trucks to move, but the smell lingered. Wet wood, damp concrete, the sour undertone of silt and waste. He unloaded the lumber himself, one board at a time, a rhythm he knew, a rhythm that did not require thinking about the folder or the barred door or the note in the margin. The crack in the East Wing stairwell stringer had widened. He could see it from the landing, a hairline fracture that had opened into a visible gap, the wood fibers strained and pulling apart under the weight of daily use. He knelt, ran his hand along the split, measured the depth with his fingers the way his father had taught him, reading the wood's failure by feel. "You are early," her voice came from the top of the stairs. Kestro did not look up. "The brace settled." "I know. Kriv told me." Islye descended the steps slowly, her boots careful on the treads. She stopped 2 risers above him, close enough that he could smell the soap on her skin and the faint trace of coffee on her breath. She was not wearing her coordinator vest, just a plain shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbow, her dark hair pulled back. "You took the contract," she said. "I took the work." "That is not what I asked." Kestro set down the measuring tape. He looked at the split in the stringer, at the gap that would widen with every person who climbed these stairs, at the repair he had promised himself would be simple. Then he looked at her. She was smiling. Not wide, not triumphant, just there, at the corner of her mouth, warm enough to feel like a trap he had walked into with his eyes open. "The contract is for a month," she said. "I can read. 30 days of shelter inspections, repairs, follow-ups. I know what I signed." She stepped down one more riser, close enough that he could have reached out and touched her hand. "Good." Her voice was soft, not teasing, not challenging, just certain. "Because I have been waiting for you to stop running, and I would rather you stayed because you chose to, but I will take staying for any reason you give me." Kestro's throat tightened. He had no answer. He picked up the lumber, fitted the bracket against the stringer, and began to work. She did not leave. She sat on the landing above him, her back against the wall, and watched him brace the stairwell the way he had watched her move through the shelter network. Quiet, present, patient. The bond hummed between them. He did not name it, but he did not push it away either. By the time the bracket was seated and the load distributed, the light had shifted from gray to pale yellow. Morning was burning through. Kestro stood, rolled his shoulders, looked up at her. She was still smiling. "I will be at the intake hall tomorrow," she said. "The roof seals need replacing." "I remember." "Good." She stood, brushed dust from her shirt, and walked up the stairs without looking back. Kestro watched her go. The bond pulled, insistent, warm, a rope he had been holding too tight for too long. He did not follow, but he did not leave either. He gathered his tools, checked at the brace one more time, and walked out into the morning. 30 days. He had 30 days to find the truth. and somewhere in the back of his mind, beneath the weight of the folder and the barred door and the names he carried, a smaller voice whispered that 30 days might not be enough to escape what was waiting for him in her smile. Chapter 13. 3 mornings of shelter work, and Kestro had learned the shape of Islye's schedule without meaning to. She hit the intake hall first, before the breakfast line formed, checking the overnight log and the supply counts and the faces of everyone who had come in during the dark. Then the converted school by mid-morning, where the mold spot on the ceiling had grown another handspan, and the west wall still smelled of damp. Then the overflow annex in the old freight depot, the 3rd building on the list Krev had stretched across 30 days. Kestro had been in all 3 before she arrived each time. He told himself it was efficiency. Get the structural assessment done before the building filled with people and noise. Measure the damage while the light was still good. He told himself a lot of things. On the 4th morning, he found the annex's back step loose. Not a structural failure. Just 3 nails working free of the riser, the wood shifting under weight, enough to catch a heel or dump someone carrying a tray of supplies. He knelt, pulled the nails, drove them deeper with a hammer from his belt. You do that before breakfast, too? Islye stood at the corner of the building, a clipboard against her chest, her breath misting in the cold. She had not made a sound approaching. The bond had not warned him either, or he had been too focused on the riser to feel it. Takes 2 minutes, he said. And if you had not noticed it? I noticed. She stepped closer. The riser was solid now, the nails seated below the surface. He could feel her watching his hands as he put the hammer away. You fix things before anyone asks, she said. Before anyone sees. Kestro stood, dusted the grit from his palms. That is what I am paid for. That is not what I asked. He looked at her then. The morning light caught the side of her face, the curve of her jaw, the way she held the clipboard like a shield she did not actually need. You leave before people see what you did, she said. Every time. The stairwell at the first shelter, the mold patch at the school. Now this. Kestro said nothing. Why? The word hung between them. Simple, open, waiting. He had no answer that would not give her more than he wanted to give. I will check the east wall before the lunch crowd, he said. He walked past her toward the annex door. The bond pulled as he moved, a warm insistence at the base of his ribs, and he felt her turn to watch him go. The east wall was damp but stable. Kestro ran a hand along the baseboard, felt the coolness of water working up through the foundation, noted the level for his report. He would need to dig a drainage trench before the next storm, maybe 2 days of labor if the ground had dried enough. He was measuring the gap between the wall and the floor when footsteps crossed the threshold behind him. You are the builder. The voice was sharp, female, unfamiliar. Kestro turned. The woman in the doorway was lean and dark-eyed, a medic's bag slung over one shoulder and a scowl that looked permanent. She wore a shelter badge pinned to her collar. Nemi, according to the name printed beneath it. Kestro Orrwick, he said. I know who you are. She stepped into the room, set the bag on a folded cot, and began checking supplies without looking at him. You are the one Islye keeps finding before breakfast. He said nothing. You are also the one who drove nails into the back step at dawn. I saw the fresh heads. Kestro waited. She turned. Her gaze was direct, assessing, the same kind of look he gave a load-bearing wall when he was not sure it would hold. You have a pattern, she said. Arrive early, work alone, leave quiet. It is the kind of pattern people notice when they are trained to see what gets missed. Is there a question coming? Not yet. She pulled a roll of bandages from the bag, checked the seal, replaced it. But I am a medic. I notice when someone is bleeding through their shirt and pretending they are not. Kestro's hand went to his ribs before he stopped it. The gash from the shelter evacuation, caught by a splintered doorframe in the dark, had stopped bleeding by the 2nd day. He had forgotten about it. Nemi's eyes tracked the movement. That is what I thought. She turned back to her supplies. Kestro finished the measurement, wrote the number in the margin of his report, packed his tools. He did not look at her again as he left. He was halfway across the annex yard when Islye caught up with him. Nemi is not wrong, she said. He kept walking. She notices things. That is why she works the shelter circuit. I do not need a medic. You did not answer my question either. He stopped. The yard was empty. The morning clouds had thinned, letting pale light through, and the wet ground gleamed where the sun touched it. Islye stood in front of him now, close enough that he could smell the coffee on her breath again, the same faint trace from the stairwell, close enough that the bond pulled harder, a thrum he could feel in his teeth. "I am not asking you to tell me everything," she said. "I am asking you to stop pretending you do not belong here." Kestro's jaw tightened. "I am here for 30 days. You are here now." He looked at her, the certainty in her face, the patience he did not know how to accept. From the annex doorway, Nemi watched them both. Her eyes had not stopped tracking him since the conversation inside. Chapter 14. Kestro was halfway to the supply shed when Nemi caught up with him. She did not call his name, did not ask him to stop. She simply fell into step beside him, her medic's bag swinging in rhythm with her stride, and matched his pace as if they had agreed to walk together. He kept moving. "You can ignore me," she said. "It will not change what I saw. The gash is closed. The gash is closed because you let it scar over without cleaning it. That means there is still debris in the wound. Dirt, wood fiber, whatever was on that doorframe." Kestro stopped. The yard was quiet. Morning light slanted across the wet ground, throwing long shadows from the fence line, and the air smelled of damp concrete and the distant iron tang of the river. Nemi stopped beside him. She did not crowd him, did not reach for his shirt. She simply waited, her dark eyes steady and unblinking, the same way he waited for a wall to tell him where it would break. "I am not going to chase you," she said, "but I have a clean kit and 15 minutes before the intake surge. You can either stand here while I check it, or you can let it go septic and explain to Islye why you spent 3 days in a fever ward instead of bracing her buildings." Kestro's jaw tightened. He did not like being read, did not like the way this woman had already traced the outline of his habits, his injury, his silences, in the space of a single conversation. But she was not wrong. He pulled his shirt up. The gash ran along his lower ribs, 4 inches long, puckered at the edges where the skin had tried to close over the dirt. The surrounding flesh was warm to the touch, slightly reddened, and the line of the wound itself had a sullen purple cast that he had been ignoring for 3 days. Nemi made a sound, not quite a sigh, not quite a grunt, something in between that managed to convey professional disappointment and grim satisfaction in equal measure. "You are lucky it is not infected yet," she said, setting her bag on the ground. "Give it another day, and you would have been feverish by nightfall." She worked efficiently. Antiseptic, clean gauze, a pair of forceps to pick out the splinter she found embedded near the deepest point of the laceration. Kestro stood still through it, breathing evenly, watching the sky pale above the shelter roof. "You are going to tell me this is unnecessary," Nemi said, not looking up. "I was not going to say anything. That is worse. You are the kind of man who goes quiet when he is cornered." He said nothing. She swabbed the wound again, her touch clinical and precise, and then began layering sterile pads and medical tape across the cleaned line. "I have been doing this work for 12 years, she said. "Shelter circuit, refugee intake, the places where people end up when the system forgets they exist." Kestro watched her hands. Steady, certain. The same economy of motion he used when he drove a nail into a load-bearing beam. "In my experience," she continued, "men who bleed through their shirts and do not tell anyone are either arrogant or planning not to live long enough for it to matter." She looked up then. Her dark eyes held his. "Which one are you?" Kestro held her gaze. "I am still here. You are still bleeding." She sealed the last piece of tape and sat back on her heels. "That is not the same thing." She packed her kit with the same neat, practiced motions. Did not rush, did not linger. "The bandage will hold for 3 days, she said. "Then you need a fresh one, or I will find you and do it myself." Kestro pulled his shirt down. "I do not have a reason to be in the infirmary. You do not need one. I will come to you." She stood, shouldered her bag, met his eyes one last time before she turned toward the annex. "You think you are the only one who knows how to disappear," she said. "But I have seen 100 people walk through these shelters and never come back. I notice when someone is trying to make themselves easier to lose." She walked away. Kestro stood in the yard and watched her go. The morning intake was steady. Kestro worked the east wall trench until his shoulders burned. digging clay-heavy soil and stacking it where it would not wash back into the foundation. The work was simple, physical. It kept his hands busy and his mind blank. But Nemi's words stuck. I notice when someone is trying to make themselves easier to lose. He did not think of himself that way. He thought of himself as efficient, temporary, a man who finished what he started and moved on because staying meant weight he had no right to carry. But she had seen it in 3 days, which meant Islye had probably seen it too. He drove the shovel deeper. The missing ledger was discovered just before lunch. Kestro was coiling hose at the side of the annex when a volunteer came running out of the intake office, her face pale, her hands gesturing toward the door. "It was on her desk this morning," she said. "I saw it when I came in, and now it is gone." Islye appeared in the doorway. Her face was composed, but Kestro saw the tightness at the corners of her jaw, the way her fingers pressed flat against the doorframe as if she needed an anchor. "Which ledger?" he asked. "Supply inventory," she said. 4 weeks of deliveries and disbursements. Names of vendors, quantities, signatures. She did not say the rest out loud, but he heard it anyway. Proof of who funded what and who approved it. Kestro set down the hose. "When did you last see it?" 7 this morning. I logged the breakfast shipment in it and left it open on my desk." He looked past her into the office. Small room, single window overlooking the yard. 1 door, no signs of forced entry. "Anyone else in the building this morning?" "The usual rotation. Volunteers, kitchen staff. Nemi came through around 9. Nemi. Kestro turned. She was standing at the far end of the yard, near the supply shed, her medic's bag still slung over her shoulder, her dark eyes fixed on the commotion at the office door. She met his gaze, and held it. The bond hummed at the edge of his awareness, a low vibration he had learned to ignore through sheer discipline, but now it sharpened, focused. Nemi was watching him the same way she had watched him in the east wall room, like she was waiting for something, like she already knew what he would find. Chapter 15. Yaveth sent word at dusk. The message came through a girl no older than 12, her braids tight against her scalp, her eyes too watchful for someone who should have been inside doing homework. She found Kestro at the annex loading trench tools onto the cart and pressed a folded slip of paper into his palm without a word. 8 o'clock, rear entrance. "Come alone." He read it twice, then tucked it into his pocket and finished the cart. The missing ledger had sent a current through the shelter that had not settled. Volunteers spoke in lower voices. Islye had locked the intake office and carried the only key. She had not looked at Nemi since the discovery, and Nemi had not approached her to explain. Kestro worked through the late shift, trenching the east wall drainage, telling himself the physical labor would clear his head. It did not. Every time he stopped, his mind circled back to the same 2 facts. The ledger was gone, and Nemi had been in the building at 9. He did not want it to be her. That was the problem. He wanted her to be exactly what she appeared, a sharp-tongued medic who tracked patterns because she had seen too much loss to ignore the early signs. He wanted the ledger to have been misplaced. He wanted the watcher outside Yaveth's house to have been a stray drifter with no connection to the Oversight Board. Wanting did not make things true. At 7:45, he washed the clay from his hands at the annex spigot, shrugged into his coat, and walked east. Yaveth's house sat dark when he approached. Not abandoned dark. Intentional dark. The kind of dark that meant someone had drawn curtains and killed lights, and was waiting to see who followed. Stestra circled wide, crossed the street at the blind spot between 2 street lamps, and came up through the neighbor's yard. The rear entrance was a plain wooden door set into the stone wall, painted the same gray as the mortar, invisible unless you knew where to look. He knocked twice. The door opened on a sliver of candlelight. Yaveth stood in the gap, her white hair loose around her shoulders, her pale blue eyes scanning the alley behind him before she pulled him inside. "You were followed?" "No." "Good." She bolted the door and led him through a narrow pantry into a room he had not seen before. A study, small. Shelves lined 3 walls packed with ledgers and boxes and rolled papers that smelled of age and careful storage. A woman sat at the table. She was younger than Kestro had expected, maybe 30. Dark hair pulled back so tight it stretched her temples. Her hands were wrapped around a cup of tea she was not drinking, and her knuckles were white. She looked up when he entered, and flinched. Kestro stopped. I am not going to hurt you. She nodded, swallowed. Her throat moved like she had to force the breath past it. Marra Ulsis, Yaveth said, closing the study door behind them. This is Kestro Orrwick. Marra's eyes went wide. Orrwick, she repeated, like the word burned her mouth. You know the name. Everyone in records knows the name. She set the cup down, her hands shaking enough that the tea slopped over the rim. They do not say it, but they know it. Kestro stayed standing. Yaveth moved to the window and parted the curtain a finger's width, watching the street. Marra has been copying files for 2 years, Yaveth said. She brought me the travel voucher, the meeting minutes, the margin note about the front door. But there is more, Marra said. She looked at Kestro, looked away. Sealed lineage files, the ones they moved after the fire. Kestro's chest went cold. Tell me. The board keeps a master registry. Every pack line in the lowlands. Births, deaths, bloodline markers. She pressed her palm flat against the table, as if she needed the solid surface to keep speaking. After Thatch Grove burned, someone went through the registry and altered the entries. Altered how? Deleted. Her voice cracked. They deleted the bloodline notes, the resistance markers, anything that said your pack carried the trait. Then they reclassified the survivors. There were no survivors. Marra met his eyes. There was one. The room went quiet. Kestro heard his own pulse, heard the candle flame hiss when a draft touched it, heard Marra's breathing, shallow and fast, like she was standing on the edge of a high ledge. The sealed files still have the originals, she said, but before the alterations. If someone cross-references the registry against the sealed set, they can prove the board changed the record after the fact. They can prove your pack was marked. Who altered them? I do not know the name, but I know the date. 3 weeks after the fire. 2 board employees worked late. One of them carried a burn scar on his right jaw. Soren Mirek, Kestro saw it. The lean man with the pale gray eyes and the clipped iron-brown hair. The scar that ran along the underside of his jaw like a brand. Why are you telling me this now? Marra's composure cracked. Because they are auditing the sealed files, her voice climbed. Someone started going through the cabinet last week. They have not reached the Thatch Grove documents yet, but they will. I have maybe 3 days before they notice the originals do not match the registry. She stood. The chair scraped the floor. I should not be here. If they find out I copied those documents, they will. She stopped, swallowed again. I have a daughter. She's 8 years old. I cannot. Yaveth turned from the window. No one is asking you to testify tonight. Then why am I here? Marra's voice pitched high. Why did you bring him here? Yaveth looked at Kestro. Because he needed to see you were real. Marra stared at her, then at Kestro. I have the copies, she said. They are hidden, but I cannot hand them over until the audit passes or they will know exactly who took them. When? 3 days, maybe less, maybe never. Kestro stepped forward. I'm not asking you to risk your daughter. Marra's eyes were wet. Then what are you asking? He thought about it. The answer came slower than he expected. I am asking you to stay alive long enough to decide. She looked at him like he had said something she had not heard in years. The candle guttered. Yaveth to trim the wick, and in the brief darkness, Kestro heard something outside. Soft, deliberate, the shift of weight on gravel. He held up his hand. The room went silent. Marra's breath caught in her throat. Yaveth's hand froze above the candle. Kestro listened. Footsteps, fading. Someone had been standing at the back door, and whoever it was had just walked away. Chapter 16. The night had barely settled when the first sound came. Not a crack, but a long, wet groan, like something heavy settling into mud. Kestro's hand went still on the bracket he was testing. The beam above the east wall bowed at the center, its underside darkened by 3 days of rain that had found every seam in the roof. He stepped back and read the load path in 2 seconds. The roof membrane had failed somewhere above, doubled the dead weight, and the beam was carrying what it was never designed to hold. The split would reach the bearing wall in less than an hour. Islye appeared in the doorway, dark hair plastered flat from the run across the yard. East beam? He said. Going? She did not ask if he was sure. How long? 40 minutes if the rain holds, less if it picks up. She had her radio out before he finished. How many in this section? 17 cots, 15 occupied. 23, she corrected him without heat. 3 families doubled up when the other annex started leaking. He absorbed that without reacting. 23 people, and the beam was already talking. I need 10 minutes to brace it. The evac comes first. If the beam drops before everyone's out, the evac doesn't matter. They held each other's gaze for 1 breath. 2. She nodded. You get 10 minutes. Then I start pulling people whether you're ready or not. She was gone before he could answer, her voice already cutting through the annex, calm and specific. East section evacuation. Everyone up. Take what you can carry, but move now. Kestro found the lumber stack. 2 6x6 posts. A sledge. 12-inch spikes. Not enough time for proper jacking, but he did not need perfect. He needed the beam to hold long enough for 23 people to reach the door. He was driving the first post into place when Toven appeared at his elbow. I can help. No, I can carry. No, I'm not leaving while you're in here. Kestro drove the spike home. The impact vibrated up his arm into his shoulder. Your mother is waiting for you. She's at the market. She doesn't know where I am. The boy's voice did not waver. His dark fur at the temples was wet, his eyes steady. Maybe 10 years old, and he was not going to move. Kestro measured the beam again. The split had reached the first nail. Fine. Toven's ears perked. Take the far end of the brace line. When I tell you to pull, you pull hard and you don't let go until I say. If the beam shifts, you drop everything and you run for the door. You don't look back. You don't wait for me. Toven nodded once and moved. The boy was halfway across the floor when Islye's voice cut through again. East section clearix, the far cot. Rella's not moving. Kestro's hands kept working. Rella from the river camp? Yes, she won't leave without her mother's bag. I know. She was already heading toward the far cot. Kestro drove the second post into place and checked the load. The beam was still sagging. Pull. Toven pulled. The rope line went taut. The brace groaned. The beam held. Again. Toven pulled harder. The brace shifted a 1/4 inch. Hold. Kestro grabbed the sledge and drove the third spike home. The beam creaked but stopped moving. He stepped back. The roof was not going to fall in the next 10 minutes. He turned and found Islye at the far cot, crouched beside Rella. The teenage girl's arms were wrapped around a worn canvas bag, her eyes too bright and too dry. My mother will come back for it, Rella said. I know. Islye's voice was steady. But she won't come back for you if you're under a collective. Rella did not move. Islye touched her shoulder. You carry the bag. I'll carry you if I have to. But we're leaving now. Rella stood. Islye guided her toward the door, one hand on her back, steady and patient. Kestro watched them pass. Toven was still holding the rope line. Let go. The boy let go. Good job. Toven's tail moved once, a quick flick of acknowledgement. I knew you'd give me something to do. Kestro did not answer. He was looking at the beam. The split had stopped at the third nail. The brace was holding. But something else was holding too. Something he had not meant to let happen. He had just given a 10-year-old boy a job to keep him safe. He had acted like a mentor. He realized it too late. Islye was watching him from the doorway. Her expression was unreadable, soft, quiet, like she had seen something she had been waiting for. Kestro looked away. The beam will hold through the night, but the roof membrane needs replacing before the next rain. I know. Send someone with a tarp to cover the seam. I will. She was still watching him. He picked up the sledge. I'm going to check the other annex. You just did. I'm going to check it again. She did not stop him. He was halfway across the yard when the crack came. Not from behind him, from above. He looked up. The beam had not failed, but the wall had. The east-bearing wall was bowing outward, the soaked foundation having softened beneath it. The brace he had driven was holding the beam, but the wall was pushing the brace sideways, and the brace was pushing the beam into a twist that would bring down the entire corner of the annex. He had 40 seconds, maybe 30. He turned. Islye was still in the doorway. Get back! She did not move. Islye, the beam cracked again, and then the wall gave. Chapter 17. The beam had not failed, but the wall had. Kestro's body moved before his mind caught up. He crossed the yard in 6 strides, the sledge still in his hand, the sounds of wood splitting and mortar grinding filling the space where the east corner of the annex had been. The dust hit him first, chalky and wet, carrying the smell of soaked timber and old paint. He pushed through it. Islye was on the ground. She was not under the beam. The beam had twisted sideways, catching on the brace post he had driven, deflecting the main weight away from the doorway. The corner of the wall had come down in a stacked collapse, bricks and framing piled in a heap that stopped 3 feet from where she had been standing. She was sitting up. Her hand was pressed to her forehead, blood between her fingers. "Stay down!" He was already kneeling beside her, his hands moving across her shoulders, her arms checking for breaks. She let him. That was the thing that hit him harder than the fall. "Rella?" Islye's voice was thin. "Out. She's out. Tovin's out. Everyone's out. The east section. Gone, but clear. You got them out." She lowered her hand. The cut on her forehead was shallow, bleeding freely but not deep, a flash wound from flying debris. She would have a bruise across her temple tomorrow. "Your head. Fine." She blinked, focusing on his face. "You're bleeding." He looked down. His knuckles were split open. He did not remember hitting anything. He must have punched through a piece of the framing to reach her. "I'm fine." "You're not." She reached for his hand. Her fingers closed around his, and the bond slammed through him, hot and immediate, her pulse meeting his through the contact. He should pull back. He did not. They stayed like that, kneeling in the debris, the dust settling around them, while the shelter crowd began to emerge from the yard. Voices called out questions. Someone ran for Nemi. Islye's thumb moved across his knuckles, a small, deliberate motion, checking the damage. "I told you to get back," he said. "I told you to stop pretending." Her voice was steady. The blood on her forehead was starting to dry. "We both got what we didn't ask for tonight." He almost laughed. The sound came out wrong, thick and broken, but it was there. Someone cleared their throat behind him. Nemi stood at the edge of the debris, her medic bag already open. "Either you both come to the annex table now, or I'm treating you right here in the mud. Your choice." Islye stood first. She did not let go of his hand. Kestro let her pull him up. The annex table was not a table. It was a collapsed wooden door laid across 2 sawhorses in what had been the loading bay, now serving as the shelter's triage center. Nemi worked in silence, stitching Islye's forehead with quick, practiced movements. "Is it going to scar?" Relza's voice came from the doorway. She was still holding the canvas bag, her arms wrapped around it like a lifeline. "Not if she stops picking at the bandage." Nemi did not look up. "Which she will not, but I can hope." Islye made a sound that might have been a laugh. It came out exhausted, half-formed, but real. Kestro stood at the far end of the loading bay, his back to the wall, watching the room. He had learned that habit years ago. Always find the exit, always know the load path, always keep your back to something solid. But the room did not arrange itself around exits tonight. It arranged itself around Islye. He saw it before she did. Rella sat closest to her. Tovin had claimed a crate near the door, his tail wrapped around his ankles, his eyes fixed on Kestro. Baron appeared from the shelter kitchen with a pot of soup and 4 cups, setting them on the door table without a word. A few of the displaced residents drifted into the bay, not crowding, just settling in the edges of the light. They were waiting. Kestro realized it with a jolt that had nothing to do with the collapse. They were waiting to see what happened next, and they were looking at him and Islye, as if the answer involved them both. He looked away. Baron pressed a cup of soup into his hands. Her yellow-green eyes were unblinking. "Drink it before it gets cold." "I'm not." "You are." She turned and walked back to the kitchen. Kestro drank. The soup was thin, mostly broth with a few vegetables floating in it, but it was hot. The heat spread through his chest, loosening something he had not realized was locked. Islye appeared beside him. Nemi had finished with her head and was now rapping his split knuckles with efficient, impersonal movements. Islye picked up her soup cup and stood close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "She's right about the soup," Islye said. "She's right about a lot of things. First time I've heard you admit anyone else is right. First time I've had hot soup after a collapse." The corner of her mouth lifted, a small smile, barely there, but he caught it. The bond hummed between them, low and warm like the distant thrum of a generator. He reached past her for the salt tin Baron had left on the door table. It was a simple movement, nothing. His arm crossed in front of her chest and he caught it. Her scent, not from the salt tin, from her, the warmth of her skin, the faint trace of rain and shelter soap, the deeper note underneath that was just her, the mate smell that his wolf recognized down to the bone. He froze. The salt tin was in his hand, his arm was still extended, his face was at the level of her throat. He was breathing her in. He could not stop. Islye went still. She knew. He could feel it in the way her breath caught, the way her pulse jumped against the bond. She knew exactly what he was doing, and she was not pulling away. "Kestro." Her voice was low. Not a warning, not an invitation. Just his name, spoken like it meant something. He lowered his arm. "The soup needs salt." "It does." He salted his soup. She salted hers. They stood in the loaded silence and drank. The crowd around them had not moved. Tovin was staring openly, a grin spreading across his face. Rella had stopped hugging her bag. Baron watched from the kitchen doorway, her unblinking eyes missing nothing. Kestro felt like every person in the room had just watched him trip over his own feet and land at Islye's feet. "You all need somewhere else to be," he said. No one moved. "Sir?" Tovin's voice was bright. "I don't think that's how shelters work." The laugh that broke out of Islye was real, full-throated and sudden, cracking the tension like a hammer through drywall. She pressed her hand to her mouth, but it kept coming. Kestro stared at her. She laughed harder. The shelter residents started laughing too. Not at him, with her. The sound spread through the loading bay like the first warm front after a freeze. He had not heard her laugh before. He wanted to hear it again. The bay door scraped open. Crev Haig stood in the entrance, rain streaming off his coat, his face set in the expression he wore when he was delivering news he did not want to carry. The laughter died. "Kestro." Krev's eyes found him across the room. "Islye." He stepped inside and let the door fall closed behind him. "Yaveth wants you both at her house, tonight." Chapter 18. The rain had not stopped. It hammered the loading bay roof as Crev led them through the service alley, his coat streaming, his boots splashing through puddles that had not been there an hour ago. Islye walked close behind him. Kestro took the rear, his split knuckles throbbing under the wet bandage, his ribs aching with every step. The bond pulled at him. Not hard, just enough to remind him she was there. They crossed 2 blocks, then a third. The shelter district fell away behind them, replaced by narrower streets and older buildings, their foundations dark with moisture, their windows shuttered against the weather. Crev stopped at a gate Kestro recognized. Yaveth's house. The light was on in the kitchen window. A single lamp, low and steady, casting a yellow rectangle across the wet stones. Crev pushed the gate open and gestured them through. "She's waiting." Kestro entered first. The kitchen was warm, dry, smelled of tea and old paper. Yaveth sat at the table with her hands folded around a ceramic mug, her white hair loose around her shoulders, her pale blue eyes fixed on the door. She did not rise. "Close the door," she said. Islye shut it behind them. The rain became a muffled drumbeat, distant and contained. Yaveth looked at Kestro for a long moment, then at Islye. Her gaze was not cold. It was assessing, the way she had looked at him the first time he had walked into this house, measuring whether he would break or hold. "Sit down, both of you." Kestro sat. Islye took the chair beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. The bond hummed. Yaveth pushed 2 empty mugs across the table. "Pour yourselves. There is something I need to show you." She reached beneath the table and brought up a cardboard file box. Not the folder she had shown him before. A box, commercial grade, the kind used for storage, the flaps worn soft at the edges. Islye poured the tea. Her hands were steady. Kestro's were not. Yaveth set the box in the center of the table and lifted the lid. Inside were papers, dozens of them. Some typed, some handwritten, some folded so many times the creases had torn through. A photograph lay on top, face down. "I told you I had been collecting evidence for 6 years," Yaveth said. "This is the part I did not show you yet." She pulled out the photograph and turned it over. Kestro's breath stopped. It was a group shot. 15 people standing in front of a building he knew. Thatch Grove's main hall, before the fire, with the clay tile roof intact and the carved support beams still bearing the river patterns his father had taught him to cut. His father was in the front row. Kestro Orrwick stood with his arms crossed, a smudge of clay on his cheek, his gray eyes squinting into the sun. Beside him stood a woman with dark braids and a face Kestro remembered from every meal of his childhood. His mother. Kestro's hand moved before he told it to. He touched the edge of the photograph, not quite taking it. "Where did you get this?" "From the courier who brought your bowl." Yaveth's voice was steady. "He found it in a box of debris the board sold to a salvage company 3 months after the fire. The salvage worker kept the photograph, sold it to the courier for 25 silver. Kestro traced the outline of his mother's face. The bond flickered. Warmth, not his own, rising alongside his. Islye had not moved, but he felt her presence like a hand on his back. He pulled his hand away. "What else is in the box?" Yaveth began pulling out papers. She set them on the table and rose, as if laying out evidence at a hearing. Witness statements from 3 people who lived within earshot of Thatch Grove. All of them heard shouting before the flames. 2 of them saw a truck leave the access road approximately 15 minutes before the fire started. None of them came forward because the official inquiry never asked. She set down a second stack. Property notices from the Halvern Lowlands office. 6 months before the fire, Thatch Grove's land was flagged for rezoning. The notice was sent to the Oversight Board, not to the Pack Alpha. The rezoning was approved 43 days before the fire. Islye leaned forward. "Rezoning for what?" "Commercial development." Yaveth's voice was flat. "A riverfront shipping terminal. The kind of development that requires the existing residents to relocate. Or be relocated." Kestro's jaw tightened. The smoke smell was back. Not real, just memory, but strong enough that he had to breathe through his mouth to keep it down. "And the inspection records," Yaveth continued. 3 independent structural inspections of Thatch Grove's buildings were conducted in the year before the fire. All 3 passed. The roof, the kiln shed, the residential hall, the storage cellar. Everything was sound. She set down a third stack. "The official post-fire record claims the buildings were condemned due to pre-existing structural failure, but these 3 inspections say the opposite." Kestro picked up the top inspection report. The ink had faded, but he could still read the signature at the bottom. Graf Orrwick. His father had signed off on the inspection, confirmed the buildings were sound, and then the board had burned them anyway. The smoke smell thickened. He could almost taste it, ash and pitch and the sharp chemical stink of accelerant. His hand shook. He set the report down. "Kestro." Isly's voice, low, quiet, not asking him to explain. He did not look at her. "Yaveth." His voice came out rough. "What do you need from us tonight?" Yaveth set the last paper down. "I need you to understand what Marra Ulsis is risking." She pulled a sealed envelope from the bottom of the box. Marra identified a second sealed file cabinet in the board basement, not the one she has been copying from, a different one. She believes it contains the original land trade agreements, the travel vouchers, and the internal correspondence between Marek and the development firm. Isly's breath caught. "There is more," Yaveth said. "Marra thinks she can access it, if she dares one more breach." Kestro stared at the envelope, the fire in his throat, the shouts in his memory, the front door barred from the outside. "Where is the cabinet?" "In the board-sealed records room. 3rd floor. Restricted access. 2 locks, key code, and biometric." "Who's biometric?" Yaveth's winter sky eyes met his. Director Marek's. The rain hammered the roof. Islye did not flinch. Kestro felt the bond pulse, a steady heat against the cold knot in his chest. "Marek's own cabinet," he said slowly. Yes. And Marra is willing to try to open it. She is willing to try. Yaveth's voice was careful. If she has someone on the outside who can move the evidence before the night audit. The room went still. Kestro looked at the photograph of his parents, at the inspection report signed by his father's hand, at the sealed envelope that held the thread that could unravel the man who had ordered his pack erased. He looked at Islye. She was watching him with those brown eyes, steady and warm, not pushing, not pulling, just waiting. The bond pulled, but he did not move toward her. He reached for the envelope. Tell Marra I will be the one on the outside. Chapter 19. He reached for the envelope. Yaveth's hand covered it before he could touch it. Not yet. Her voice was low but firm. You need to understand what you are asking for before you take it. Kestro's hand stayed where it was, suspended over the paper. Marra does not know which cabinet this index came from, Yaveth said. She copied it from a file drawer labeled Lineage Administration Current, but the contents do not match the label. She pulled a single folded sheet from the envelope, holding it by the corner so neither of them could grab it. This is a list of pack names, 37 of them, dates of registration, dates of dissolution, and a column of coded markings beside each entry. Islye leaned in. Coded how? Symbols. Yaveth set the paper flat on the table. 3 types. A circle, a triangle, a crosshatch. Marra spent 2 weeks matching the symbols to what she knew about the packs. She pointed at the first column. Circle means the pack dissolved through natural attrition. Every member died or left over time. Triangle means the pack was formally reassigned to another territory by board order. Her finger moved to the crosshatch. This one means the pack was terminated administratively. Kestro stared at the crosshatch marks. There were more of them than the others. How many? His voice scraped. 12 packs, including Thatch Grove. The rain hammered the roof. The lamp flickered. The bond pulsed at the edge of Kestro's awareness, a steady warmth he could not afford to feel right now. 12 packs, he repeated. Marked for termination. Yaveth's winter sky eyes held his. There is more. Marra found a second index cross referencing the crosshatch packs against a separate numbering system. She believes these are the biological markers. Bloodline resistance data, tracking which lines carried the trait. Islay's breath caught. She copied that too? She copied the first page. The rest of the index is still in Mirrek's cabinet. Kestro looked at the folded sheet, at the crosshatch beside his pack's name, at the symbol that meant someone had decided Thatch Grove should not exist. The fire in his throat. The front door barred from the outside, the shouting before the flames. Show me the rest of the box, he said. Yaveth pulled out more papers. Property deeds. Correspondence between the board and the development firm. A letter dated 6 weeks before the fire, signed by a board director, referencing the Lowlands bloodline situation and proposing administrative resolution. The words were careful, the meaning was not. Kestro read the letter twice, then a third time. Pass made the smoke smell thicker, the ash taste sharper, the memory of burned fur more vivid. He set the letter down. Islye's hand was on the table, close but not touching, a space small enough to cross, wide enough to choose. He did not move. What else does Marra need? Yaveth's expression shifted, not softening but focusing. Mirrek keeps a personal drawer in his desk, not a file cabinet, a desk drawer. Biometric lock and key code. She has seen him open it twice. And she wants someone to move the contents. Yes. While she breaches the drawer. Yes. Kestro looked at the envelope, at the crosshatch beside his pack's name, at the letter proposing administrative resolution. I will be on the outside. Yaveth nodded once, slow, deliberate. Then we have a plan. She slid the folded sheet toward him. Keep this. Memorize it. If Marra is caught, this index may be the only proof that the registry exists. Statra took the paper. The crosshatch mark burned against his fingertips. He folded it and slid it into his inner pocket. The bond flickered. Islay's warmth rising alongside his grief. He felt her presence like a hand on his shoulder. He did not turn toward her, but he did not pull away. Yaveth began gathering the other papers. Marra will send word when she has a window. It could be tonight. It could be 3 days. You need to be ready to move at any time. I will be. And you need to understand what happens if she is caught. Kestro met her eyes. She disappears. The evidence disappears, and Matriarch knows someone is hunting him. Yes. The rain kept falling. Kestro looked at his father's signature on the inspection report. The truth of it settled in his chest, cold and steady. Then we make sure she is not caught. Islye moved then, just a fraction. Her hand shifted closer on the table, not quite touching his, but close enough that he could feel the warmth of her skin in the space between. Kestro. He looked at her. Her brown eyes were steady. No fear, no hesitation. You do not have to do this alone. The bond pulled, harder than before. A tug that reached past his ribs, past the scar tissue of grief, past the wall he had built around himself for 6 years. He did not answer. But he did not say no. Yaveth cleared her throat. There is one more thing. She pulled a second envelope from the box, smaller, sealed with wax. Marra sent this separately. She said to open it only when you are alone. Kestro took the envelope. The wax seal was unbroken. A single symbol pressed into it. A crosshatch. He tucked it into his pocket beside the index. The rain began to lighten. Not stopping, but softening. The rhythm shifting from assault to persistence. Yaveth stood. You know where to find me. Now go. Rest while you can. Kestro stood. Islye stood beside him. They walked to the door together. Neither of them spoke. The rain hit them as they stepped outside, cold and relentless. The bond hummed through the wet dark, a steady thread of warmth that refused to let him drift. Islye did not reach for him, but she stayed close enough that he could hear her breathing over the rain. They crossed the yard. The shelter lights were visible through the trees, dim and yellow and waiting. Kestro's hand went to his pocket, to the wax seal, to the crosshatch that had marked his pack for death. He did not open it, not yet. But he felt the weight of it, a thread that could unravel everything Matriarch had buried, or tighten around his throat. Islye stopped at the shelter door. She turned to face him. The bond pulled. The rain kept falling, and Kestro realized he was not sure which way he would run when the thread snapped. A rustle from the shelter annex. Quick footsteps. Then Tovin's voice, not a question, but a statement. You came back. Kestro looked at the boy, at the dark fur at his temples, at the fearless trust in his eyes. He did not correct him, but he did not confirm it either. The bond hummed, the crosshatch burned in his pocket. And somewhere in the board basement, Marra was reaching for a drawer that could save them all, or bury them completely. Chapter 20. The rain had stopped by the time Kestro reached Yaveth's house again. The air still held wet, the gravel dark and reflective under a moon trying to break through. He had left Islye at the shelter door without explanation, without promise, and she had let him go the way she always did, steady and waiting and asking nothing he could not give. He did not knock. Yaveth opened before his hand touched wood. You came back faster than I expected. I need to see it. She stepped aside. The kitchen lamp was still burning. The file box sat open on the table where he had left it. The photograph of his parents face up beside the inspection reports, the index, the letter about administrative resolution. Yaveth watched him settle into the chair. She did not sit. The full packet includes names, board employees who signed the orders, travel voucher issuers, the clerks who processed the rezoning. Kestro looked at the box, at the paper edges visible inside, the promise of names, dates, signatures, the machinery of murder rendered in ink. How many names? 9, 3 still active, 2 retired, 4 who left the board within months of the fire and could not be traced. He set his hands flat on the table. The crosshatch index burned against his chest where he had tucked it. Yaveth waited. Kestro did not reach for the box. He sat there, hands flat, breathing steady, and the room held him in its quiet, like a weight he had not noticed carrying until it began to shift. 3 days. Yaveth's expression did not change, but something in her posture tightened. Excuse me? 3 days, before I take it. She looked at him the way a person looks at a crack in a wall they had not seen before, not doubting it, measuring it. That is not what I expected you to say. I know. May I ask why? Kestro looked at his hands, at the clay still worked into the lines of his fingers from the morning's repairs, at the healing split across his knuckles from punching through debris to reach Islye. Because if I take it now, I will read it tonight. And if I read it tonight, I will act tonight. And I do not trust what I will do when I act. Is that caution or fear? Both. Yaveth sat down across from him. Her pale blue eyes held no judgment, only the depth of someone who had been watching people long enough to know when a wall was not breaking, but opening. 3 days. And then? And then I take the packet. I memorize the names. I become the person who carries them forward. Into what? I do not know yet. She studied him. A long pause that stretched into the creak of the house settling, the last drip of rain from the eaves. That is more honesty than I expected from you tonight. It is more than I expected to give. Yaveth reached for the box and closed the lid. The motion was final, deliberate, a door shutting on something that would stay shut until he was ready. 3 days. I will hold the packet, but I want clear terms. Name them. You do not spend those 3 days alone. You stay in Halvern. You stay near the people who are trying to keep you here. Kestro felt the crosshatch against his chest, felt the weight of the sealed envelope in his other pocket, the one Marra had sent for his eyes only, still unopened. And if I cannot promise that, then you take the packet now and I accept the risk. He met her winter sky eyes. I will stay. She nodded, once, slow. Then we have terms. He stood. The chair scraped the floor, a sound that seemed too loud in the settling quiet. Yaveth did not stand. She stayed seated, her hands folded on the closed box. Kestro. He paused at the door. You asked for 3 days. That is the first time since I met you that you have planned for permanence. He did not answer, but he felt the truth of it settle into his chest alongside the crosshatch burn. He stepped outside. The night was clear, the clouds breaking apart, the moon throwing silver across the wet gravel yard. He pulled the door shut behind him and stood for a moment, breathing air that no longer tasted of rain. The stranger stepped from the dark. Kestro had not heard him approach, had not scented him. The man was simply there, standing at the corner of Yaveth's fence line, still as a stone, watching. He was lean, graying at the temples, dressed in dark clothes that absorbed the moonlight, and his eyes were fixed on Kestro with the patience of someone who had been waiting a long time. Orrwick. The voice was low, familiar in a way Kestro could not place. Kestro did not answer. He stopped, held his ground. The man took one step closer, close enough to see the scar along his jaw, a thin white line that caught the moon. Thatch Grove should have stayed buried. The words hit like a fist through old mortar. Kestro's hands did not move. His breathing did not change. But the crosshatch burned. The bond flickered, distant and warm, somewhere in the direction of the shelter. And the stranger smiled. Thin, cold, a smile that had been practiced. You are a loose thread, Orrwick, and loose threads get cut. He turned and walked into the dark between the fence posts. No hurry, no sound. Kestro stood alone in the wet yard, the moon on his face, the threat hanging in the air like the last scent of rain. Chapter 21. He did not sleep. Kestro had told himself he would try, that the body needed rest to hold up through the next 3 days. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw the stranger's scar catching moonlight and heard the low, familiar voice saying, "Loose thread." He was at the intake hall before dawn, checking the roof anchors by headlamp, tightening bolts that did not need tightening because the motion was the only thing that quieted his hands. The black floodwater had dropped another inch overnight. The rear column mortar was still wet. He was on his 3rd circuit of the east wall when the door opened, and Islye stepped into the yard with a clipboard and a mug. She did not speak. She set the mug on the step beside his tool belt and stood there, waiting, her breath fogging the cold air. Kestro kept working. "Morning," she said after a long minute. "Morning. You been here all night?" She made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite disbelief. Something in between that said she knew the difference and was not going to call him on it yet. The mug sat on the step. Steam curled off the surface. He could smell the tea from where he stood, the same blend she had made him that first night in the converted school. He did not reach for it. Islye watched him for another moment, then turned and went inside. The day started quiet and stayed that way for almost 2 hours. A trickle of evacuees from the river camp, families carrying what they could fit in bags, a few singles who signed in with numb hands and took the cots they were given without complaint. Kestro worked the repairs, replaced a cracked window frame in the annex, braced the back step where the nails had pulled loose, tightened the latch on the supply closet door because it was driving him into a low-grade fury every time he passed it. He did not think about the stranger. He did not think about the crosshatch against his chest. He did not think about the sealed envelope still in his pocket, untouched, waiting for a moment of solitude that never came and that he was not sure he wanted. The surge hit around 10. A bus from the North transfer station pulled up with 37 people who had been displaced overnight when a levee cracked on the Upriver channel. They arrived wet, cold, and carrying nothing, and the shelter only had 23 open cots. Kestro was hauling a rack of folding beds from the storage shed when he heard the volunteer's voice rise inside. "I told you, we do not have more cots. You need to wait." The voice was young, frayed, stretched past its limit. Kestro set the beds down and walked inside. The volunteer was a kid, maybe 19, standing between a cluster of new arrivals and the intake table with his hands up like he was stopping traffic. His face was red. The family in front of him had a toddler clinging to the mother's coat, and the toddler was crying. Kestro saw the volunteer's shoulders lock, saw the boy open his mouth to say something worse. "No," Kestro said. The volunteer turned. The word had come out flat, hard, carrying the weight of a man who had spent too many years being the last person in a room to soften anything. "That is not how we do it here." The volunteer's mouth closed. His jaw tightened. Kestro was already reaching for the rack of folding beds before he realized he had moved. He set the first one up in 3 motions, the frame snapping open, the cot legs hitting the floor. Islye appeared at his elbow. She did not look at him. She took the second cot from the rack and opened it beside his, matching his rhythm without a word. The volunteer stood frozen. Islye glanced at him, calm, clear. "Go make tea," she said. "The big pot. Everyone gets a cup before they sign in." The boy exhaled, nodded, disappeared toward the kitchen. Kestro set up the 3rd cot, the 4th. By the time he reached the 5th, the family with the toddler had moved past the table and the mother was settling the child onto a mattress that someone else had brought while he was not looking. He straightened. Islye was watching him. She did not say anything. She picked up her clipboard and resumed logging arrivals, her pen moving in that neat, unhesitating script she used for everything from intake forms to shelter rosters. Kestro worked through the rest of the surge without speaking to her, but he felt her presence in the room, the way he felt the bond, a constant low hum at the edge of his awareness, patient, warm, waiting. By 2 in the afternoon, the surge had settled. The cots were full, the tea was drunk. The toddler was asleep on her mother's chest in the corner of the main hall, and someone had found a bag of donated children's books that were making the rounds among the younger evacuees. Kestro was in the supply closet, inventorying nails, when Islye appeared in the doorway. She stood there, did not step inside. "You did not sleep last night," she said. "I slept enough." "That is not what I asked." He set the nail box on the shelf, turned. She was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, her dark hair slipping loose from its tie, her brown eyes fixed on him with that steady, unblinking attention that made him feel like a wall she was reading for weak points. "Something happened last night," she said. "After Yaveth's." He did not answer. "Kestro, nothing happened." She tilted her head, not buying it, not even pretending to buy it. "You snapped at a volunteer this morning. You never snap at volunteers. You do not raise your voice at anyone who is trying to help, even when they deserve it." He needed to be corrected. "That is not why you said it." The silence stretched between them. The bond pulsed, low and warm, a reminder that she could feel him even when he did not want to be felt. "Who are you protecting?" she asked. The question landed soft and clean, like a blade slipped between ribs before the target felt the cut. "By keeping silent," she added. "Who do you think you are sparing by carrying it alone?" He opened his mouth, closed it. The crosshatch burred against his chest. Marra's envelope pressed against his ribs like a second heartbeat, and somewhere beyond the shelter walls, a sound rose that cut through the silence before he could answer. Low, rising, steady, flood sirens. The first wail went out across the district, and then another and another, until the air itself was full of the sound, a long descending howl that meant the upper channel had failed. Islye's face went still. She turned, walked to the main hall door, pulled it open. The sky was the color of iron, and in the distance, past the rooftops, something dark was spreading across the floodplain. Kestro followed her to the threshold. The sirens did not stop. Chapter 22. The flood sirens ended 3 hours ago, but the water kept rising. By midnight, the intake hall had become an island. The street outside ran knee-deep in black, carrying debris that bumped against the shelter walls like something alive trying to get in. Kestro had spent those 3 hours moving Cots to the high side of the building, rechecking the rear column and pretending he could not feel Islye's gaze tracking him from the intake desk. Now the shelter was quiet. The evacuees had settled into the rhythm of displacement. Soft voices, a child's occasional cough, the clink of a spoon against a cup. Someone had turned off the overhead lights, leaving only the kitchen glow spilling through the service window. Kestro stood at the counter with his back to the room, his hands braced on the edge, his shoulders a hard line against the dim light. He had not opened Marra's envelope. He had not slept. The crosshatch mark burned against his chest like a brand that had not finished cooling. 17 hours. That was how long it had been since the sirens first tore the afternoon apart. 17 hours of ferrying evacuees, bracing doors, hauling sandbags, and pretending the stranger's voice had not carved a groove into his skull. Loose thread. The kitchen door swung open. He did not turn. He knew the weight of her footsteps now, the rhythm of them, the way she paused at the threshold before committing to the room. "You should be sleeping," he said. "I could say the same." She moved past him to the stove. He heard the click of the burner, the hiss of gas, the scrape of a kettle being filled. Steam rose in a thin plume, catching the light. She did not speak while the water heated. Neither did he. The silence was not empty, was full, dense with everything they had not said in the 17 hours since the sirens, in the 3 days since Yaveth's kitchen, in the 6 years since Thatch Grove. "Who are you protecting?" Her question was still hanging in the air between them, unanswered, waiting. The kettle clicked off. She poured 2 cups, set one on the counter beside his elbow, wrapped her hands around her own and leaned against the opposite counter, facing him. He picked up the cup. The warmth seeped into his palms, into the split skin of his knuckles, into the ache he had been carrying so long he had forgotten it had a beginning. "Kestro." He looked up. Her face was stripped of everything but bone-tired honesty. The exhaustion had worn away whatever walls she usually kept between her eyes and what they meant. "Tell me one thing," she said. "Not everything. One thing." The bond thrummed between them, low and patient, waiting for him to choose. He could lie. He could deflect. He could set the cup down and walk out of the kitchen and find something to fix until she stopped looking at him like that. But his feet did not move. "I am tired," he said. The words came out rough, scraped from somewhere he had not opened in years. "Of carrying it alone," he said. "Of being the only one who remembers." Her breath caught, soft, quick, a sound she probably thought he did not hear. She set her cup down, crossed the kitchen, stopped less than an arm's length away. "There is something I have been wanting to do," she said, "since the warehouse, since the first time I smelled you in the dark and knew exactly what you were." She lifted her hand, slowly, deliberately, giving him time to stop it, to step back, to turn away. He did not. Her fingers brushed his jaw. The touch was light, almost questioning, as if she were testing whether he was real or something she had dreamed in the long hours of the shift. "Tell me to stop," she said, "and I will." He could not have told her to stop if the building had been collapsing around them. The bond roared through him. Not a command, but a recognition, a homecoming he had been running from for weeks. Her scent filled his lungs. Her warmth bled through the space between them. Her thumb traced the line of his cheekbone, and he felt it everywhere. In his chest, in his ribs, in the places he thought had died with Thatch Grove. He lifted his own hand, covered hers where it rested against his face. "I do not know how to do this," he said. "I do not know how to want something without believing it will be taken." Her eyes glistened. She did not blink. "Then let me show you." She rose on her toes. He leaned down. The space between them closed to the width of a breath, to the line of heat where their mouths almost touched, to the moment before the world rearranged itself around the shape of two people choosing each other. The phone rang, a strident mechanical shriek that cut through the kitchen like a blade. They both froze. The phone rang again. Islye's hand dropped from his face. She turned, grabbed the receiver from the wall mount, pressed it to her ear. Her face went still in a different way. "Where?" she said. "How many?" A pause. "We are coming." She hung up. The kitchen felt suddenly cold. "The ferry landing," she said. "The lower district. A warehouse on the floodline just buckled. People are trapped. They are asking for structural support." She was already moving, grabbing her jacket from the hook by the door, pulling her wet hair back into a tie. "They are asking for me," he said. It was not a question. She stopped at the threshold, turned. "Yes." The bond pulled at him, urgent, alive, demanding he follow her into the dark. He grabbed his tool belt from the bench. They ran out together into the rain, the heat of the kiss still burning in the space between them, untouched, waiting. The question of their mouths hanging unfinished in the air like the first note of a song that had not yet been sung. Chapter 23. The ferry landing warehouse looked like a rib cage half sunken in black water. Kestro took it in before the boat finished bumping against the submerged stairs. The east wall had buckled inward, the roof line dipped at a 13-degree angle, and the flood line had already reached the second-story loading dock. He could hear shouts from inside, muffled by distance and the slap of water against foundation stones. Islye was already tying off the boat line. "Stay here," he said. She looked at him. The rain had plastered her hair flat against her skull. The cut on her forehead was still pink at the edges where Nemi's stitches held. "You know that is not going to happen." He did know. That was the problem. He turned and waded toward the loading dock, the water cold against his thighs, the tool belt heavy at his hip. She followed 2 steps behind, close enough that he could feel the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat, close enough that he could still smell her skin where his face had almost been. He forced his attention to the building. The loading dock door was jammed. He found the binding point by touch, ran his fingers along the track, felt the spot where warped metal had caught on a warped frame. "Leverage point," he said. She handed him the pry bars without being asked. The metal screeched. The door lurched and slid sideways just enough for a man to squeeze through. Inside, the air was thick with gasoline and rust and the chemical bite of submerged freight. A service elevator shaft had become a waterfall. Someone had stacked pallets against the back wall to create a dry platform, and 8 people were huddled there, watching the water rise. Kestro assessed the structure in 6 seconds. Roof beam was holding, but the east wall tie had slipped. If it went, the whole west side would follow. He turned to Islye. "I need them moving now. The wall tie is failing." She did not ask how he knew. She moved past him onto the pallet platform, her voice cutting through the dark with the same calm authority she had used in the warehouse 6 weeks ago. "This way. Single file. Leave everything except people." They came out fast. A woman carrying an infant. 2 men supporting an elderly third. A teenage girl clutching a waterproof satchel. A child who could not stop crying. Kestro counted them off as they passed. 8. He was the last one out. The wall tie snapped when he was halfway across the loading dock. The sound was a wet crack, deep and final. He did not stop. He did not look back. He kept moving toward the boat where Islye was already reaching for him. The intake hall was full by the time they got back. Every cot was taken. The overflow had spilled into the hallway, where people sat on blankets with their backs against the wall, holding whatever they had grabbed before the water came. The smell of wet wool and exhausted bodies pressed against the ceiling. Kestro walked through them, checking the rear column again, checking the roof anchors, checking everything he had already checked 3 times that night. His hands moved because they knew how. His mind was still back in the kitchen, still feeling the space where her mouth had almost been. Tovin found him in the supply closet. "You look weird," the boy said. Kestro did not turn around. "Weird how?" "Like someone who forgot to finish something." Kestro's hand paused on a box of nails. "Go check the east window seals," he said. "If they are weeping, tell me." Tovin did not move. "Did you almost kiss her?" Kestro turned. The boy was standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, his fox shifter ears flat against his skull. His expression, the particular blend of smug and innocent that only a 10-year-old could manage. "No," Kestro said. "That is not a no that means no," Tovin said. "That is a no that means yes, but you do not want to talk about it." "East window seals. Fine." Tovin turned, then looked back over his shoulder. "For the record, she has been smiling funny all night. That is a good sign." He disappeared down the hall. Kestro stood in the supply closet with a box of nails in his hands and felt something crack open in his chest, something he had been holding shut with both hands for 6 years. Baron found him in the kitchen an hour later. She did not say anything. She just set a bowl of soup on the counter beside him and started wiping down the stove with the kind of slow, deliberate patience that said she was not going anywhere until he talked. He did not talk. She kept wiping. "You know," she said finally, "I have been cooking for shelters for 37 years. I have seen people fall in love in worse conditions than this." "Baron, I am just saying, the soup is hot. The building is still standing. You could do worse." He picked up the spoon. The soup was thick with root vegetables and herbs he could not name. It tasted like someone had made it on purpose for him to eat. That alone almost undid him. "He is a good kid," Ferry said. "Tovin, he has been through a lot. They all have." Kestro kept eating. "He asked me if you were going to stay," she said, "after the flood." Kestro set the spoon down. "What did you tell him?" "I told him I'd not know." She met his eyes. "What would you like me to tell him next time he asks?" The question hung in the air, heavier than the rain, heavier than the bond, heavier than the weight of every promise he had ever made to himself about leaving before he could be left. "I do not know," he said. It was the truth. Baron nodded, as if she had expected nothing else, and went back to her stove. The call came at 3 a.m. Kestro was dozing upright against the kitchen wall, his body too exhausted to sleep, his mind too wired to rest. Islye was at the intake desk, processing the last of the ferry landing survivors. Tovin was asleep under a blanket in the corner. Baron was making tea for the 3rd time that night. The radio crackled. The dispatcher's voice was flat with the particular exhaustion that came from working a disaster too long to feel alarm anymore. "All units, Upper District Levy report. The secondary berm has cracked. Estimated failure within 2 hours. Repeat, secondary berm failure imminent. Full evacuation of the North Zone is ordered." Kestro was on his feet before the message finished. Islye was already at the map table, her finger tracing the evacuation route, her face set in the expression he had learned to recognize as the one she wore when she was calculating how many people she could save and how many she might lose. "The North Zone holds 3 shelters," she said. 200 people, maybe more." Kestro looked at the map. The intake hall sat just south of the evacuation boundary. If the berm failed fast, the water would not stop at the North Zone. He looked at Islye. She was already looking at him. "We do not have enough boats," she said. Chapter 24. The intake hall hummed with the sound of people who knew they might need to move again before dawn. Cots lined every wall. Children slept on folded blankets in the hallways. The radio spat intermittent updates from the North Zone evacuation. Boats running shuttles, water rising faster than estimated. Kestro had been standing at the map table for 20 minutes, not moving. Islye appeared beside him with 2 cups of tea. She set one within his reach and did not step away. "You have checked the rear column 4 times in the last hour," she said. "It is still holding." "I know." "Then what are you doing?" He looked at the map. At the intake hall's position on the southern edge of the evacuation boundary. At the flood lines the dispatcher had marked in pencil, creeping closer with each update. "I am calculating how fast we need to move if the berm fails before the boats finish the north run." Islye did not tell him the boats were already stretched thin. She did not need to. They both knew. The door to the intake office opened behind them. Kestro turned. Yaveth stood in the doorway with rain streaming off her coat, her white hair plastered to her skull, her pale blue winter sky eyes fixed on him with an expression he had never seen on her face before. Urgency, and something else, something that looked like fear. "Marra is at my house," Yaveth said. "She has the file. She will not speak to anyone but you." The room went still. Islye set her tea down. "The North Zone will still be flooding in an hour," Yaveth said. "This will not wait." Kestro looked at the map, at the Cots, at the people, at Islye. "Go," she said. "I will hold the evacuation until you get back." He wanted to argue. He wanted to stay. He wanted to keep his hands busy with something he understood. Something with load paths and clear outcomes and no names that marked the dead as a regulatory problem. But the crosshatch envelope was still pressed against his chest, unopened, and Marra had risked her life to bring the file to Yaveth's door. He grabbed his coat and followed Yaveth into the rain. The house was dark, except for the kitchen light. Yaveth opened the door without knocking and stepped aside. Marra Ulses sat at the kitchen table, with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea that was no longer steaming. Her dark hair was wet. Her face was the color of mortar dust. She looked up when Kestro entered and did not look away. "I had to come," she said. "The audit reached the wrong drawer this morning. They know someone has been copying. I have maybe 12 hours before they trace it back to me." Kestro sat down across from her. "What did you bring?" Marra reached into her coat and pulled out a slim folder. The paper was worn at the edges, the kind of document that had been handled by people who did not want it seen. She set it on the table between them. "The lineage registry entry for Thatch Grove," she said. "The unaltered copy, the one Matriarch thought he had destroyed." Kestro did not touch it. "Tell me what it says." Marra's hands trembled around the cold teacup. "It says Thatch Grove's bloodline carried a marker. Inherited resistance to alpha compulsion. Full resistance. Not partial. Not manageable." She paused. "The board has been tracking that marker for 30 years. They flagged every pack that carried it. 12 of them. Yours was the last." The room was very quiet. Kestro could hear the rain on the roof, could hear his own blood moving through his body, the same blood the board had marked as a problem needing administrative resolution. "Who signed the order?" Marra's hand moved to the folder. She flipped it open to the last page. A single signature at the bottom of a requisition form dated 11 days before the Thatch Grove fire. S. Matriarch, Director of Compliance. The ink was dark. The handwriting was precise. The date was 22 years to the month since Matriarch had taken his seat on the board. Kestro read it once. Then he read it again. The crosshatch mark on the envelope against his chest felt like it was burning through his shirt. "Administrative resolution," he said. Marra nodded. "That is the phrase he used on the letter. 6 weeks before the fire. He proposed administrative resolution for the Lowlands bloodline situation." Kestro looked at the folder, at the worn edges, at the signature that had erased his pack from the official record. "What else is in there?" Marra's voice dropped. "The rezoning approval. The 3 inspection reports that declared Thatch Grove sound, the witness testimony from the neighbors who saw the truck leave before the fire." She swallowed. "And a record of the payment transfer to the unnamed contractor who barred the front door from the outside." The air left Kestro's lungs. He had known. He had known for 6 years that the fire was not an accident. He had known someone had ordered it. But seeing the chain of evidence laid out on a kitchen table, the paper trail that led from a signature to a truck to a barred door to the smell of burned fur, was different. It was proof. It was a name. It was the dead looking back at him, and they wanted to know why he was still alive. Behind him, Yaveth set a glass of water on the counter. The sound was too loud in the silence. "Islye should be here," Kestro said. "She was on her way," Yaveth said. I sent word before you left the shelter. Kestro nodded. He looked at the folder. He reached out and touched the edge of the paper. The texture was rough. It felt like nothing. It felt like a stone in his chest. Islye arrived 10 minutes later. She was soaked through. Her dark hair was plastered to her skull. She crossed the room without a word and stood beside Kestro's chair, close enough that he could feel the cold radiating off her skin. He did not pull away. "Show her," he said. Marra went through it again. The marker, the resistance, the 12 flagged packs, the signature. Islye listened without interrupting. When Marra finished, she looked at Kestro. "What do you need?" The question was simple. It was not a demand. It was not a test. It was a door, held open, waiting for him to walk through or close. He did not know how to answer. He had spent 6 years hunting the truth. He had told himself that finding it would be enough, that knowing who ordered the fire would give him something he could carry, something he could fight, something that would make the weight of survival feel justified. But the truth sat on the table in front of him, and it did not feel like justice. It felt like a wound. "They killed them," he said. "They marked my pack as a threat because of something in their blood, something none of them chose. And Matriarch signed the order." Islye did not tell him it was going to be okay. She did not tell him to breathe. She just stood beside him, steady and present, and let him feel the weight of it. The rain kept falling. Kestro sat at the kitchen table with the folder open in front of him, reading each page as if memorizing it could undo the 6 years he had spent living half alive. Yaveth made tea that no one drank. Marra sat with her hands wrapped around her empty cup, her gaze fixed on the table, her breath shallow. Islye stayed beside Kestro. After a long silence, Kestro closed the folder. "I need to be alone," he said. He stood up before anyone could argue. He tucked the folder inside his coat. He walked to the door and stepped out into the rain. Islye's voice followed him. "Kestro!" He stopped on the porch. "Do not disappear." He did not answer. The rain was cold on his face. The folder was a weight against his chest, heavier than the crosshatch envelope, heavier than the tool belt, heavier than the bones of every building he had ever braced. He walked down the steps. He did not look back. Chapter 25. The rain had not stopped. Kestro stood in the narrow boarding room with his tool belt buckled across his chest and the evidence folder tucked inside his coat, pressed against the unopened envelope. He had packed in the dark, by touch, without turning on the lamp. The bed was stripped. The dresser drawers hung open. The room looked like he had never been there at all. He told himself it was strategy. Halvern had Matriarch's signature now, Marra's testimony, the full paper chain. Yaveth could move the evidence forward without him. Islye would be safer if the loose thread removed itself from the board before the gray-templed stranger made good on his promise. Loose threads get cut. Kestro pulled the coat tighter and picked up his bag. He did not look at the bed where he had lain awake every night since arriving. He did not think about the kitchen where Islye's fingers had traced his jaw. He walked out the door and closed it behind him without sound. The ferry landing was empty at 4 in the morning. Rain slanted across the dock in sheets, catching the single security light and turning the air to gray static. The black floodwater had pulled back overnight, leaving a line of silt and debris across the cobblestones like a scar. The first ferry would run at 5. Kestro set his bag on a bench and stood at the edge of the dock, watching the current. The folder was a weight against his chest. He had read Matriarch's signature so many times the letters were burned behind his eyelids. S. Matriarch, Director of Compliance. 11 days before the fire. Administrative resolution. The phrase was so clean, so bloodless. It sounded like paperwork. It sounded like a man who had never smelled a pack burning. Kestro's hands were shaking. He did not know if it was rage or cold. Footsteps on the dock, steady, unhurried, too deliberate to be a stranger passing through. Kestro did not turn. Kev Haig stopped a few feet behind him, breathing slow from the walk. He was carrying a travel mug. Steam rose into the rain. "You are predictable," Krav said. "I was counting on it." Kestro kept his eyes on the water. "Go home, Krav." "That is what I was going to say to you." Crabbe stepped closer and held out the mug. "Drink this. You look like you have not slept in a week." Kestro did not take the mug. Crabbe lowered it. He stood beside Kestro at the edge of the dock and looked out at the same dark water. "She told you the truth tonight," Crabbe said. "Marra, the whole truth. And now you are running." "I am not running." "What do you call it?" Kestro's jaw tightened. "I call it removing a target. The stranger knows I am alive. Matriarch will know soon if he does not already. Every minute I stay in Halvern puts the shelter network in the line of sight." Islye in the line of sight. Crabbe was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "That is grief dressed up as strategy, and you are too smart to believe your own lie." Kestro turned. Crabbe did not flinch. His face was carved by weather and years of bad news, but his eyes were steady, the same way they had been in Yaveth's kitchen when he had handed Kestro the contract and told him accepting help started a clock. "You think leaving makes you a protector?" Crabbe said. "It does not. It makes you a man who would rather be alone than risk being held." The words hit like a punch to the sternum. Kestro's hands curled into fists. "You do not know what I am carrying." "No," Crabbe said. "I do not. But I know what you are doing with it." He set the travel mug on the bench beside Kestro's bag. "The first ferry runs in 40 minutes. You can board it. You can disappear into the lowlands and keep carrying that folder alone until it eats a hole through your chest. Or you can stay and let the people who have been standing beside you for 6 weeks actually stand beside you." Kestro said nothing. Crabbe turned and walked back up the dock. His footsteps faded into the rain. Kestro stood alone at the edge of the water. The folder was heavy. The envelope was heavy. Everything he had ever carried was piled on top of his ribs. And Crabbe was right. He was tired. He was so tired of being the only one who remembered. He was tired of the wait. He was tired of waking up in rooms that looked like he had never been there. But staying meant risking them. Staying meant watching Islye get caught in the blast radius when Matriarch's people came for him. He picked up the bag. He did not pick up the mug. He walked to the end of the dock and waited for the ferry. The boat arrived at 5:07. Kestro boarded with 3 other passengers, a man with a sleeping child, a woman carrying a crate of wet documents, and an old wolf shifter who looked through Kestro like he was not there. Kestro found a bench near the stern and sat with his back to the railing and his face to the wake. Halvern shrank behind him. The shelter, the intake hall, the school gym where he had braced a failing beam, the kitchen where Islye had touched his face, the warehouse where he had carried a child out of the dark. He watched the city recede and told himself it was the right choice. The ferry was halfway across the channel when the radio on the pilot's console crackled. A voice, urgent, familiar. "Repeat, requesting immediate structural support at the North Zone Intake Annex. Secondary berm has breached. We have a wall bowing and approximately 60 people still inside the evacuation perimeter. We need Kestro Orrwick. If he is still in the city, we need him here, now." Kestro's body went still. The pilot keyed the mic. "Last known location was the South Dock Ferry. He may have already left." Silence. Then the voice again, sharper this time. "Find him. Tell him the annex is his. Tell him they are asking for him by name." The pilot looked back over his shoulder. His eyes landed on Kestro. Kestro was already standing. Chapter 26. The pilot's eyes stayed on Kestro for one more beat. Then he keyed the mic. "Copy that. I have a passenger matching that description. Turning around now." The ferry's engine note changed. The deck vibrated as the hull began to swing. Kestro did not sit down. He stood with one hand braced on the railing and watched Halvern start growing again, the low skyline resolving out of rain and gray light. The folder pressed against his ribs under the coat, the unopened envelope pressed beside it. The man with the sleeping child looked up at him. The old wolf shifter did not. Kestro's hands were steady. That was the strange part. He had been shaking on the dock with Crabbe's words still carving through his ribs, but now that the ferry was turning, everything in him had gone quiet and focused. The same way it did when he walked into a building whose load paths he already knew. The annex. 60 people. A wall, bowing. He had seen that building twice on the inspection rounds. Intake overflow, built from an old warehouse shell with a second-story addition, that had never been properly tied to the original frame. The east wall faced the channel. If the berm had breached hard enough, the water would have hit that wall first, and the foundation would be soft, and the wall tie would be pulling against bricks that had been soaked for 3 days. He knew the math before the dock appeared. The ferry bumped the landing at 5:43. Kestro was off before the gangplank had fully settled. A truck was waiting. Shelter vehicle, rust-eaten tailgate, engine running with the driver's door open, and someone already sliding out before the tires had stopped. Sel, not Islye. Sel. The young volunteer from the intake hall, the one Kestro had shut down when she panicked at the bus arrival. She looked at him with wide eyes and wet hair, and something that might have been relief or fury, or both. "You came back," she said. "I got on the wrong boat." She stared at him. Then she laughed, a short, ragged sound, and pointed at the truck bed. "Get in. The east wall is cracking, and I cannot raise Yaveth." Kestro climbed in. Sel hit the gas before he had his second hand on the side rail. The ride was 2 miles through standing water and detoured streets. The rain had not stopped. It sheeted across the windshield in waves, and the truck's wipers were down to one working blade that scraped a crescent of clarity through the smear. Sel drove like she had learned on worse roads, taking corners wide and hitting every puddle at speed. Kestro held the rail and watched the annex take shape through the gray. It was still standing. That was the first thing. The east wall was bowing. That was the second. We could see the cove from half a block away, a belly of brick and mortar pushing outward above the floodline, the seam where the original warehouse shell met the addition, pulling apart like a split lip. Water was not hitting it directly anymore. The berm breach had sent the surge west, flooding the north lots and the access road. The annex sat on slightly higher ground, but the ground underneath it was saturated, and the foundation was taking the weight of a wall that was already failing. Sel pulled up to the south entrance and killed the engine. 63, she said. "That is the count. 31 adults, 22 children, 10 elderly. Some of them are from the river camp. Some of them came in last night after the berm cracked." Kestro was already out of the truck. The annex doors were propped open. The hallway inside was dry, but the air was wet, heavy with mud and sweat, and the particular smell of people who had been waiting too long. He moved through the crowd toward the east side, reading the ceiling as he went, looking for the crack line. He found it at the junction where the old wall met the addition. The gap was 2 fingers wide at the top and wider at the bottom, and the mortar in the seam was wet and crumbling. He pressed his palm to the brick and felt the pulse of the building, the slow giving that had not yet become collapse. "Kestro," her voice behind him, low, quiet. He turned. Islye stood at the end of the hallway with mud up to her calves and her hair plastered dark against her skull and a cut on her forehead that Nemi's stitches had pulled tight. She looked like she had been awake for 2 days. She looked like she had been holding the building up with her spine. "You got on a ferry," she said. "I got off. You were leaving. I came back." She did not move toward him. She stood in the hallway with the evacuees pressed behind her and the children watching from the doorway of the south room. And she looked at him with something that was not anger and was not relief. It was something in between, something that had been waiting. "You came back because the radio called you," she said. "I came back because the wall is failing, but I would have come back anyway." He did not know if that was true. He said it anyway. Islye held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she nodded, once, and turned to the crowd. "Everyone south of the center line, now. Take nothing you cannot carry. The east side needs to be empty in 10 minutes. The evacuees moved. Some of them carried bags. Some of them carried children. The old wolf shifter from the ferry was not among them. But Kestro recognized a woman from the river camp, the one who had been holding a wet box of documents. Sel was already at the far end of the hall, pulling people through the south door. Nemi appeared at Kestro's side with a medic bag and a hard look. "You are bleeding," she said. He looked down. His knuckles had split again, the same ones from the annex collapse, still wrapped in the gauze Nemi had put on 3 days ago. The gauze was wet and red. "I am fine." "You are never fine." But she did not push. She looked at the east wall, at the crack, at the wet seam. "How long?" 30 minutes. Maybe less if the foundation keeps softening. Can we get them out in time? He looked at the crowd moving through the south door, at the children, at the woman with the wet box, at Islye at the center of it all, counting heads, checking names, refusing to break. "We are going to find out," he said. He did not move toward the wall. He moved toward the south door, where the evacuees were streaming out into the rain, and he started counting. Tovin found him there, at the threshold between inside and outside, the boy's dark fur wet and his eyes too bright. "You came back," Tovin said. "Apparently." "I told them you would." Kestro looked down at him. The boy was holding a length of rope and a wooden mallet, as if he had been ready to brace the wall himself. "Tovin, get to the south yard. Do not come back inside until I say so. You need help with the brace. I need you to be outside when this wall comes down." Tovin opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked at Kestro for a long moment, and then he turned and ran, disappearing into the rain. Kestro watched him go. Islye appeared beside him again. Her hand brushed his arm. A breath of contact. Nothing more. 62, she said. "The one." "I went for a hod." "One more. Old woman in the east room. She will not leave her cat." "Where?" "Far corner, near the wall." He was already moving. The east room was empty except for the woman, who was sitting on a folding cot with a tabby cat pressed against her chest. The woman looked up when Kestro entered, and her eyes were calm. "I am not leaving her," she said. "The wall is coming down." "I know." Kestro stood in the doorway. The crack in the corner had widened. He could hear the brick grinding, the slow surrender of the building's weight. He crossed the room in 3 strides, crouched, and held out his arm. "Give me the cat. I will carry her. You walk in front of me and you do not stop until you reach the south door." The woman looked at him. "You came back for a cat?" "I came back for everyone." She handed him the cat. The cat was warm and shaking. He tucked it against his chest with one arm and took the woman's wrist with the other, pulling her to her feet, walking her toward the door as the wall behind them groaned and the brick began to fall. They cleared the threshold 3 seconds before the east corner came down. The annex did not collapse. The wall took the corner with it, and the roof sagged, and the building would never be sound again. But it held long enough for the last 62 people to reach the south yard and stand in the rain, watching the structure settle into ruin. Kestro stood at the edge of the crowd with a tabby cat in his arms and blood dripping from his knuckles and the weight of the unopened envelope still pressed against his ribs. Islye walked toward him through the rain. She did not stop when she reached him. She did not take the cat or check his hands. She stood close enough that the wet of her coat pressed against his, and she looked at him with those steady brown eyes that had been watching him since the warehouse rescue. "You came back," she said. "I came back. Does that mean you are staying?" He looked at the annex, at the evacuees, at Tovin in the south yard with the wooden mallet still in his hand. He looked at Islye. "I do not know what it means," he said, "but I am here." She held his gaze. Then she reached up and touched his face, her fingers cold and wet against his jaw, and she did not say anything else. A runner came splashing through the puddled yard before either of them could speak. Sel, her face pale, her breath ragged, a folded piece of paper clutched in her hand. "Marra's boarding house," she said. "Front door was open. She is gone. Bed still warm. Purse on the table. No one saw her leave." Kestro's blood went cold. Islye's hand dropped from his face. The envelope was still unopened against his ribs and Marra was gone. Chapter 27. The river camp woman had stopped shaking by the time Kestro found a tarp for her. She sat on an overturned crate in the south yard with the tabby cat still pressed against her chest and the wet document box at her feet, watching the annex settle into its ruin. He crouched beside her. "Those papers, what are they?" She looked at him with flat, exhausted eyes. "My husband's death certificate, land deed, birth records for my grandchildren." Nothing that matters to anyone but me. Have you seen a woman named Marra Ulsessi? Small, dark hair, works for the board. No. Kestro straightened. The rain had softened to a mist, and the yard was full of wet people doing wet things, distributing blankets, counting heads, deciding where to move 63 displaced souls when every shelter in the North Zone was already full. He found Islye at the center of it, radio pressed to her ear, her free hand drawing lines in the air as she talked someone through a route. She ended the call and looked at him. Kev is coming with a bus from the South Intake Hall, 20 minutes. We will send the annex evacuees south and consolidate. And Marra? Islye's jaw tightened. Sel is at the boarding house. She says the door was open, bed warm, purse on the table. No signs of struggle, no witnesses. That is not nothing. It is not something either. Kestro looked at the envelope still pressed against his ribs. Marra had given it to him, sealed, to be opened only when alone. He had carried it through a collapsing annex, through evacuation, through the moment the east wall came down, and he had not opened it because opening it felt like admitting Marra was already gone. A truck splashed into the yard. Fahey climbed out before the engine died, his lean face wet and his eyes already scanning the crowd. "Do not tell me Marra Ulsessi is missing," he said. "Too late," Islye said. Kreb's mouth flattened. He walked to them through the mud, his boots sucking at every step, and stopped close enough to speak without carrying. "Sale found a note," he said, "under the mattress, not hidden so much as forgotten." He held out a folded piece of paper, damp at the edges. Kestro took it. The handwriting was small and cramped, written in a hurry. "If something happens, check the old Ferry warehouse below the landing. The records are in the east office behind the panel. Tell no one from the board." There was no signature. Kestro read it twice. The old Ferry warehouse below the landing was a ruin that had been condemned before he arrived in Halvern. He had walked past it once, on his second day, and noted the rot along the north wall, the way the foundation had settled unevenly into the flood-softened ground. It was exactly the kind of building that should not hold people. Said found this where? Under the mattress. Like Marra wanted someone to find it if she could not say it aloud. Islye took the note from Kestro's hand and read it. Her face went still in a way he was learning to recognize. The stillness of a woman who was already moving, mentally, through the next problem. "If Marra left this behind," she said, "she did not leave in a hurry. She left knowing she might not come back." "Or someone took her before she could destroy it," Crab said. Kestro looked at the note again. The old Ferry warehouse, the east office. "Tell no one from the board." "Marra knew she was being watched," he said. "She left this where Sel would find it because she trusted Sel would bring it to us." "And if the note is a trap?" Creva asked. "Then it is a trap set by someone who knew Marra would leave it for us, which means Marra is already compromised." Islye looked at him. The rain had plastered her hair to her skull, and the stitches on her forehead were dark against her skin, and her eyes were steady. "Can you reach the warehouse before dark?" "Dark is not the problem." Kestro folded the note and pressed it into his pocket, next to the unopened envelope. "The problem is that warehouse has been sitting in floodwater for 6 weeks. The foundation is soft, the north wall is rotted, and the floor may not hold a person's weight in the east section. If Marra is hiding there, she has chosen a building that could kill her before Myrick's people do." "Then we get there before the building does." He looked at her. She was not asking permission, she was stating intent. "I will need Sel and 2 flood lamps," he said, "and someone on the radio who knows the warehouse layout. Sel is already here. I will find the lamps." She turned to go, then stopped. "Kestro." He waited. "You came back for the annex. You are coming back from the warehouse too." It was not a question. She walked toward the truck, and Krev watched her go, and then he turned to Kestro with an expression that was hard to read. "She is right, you know." "About what?" "About you coming back." Krev's voice was quiet. "But the question is whether you will come back with Marra, or come back with a reason to leave again." Kestro did not answer. The truck started. Islye leaned out the passenger window and called his name once, sharp and impatient. He moved. The old Ferry warehouse was 3 blocks from the landing, slumped against the water's edge like something that had given up resisting gravity. Its roof sagged in the middle. The north wall showed a dark stain where the floodline had risen past the windowsills and receded again, leaving a tide mark of silt and debris. Kestro stood at the entrance and read the building. Rot along the north wall, foundation settled at least 3 inches on the west corner. The doorframe was racked, meaning the structural rectangle had warped under pressure, meaning the load paths were already compromised. "The east section," he said. "That is where the office is." "Can we go in?" Sel asked, holding a flood lamp. "Yes, but we do not stop moving, and we do not split up." Islye swung the door open. The smell hit first. Standing water, wet wood, the chemical bite of something that had been submerged too long. The interior was dark and hollow, the flood lamp casting long shadows across a floor that sloped noticeably toward the east wall. Kestro led. He moved the way he always moved through failing buildings. Slow, deliberate, his eyes tracking every seam, every deflection, every surface that should have been straight and was not. The east office was at the end of a narrow corridor with water pooled ankle-deep on the floor. The door was closed. A strip of light showed under it. Kestro stopped. "Someone is in there," he said. He did not call out. He reached for the handle, tested it, felt the resistance of a lock. "Marra?" Islye said, her voice carrying through the wood. "It is Islye Quelby. We found your note." Silence. Then the lock clicked, and the door opened, and Marra Halvern-Lace stood in the gap with a candle in one hand and a file box under her arm, her face pale and her eyes too bright. "I did not think you would come," she said. "The note said to check the warehouse. I wrote that for Sel, in case she needed proof I had not fled." Marra's voice cracked. "I did not expect you to come inside." Pistra looked past her. The office was small, a single desk and a filing cabinet. The walls lined with water stains that climbed higher than his waist. The floor felt soft under his boots. "How long have you been here?" "Since I left the boarding house. I could not stay. Mirick's people were already asking questions at the front desk. I took the file boxes I had not already given Yaveth, and I came here because I did not know where else to go." She looked at the box in her arms. "This is everything I did not copy. The originals Mirick thinks he still controls. If they take this, there is no proof." Pistra looked at the box, looked at the water stains on the wall, looked at the soft floor beneath his feet. "We take the box," he said. "We leave now. This building is not safe." Marra nodded. She stepped forward, and the floor under her foot gave a sound like a wet sponge compressing. Safehouse's hand shot out. "Stop! Do not take another step!" She froze. The floor is not solid. The flood water softened the subfloor, and the weight of the filing cabinet has pushed the joists past their bearing capacity. One more load shift, and this entire section drops into the crawl space. Islye's voice, behind him. "Can we get her out?" "I am working on it." He looked at the path between Marra and the door. 4 feet of floor that had already absorbed more weight than it was designed to carry. If he walked across it, he would add his own weight to the equation. If he did not, he could not reach her. He pulled the envelope from his coat. "Marra, this envelope you gave me, what is in it?" She looked at him, and her face crumpled. "Your pack's full registry. The names of every Thatch Grove member who was flagged, with their resistance markers, and the cross-referenced board order that authorized their removal." Truffle felt the words land like a physical blow. He had been carrying the names of his pack, unopened, against his chest, and they had been there the whole time. "Open it," he said. He held his phone as a light. Islye held the flood lamp. Sel stood at the door watching. The candle guttered in Marra's hand. Kestro broke the wax seal on the crosshatch envelope and pulled out the folded pages. The registry page, the names, the deaths, the bloodline markers arranged in neat bureaucratic columns, the board order with Mirick's signature, and the authorization to remove the flagged lines from the active registry. He read the names, his mother's name, his father's, the children. He looked up. "Can you walk toward me without dying?" "I do not know." "Then pass me the box. Slide it across the floor. Slow. Do not shift your weight." Marra lowered the box to the floor and pushed it. It skimmed across the wet wood, and Kestro caught it when it reached his feet. "Now you." She looked at the floor between them. "Step where I stepped," he said. "Follow my path exactly. Do not deviate." He turned and walked back toward the door, placing his feet in the same spots where he had already tested the floor. Islye understood without being told and moved aside, clearing the path. Marra followed. She took one step, two. The floor groaned and she stopped, and her eyes met Kestro's. "Keep moving." She did. The third step landed on the same joist that had held Kestro's weight, and the floor held. And then she was past the soft patch and reaching for the door frame, and Kestro caught her arm and pulled her into the corridor. The building did not collapse behind them. It did not need to. They walked out into the mist, and the file box was in Kestro's arms, and the registry was in his pocket, and Marra was alive, and everything they had just pulled from that building was enough to break Myrek's operation open. A vehicle turned onto the access road. It was not Krebs' bus. It was a black sedan with no markings, moving slow, its headlights cutting through the mist like a blade. Chapter 28. The black sedan stopped 50 yards out. Its headlights held steady through the mist, two pale beams that did not flicker or dim. The engine idled low, a sound that carried across the wet ground like something deliberately patient. Kestro's hand found Islye's arm. "Bus," he said. "Now." Sel was already moving, half dragging Marra toward the tree line where Krebs' bus had parked on the access road shoulder. Islye did not follow. She stood beside Kestro, her weight settled, her breathing steady. "I said now. I heard you." The sedan's driver's side door opened. A man stepped out, lean build, gray at the temples. The scar along his jaw caught the headlight glow and held it. The same man from outside Yaveth's house. He did not approach. He stood beside the open door, one hand resting on the roof, and looked at them across the 50 yards of cracked asphalt and standing water. Kestro felt the registry folder against his chest, felt the names of his dead pressing against his ribs. "Go," he said to Islye. "Take Marra in the box. Get on the bus. Do not wait for me. I would absolutely find this hard voice left you got. I will follow, but if that man moves before I do, I need you already gone." She looked at him. Her jaw tightened. Then she turned and ran, her boots slapping wet pavement, and Kestro watched her catch up to Sel and Marra at the tree line, watched them disappear behind the bus's bulk. The scarred man had not moved. Kestro walked toward him. Not fast, not slow. One step at a time, his hands empty at his sides, the folder pressed against his sternum like a second heartbeat. The man watched him come. When Kestro was 20 feet out, the man spoke. "You found her." His voice was low, familiar. The same voice that had called him a loose thread in the dark outside Yaveth's house. "I found her," Kestro said. "And the files?" Kestro did not answer. The man tilted his head. The scar pulled at the corner of his mouth. A permanent half-smile that had nothing to do with warmth. "I am not here to stop you, Orrwick." "Then why are you here?" "To see which way you run." Kestro held still. The bond pulsed under his skin, pulling east toward the bus, toward Islye. He ignored it. "I am not running." "No, you are not." The man's eyes moved past Kestro, toward the tree line, toward the bus that had not yet pulled away. "But you will have to choose soon. The evidence you have is enough to break Myrek's operation. But breaking it and surviving it are two different things. What do you want?" The man looked back at him. For a moment, something flickered in his expression, something almost tired. "I want to see if you are worth the weight you carry." He got back into the sedan. The door closed. The engine note changed, and the car pulled a slow turn on the access road, its headlights sweeping across Kestro before it drove back the way it had come. The mist swallowed the taillights. Kestro stood alone on the cracked asphalt, breathing. Then he turned and walked toward the bus. They drove south through the flood-scarred streets, past collapsed fences and stranded cars, and the dark shapes of buildings that had taken water through their ground floors. Marra sat in the front seat with the file box in her lap, her hands pressed flat on the lid as if she could feel the paper through the cardboard. Kestro sat in the back beside Islye. The registry folder was still inside his coat. He had not opened it again. I know a place, Crab said from the driver's seat. A warehouse in the old industrial district. Brick walls, concrete floor. Third floor is dry. No one will look for us there. Who was that man? Islye asked. Stosho felt the question land in the dark of the bus. I do not know his name. But you recognized him? Yes. From where? He did not answer. He could not. The recognition had come from somewhere deep in his memory, a voice he had heard before the fire, a face he had seen in the Thatch Grove workshop when he was 12 years old and learning to mix clay pigments. But that was impossible, because everyone from Thatch Grove was dead. The warehouse was 3 stories of red brick and rusted iron, standing alone at the end of a dead-end street where the floodwater had not reached. Krev pulled the bus around the back under a loading dock overhang and killed the engine. The silence that followed was thick and wet. Marra did not move from the front seat. I need to see the full file, Kestro said. The originals. All of it. Marra nodded slowly. She lifted the box from her lap and passed it back to him. Kestro set it on the seat beside him and opened the lid. Inside were folders. Dozens of them, each one labeled with a pack name and a date. Thatch Grove was near the bottom, a manila folder with the edges softened by moisture. The ink on the labels smudged but still legible. He pulled it out, opened it, and read the names. His mother's name, his father's, the elders, the children, all of them listed in neat, bureaucratic columns with dates of birth and dates of death, and a column marked resistance marker that read, yes, in every row. At the bottom of the page, a stamped seal. Administrative Resolution Authorized. S. Mirak, Director of Compliance. Kestro stared at the signature until the letters blurred. Kestro. Islye's voice. Soft. Close. He looked up. Her hand was on his arm, warm through the damp fabric of his sleeve. She did not say anything else. She just held contact, steady and patient, waiting for him to come back from wherever the names had taken him. I am here, he said. I know. He closed the folder, put it back in the box, shut the lid. We need to move, he said. Merrick knows Marra is missing. He knows the files are gone. He will come looking. Crep nodded. 3rd floor. There is a room with a locked door and windows that face the alley. We can see anyone coming before they see us. They climbed out of the bus. The air was cold and wet, carrying the smell of mud and rust and something chemical from the floodwater that had receded but not fully drained. Kestro carried the box. Islye walked beside him, close enough that their shoulders brushed with every other step. Marra followed, her hands shoved into her coat pockets, her eyes scanning the dark windows of the warehouse as if she expected someone to be watching. Feld brought up the rear, carrying a duffel of supplies she had pulled from the back of the bus. They crossed the loading dock and entered through a warped steel door that Krev unlocked with a key from a ring that held at least 30 others. Inside, the warehouse smelled of dry rot and old grain dust, and the particular stillness of a space that had not been used in years. Krev led them through a maze of stacked pallets and dismantled machinery to a stairwell at the far end. The steps were metal, rusted at the edges, but they held. They climbed. On the 3rd floor, the air changed. Drier, colder. The windows along the east wall faced an alley that ran between the warehouse and a vacant factory building, offering a clear view of the approach. Krev unlocked a door near the end of the hall. The room inside was bare. Concrete floor, a single desk, 3 folding chairs, a cot in the corner with a blanket folded at the foot. Home, Krev said, until we figure out next. Kestro set the box on the desk. Then he heard it. A sound from somewhere below. A scrape. A footstep on concrete. He held up a hand. Everyone went still. The sound came again, louder this time. The unmistakable weight of a person moving through the ground floor, trying not to be heard. Kestro looked at Islye. She was already reaching for the pry bar she had taken from the bus, her grip firm, her expression unreadable. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, low and rough, carrying up through the stairwell. Marra, I know you are up there. Come down with the files and no one gets hurt. Kestro recognized the voice. It was the scarred man, and he had followed them after all. Chapter 29. The voice carried up through the stairwell like gravel rolling downhill. "Marra, last time I ask." Kestro moved before the echo died. He crossed the room in 3 strides, pressed his back against the wall beside the doorframe, and signaled for silence. Islye already had the pry bars. Krev was reaching for something in his coat. Sel had Marra by the arm, pulling her toward the corner where the cot stood. Marra's face had gone bloodless. Her hands shook against the file box. "He knows my name," she whispered. "He knows you are here," Kestro said. "That does not mean he gets you." He looked at Krev. "Other way out?" Krev nodded toward the window. "Fire escape, East Alley, but it puts us on the same street he came from. Then we go before he decides to come up." Kestro crossed to the desk and lifted the file box. The weight of it settled into his arms, heavier than paper had any right to be. Names, years, evidence. Mirac's signature on every page. He looked at Islye. "You take Marra, I take the box. Krev, you lead. Sel, bring the duffel and stay behind Marra." "And if he is already on the stairs?" Islye asked. Kestro met her eyes. "Then we go through him." She did not flinch. She did not argue. She just moved to Marra's side, took her elbow, and guided her toward the door. Krev unlocked it with one of the 30 keys and eased it open. The hallway was empty. The stairwell below them breathed silence, but it was the wrong kind, the kind that held its breath. They moved. Krev first, boots silent on the rusted metal. Then Marra, with Islye's hand firm on her arm. Then Sel, with the duffel. Kestro brought up the rear, the file box pressed against his chest, his ears tracking every sound from below. The stairs groaned under their weight. Halfway down, Kestro heard it. A scrape, a shift. Someone on the ground floor, waiting where the stairwell met the loading dock. Krev stopped, held up a hand. The air smelled different now. Sharp, chemical, smoke curling up from somewhere below. He set the fire, Kestro realized. The scarred man had set the building on fire rather than chase them through it. "Go," Kestro said. "Now!" They hit the ground floor at a run. Smoke was already pooling at the ceiling, gray and oily, carrying the stench of burning grain dust and treated wood. The loading dock door was ahead, warped steel half off its track, a slice of gray dawn showing through the gap. Krev threw his shoulder against it. It did not move. Kestro set the box down and hit the door beside him. Together they drove into the rusted metal. Once, twice, and on the third hit it buckled outward, screeching against the frame. They spilled onto the loading dock. The alley was empty. The scarred man was gone, but smoke was already pushing through the door behind them, thick and black. And somewhere inside the warehouse a beam cracked under heat. "We need to keep moving," Islye said. "That smoke will bring every pair of eyes in the district." They ran. Krev's bus was still parked under the overhang at the back of the loading dock. They piled in, Kestro last, the file box back in his arms, his lungs burning from the smoke he had already swallowed. Krev took the wheel. The engine caught on the second try. They pulled out as the first flames broke through the warehouse roof. They drove south again, deeper into the industrial district, past shut-down factories and empty lots where floodwater had receded, but left behind a crust of dried mud and debris. Kestro sat in the back with Marra. She had not spoken since the warehouse. Her hands were wrapped around a cup of water Sel had pressed into them, but she was not drinking. "You said you knew his voice," Islye said quietly, settling onto the bench across from him. Kestro nodded. "From Thatch Grove?" "From before." He paused. "When I was 12, there was a man who came to the pack house sometimes. He talked to my father. They argued once, behind the kiln shed. I heard his voice through the wall." "And you think it is the same man?" "I know it is." Marra looked up. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. "He works for Mayak. I have seen him in the board building twice. Never announced, never signed in. He just appeared in the hallway and Mayak's door would close behind them." "Do you know his name?" She shook her head. "But I know the audit team. I know every name on Mayak's compliance staff. If I can get to a phone, I can tell you who is coming and who can be trusted." Kestro looked at Krev. Where do we go? Krev met his eyes in the rearview mirror. There is a house, south edge of the district. Yaveth will be waiting. The house was a narrow 2-story with a slate roof and a garden that had drowned in the flood but was already being dug out. Yaveth opened the door before they reached the steps, her white hair catching the gray morning light, her pale blue eyes scanning each of them as they passed. She looked at the file box in Kestro's arms and nodded once. Bring it inside, all of you. We have hours, not days. They gathered in the kitchen. Yaveth poured tea without asking, set out bread and preserves, and pulled a worn map of the lowlands onto the table, while Kestro opened the box and spread the Thatch Grove files across the surface. Marra stood at the counter, using a wall phone, her voice low and quick as she read names from a list she had pulled from her coat pocket. She hung up and turned. Murick's audit team has 8 members. 4 are loyal to him. 2 are new and do not know what they are looking at. 2 are retired compliance officers who were present when the registry was altered. Who are the 2 who might be useful? Yaveth asked. Marra gave them names. Kestro memorized them. Yaveth pressed her palms flat against the map. If we move fast enough, we can force a formal Pack Council hearing before the evidence is buried again. Matriarch cannot block a hearing once it is filed by a retired Matriarch with supporting testimony from a registered clerk. How fast? Kestro asked. 3 days, maybe 4. Kestro looked at the files, at Matriarch's signature, at the names of his pack. He looked at Islye. She was watching him with steady brown eyes, waiting for him to choose. I am here, he said again, because it was still true, and I am not running. Yaveth's expression did not change, but something in her shoulders eased. Then we begin, she said. They worked through the morning, sorting, copying, and documenting every page. Marra annotated the registry. Yaveth wrote the petition language. Islye made calls. Sel ran errands. Kestro read the Thatch Grove file from start to finish, every name, every date, every marker stamped yes. He was still reading when Marra's voice cut through the kitchen noise. They found the bus. Everyone went still. Krev bus, the warehouse, they found it. Marra held the phone against her chest, her face pale. The call just came in on the board channel. They are looking for us. Kestro closed the file. Then we stop looking at paper, he said, and we start looking at each other. He stood. Yaveth, how do you find a petition with the Pack Council if Murick's people are already hunting for the evidence? Yaveth's winter sky eyes held his. You file it in person, she said, and you do it before they find where you were sleeping. The kitchen fell silent. Kestro looked at Islye. She was already on her feet. The scarred man had found them once. He would find them again. The question was not whether they would be ready. The question was whether they would be faster. Chapter 30. The phone rang again before Yaveth had finished folding the map. Islye answered. Listened. Her face went still in a way Kestro had learned to read. Which bridge? She listened another 5 seconds, then hung up. Upper Market Transit Bridge. East abutment is cracking. They have a line of cars stopped on the approach and the water is still rising underneath. Kestro was already reaching for his coat. That bridge is the only east-west crossing left, Yaveth said. If it goes, the entire North District cuts off from supply lines. Then it does not go, Kestro said. He looked at Islye. She was pulling her hair back, her coat half on, her eyes already calculating the same load paths he was. Marra stays here, he said. Krev stays with her. Sel runs supplies. And us? Islye asked. We keep the bridge standing long enough for the cars to clear, then we start on whatever comes next. She did not argue. She did not ask if he was sure. She just nodded and followed him out the door. The rain hit them halfway to the truck, a wall of water that turned the street into a running river before they reached the driver's side. Islye drove. Kestro watched the flooded margins, the sagging power lines, the places where the asphalt had begun to lift and buckle. How bad? She asked. Bad enough that we will not sleep tonight. Just tonight? He did not answer. The bridge came into view through the curtain of rain, a concrete span 40 yards across the upper market channel, its east abutment sunk into ground that had softened to mud. Kestro saw the crack before the truck stopped. A hairline fracture running vertical through the abutment face, water weeping through it in a steady dark seam. He got out. The wind hit him like a body blow. He walked the abutment anyway, running his hand along the crack, feeling the vibration of the water underneath. The foundation was shifting. Not fast, but moving. Islye appeared beside him, her dark hair plastered flat, her face tilted up to follow his gaze. "How long?" "Long enough to get the cars off. Then we brace it, or we lose it." "Which one are we doing?" He looked at her. Rain ran down her face. She was not asking for reassurance. She was asking for the truth. "We brace it," he said, "and we pray the weather breaks before the ground does." They cleared the bridge in 40 minutes. Kestro flagged the last car through himself, waving the driver forward while the abutment creaked beneath his boots. Then he found the shelter supervisor on the north side, a woman with gray-streaked braids and a radio clipped to her belt, and told her what he needed. "Timber, sandbags, a pump if you have one, and every pair of hands that can lift." She looked at the crack, at the water, at his face. "You think it will hold?" "I think we make it hold." She nodded and started calling. By nightfall, they had braced the abutment with 12 timber posts, stacked sandbags against the erosion line, and routed a gasoline pump to draw standing water away from the foundation. Kestro's hands were bleeding again. He did not stop. Islye found him at the pump line, adjusting the flow so the hose did not kink against a broken curb. "Toven is at the north intake with Baron," she said. "The roof is leaking in 3 places, but the walls are holding." "Good." Sa's running Cots to the community hall. Nemi is triaging out of the school gym. Yaveth has Marra making copies of everything by hand in case we lose power. We will lose power. She knows. Kestro adjusted the hose. The pump coughed, caught, and ran steady. "What about you?" Islye asked. He looked at her. The rain had not stopped. Her coat was soaked through. She had a scratch along her jaw that he had not noticed before. "I am still standing," he said. "That is not what I asked." He did not have an answer. She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the heat coming off her, even through the wet, even through the cold. "When this breaks," she said, "when the weather stops and we have a minute to breathe, I am going to ask you again, and I am going to expect a real answer." She turned and walked back toward the bridge before he could respond. The second call came at 2 a.m. A shelter in the South Loop had a wall bowing inward, 40 people inside, no structural engineer on site. Kestro took the truck. Islye stayed to finish the pump line. She drove alone through flooded streets, the headlights cutting through curtains of rain, the file box still pressed into the passenger footwell because he could not leave it behind. The shelter was a converted grocery store. The wall was the original brick, a load-bearing east face that had taken water for 3 days straight. It had bulged 6 inches at the midpoint. The mortar was turning to paste. Kestro walked the interior, found the shelter coordinator, told him to move everyone to the west side, no exceptions. "The wall will hold until dawn," Kestro said. "It will not hold past that. Dawn is 4 hours away, then you have 4 hours to get out." The coordinator looked at the wall, at the families huddled against the back wall, at the children too exhausted to cry. He started giving orders. Kestro helped move cots. He carried a sleeping toddler from the east room, handed her to a woman with wet eyes, and went back for the next. At 4 a.m., he was standing in the sheltered doorway, watching the wall, waiting for it to decide. He was still watching when a fox shifter boy appeared at his elbow. "Toven. Islye said you would be here. You should be at the north intake. I helped Baron move the dry goods." Toven looked at the wall. "Is it going to fall?" "Not yet. Are you coming back after?" Kestro looked down at him. The boy's dark fur at his temples was plastered with rain, his ears flat, his eyes too old for his age. "Coming back where?" "To the intake, after the wall is fixed." "Are you coming back?" Kestro opened his mouth, closed it. The wall creaked. A brick shifted, settled, held. "I do not know," he said. Toven nodded like that was an answer he had expected. "That is okay," the boy said. You keep saying you do not know, but you keep showing up anyway. He turned and walked back into the shelter. Kestro stood in the doorway, rain hitting his face, the file box warm against his leg under the coat, and watched the boy disappear between the cots. The wall creaked again. The radio on his hip crackled. A voice cut through the static. The South Transit Bridge had taken a hit. A fuel truck had jackknifed on the wet approach. The abutment they had braced 6 hours ago was vibrating, and the channel was still rising. Chapter 31. The South Transit Bridge was still standing when Kestro got there, not by much. The fuel truck had sheared the outer railing at the midpoint, twisted metal hanging over open air, but the abutment they had braced 6 hours earlier held the load. The cracks had not widened. The vibration was in the deck, not the foundation. Kestro walked the length twice, checking every seam, every post, every sandbag. The pump was still running. The water was still rising. He found the bridge supervisor at the north approach, a woman with rain running off her hood in sheets, and told her to close it anyway until the water stopped climbing. "It held," she said. "It held an empty truck. A bus full of evacuees is not the same weight." She looked at the abutment, at the black water crawling up the approach walls, at him. "And if the channel crests before dawn, then the bridge will hold or it will not. But you do not want people on it when you find out which." She closed the bridge. By 5 a.m., Kestro was in the intake hall basement, Islye beside him, both of them knee-deep in water that smelled of oil and rot. The generator had failed at 4:40. The backup was rated for a basement it could not reach because the stairwell was already flooded to the third step. "We need to move the medical stores," Islye said, pointing to the shelving unit where the water line was 2 inches from the bottom shelf. "The East Wing supplies are already under." Kestro waded to the shelving unit. The water pulled at his legs, thick and cold, and he lifted the first box of bandages and saline packs onto his shoulder while Islye grabbed the second. They worked in the dark, headlamps cutting yellow beams through the wet air, passing boxes up to a volunteer on the steps who stacked them in the dry corridor above. The bond hummed under his ribs with every pass. He tried not to notice. He noticed anyway. They split again at 6 a.m. Islye took the truck to the north intake to check on Tovin and Baron, and Kestro stayed to help the volunteers reroute Cots from the flooded east wing into the main hall, where the floor was still dry enough to sleep on. He carried a mattress on his back. He carried a folding cot under each arm. He helped an elderly wolf shifter move her bags to a dry corner and did not flinch when she gripped his arm and said thank you, like it hurt her to say it. He found the shelter coordinator and told him the basement was lost and the pump would not keep up if the water kept rising. "How long until we need to evacuate?" 6 hours, maybe 8. The coordinator rubbed his face. He looked like he had not slept in a week. "We have nowhere to send them." Kestro did not have an answer for that. He was patching a stairwell in the west corridor when Islye found him again. The third step from the top had split under the weight of wet foot traffic, and Kestro was on his knees with the pry bars, pulling the broken board free so he could replace it with a section of wall panel he had cut from an unused storage room. Islye stood at the bottom of the stairs and watched him work. "Tovin is fine," she said. "He is helping Baron organize the dry goods. He wants to know when you are coming back." Kestro pulled the last nail free. The board came loose with a groan. "I am not done here." I told him that. He fitted the new board into place. The cut was not perfect, but it would hold long enough to get people through. "The north intake is at capacity," Islye said. "The community hall has 200, and they are running out of blankets. Nemi is sewing up a cut on a boy who stepped on broken glass in the flood." "Is he okay?" "He will be." She told him he was lucky he did not sever a tendon, and he asked if that meant he could still play ball. Kestro hammered the last nail. The board held. "He is 8, Islye said. "He does not know what we are running from." He looked at her. The rain had not stopped. Her coat was soaked through. She had a scratch along her jaw that he hadn't noticed on the bridge. "None of them do," he said. She stepped closer, close enough that the bond pulled like a rope drawn tight between them. They do not need to know what we are running from. They need to know someone is staying. She turned and walked back toward the main hall, and Kestro watched her go, the hammer still in his hand, the bond thrumming hard enough that he could feel it in his teeth. By 8 a.m., the basement was gone. The water had climbed past the 4th step and the pump could not keep up, and Kestro helped the last volunteers move the remaining supplies to the 2nd-floor classroom that had become the new medical station. He was carrying a box of wound dressings up the stairs when a child's voice stopped him. "Are you going to fix the stairs too?" A girl, maybe 6, dark hair, dark eyes, a stuffed rabbit clutched against her chest. She was sitting on the 2nd-floor landing with her knees pulled up, watching him with the calm attention of someone who had already seen too much. Kestro stopped. "The stairs are fixed," he said. "The ones in the other building. The one with the wall." He looked at her. "I fixed that one too." "Are you coming back after?" The question landed like a weight. He thought of Tovin, of the same question at 4 a.m. in the shelter doorway. He looked at the girl, at her rabbit, at the wet hem of her coat where she had waded through water she should never have been in. "I do not know how to answer that," he said. She nodded, like she understood anyway. "That is okay. You came tonight." She stood up, hugged her rabbit tighter, and walked back into the classroom. Kestro stood on the landing, the box of wound dressings heavy in his arms, and watched her disappear. The radio crackled at 8:20 a.m. Another shelter, a wall bowing inward, 35 people inside. Kestro set the box down, picked up the file box from where he had left it behind the stairwell door, and walked out into the rain. The bond pulled east. Islye was in the main hall. He did not stop to find her. Chapter 32. The converted grocery store smelled like wet wool, bleach, and the particular sour note of fear that came off 40 people who knew the wall behind them was failing. Kestro had been on his feet for 31 hours. He had stopped feeling the individual hours somewhere around midnight, when the numbers blurred into a single long present tense of moving, lifting, assessing, and not stopping. The file box sat behind the checkout counter where he could see it from every angle of the main floor, and he had caught himself glancing at it 4 times in the last hour alone, as if expecting it to have moved on its own. The wall was holding, barely. He had wedged a steel beam salvaged from a collapsed awning against the interior brick, braced it at the base with sandbags from the flood barrier stockpile, and told the shelter coordinator to keep everyone west of the center aisle until further notice. The coordinator, a thin woman named Dern, with gray streaks in her braids and a voice hoarse from shouting orders, had nodded without asking questions. She had learned to trust him. That was worse than the questions. By dusk, the rain had tapered to a steady drizzle. Kestro stood in the shelter's east doorway and watched the water line on the street. It had dropped 3 inches since morning. Not enough. The channel was still swollen, the South Transit Bridge still vibrating under load, the Upper Market Bridge still the only crossing left. He should be there. He should be on both bridges at once, checking the braces, watching the foundations, making sure they did not fail while he was standing in a grocery store watching a wall hold. But the wall was 40 people, and the file box was behind the counter, and he could not split himself in half no matter how many directions the bond pulled. The list sat open on the checkout counter, spread beside a half-empty cup of tea that had gone cold hours ago. Yaveth had given him a packet of survivor testimony along with the Thatch Grove file, witness statements, accounts from the neighbors who had heard shouting before the flames, descriptions of the truck that had left the access road 15 minutes before the fire started. Kestro had read through it twice during the lulls. The second time, he had stopped on a name. Kestro Orrwick, his aunt. She had been visiting from the northern lowlands, staying in the guest room at the back of the main hall. The testimony did not say what happened to her. It said she had been seen at the window before the smoke grew too thick. Kestro had set the page down and stared at the wall for a long time. Islye found him like that. He did not hear her approach. He did not hear anything until the cup appeared beside his elbow, steam rising, the scent of black tea cutting through the bleach and wet wool. She did not say anything. She set the cup down, looked at the testimony page, and looked at his face. Then she walked away. Kestro watched her go, watched the way she moved through the shelter, checking cots, speaking to the elderly wolf shifter who could not stop shaking, stopping to crouch beside a boy with a bandaged hand and ask him something that made him almost smile. She did not look back. The bond pulled like a heartbeat. He was still holding the tea when the transport arrived. The shout came from outside first, a truck engine, a horn, voices calling for a medic. Kestro set the cup down and moved before he had consciously decided to move, his body already crossing the floor while his mind caught up. The transport was a flatbed with a tarp stretched over a steel frame, the kind used for livestock or supplies. 2 volunteers were lifting a man off the back, his leg wrapped in a field dressing that was already soaked through with blood. Nemi appeared at Kestro's elbow. "Hit by debris on the South Loop access road," she said, her voice flat and professional. "Bridge collapse caught his truck. He was alone." Kestro looked at the man's face. Mid-40s, gray at the temples. A clip-on badge still pinned to his collar, skewed sideways, catching the light. The badge read, Regional Pack Oversight Board, Compliance Division. The man's eyes opened. He looked at Nemi, then at the shelter ceiling, then at Kestro, and then his face changed. Recognition, raw and unguarded. "You," the man said. His voice was thin, cracked with shock and blood loss, but the word landed like a stone. Kestro went still. The file box was 30 feet away, behind the checkout counter. The testimony pages were spread beside the cold tea. Every name he had read in the last hour was still burning in his chest. "You were at the hearing," the man said. Nemi's hands kept working, cutting the field dressing away, assessing the wound, but her eyes flicked to Kestro and stayed there. "You were there," the man repeated. "Before the fire. You were the one who—" He stopped. The pain hit him, or the shock caught up, or he saw something in Kestro's face that made him reconsider speaking. Kestro had not moved. "Who are you?" Kestro asked. The man's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Namen," he said. "Grell Namen. I was on the compliance team. He swallowed. "I was there when they altered the registry." The shelter was loud. People talking, a child crying, the distant hum of the generator. But Kestro heard only the man's voice, thin and wet and terrified. "I know what they did to your pack." The bond pulled east, where Islye was still moving through the cots. The file box sat behind the counter. Nemi's hands kept working, but her eyes never left Kestro's face. "No," Kestro said. The word came out flat, controlled. The voice he used when a building was about to fail and he needed everyone to move exactly where he told them. "You are not saying this here." The man's eyes widened. Kestro leaned down close enough that no one else could hear. "Not here," he said. "Not in front of 40 people who do not know why the water is black or who let the shelters rot. You want to talk about the registry? You do it where I decide." He straightened. Nomi was watching him. The man on the stretcher was watching him. The bond pulled again, harder now, insistent, and Kestro felt the weight of every name he had read today settle across his shoulders like a second skin. He turned and walked toward the checkout counter. The file box was still there. He picked it up, tucked it under his arm, and walked out into the rain without looking back at the man who had just named himself, who had just told Kestro that a witness to the alteration was bleeding on a stretcher in Kestro's shelter, conscious and afraid and carrying a confession Kestro had not asked for and could not afford to trust. Chapter 33. The rain had thickened by the time Kestro reached the South Loop access road. Not the soft drizzle of the morning, a hard, driving sheet that bounced off the asphalt and turned the shelter's parking lot into a shallow lake. He stood at the edge of it, the evidence box tucked under his arm, watching the flatbed where Grell Nelms still lay on the stretcher. Nemi had not moved him inside yet. She was kneeling beside him, one hand pressing a fresh bandage against his leg, her dark eyes fixed on his face. Namen was talking, low and fast, the words spilling out of him like water through a cracked dam. Kestro walked closer, told him it was too many names for one correction. But he said the line had to be clean. No surviving risks, no loose ends that could be traced back. Kestro stopped at the edge of the flatbed. Nemi looked up. Her eyes moved from Kestro's face to his hands, still gripping the file box, and something in her expression shifted. A warning. or an acknowledgement. He said it like it was simple, Nauman muttered, his voice slurring. Like correcting a typo, just lines on a page. But I saw the names. I saw how many. What names? The question came out flat, controlled. The voice Kestro used when a beam was about to buckle and he needed everyone to move exactly where he told them. Nauman's eyes found him, wide, unfocused. Yours, he said. The word hit like a fist to the sternum. Your name was in the correction column. They wrote it in after the fire, listed as confirmed deceased. But someone knew. Someone knew you were still breathing, and they wrote it anyway, because it was easier than chasing a loose thread. Kestro's hands tightened on the file box. The bond pulled east, where Islye was still moving through the Cots. The bond pulled east, and he felt her presence like heat at the edge of his awareness, and he shoved it aside. How many others? Nauman's mouth opened, closed. His eyes drifted to the rain, then back to Kestro. I do not know all of them. There were 12 packs on the list, 12 crosshatch marks. But only Thatch Grove was marked for full closure. The others were smaller, 2 or 3 members each. People who could be corrected without drawing attention. Corrected. The word came out raw. Nemi stood up. She stepped between Kestro and the stretcher, her body a lean, deliberate barrier. Not here, she said. Kestro looked at her. Not here, she repeated. He is bleeding out and he is saying things he will not remember saying in the morning. You want to question him? You do it when he can stand up and sign a statement. Kestro's jaw tightened. The rain ran down his face, cold and relentless. The file box was heavy under his arm. Every name he had read today was still burning in his chest. Move, he said. Nemi did not move. Kestro. Her voice was quiet, flat, but there was something underneath it. Something that sounded almost like concern. If you lose control here, in front of 40 people, you lose the evidence, you lose the hearing, you lose everything you have been carrying for 6 years. Kestro stood still. The rain hit the tarp. The generator hummed. Somewhere inside the shelter, a child laughed. I am not losing control. You are close. He wanted to argue, wanted to tell her she did not know what close looked like for him. But she was right. He could feel it. The rage, cold and familiar, rising in his chest like black water. The urge to grab Nauman by the collar and shake the rest of the names out of him, to demand every single one, to make someone pay for the years he had spent carrying this alone. He looked at Nauman, gray-faced and bleeding, his eyes already fluttering closed. Then he turned and walked away. He found Tovin in the west stairwell 20 minutes later, perched on the 4th step with the pry bars across his knees and a flashlight balanced on the railing. The boy looked up when Kestro approached. You look like someone kicked your dog, Tovin said. Kestro stopped. I don't have a dog. Figure of speech. Kestro stood at the bottom of the stairs, the file box still under his arm. The stairwell was quiet. The shelter noise was muffled by 2 closed doors and a turn in the corridor. The step is split, he said. Tovin looked down at the tread beneath him. This one? 3rd from the bottom. Tovin shifted, peering at the step with the flashlight. Looks fine to me. It is split along the grain. You cannot see it from the top, but it will give way under weight. Probably tonight. Tovin looked at Kestro, then at the step, then back at Kestro. You want me to brace it? I want you to learn how. Tovin stood up. He set the pry bars against the wall and crouched beside the step, running his fingers along the edge. Okay, he said. Show me. Kestro set the evidence box down. He knelt beside Tovin and pointed to the crack, hairline thin, invisible, unless you knew where to look. You can brace it with a bracket on the underside, but you need to pull the tread forward first. Watch how the wood moves. He worked in silence for a few minutes, showing Tovin the angle, the pressure points, the way to test the joint before committing to the fix. Tovin listened, asked questions, followed instructions like he had been doing this for years. When the bracket was in place and the step was solid, Kestro sat back on his heels. Tovin did not move. That man on the flatbed, he said. He knew you. Kestro said nothing. He said something about a registry, about names, about people who were Tovin. The boy stopped. Kestro looked at the stairwell wall, at the water stains spreading from the corner, at the crack in the plaster that ran from the ceiling to the floor. "Thatch Grove was my pack," he said. Tovin was very still. They were builders, potters, carvers. They made things with their hands. I was away when— he stopped. When someone decided they should not exist anymore. Tovin said nothing. The stairwell was quiet. "Is that why you always look like you are leaving?" Tovin asked. Kestro did not answer. "Because you do not think you get to stay?" The question landed like a stone. Kestro looked at the boy, at the dark fur at his temples, the fearless eyes, the pry bars still in his hand. "I do not know how," he said. Tovin held his gaze. "Then maybe you learn." The radio on the landing crackled, a voice, sharp with static. "Central Transit Bridge. East abutment. Impact. Anyone near the crossing respond." Kestro was on his feet before the transmission finished. He grabbed the evidence box, shoved it at Tovin. "Hold this. Do not let anyone touch it." Tovin took the box without hesitating. "Where are you going?" The bond pulled east. The bridge was the only crossing left. "To keep more people from dying," Kestro said. He was already moving toward the door when the second transmission came through. And this time he heard Islye's voice through the static, calling him by name. Chapter 34. He reached the Central Transit Bridge at a run. The east abutment had taken impact from something large, a floating construction container wedged against the concrete at an angle that pushed the whole span off true. The metal was crumpled like paper, the concrete beneath it spiderwebbed with cracks that ran from the waterline up to the deck. Kestro stood at the edge of the approach, breathing hard, the evidence box no longer in his hands, and the loss of it leaving him hollow. He did not need Tovin holding it. The boy would keep it safe. But he felt the absence anyway. The weight of the names, the paper, the proof, all of it gone from his hands for the first time in days, and he had to keep moving without it. The bridge groaned. Kestro walked onto the deck. The wet concrete shimmered under the floodlights. The water below was black and fast, carrying debris that scraped against the piers like bones. He counted the steps, felt the vibration through his boots, found the point where the deck had shifted 3 inches east of its bearing. The bridge was still standing, but it would not last the night if the channel kept rising. "Kestro?" He turned. Islye stood at the edge of the approach, rain running off her shoulders, her face pale in the floodlight. Her voice on the radio, her voice calling him by name. "You came," he said. "I have been looking for you for an hour." He looked back at the abutment, at the crumpled container wedged against the concrete, the cracks spreading from the point of impact like veins. "It held," he said, "but not for long." Islye walked onto the deck. She stopped beside him, close enough that he could smell the rain in her hair, the shelter soap on her skin. "We need to clear the container," she said. "Brace the abutment before the next surge." He nodded. They worked in silence. Kestro found a chain in the back of a stranded truck. Islye flagged down a flatbed with a winch. They rigged the container, pulled it free, and watched it sink downstream. Then Kestro braced the cracked abutment with timber and sandbags, the same way he had braced everything in this city for weeks. The work took 2 hours. When it was done, the floodlights were flickering, and the rain had tapered to a mist that clung to everything like breath. Islye told the bridge supervisor to close it to all traffic. The supervisor argued. Kestro stood silent until she gave in. Then there was nothing left to do. Kestro sat on the edge of the bridge deck, his boots hanging over the black water, his hands resting on his knees. The floodlights hummed behind him. Islye sat down beside him. They did not touch. The water moved below them, fast and opaque, carrying debris that scraped against the piers and vanished downstream. 4 nights, Islye said. He did not answer. 4 nights since you read the testimony. Since the annex. Since the warehouse. Since— She stopped. Since everything. He looked at his hands, at the clay pigment ground into his nails, the wood oil darkening the creases. He had not scrubbed them in days. They looked like the hands of someone who built things. He had not built anything in 6 years. Islye, she turned to him. He did not look at her. I read more of the testimony tonight, while you were looking for me. She waited. There was a woman named Kestro Orrwick, my father's cousin. She made the glazes, The blue ones, that no one else could replicate. She used river clay and ash from the old kiln. He stopped. She was inside when the fire started. The testimony said she tried to get out through the workshop window, but someone had boarded it from the outside. The Dadar moved below them. "The names keep appearing," he said. "Every time I open the file, there is another one. Another person I grew up with. Another face I remember. Another voice I will never hear again." He looked at his hands. "I have been carrying them for 6 years. I thought I was keeping them alive by remembering, by not letting go." He took a breath. "But I think I was just keeping myself dead." Islye said nothing. "The warmth," he said. "The way you look at me. The way Tovin asks questions. The way Baron hands me soup and does not let me leave without eating." His voice cracked. "It feels like I am betraying them. Every time I feel something that is not grief, it feels like I am saying they did not matter enough." He looked at the black water. "Like I am the only one who remembers, and if I stop suffering, I am letting them disappear again." The silence stretched. Then Islye moved. She did not grab him, did not pull him close. She simply shifted on the concrete until her shoulder pressed against his arm, and she stayed there. "Kestro." Her voice was quiet, steady. "Grief is not a vow." He did not answer. "Grief is what you feel because you loved them, because they were real, because they mattered. That feeling does not go away if you let yourself feel something else. It just sits beside it." She looked at the water. "You surviving is not a betrayal. It is the only thing that makes the record mean something. If you had died with them, there would be no one left to say their names." "There are still their names," he said. "The registry, the file, Yaveth's testimony. The file is paper. Yaveth is one voice. You." She stopped. "You are the proof that they were real, that they existed, that someone lived who loved them enough to carry the truth." He did not move. "I am not telling you to stop grieving," she said. "I am telling you that you can grieve and still live. You can grieve and still let yourself be warm. You can grieve and still stay." He sat very still. His hands were shaking. "The truth," he said, "does not get funded." She looked at him. "What?" "The phrase you could not place in the intake hall, when you said the truth does not get funded." He turned to her. "That was what my alpha said, the night before the fire. He said the board had sent a letter about administrative resolution for the Lowlands bloodline situation. He knew what it meant. He told me, the truth does not get funded, and it gets people killed." He was right. She held his gaze. "I should have remembered," she said. "I should have placed it. You did not know him. I should have known that the words mattered." He shook his head. "You did not know him," he said. "But you know what he said. You heard it, and you carried it, even if you did not know where it came from." The bond pulled, warm and steady, like a heartbeat he had been ignoring for days. "Islye." "Yes, I do not know how to do what you are asking." She did not look away. "Then you learn." His hands stopped shaking. He looked at the water, at the black surface, the debris sliding past, the lights of Halvern flickering on the far bank. He thought of F. Orrwick, of his Aunt Gret, standing at the window while the smoke thickened, of his alpha, who had known the truth was coming and still tried to protect everyone. He thought of Tovin holding the evidence box, of Marra copying records by hand, of Yaveth unfolding maps in her kitchen, of Baron pressing soup into his hands. He thought of Islye sitting beside him on a bridge that was still holding. "I do not want to be dead anymore," he said. She turned to him. "Then do not be." A noise, footsteps on the approach, fast and wet. A runner, a girl in a shelter vest, skidding to a stop at the edge of the bridge deck, her breath coming in gasps. "Kestro, Islye!" Islye was already standing. "What?" The girl pointed east, toward the channel where the abutment he had just braced was barely visible in the flickering floodlight. "The support, the one you braced, it just shifted again. The whole span is moving." Chapter 35. The runner's words hung in the wet air. Kestro was already moving. Islye matched him stride for stride down the bridge deck, past the shelter girl still gasping for breath. past the supervisor who had appeared at the approach with a flashlight and a pale face. The east abutment looked the same from a distance. Up close, Kestro saw the change. The crack had widened. Not dramatically, not the theatrical failure buildings sometimes gave before they went. Just a hair more space between the concrete faces and a thin, dark line of water weeping through where there had been only damp before. He knelt. He laid his palm flat against the abutment. The vibration was different now, slower, deeper, a pulse that did not match the current. "This bridge is going," he said. The supervisor made a sound like a swallowed protest. Kestro stood. "Clear the approach, both sides. No traffic, no pedestrians, no one. Do it now." "Lizzie," he said, and she was already beside him, her hand finding his arm. "I know," she said. "We need to be off it." They walked back across the span together. He did not look at her. He did not need to. She was there. She was staying beside him. They reached the west approach at a jog. The supervisor's voice carried behind them, sharp with panic, ordering a truck to reverse, ordering people back from the barrier. Kestro stopped at the edge of the pavement where the bridge met solid ground, and he turned. The span looked wrong, not visibly sagging, not broken, but wrong in a way his body understood before his eyes did. The angles were off, the way the floodlight caught the truss lines, the way the deck sat against the abutment. He watched. 1 minute. 2. The bridge made a sound like a deep breath held too long. Then it settled. Not a collapse, not the failure he had predicted. Just a shift, a groan, a slump of concrete and steel finding a new resting position. But it was done moving. He watched for another 30 seconds, then he let out a breath he had been holding since he saw the scarred man's face in the warehouse stairwell. "It held," Islye said. "For now. That is not nothing." He looked at her. She was wet to the bone, dark hair plastered to her skull, a cut on her cheek he had not noticed before. Her eyes were steady. "It is not nothing," he said. The supervisor ran past them with a radio, calling for an engineer, calling for a full inspection, calling for someone to tell him what to do. Kestro did not move. Islye did not move either. The rain had stopped. Sometime in the last hour, without him noticing, the air had changed. The drizzle was gone. The sky above the channel was not light yet, but it was less dark. First dawn was coming. He stood on the pavement with Islye at his side, and the bridge still standing behind them, and the evidence box in the hands of a 10-year-old boy somewhere on the other side of the flood. He should go. He should find Tovin. He should check the box. He should start the next thing. He did not go. "You should sit down," Islye said. "I should. Sit down, Kestro, before you fall down." He looked at his hands. They were shaking. He had not noticed. "There is nowhere to sit," he said. She pointed at the concrete barrier along the approach. Wet, cold, but solid. He sat. She sat beside him. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The channel moved past. The remains of the fuel truck were visible downstream, lodged against a submerged warehouse wall. The lights of Halvern flickered on the far bank, fewer than there had been last night. The bond was there. It had been there all night. Steady, warm, a pulse he had been ignoring because if he acknowledged it, he would have to decide what to do with it. He did not ignore it now. He let it be there. "I am still here," he said. She turned to look at him. "Yes. I do not know what happens next." "Neither do I. That should bother me more than it does." She did not answer. He thought about the evidence box, about Tovin holding it, about Yaveth's kitchen and the map spread across her table, and the list of names that had to be spoken aloud before they could rest. He thought about Ed Orrwick, trapped in a workshop window that had been boarded from the outside. He thought about the way Islye had set his name on the bridge. He thought about the bond, and about the fact that he was still here. "You asked me," he said, "if I would give you a real answer when the crisis ended." She did not move. "The crisis is not over," she said. "The flood is not over, but the bridge is holding. The shelter wall is braced. Everyone I know is still alive." He stopped. "I am not leaving." She was very still. "I am not leaving," he said again. "I do not know if I know how to stay, but I am not going anywhere." The bond pulled. Not hard, not desperate. Just there, like her shoulder against his, like the warmth of someone who had chosen to sit down beside him. She did not say anything. She leaned into him. That was all. He put his arm around her. It felt like the first thing he had done right in 6 years. They sat that way as the sky lightened, gray and slow and patient, and the floodlights dimmed one by one along the approach, and the exhausted shelter workers began the slow work of counting who had made it through the night. Kestro's eyes were closed when he heard the footsteps. He opened them. A boy was running toward them from the shelter side of the approach, a fox shifter, dark fur at his temples, the evidence box clutched against his chest. Tovin. Kestro was on his feet before he realized he had moved. Tovin skidded to a stop, breathing hard, his face pale and streaked with something that might have been mud or might have been ash. Kestro. "Tovin, the box. Is it? It's fine. I kept it under the cot. No one touched it." Kestro exhaled. "Good. That is good." Tovin's eyes were too bright. "There is something else." "What?" "Yaveth. She came to the shelter. She said to find you. She said it was happening faster than she expected." Kestro went still. "What is happening?" Tovin swallowed. "The Pack Council. They granted the expedited hearing. It starts tomorrow morning." The words landed like weight he had been carrying for 6 years and was not ready to set down. "And," Tovin said, "someone told Marra before the notice was even written. Yaveth said he knows. She said your window just closed." Chapter 36. The shelter kitchen was too bright. Fluorescent tubes hummed over cracked linoleum, and a stove that had been scrubbed so many times the enamel had worn thin at the corners. Kestro stood with his back to the counter, arms crossed, watching the others arrive. Varen had commandeered the burners before anyone could ask. A pot of something steam-thick and dark simmered on the rear ring. She moved between counter and stove with the economy of someone who had fed crowds through worse nights, her yellow-green cat-slit eyes missing nothing. "Drink," she said, pressing a cup into Nemi's hands before the medic had finished settling into her chair. Nemi drank. Her dark eyes tracked the roux the same way they always did, assessing, cataloging, storing angles. Yaveth sat at the long table near the window with a map spread in front of her, white hair pulled back tight, pale blue eyes fixed on something none of them could see. She had not spoken since she walked in. Kriv Haig leaned against the doorframe. His face was carved deeper than usual, the lines around his mouth more pronounced. He had a cup of something, but he was not drinking it. Marra was not there yet. Sal had gone to bring her from the temporary room Yaveth had arranged in the old postal depot, 3 blocks east, where the windows faced a courtyard instead of the street, and the lock had been changed twice in one day. Islye sat beside Kestro at the counter, not touching him. Close enough that the bond was a constant, low warmth, like a hand resting on his chest from the inside. 2 cots, he said, at the depot. She has food, she has a radio. She needs more than that, Yaveth said without looking up. Then tell me what she needs. Yaveth lifted her head. Her eyes were winter sky, pale and cold and seeing straight through him. Marra needs someone to watch the door, someone to check the courtyard every hour, someone to stand between her and the people who will come looking before dawn. Kestro straightened. I can do that. No, Yaveth said. You cannot. You are the one they are looking for. You sit outside her door and Marra's people will know exactly where she is within the hour. The room went quiet. She is right, Nemi said. Her voice was flat, medical, unsparing. You are the witness. You are also the target. You cannot be both. Kestro's jaw tightened. The bond pulsed, a warning or a question. He was not sure which. Then who? I will do it, Krev said. Everyone turned. He was still leaning against the doorframe, still not drinking his tea, but his eyes were steady, and there was something in them Kestro had not seen before. Certainty, the kind that did not come from calculation. I have 37 keys on this ring, Krev said. I know every blind corner in this city. I know which doors open without sound and which windows face the wrong way. If anyone is going to sit in the dark and watch a door, it should be me. Kestro looked at him. The ferry dock, the dawn interception, the words that had cut through his flight like a blade through rotten wood. Why? Kriv's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Because I have been trying to keep you alive for 4 years, Orrwick. Do you think I am going to stop now because the danger got real?" The words landed like weight Kestro had not known he was carrying. Baron set a bowl in front of him. Steam rose, carrying the smell of root vegetables and something earthy, something that might have been meat broth. "Eat," she said, "then we decide the rest." He ate. The soup was hot and thick and exactly what his body needed. He did not realize how empty he was until the first spoonful hit his stomach and the shaking in his hands began to ease. Islye ate beside him. They did not speak. They did not need to. When the bowls were empty and the tea had been poured a third time, Yaveth spread the map flat and anchored the corners with the salt cellar, a folded towel, and a stack of clean mugs. "The hearing starts at 8, she said. "We have 11 hours. 8, Krev said. "High Sun Council. Matriarch will have his best people in the room." Yaveth nodded. "He will also have a narrative. He will present himself as a guardian of order, someone who made hard decisions to protect pack stability. He will call Marra a frightened clerk who misunderstood what she saw. He will call the registry a routine administrative tool that was misinterpreted." "Then we prove it was not routine," Islye said. "We prove it with the file," Yaveth said, "and with the testimony of the people who saw what happened." She looked at Kestro. "Are you ready to speak their names?" The question hit like a blow to the chest. He had been carrying those names for 6 years. They lived in his mouth, in his ribs, in the spaces between his breaths and the silence before sleep. Yes. It came out rough. He did not soften it. Yaveth held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded and looked back at the map. "Good, because I will not be standing beside you." The room shifted. Nemi's head came up. Baron's hands stilled over the stove. "What?" Islye said. Yaveth's voice did not waver. "Matriarch knows I am the one who assembled the case. He knows I have been gathering testimony for 6 years. If I stand beside Kestro at the hearing, he will frame the entire proceeding as the vendetta of a bitter old woman who lost her standing and wanted revenge. He will call me unreliable. He will use my age and my history to discredit every word that comes out of Kestro's mouth." "Then someone else needs to present," Nemi said. "Marra cannot," Yaveth said. "She is too frightened, and she has no public standing. Nemi, you are a medic. Your testimony is medical, not evidentiary. Krev is a migration consultant. His word carries weight on transport records, but not on registry alteration." She looked at Islye. "You coordinate disaster response for the cross-species shelter network. You have no political faction. You have no history with the board. You have only the fact that you have been working beside Kestro for 2 weeks, and you have seen what he has carried." Islye went still. "What are you asking me to do?" "I am asking you to stand with him at the hearing, to vouch for his credibility, to say that you have watched a broken man put himself back together in front of you, and you believe every word he speaks." The kitchen was silent. Islye looked at Kestro. He looked back. The bond was there, steady, patient, like the warmth of a room you had been standing in for so long you forgot how cold you had been outside. "I will do it," she said. Kestro opened his mouth, closed it, did not know what to say. Toven had been silent in the corner, perched on a crate with his knees drawn up and dark fur standing out at his temples. He had been watching the conversation like he always did, listening, tracking, storing every word. Now he spoke. "Nobody gets to take Kestro's people anymore." The words hit the room like a stone dropped into still water. Toven's voice was not loud, but it was steady in a way that did not belong to a 10-year-old boy. "That is what the board did. They took people. They made them not exist. But they did not get Kestro, and they are not getting anyone else." Kestro could not answer. The boy's eyes were bright and fierce and absolutely certain. "We are going to take them," Toven said. "We are going to take what they tried to hide, and we are going to say it out loud. And then they will have to see us." No one spoke. The moment held. And then the door opened. Sel stood in the frame, wet-haired, wide-eyed, breathing hard. "Yaveth." "What?" "Matriarch's people. They are already moving. They are calling a press conference for dawn. They are going to announce that you have been under investigation for evidence tampering, that you fabricated the Thatch Grove files to frame a legitimate board official." Yaveth's face did not change. How do you know this? One of the retired compliance officers, the one Marra trusted. He heard it from a clerk in Mirak's office. He sent a message through the shelter dispatch. He said to tell you that you have until the press conference to respond, and after that, your credibility will be buried so deep, not even the Pack Council will dig it up. The room held its breath. Kestro looked at Yaveth. She was still, pale blue eyes fixed on something only she could see. Then she lifted her head. I see, she said. It was the voice of someone who had been expecting this, who had planned for it, who had known that Matriarch would not let the case reach the hearing floor without trying to destroy the messenger first. What do we do? Islye said. Yaveth looked at her. We move faster. Chapter 37. The council chamber smelled like old wood and older politics. Kestro stood in the entrance and felt the weight of every gaze turned toward him. 12 council members arranged in a raised half-circle, their faces unreadable, their scents held tight behind formal composure. Public gallery behind him packed with shelter workers, displaced families, reporters, and people who had come to watch someone finally speak. Islye stood at his right shoulder. She had not let go of his arm since they crossed the threshold. Matriarch was already at the respondents' table, pale gray eyes fixed on Kestro the moment he entered. The burned scar along his jaw caught the overhead light, a pale seam against his skin. He looked unsurprised. He looked like a man who had been waiting for this moment and had already rehearsed every word. The council moderator raised a hand. The petition of Yaveth Halvern-Lace is called. Evidence on behalf of Regional Pack Oversight Board compliance is presented by Director Soren Matriarch. Matriarch stood. He did not look at the gallery. He looked at the council. Face calm, voice even. The voice of a man who had spent decades believing his actions were necessary. I will not waste the council's time with outrage, he said. I will simply show the record. He held up a folder. A frightened clerk who accessed files she was not authorized to see. A retired matriarch who has spent 6 years pursuing a theory no investigation ever supported. A shelter worker with no experience in board procedure, who will stand here and tell you she saw a man put himself back together, as if that constitutes evidence of anything but kindness. The chamber murmured. Kestro felt Isly's hand tighten on his arm. Marra copied documents she did not understand, Matriarch said. She was approached by Yaveth Halvern-Lace, who convinced her that routine compliance paperwork was evidence of a conspiracy. The board has procedures. The board follows regulations. When packs failed to meet compliance standards, corrective actions were taken. That is not murder. That is administration. He set the folder down. I have served the Oversight Board for 22 years. I have never signed an order that was not reviewed by 3 separate compliance officers. I have never authorized action against a pack without documented cause, and I have never seen the files that this clerk claims to have copied. A pause. His pale eyes swept the chamber. Because they did not come from my office. The accusation hung in the air, fabricated, planted, the work of a woman who had lost her place in the pack hierarchy and wanted someone to blame. Yaveth sat in the 3rd row of the gallery. Her face did not change. The moderator looked at Kestro. Does the petitioner wish to make an opening statement? Kestro's throat was dry. His hands were steady. He stepped forward. I am Kestro Orrwick. The name landed like a stone in still water. I was born in Thatch Grove. The council shifted. 2 of them exchanged glances. One leaned forward. I was the only one who survived the fire. He heard the chamber go quiet. Genuine quiet. The kind that happened when people stopped performing and started listening. The board says the cause was never determined. That is true, because the investigation never happened. The board says the files Marra copied are not from Matriarch's office. That is also true. They were from a locked drawer in a cabinet labeled Lineage Administration, Current. They had been there for 6 years. No one was supposed to find them. Matriarch's jaw tightened. But I found them. Kestro pulled the evidence box from the table and set it on the council floor. These files prove that Thatch Grove was flagged for a bloodline marker, inherited resistance to alpha compulsion. The board considered that a regulatory problem, a threat to pack stability. And on November 16th, 6 years ago, Director Soren Mirkak signed an order authorizing administrative resolution for the Lowlands bloodline situation. He opened the box. 11 days later, my pack was burned out. The front door was barred from the outside. Witness testimony from 3 separate survivors who left the Lowlands before the fire confirms a truck on the access road the night before. A contractor paid by board funds. He held up the signature page. His signature, S. Mirek, Director of Compliance. The chamber erupted. Mirek was on his feet, voice sharp, cutting through the noise. This is fabrication. The woman who copied these files is terrified and suggestible. The man presenting them lost everyone he ever loved and has spent 6 years looking for someone to blame. That is not evidence. That is grief dressed as accusation. Kestro waited. The noise settled. The truth does not get funded, he said quietly. Mirek went still. My alpha said that to me the night before the fire. He had received a letter from the compliance division. He read it twice. Then he told me that the board wanted the Lowlands bloodline situation resolved and that the truth does not get funded. He looked at Mirek. How did I know those words if they were not in the file? The silence stretched. Mirek's composure cracked. Just a fraction, a muscle in his jaw. You are the lone survivor of a tragedy, Mirek said. You have convinced yourself that the board was responsible. Memory is not evidence. Then let me show your evidence. Stostro reached into the box and pulled out a separate folder. This is the Thatch Grove registry. Every member, every resistance marker, and a correction column added after the fire. He opened it. My name is listed as confirmed deceased. He held it up. Someone on the board knew I survived. They listed me as dead anyway, because I was the loose thread, the one who could still speak. He looked at Mirek. 12 packs on the correction list. 12 packs with resistance markers. Thatch Grove was the only one marked for full closure. The others were smaller corrections. 2 or 3 members each disappeared into the system. Their names entered into the record as administrative corrections. He set the folder down. I am not here to convince you that you should trust me. I am here to show you that the system you trusted was built to erase people like me. The chamber held its breath. Mirek's hands were flat on the table, knuckles white. The boy who survived, Mirek said, voice low. Standing here, telling himself that his grief makes him righteous. Kestro looked at him, and then he did not say anything. He turned to the council. 6 years ago I survived Thatch Grove because I was not there when the fire started. I have spent those 6 years believing that my survival was a mistake, that I should have burned with the rest of them, that I had no right to keep living when they could not. He paused. I was wrong. Islye's hand found his. He held it. Survival is not betrayal, and speaking the names of the dead is not revenge. It is the only thing we owe them. He pulled a folded paper from the box. Ed Orrwick, my father's cousin. She made blue glazes from river clay and ash from the old kiln. She died in the fire. The workshop window had been boarded from the outside. He read another name, Kestro Orrwick, first apprentice to the master carver. He was 19. He had just finished a beam joint that he carved with the Thatch Grove mark. I found it in board storage last week. Another, Tess Orrwick. She taught every child in the pack how to fire small bowls. She was 72. He read the list, all of them, every name he had carried in silence for 6 years. When he finished, the chamber was completely quiet. The council moderator looked at him. Is there anything else you wish to place on the record, Mr. Orrwick? Kestro met Mirek's eyes. Only the truth. Mirek's hand moved beneath the table. The scarred man from the Ferry warehouse was standing at the rear of the chamber, watching. His hand was already reaching for something in his coat. Chapter 38. The chamber held the silence like a held breath. Kestro stood at the center, the paper still in his hand. The names hung in the air. Et, Garen, Tess, all of them. He had spoken them aloud for the first time in 6 years, and the room had nowhere to put them. The council moderator cleared his throat. Mr. Orrwick, do you have further documentation to place on the record? Kestro set down the list and reached into the box again. His hands were steady. That surprised him. Marra Olses copied this file over 3 years, he said. She risked her life to carry it out of the board building. Every page has been cross-referenced with independent witness testimony held by Yaveth Halvern-Lace. He pulled out a bound sheath of papers. This is the payment record to an unnamed contractor, board funds, dispersed 8 days before the fire. The amount matches the construction of a wooden barricade rated for a standard residential doorway. He set it down. 3 positive inspection reports for Thatch Grove filed in the year before the fire, all signed by compliance officers who later received promotions. Another page. The rezoning approval that transferred Thatch Grove's land to board jurisdiction 1 month before the fire, signed by Director Matriarch's deputy. The chamber murmured. Matriarch was still standing. His hands had not moved from the table. "This is all circumstantial," he said. "Documents can be fabricated. Witnesses can be coached. You have no proof that I personally, you signed the order." Kestro's voice was quiet. Not loud, not angry, just certain. 11 days before the fire, administrative resolution for the Lowlands bloodline situation. Your signature, S. Matriarch, Director of Compliance. He held up the page. "I have had this in my possession for 6 days. I have looked at it every night. I know every stroke of your name." Matriarch's jaw tightened. "You do not get to stand there and tell me that is coincidence." The council moderator raised a hand. "Director Matriarch, you will respond only when addressed." Matriarch's mouth opened, closed. His knuckles were white on the table. Kestro turned back to the council. "There is more." He pulled out the registry folder. The correction column, added after the fire. 12 packs total. Thatch Grove was the only one marked for full closure. The others were smaller corrections, 2 or 3 members each. He opened it. These people were not executed in fires. They disappeared into the system, relocated, reassigned. Their names entered into the record as administrative actions. He looked at the council. "I want to know where they are. I want to know if any of them are still alive, and I want the board to answer for what it did to them." One of the council members, an older woman with iron-gray hair and a worn face, leaned forward. "You are asking this council to open an investigation into the entire lineage registry. I am asking you to tell the truth." She looked at him for a long moment, then she turned to Matriarch. "Director, did you authorize the Thatch Grove resolution?" Matriarch's face was stone. "I authorized what the board required to maintain stability in the Lowlands. If that action was interpreted by others as authorization for violence, that is a failure of communication, not a crime." The woman's eyes narrowed. "That is not a denial. It is a statement of fact." Kestro watched him, the careful words, the practiced composure, the same language that had been used to bury the truth for 6 years. He reached into the box one last time. "I have one more thing." He pulled out a small object wrapped in cloth. He set it on the council table, unfolded the fabric. A carved beam joint. The Thatch Grove mark, the same mark Kestro Orrwick had cut into the wood the year before he died. This was found in board storage, along with crates of other Thatch Grove property, pottery, tools, personal effects, taken after the fire. He looked at the council. "They did not just kill my pack. They took everything that proved we existed. They put it in boxes and filed it away like inventory." He placed his hand on the beam joint. "I am the only thing they could not box." The chamber was silent. Then the elder council member stood. "Mr. Orrwick, this council will recess for 1 hour to review the documentation you have provided. When we reconvene, we will determine whether there is sufficient cause for a formal investigation into the Regional Pack Oversight Board's Compliance Division." She looked at Matriarch, and into Director Matriarch's role in the events described. Matriarch's face did not change, but his hand moved beneath the table. Kestro saw it. At the rear of the chamber, the scarred man was already turning. His hand had dropped from his coat. He was moving toward the side door. Kestro's body went tight. The council moderator struck the floor with a gavel. "This session is recessed until..." 2 council members stood abruptly, at the end of the dais, the ones who had not spoken during the testimony. They exchanged a look. One of them gathered a stack of papers from the table. Matriarch's allies. They were leaving. Kestro stepped forward. "Those files..." The elder council member raised a hand. "Councillor Thrain, Councillor Loam, the session is recessed, not adjourned. You will remain." Neither stopped. Thrain was already at the side door. Loam followed, his hand on the frame. The chamber erupted. Sutron moved. Izzy's hand was on his arm before he reached the first step.
Kestro, they are taking evidence.
You cannot follow them. Not here. She was right. He knew she was right. But the door was closing, and Thrain was gone, and Loam was pulling it shut behind him, and the files they had taken were still in their hands. The elder council member's voice cut through the noise. Council guards, seal the eastern corridor. But the door had already clicked shut, and the scarred man was no longer visible at the rear of the chamber. Kestro looked at the door, at the space where his testimony had landed, at Matriarch, still standing at the table, still composed, still watching him with pale gray eyes that did not blink. The hearing was not over, but something else had begun. Chapter 39. The chamber emptied around him. Kestro stood at the center of the half-circle, the carved beam joint still warm under his palm, and watched council staff gather the documentation into labeled crates. Voices moved past him in waves, reporters calling questions, guards securing doors, a clerk asking someone to sign a receipt. He did not move. The names were still in his throat. Not the ones he had read aloud, the ones he had not said, the ones he had carried so long they felt like bones he had learned to walk around. Garen's laugh, Tess's hands, Et's voice calling him inside for dinner. He had spoken them into the record. But they were still gone. They were still dead. And he was still standing in a room full of strangers who would pack up the proof and file it away until the next hearing. Someone touched his arm. Islye. She did not speak. She just stood beside him, her hand resting on his forearm, her pulse a steady warmth against his skin. The bond hummed between them, low and constant, but she did not pull. She waited. He turned. Her face was tired. There were shadows under her eyes and a crease between her brows that had not been there 6 weeks ago. Her hair was coming loose from its tie, dark strands sticking to her temple. She looked at him like he was the only thing in the room she could see. "Come with me," she said. She did not wait for an answer. She took his hand and led him out of the chamber, past the guards, past the reporters still shouting questions, through a side door and into a narrow corridor where the voices faded to a distant murmur. The corridor was empty. It ran west, away from the main hall, lined with closed doors and unlit sconces. At the far end, a window let in gray, late afternoon light. Islye stopped, turned to face him. Her hand was still in his. The bond pulled, soft, insistent, like a heartbeat he had been ignoring for weeks. She said, "I need you to say it." He knew what she meant. "I am not leaving." "I know that part." He looked at her, at the steadiness in her brown eyes, at the way she held his hand like she had already decided what she wanted. "I am not choosing you because of the bond." Her breath caught, just barely. "I am choosing you because I saw you walk into a collapsing building. I saw you carry children out of the dark. I saw you make tea for a frightened girl and tell her she was going to be okay." He swallowed. "I am choosing you because you looked at me when I was a ruin, and you did not look away." Her eyes glistened. "That is not the bond talking. That is me. That is what I want." She stepped closer. "And what about the dead?" He had asked himself that question every day for 6 years. Every morning he woke up alone. Every night he lay down in a room that was never home. "The dead do not get to choose who I love." The words came out raw, unpracticed. He had never spoken them before. He had never let himself even think them. "The dead do not get to tell me I cannot live." Isley's hand tightened on his. "Then choose me." She said it like a question, like she was still asking, still waiting, still giving him room to walk away. He did not walk away. He lifted his free hand and touched her face. Her skin was warm. Her jaw fit against his palm like it had always belonged there. "Alive," he said. He did not know if he meant himself or her or the two of them together. She understood. She kissed him. It was not the first time they had almost done this. It was not the desperate, interrupted near miss of a shelter kitchen at 2 a.m. It was slow, deliberate, a choice made with both eyes open. Her mouth was soft against his. Her hand came up to his chest, fingers curling into his shirt. The bond surged between them, a current that had been building for weeks, and he let it pull him under. He pulled her closer. The taste of her was salt and tea. The scent of her was rain and something warm, something that smelled like the room he had never let himself have. He wanted to stay in that moment until the light failed. She broke the kiss first. She rested her forehead against his. "I love you," she said. The words hit him in the chest like a load he had been waiting to carry. He said, "I love you too," and he meant it. Not as obligation, not as fate, as something he had chosen, freely, with no one left to forgive him for wanting. She kissed him again. This time it was not slow. Her fingers slid into his hair. His hand pressed into the small of her back. The corridor wall was cold against his shoulders, and she was warm against his chest. And he did not care who saw them, did not care what the council thought, did not care about anything except the fact that she was here and she had chosen him. The bond flared. It settled into his bones like a foundation he had not known he was building. He pulled back just enough to breathe. Islye's eyes were bright. Her lips were slightly swollen. She smiled. "There is no one in any room I would rather be in." He opened his mouth to answer, and the door at the end of the corridor slammed open. Yaveth stood in the frame. Her face was stone. "It is happening," she said. "Thrain and Loam. They escaped the eastern corridor before the guards could seal it. They took the file boxes." Kestro went cold. "Which boxes?" "Not the registry. The council's internal records, the ones showing which members voted to approve the lineage budget." Yaveth's jaw tightened. "Marra just radioed. She has names. Other names. Packs that were never on the registry. Packs the board flagged but never processed." She looked at him. "There are more. There are families out there who do not know they are on the list." The warmth in his chest turned to stone. Beside him, Islye's hand found his. "Then we find them," she said. Yaveth held her gaze. "Yes, you do." She turned. Her footsteps echoed down the corridor. Kestro stood in the gray light with Islye's hand in his. The bond was still there, warm, steady, chosen. But the hunt was not over. Chapter 40. The elder council member's gavel came down 3 times before the chamber fell silent. Kestro stood at the center of the half-circle, the names of his pack still raw in his throat. He had not moved since reading the last one. Tess Orrwick, 72 years old. She had taught children to fire bowls on a wheel that had been in the lowlands for 4 generations. "Council will resume in 30 minutes, the elder said. "The documentation presented here today will be entered into formal record. A full investigation into Director Merrick's compliance division is hereby authorized under Pack Council statutes, sections 12 through 19. The gallery erupted. Reporters pushed toward the doors. Shelter workers grabbed each other's arms. Someone was crying. Kestro did not move. The carved beam joint sat on the evidence table in front of him. The mark was still visible. A river reed crossed with a kiln. Thatch Grove's signature, the one his father had taught him to read before he could write his own name. Islye's hand found his. "Come on," she said. "You are done here." He let her pull him out of the chamber. The corridor was empty. Gray light came through a high window, falling across the floor in a long rectangle. He stopped in the middle of it and looked down at his hands. They were shaking. "Kestro." He heard her voice, but it took a moment to reach him. "Look at me." He turned. Islye stood in the light. Her dark hair was still wet from the rain outside. Her brown eyes were steady. "Thatch Grove is in the record," she said. "You did it." He nodded. He could not find words. She stepped closer and took both his hands. Her grip was warm, firm, real. "The dead were named aloud in a Pack Council chamber with 12 council members and a public gallery full of witnesses," she said. "That cannot be unfiled. That cannot be erased." He knew she was right. He could feel it in his bones, the way he felt a foundation settle. But the weight did not lift. It shifted. It settled into a new position, like the bridge at dawn had done. No longer threatening collapse, just holding. "I thought it would feel different," he said. "What would?" "Speaking them. Having the truth spoken back." She did not look away. "How does it feel?" He considered the question. Like he had carried a stone inside his chest for 6 years and finally set it down in a place where other people could see it. Like the stone was still there, but now it had witnesses, Like I am not the only one carrying it anymore, he said. She squeezed his hands. That is what family does. He looked at her. The word landed somewhere deep, somewhere he had boarded up years ago and never planned to open again. Family, he repeated, unless you have a better word for what we are becoming. He did not. The door at the end of the corridor opened. Tovin Jex came through at a run, his fox shifter ears flat against his skull, his dark fur at his temples wet with rain. They did it, he said, skidding to a stop. The council voted. Thatch Grove is officially entered into the record as a targeted destruction. It is real. It is written down. Nobody can take it back. Kestro looked at the boy. Tovin was breathing hard, his eyes bright, his hands clenched at his sides like he was ready to fight anyone who tried to argue. You were in the gallery? Back row. I heard everything. Tovin's voice cracked. You said their names. All of them. I counted. 43. Kestro's throat tightened. I memorized the ones you listed twice, Tovin added. Orrwick, Garen Orrwick, Tess Orrwick. I will remember them too. The boy looked at him like he was something worth staying for. Kestro did not know what to do with that look. He had spent 6 years being invisible, being temporary, being the man who left before anyone could expect him to stay. Tovin was not letting him disappear. When do we start? Kestro blinked. Start what? Building. Tovin said it like it was obvious. You said you would teach me. The shelters need fixing. The bridges need checking. You know how to see what is weak before it breaks. I want to learn that. Islye made a small sound beside him, almost a laugh. Kestro looked at Tovin's face. The boy was 10, maybe 11. Fox shifter, quick-witted, fearless in the way of children who had already survived things that should have broken them. He had carried the evidence box through a flood night and kept it dry. He had stood in the rain and declared that nobody got to take Kestro's people anymore. He deserved better answers than Kestro had ever given him. Tomorrow, Kestro said. We start tomorrow. Tovin's whole face lit up. Really? Bring a pry bars. Wear boots you do not mind getting wet. Tovin nodded so hard his ears shook. Then he turned and bolted back down the corridor, probably to tell everyone in the shelter network that Kestro Orrwick had finally agreed to stay. The corridor went quiet again. Islye was watching him with an expression he could not quite read. What? He said. Nothing. She stepped closer. I am just looking at you. Why? Because you are here, she said. Because you are still here. Because when Tovin asked you to stay, you said tomorrow instead of walking away. She touched his chest, right over his heart. That is new. He caught her hand and held it there. I meant what I said in the corridor, he told her. Every word. I know. The hunt is not over. Ferry and Loam have the budget records. There are other families out there who do not know they are on the list. I know that too, she smiled. But you are not running. You are staying, and we are going to find them together. He wanted to tell her what that meant to him. He wanted to find words big enough to hold the shape of what she had done for him, the way she had looked at him when he was a ruin and did not look away. He could not find the words, so he kissed her instead. Slow, deliberate. The way he had learned to do in the corridor, with nothing left to prove and nothing left to hide from. She kissed him back like she had already decided he was worth every hard-won step. When they broke apart, the gray light through the window had shifted. The corridor was filling with noise and footsteps as council staff and reporters spilled out of the chamber. Kestro cupped his hand in Islye's. Where do we start? He asked. She looked toward the end of the corridor. Yaveth is waiting at her house. Marra is pulling the location records for the flagged packs. Krev is watching the rail yards in case Thrain and Loam try to leave the city by train. She turned back to him. We start by eating something. Then we look at the map. Then we decide which family to reach first. It was a plan. Simple, direct. It felt like the beginning of something. They walked down the corridor together. The exit door opened onto the street. The rain had stopped. The floodwater was still high in the lower districts, but the clouds were breaking in the west, thin light coming through like a promise. Kestro stopped on the steps. Halvern spread out in front of him. Wet roofs, chimney smoke. The bridge he had braced at dawn, still holding. A city he had almost left a dozen times. He was still here. He looked down at his hand, still wrapped around Islye's. "Alive," he said again, quieter this time. She heard him anyway. "Yes," she said. "You are." They started walking, and behind them, the door to the council chamber slammed open again. Yaveth came out at a pace that made people step aside. Her white hair was loose from its knot. Her pale blue eyes were fixed on Kestro. "Marra just radioed again," she said. "She found something in the budget records before Thrain and Loam sealed them. A payment transfer to a property in the upper floodplain, dated 3 days ago." Kestro stopped. "What kind of property?" "Decommissioned intake station, listed as inactive for 2 years. Yaveth's voice was stone. "The transfer note says relocation supplies. The amount matches what they paid for the Thatch Grove barricade." Islye's hand tightened on his. "Someone is still moving people," Kestro said. Yaveth nodded. "There is a family in that floodplain right now who do not know the board flagged them 3 years ago. And I think Thrain and Loam are already on their way to make sure that family never finds out." The light through the clouds shifted. Kestro looked at Islye. She looked back. The bond was steady. Chosen. Real. But the hunt was already calling. He turned to Yaveth. "Where's the map?" Yaveth's mouth curved, not a smile, something harder. "My kitchen table." Kestro started walking. Islye fell in beside him, and the three of them moved together into the broken light, carrying the names of the dead and the weight of the living, toward a family who did not know they were marked. Chapter 41. The rain had stopped by the time they reached Yaveth's house, but the air still held the weight of it, thick and waiting. Kestro followed Islye through the back door without knocking. The kitchen smelled like old wood and the remnant of Baron's soup, but the stove was cold now. The map was already spread across the table, corners weighted with a salt cellar and a chipped mug. Yaveth went straight to the radio on the counter. The static crackled once before Marra's voice came through, thin and stretched. "I have most of it," Marra said. "Not all. They sealed the cabinets before I could copy the full set, but I memorized what I could." "Give us the names," Yaveth said. A pause. The static filled the gap. "The property in the upper floodplain is registered to a family named Corbin. Mother, father, 2 children. The youngest is listed with a resistance marker." Kestro's hands went still on the edge of the table. "How young?" 7 years old. Islye made a sound. Small, almost nothing. Kestro felt it anyway. "There are more," Marra said. "I am reconstructing from memory. The board flagged 7 families total in the last cycle. 3 were processed, 4 were deferred." "Processed how?" Islye asked. The pause stretched longer this time. "Relocation," Marra said. "That is the word they used. Relocation to intake facilities. I do not know what happened after that." Kestro knew. He remembered the smell of Thatch Grove's main hall after the fire, the way the heat had turned the clay pigments in the workshop to glass, the way the bodies had been listed as administrative corrections. He looked at the map. The upper floodplain was marked in pencil, a small crosshatch where the Corbin family's property sat. It was near the river bend, close to the old ferry route, where the water would rise first when the next storm hit. "That is not the only one," Yaveth said. She was still holding the radio handset, her knuckles white. "Marra, the other 3, the ones that were deferred. I am getting to that." More static, the sound of paper shifting on Marra's end. "There is a name I recognize from the old Thatch Grove lines. A maternal cousin who married out before the fire. She took a different surname. The board flagged her family 2 years ago but never acted on it." "What name?" Kestro's voice came out rough. "Orrwick, changed to Pell. She lives in the South River District, the area that is already flooding." Islye moved to the table. She traced the river line with her finger, following the bend south, past the bridges, past the shelters Kestro had braced and reinforced. "There," she said. "That neighborhood. The water reached the access road this morning." Kestro looked at the map. The South River District was a grid of narrow streets and old buildings, built on fill dirt that turned to mud when the river breathed. He had inspected a shelter there 3 weeks ago. The foundation was already softening. "How many people in that family?" 4, Marra said. Mother, father, 2 teenagers. The marker was on the oldest, a boy. Kestro's jaw tightened. Thrain and Loam are heading to the floodplain property, Yaveth said. They think the Corbin family is the only target. They do not know about the Pell family yet. But they will, Islye said, the moment someone checks the full registry. That is why we move now. Kestro was already reaching for his coat. Which one first? Yaveth looked at him. Her pale blue eyes were steady, but something in them had sharpened. The floodplain is closer. Thrain and Loam have a lead of maybe an hour. If we take the South Transit Bridge, we can cut that in half. The South Bridge is still standing, Kestro said. I checked it at dawn. It will hold another day, maybe 2 if the water stays level. The water is not staying level. Islye said it quietly. She was still looking at the map, her finger on the river line. The channel is rising again. The rain stopped, but the runoff from the hills is still coming. The South Bridge will be under by midnight. Kestro did not ask how she knew. She had been reading flood patterns her whole life. She knew the river the way he knew load paths and failure points. Then we go now, he said. Yaveth was already at the door. I will radio Krev. Tell him to watch the rail yards and the ferry terminals. If Thrain and Loam finish at the floodplain and head south, I want to know before they cross the river. Kestro pulled the map off the table, folding it along the creases. The paper was soft from handling, the pencil marks smudged. Islye was beside him. Are you ready for this? He looked at her. The kitchen light caught the dark of her hair, the steady brown of her eyes. She had stood beside him in the council chamber. She had watched him name the dead. She had kissed him in the corridor and told him the hunt was not over. He was still shaking from the testimony. The names were still in his throat, but he was not running. No, he said, but I am going anyway. She almost smiled. That is what I thought you would say. They moved toward the door together. Yaveth was already outside, the radio crackling in her hand. The street was wet and dark, the clouds still breaking in the west, thin light bleeding through the gaps. Kestro stopped on the porch. The South River District was 1.5 miles away, past the bridge, past the flooded access road, past the neighborhood where a family named Pell lived in a house that maybe had been built on foundation that was already softening. 4 people. One of them a boy, marked because of blood, marked because of a registry Kestro had stopped from being buried. He looked at Islye. Let us go. She took his hand. They stepped off the porch together. Behind them, the radio crackled again. Yaveth's voice cut through the static. Krev just reported, Thrain and Loam left the floodplain property 10 minutes ago. They did not stop. Kestro turned. Where are they heading? The pause felt like an hour. South, Yaveth said, toward the river district. Kestro started running. Chapter 42. The key turned in the lock with a rusted scrape, and Krev pushed the door open like he was presenting a prize. 1 room, private bath down the hall. Window faces east. Kestro stepped past him into the narrow space. A bed frame with no mattress, a wooden chair, a desk beneath the window, the glass streaked with old rain marks but intact. The walls were bare plaster, patched in 3 places, yellowed at the corners where moisture had crept through. It smelled like sawdust and linseed oil and someone else's life. Above the repair shop, Krev said. Old man who runs it moved in with his daughter last spring. Said he was tired of stairs. I told him I knew someone who needed a place month to month. Kestro set the Thatch Grove evidence box on the desk. He did not say anything. The window faced east, toward the river, toward the South District, where the Pell family lived in a house he had never seen. The light was thinning, the clouds still broken, the streets below still wet and empty. Krev leaned against the doorframe. Say something. Month to month. That is what he offered. I did not ask for a room. No, Krev said. You did not, but you stopped running, and that means you need somewhere to land. The words sat between them. Kestro looked at the bare walls, the empty bed frame, the desk that would hold the evidence box until he moved it again. He had not owned a room in 6 years. He had rented spaces, boarding houses, storage units, the back of a truck for 3 months when he was working the northern routes. He had slept in shelter cots and warehouse lofts, and once under a collapsed porch because it was dry and no one was looking for him. None of those had been rooms. Islye know about this? She is the one who told me where to look. Something tightened in Kestro's chest. She said you needed a place with a window that faced east, Krev said. She did not say why. Kestro turned back to the window. East faced the river. East faced the bridge he had braced and the water that was still rising. East faced the families he had not warned yet. But that was not why Islye had said it. She had been beside him on the shelter porch 3 weeks ago, watching the sun break over the floodline. She had said east meant morning, and morning meant another chance to get it right. He had not told her that he remembered. She had known, anyway. She also said, "Do not argue," Krev added. Her words, not mine. Kestro almost smiled. "I do not argue." "You argue about everything." "Only when people are wrong," Krev snorted and pushed off the doorframe. "Mattress will be here in an hour. I know a man who owes me a favor. Do not sleep on the floor." He walked out before Kestro could answer. The door clicked shut. Kestro stood alone in the room. The sawdust smell was stronger near the window, mixed with the old wood of the frame and the damp of the street below. The plaster patches were smooth to the touch. Well done. Someone had cared about the work even if the result was not pretty. He ran his hand along the wall. The building had good bones. The floor was level. The window frame was square. The roof had been replaced within the last 5 years. He could tell from the way the ceiling joists were seated. He could fix the patches, paint the walls, put a shelf above the desk for the books he did not own. He stopped the thought before it finished. The stairs creaked under heavy footsteps. He knew the rhythm before she reached the landing. Islye appeared in the doorway with a canvas duffel over one shoulder and a tool belt in her other hand. His tool belt, the one he had left in her truck 3 days ago because he had been too exhausted to carry it back. "This is yours," she said. She set it on the desk beside the evidence box. "You also left a ration bars in the glove compartment. Do you want that?" "No, I ate it." She said it without apology, brushing past him to look at the room. She checked the window latch, tested the drawer on the desk, ran her hand along the same wall he had touched. "Good bones," she said. "That is what I thought. The window opens all the way. That matters in summer." "You checked the floodline on the street?" "Halfway up the curb. The shop below has sandbags at the back door. Krev showed me." Kestro watched her. She was standing in the center of the room like she had already decided it was theirs, not his, theirs. She was looking at the empty walls and seeing something he could not name. "Did you tell Kraft to find me a room?" She turned. "I told him you needed somewhere to stay. He found this one on his own." "You did not ask me first." "No." "Why?" She looked at him. "Because you would have said you did not need one, and that would have been a lie, and I did not want to watch you lie to me." The words landed in the quiet air between them. Kestro opened his mouth, closed it. Islye walked to the window and looked out at the street. The repair shop opens at 6 in the morning. The man who runs it is named Cran. He is 72 years old. He knows every pipe and joist in this block, and he will talk your ear off if you let him. He also makes good coffee and does not ask questions. Sounds like you already met him. I talked to him for 15 minutes while Krevin inspected the roof. She looked back at him. He said you could park your truck behind the building, no extra charge. Kestro crossed to the window. They stood side by side, looking down at the wet street, the shop awnings, the narrow gap between buildings where a truck could fit. The light was beginning to soften toward evening. "I do not know how to do this," he said. "Do what?" "Stay." She did not answer right away. She looked at his reflection in the glass, the lines of his face softened by the dim light. "You have been staying for weeks," she said. "This is just a room. It is different." "How?" He wanted to say because a room meant someone expected him to come back. It meant a place where his things would sit when he was not there. It meant the space would exist without him, waiting, and that was worse than having nothing at all. But he looked at Islye, the steady brown of her eyes, the way she did not flinch from the hard parts, and he said something else. "Because you are here." She went still. "That matters?" "Yes." She did not smile. She did not reach for him. But something in her face shifted. a crack in the calm that let him see how much she had wanted to hear it. "Good," she said, "because I am not leaving." They stood in the room with the east-facing window while the light drained out of the day. The sawdust smell mixed with Kestro's coat and Islye's hair and the faint river scent that followed her everywhere. Then footsteps on the stairs again, heavier, faster. Krav appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. "Change of plans." He held out a folded piece of paper. "This was wedged in the shop door when I went back down to check the lock. Cran did not put it there." Kestro took it. The paper was cheap, the kind used for shelter intake forms. The writing was blocky, deliberate, someone who did not want their handwriting recognized. The message was short. Room with a window is better than a room without one. But any room can burn. No signature. Stester read it twice. Islye read it over his shoulder. Who knows about this room? Krev, Kron, you, me. Then how? Matriarch's network is faster than we thought. Kestro folded the paper along its creases. He slipped it into his coat pocket beside the evidence box key. The room felt smaller now. The window faced east, but anyone could stand in the street and see it. Anyone could count the floors and guess which one was his. Anyone could wait until dark. The Pell family. Islye said it like a decision. They are still out there. Thren and Loam are heading toward them. Then we do not wait until morning. Krev had already turned toward the stairs. I will get the truck. Chapter 43. Yaveth folded the threat note along its creases and set it on the table beside the map. Someone is burning every trace of relocation operations, she said. They started before the hearing ended. Nemi leaned over her shoulder, dark eyes tracking the circled names Yaveth had marked on a council directory. Thrain, Loam, 3 junior compliance officers who had slipped out during the evacuation of records, 2 contract auditors whose names appeared only on budget ledgers Marra had copied at the last possible second. How many had direct access to the registry? Kestro asked. 7. Yaveth tapped each name as she counted. Thrain and Loam took council records. The others handled the intake side, processing logs, transport schedules, the paperwork that makes people disappear into official language. And the files they did not take? Marra has partial copies, but she was working from memory after the cabinet seals went up. She had maybe 40 minutes between when she heard the hearing had started and when Thrain's assistant locked the archive room. Kestro looked at the map. Flood lines inked across the river districts. The South Bridge already underwater. The Pell family's neighborhood marked in pencil at the edge of the encroaching blue. We need to find where the relocation records were held before Thrain sealed them. Nemi straightened. The old intake office on Catfish Row. Yaveth's head came up. That building was decommissioned 4 years ago. The board officially surrendered the lease. Officially. Nemi's voice carried no warmth. But I treated a compliance officer 2 winters ago who got careless in that building. Burn on his hand from a file cabinet that shorted. He said the room was still stocked. Kestro was already moving toward the door. Islye caught his arm. If it is a trap, then someone is already ahead of us. She did not argue. She grabbed her coat from the hook by the door and fell in beside him. Catfish Row sat at the southern edge of the floodplain where the water had not yet reached, but the air carried the metallic smell of rising river. The buildings were old brick, narrow-windowed, their ground floors marked with faded signs from businesses that had not survived the last season. The intake office was the 3rd door from the corner. It looked abandoned. Windows painted over from the inside, a rusted lock on the front grate. Mail stuffed between the outer door and the frame, yellowed and curling. Kestro tried the grate. It swung open. Someone has been here in the last 12 hours, Nemi said. That lock was not forced. It was picked. Kestro pushed through the inner door. The smell hit him first. Burned paper, wet ash, the chemical undertone of whatever had been used to accelerate the fire. The room was an open floor with 3 desks pushed against the far wall, their surfaces cleared. Not cleared by abandonment, cleared by someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Filing cabinets stood open, their contents reduced to blackened pulp at the bottom of a metal waste bin that had been knocked over and stamped out. Cleaners, Nemi said. Professional. They did not scatter ash. They contained it. Marra had followed them in, her face pale in the dim light. There was a transfer ledger here. I saw it once. Dark blue cover, the intake station rubber stamped on the front. It had every relocation processed through this building for the last 6 years. Is it here? Marra crossed to the ruined waste bin. She crouched, using a pencil to shift the charred remains. A spine. Dark blue. The cover eaten to black, but the spine had held, the binding glue resisting the fire long enough to leave a curved strip of leather stamped with faded gold letters. Intake Station 7. Relocation Processing. 130. The year was gone. Marra lifted it with the pencil. Underneath, pressed against the bottom of the bin where the fire had not reached, a single-page corner. White, unimaged. The edge curled, but the ink still visible. Nemi took it. 3 lines. A name, a destination, a date. D. Pell, River District Resettlement, 15th Harvest. Kestro read it over her shoulder. Pell, that is the Pell family. A misspelling, Marra said. Intake clerks did that sometimes. Chopped letters, adjusted spelling so the families would not recognize their own names on forms they were not supposed to see. Nemi turned the paper over. Nothing on the back. They burned the rest, she said. But they missed this corner. Probably stuck to the bottom of the bin, and the flame did not reach under it. Kestro took the page. The ink was fresh. Not 4 years old, not 2. Recent enough that the lines had not faded. The paper still crisp at the unburned edge. This was written in the last month. Marra stared at him. That cannot be right. The Pell family was flagged 2 years ago. If they were still processing them now, they were waiting. Yaveth's voice came from the doorway. She had not followed them inside. She stood at the threshold, pale blue eyes fixed on the ruined cabinets. They flagged the Pell family 2 years ago but did not move on them. Why? Because they were holding for something, Nemi said. A trigger, a reason. Kestro looked at the page again. The destination line read, River District Resettlement. Not an intake station, not a processing facility, a civilian address. They were not relocating the Pells to a facility. They were relocating them into a trap. Yaveth's face did not change. Someone already got to this building ahead of us. They knew what was here. They knew we would come looking. How? She looked at Kestro. The note on your door was not a threat. It was a signal. A signal for what? To tell the cleaners to move faster. They wanted us here after the evidence was destroyed, not before. Nemi kicked at the waste bin. Then we are too late. Kestro looked at the page corner in his hand. The ink was fresh. The cleaners had missed something, and if they had missed this, they might have missed other things. He crossed to the back wall where a steel cabinet stood intact, its drawers closed. The lock was broken. He pulled the top drawer open. Empty. Second drawer. Empty. Third drawer. A single file folder, pressed flat against the back panel, wedged where the drawer did not fully extend. He pulled it out. The folder was thin. No label. Inside, a single sheet of paper covered in handwriting, dense and small, the ink darker where the writer had pressed harder. Supplementary intake log, off-site transfer. 12 names, 8 adults, 4 juveniles, all marked resistance. Dates ranging from late spring to early autumn of this year. And at the bottom, in red ink, a note that had been added after the list was typed. Transfer authorization pending. Destination, lower floodplain processing. Coordinator, S. Myrak, Director of Compliance. Confirmed by... The signature line was blank. But the handwriting that filled the rest of the page was not the same as either the typed text or the red ink. A third hand scrawled in the margin beside the first name on the list. Already moved. See Station 4. Kestro turned the page over. Nothing. Nemi took it from him, read it twice. Station 4 was closed 3 years ago. Someone reopened it. Marra's voice was barely a whisper. Station 4 was not on the active list. It was not on the list I copied. It was supposed to be gone. Kestro looked at Yaveth. Do you know where Station 4 is? Her face was stone. I know where it was. The board sealed it after the first round of complaints. Families reported that their kin were sent there for resettlement and never heard from again. And now? Now it is off every record, unofficial, untraceable. Kestro folded the page and placed it inside his coat alongside the threat note. Then we make it traceable. He looked at Marra. Who wrote that margin note? She shook her head slowly. I do not recognize the handwriting, but I know who would. Who? The compliance officer who trained me. She transferred to Station 4 2 years ago. She never came back. The room went quiet. The smell of burned paper settled into the walls. Strauss looked at the empty cabinets, the charred remains of the ledger, the single-page corner that had survived. Someone had known they would come. Someone had burned the evidence ahead of them. And someone was still working inside the system, moving resistance-marked families through channels that did not officially exist. He looked at Islye. I need to find that compliance officer. You need to find Station 4. Same thing. She did not argue. She reached out and touched the side of his face, just briefly, a contact that meant, I am here, and then she turned toward the door. Then we find Station 4 before the cleaners find us. Chapter 44. The key turned in the lock, and the room went still around them. Kestro stood with his hand on the cylinder, listening to the silence settle. No rain, no sirens, no runners at the door with another building about to fail. The city had nothing left to demand tonight. He turned. Islye stood at the foot of the bed frame, her coat still wet, her fingers tracing the edge of the desk where the evidence box sat. She was not looking at it. She was looking at the room. Floor is straight, she said. What? Floor. It does not slope. That matters in a room you sleep in. He did not know what to do with his hands. They hung at his sides, useless. He had carried beams through collapse zones, lifted children from wreckage, held a dying man upright for 2 hours while the flood rose around them. But standing in a dry room with a woman who had chosen him, he had no protocol. Are you hungry? He asked. She laughed, a short, surprised sound. That is what you ask me. I do not know what to do with a quiet night. She crossed to him, not fast, not slow, just moving, the way she moved through every space she entered, like she belonged there by right of being present. Then we learn, she said. She took his hand and pulled him to the bed frame. They sat on the edge, shoulders touching, the mattress beneath them thin and new and smelling of canvas. The silence stretched. Not uncomfortable, just unfamiliar. Kestro felt the bond humming beneath his skin, low and steady, not demanding. It had stopped pulling. It simply waited, like the rest of him. I keep expecting someone to knock, he said. Me too. I keep expecting this to be interrupted. She turned to face him. It will be, eventually. That does not mean this is not real. He looked at her, the dark hair still damp at the temples, the brown eyes that had watched him through dust and floodwater and council chamber lights, never once looking away. I do not know how to do this, he said. Stay in a room? Stay in a life. She did not flinch. She did not soften the words to make them easier. Then you figure it out as you go, like everything else you do. He leaned in, slowly, giving her time to shift, to pull back, to change her mind. She did not move. Their lips met, soft, careful, a question that had already been answered but needed asking again. She pressed closer, and the kiss deepened, heat building where their bodies touched, her hand coming up to cup his jaw, his arm sliding around her waist and pulling her against him. The bond flared. Not the sharp, urgent pull of the first recognition. Something deeper. A warmth that settled into his bones and made him want to stay exactly where he was for the rest of the night. He broke the kiss. Yes. We should stop. She looked at him. Her breathing was uneven. So was his. Why? Because I want this to be chosen. He swallowed. Every part of it. Not just the bond deciding when we are ready. She held his gaze. Then she smiled. You are going to make this hard, are not you? I do not know how to do it any other way. She leaned her forehead against his. Then we stop here, for now. They sat in the quiet, breathing together. The room held them. After a long moment, she spoke. Kestro, yeah? When you say you want this to be chosen, what does that mean for tomorrow? He felt the question settle between them. It means I stay. It means you stay in Halvern, or it means you stay in this. Both. She pulled back to look at his face. That is not a small thing. I know. I am not going to disappear into your life by inches, Kestro. I am not going to become someone you see when the work slows down and forget when the next crisis hits. He felt the words land. You are not asking me to promise you forever. No, I am asking you to mean it right now. He took her hand. I mean it. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Good. They sat in the quiet of the room, the city silent around them, the bond warm and steady in his chest. He thought about Thatch Grove. He thought about the dead. He thought about how for 6 years he had believed that feeling safe meant forgetting them. He did not feel safe right now. He felt alive. Islye's hand tightened on his. Say it again, she said. Alive. She kissed him once more, soft and final, and stood. We should eat something. There is a pot of soup at Baron's that has been sitting untouched since the hearing. He stood beside her. Soup sounds good. She reached for the door. The pounding came before her fingers touched the handle. 3 fast hits, a child's voice, breathless and scared. Kestro! Kestro, open up! Tovin. Kestro crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled the door open. Tovin stood in the hall, dark fur at his temples wet with rain, his chest heaving. They broke into Marra's safe house. Someone got in while she was at Yaveth's. She went back for her bag and found the locks forced. Is she alive? Yes, but the files are gone. All of them. The ones she could not copy. Kestro looked at Islye. She was already reaching for her coat. Chapter 45. They found Krev already at the truck, engine running, the cab light throwing his face into hard shadows. Kestro climbed in before the door was fully open. Islye slid in beside him. Tovin squeezed into the jump seat behind them, breathing still ragged. Krev did not ask where. He drove. The safe house sat at the end of a gravel lane behind a boarded feed store, the kind of place designed to be forgotten. Kestro had never been inside. He had only known the address because Yaveth wrote it on a scrap of paper that Marra burned after memorizing it. The front door hung open. Krev killed the engine and they sat in the dark, listening. Nothing moved. Kestro stepped out. The night air carried the smell of splintered wood and the chemical tang of torn paper, the particular scent of a room turned over fast and hard. Islye came up beside him. Together, she said, not a question. He nodded. They crossed the yard. The porch boards groaned under their weight. Kestro pushed the door the rest of the way open and stood in the frame, letting his eyes adjust. The front room was destroyed. 2 cabinets lay on their sides, drawers pulled out and cracked across their faces. A mattress had been slashed, its stuffing scattered in pale mounds across the floor. The decoy file boxes, the ones Marra had filled with blank paper and old shelter forms as bait, were ripped open and dumped. Whoever came in had been thorough. They had also been in a hurry. Kestro stepped inside. He tested the floorboards with his boot before committing weight, a habit too old to break. She is alive, he said. Islye moved past him, stepping over the debris. How do you know? The blood would be fresher, and they would have burned the building down if they found what they wanted. He crouched beside one of the decoy boxes. The cardboard was torn, not cut. They had used knives on the locks, but hands on the boxes. Impatient, frustrated. Krev appeared in the doorway. Marra is at Yaveth's. I radioed ahead. She is shaken but unhurt. Did she see them? She heard them. She was in the back room that Yaveth told her to use instead of the front bedroom. Krev's voice was flat. The one who did not know about the room change is the one who gave her location away. Kestro turned that over. Yaveth had moved Marra 2 nights ago, on instinct, without explanation. The kind of precaution that looked paranoid until the door came off its hinges. Tovin crept in behind Krev, his fox shifter eyes scanning the wreckage with something between fear and focused attention. They were looking for the names, he said. Yes. Did they find them? Kestro looked at the scattered contents of the decoy boxes. Blank forms, old supply lists, nothing that would hurt them. The copies Marra kept here are gone, he said. The ones she gave Yaveth are still safe. He stood and moved toward the back of the house, stepping around the overturned kitchen table, the shattered lamp. The back bedroom door was intact. He pushed it open. The room was undisturbed. A narrow cot, a folded blanket, a single chair with a book face down on the seat. Marra had not slept here tonight. The bed was still made. Kestro turned to leave, and his boot caught something under the edge of the cot. He knelt. A single sheet of paper, folded once, lying flat against the floorboards as if it had been placed there deliberately, not dropped. He picked it up. The handwriting was tight, controlled, the letters pressed deep into the paper by a heavy hand. Not Marra's. He read the first line. Orrwick. You want the names that walked out. I have them. His throat closed. Islye appeared in the doorway. What's that? He held it out. She crossed the room and took the paper, reading over it as he had, her face hardening with every line. The note offered an exchange. The names of every escaped council ally, every file box location, every family Mars people planned to target next. In return, Kestro would withdraw his testimony from the Pack Council investigation and disappear from Halvern within 3 days. No names, no signatures, but the handwriting. He knew it. He had seen it on official correspondence during the hearing. The same tight, controlled letters on a budget requisition that authorized relocation supplies for a decommissioned intake station. Councillor Thrain. She left it here, Kestro said slowly. Under the cot, where Marra would find it in the morning and bring it to us. Or where we would find it if we came looking, Islye said. He looked at her. She wanted to make sure we saw it before morning, before we had time to think. Islye folded the note and handed it back. The question is whether she was acting alone. The room felt smaller suddenly, the walls closer, the air heavier. Kestro looked at the folded paper in his hand. 43 names he had spoken aloud in a council chamber. Dozens more on the registry list Marra had partially copied. And now, a single note offering to trade the rest for his silence. He thought about what Yaveth had said after the hearing. Thrain and Loam are heading south. She had known before anyone else did. She had moved Marra's room on instinct, 2 days before the break-in, as if she had already seen the shape of what was coming. I need to see Marra, he said. Krev appeared in the hallway. She is at Yaveth's, already crying. For relief or fear? Both. Kestro tucked the note inside his coat, next to the evidence box key he had not let leave his person since the hearing. Then we go to Yaveth's. He stopped at the front door and looked back at the wreckage. The decoy boxes, the slashed mattress, the overturned cabinets. Whoever came here believed they had won. They had taken the files and left the building standing because they thought the real information was already in their hands. They did not know that Marra had given the full copies to Yaveth 3 nights ago. They did not know that the handwriting on the note had already placed Thrain at the scene. And they did not know that Kestro was no longer the kind of man who traded names for silence. Islye took his hand. Are you ready for whatever she says? No. She squeezed once, then let go. Good. That means you are not lying to yourself. They walked out into the dark together, Tovin close behind them, Krev locking up the ruined house as if the lock could still mean something. Chapter 46. The morning light came gray through the cloud cover, casting no shadows. Kestro knelt at the base of the rear retaining wall behind Cran's repair shop, his fingers tracing the seam where the foundation met the flood-soaked ground. The mortar had softened overnight, crumbled under his thumbnail like old bread. Tovin stood behind him, hands shoved in his coat pockets, trying to look patient. Is it bad? Could be worse. Kestro stood and brushed the grit from his fingers. Could be the whole wall. Right now it is just the corner. He handed Tovin the trowel. Scrape out the loose mortar, down to solid. Do not dig deeper than the width of your thumb or you will pull the stones out of alignment. Tovin took the tool and knelt, his fox shifter ears twitching as he studied the seam. Then what? Then we mix new batch and pack it in before the next rain. They worked in silence for a while. Kestro measured sand and lime into a bucket, while Tovin scraped, his small hands surprisingly steady for someone his age. The scrape, scrape, scrape of metal against old mortar filled the alley like a heartbeat. Kestro watched the boy's technique without comment. The wrist stayed straight, the angle stayed shallow. Good. You did this before, he said. Tovin glanced up. Last summer, there was a crack in the north intake foundation. Islye said you showed her how to read the direction of the split to tell if it was still moving. I remember. She taught me. Tovin returned to scraping. She said you taught her because you were too tall to see the bottom of the crack and she was small enough to fit. Kestro said nothing. He had not remembered that. The bucket was ready. He carried it over and knelt beside Tovin, showing him how to wet the cleaned seam before packing the fresh mortar in, pressing it deep into the gap. Pressure from the outside, Kestro said. Not just surface. You want the new material to bond, not sit on top like a bandage. Tovin nodded and copied the motion, his tongue caught between his teeth in concentration. They worked until the seam was full and the excess smoothed flat. Kestro sat back on his heels and looked at the wall. Clean, solid, holding. Good job, Tovin grinned, then the grin faded. Can I ask you something? You just did. The boy did not laugh. He set the trowel down and turned to face Kestro directly, the way he always did when he wanted the truth. Why do you keep teaching people if you expect to lose them? Kestro's hands went still. What? You teach me. You taught Islye. You showed that woman at the south intake how to brace her doorframe. Tovin's voice was quiet, not accusing. But you act like we are all going to disappear tomorrow. The words sat between them. Kestro looked at his hands, clay pigment under the nails, a fresh scrape across his knuckles from the mortar work. I do not expect to lose anyone, he said. You do. Tovin said it without cruelty, just fact. Every time someone gets close, you pull back, like you are saving room for the goodbye. The boy knew too much, saw too clearly. Kestro had known it since the warehouse collapse, since the flood night when Tovin had called him honest for staying. He did not know how to answer. I am still here, he said finally. For now. For now, Kestro agreed. Tovin held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded, as if something had been settled between them that Kestro did not fully understand. Okay, the boy said. Show me how to check the other corner before the water comes back. Kestro opened his mouth to answer, but Islye's voice cut through from the shop doorway. We have company. She stepped out into the alley, a folded piece of paper in her hand. Her face was tight. Who? A runner, delivery kid. Said a woman paid him to bring this to the front door of the shop and wait for an answer. Kestro took the paper and unfolded it. The handwriting was not Thrain's. This one was looser, less controlled, as if written in a hurry or under stress. The names you want, the file boxes, the families, I have them all. But I also have something you will not refuse. A living descendant of the Orrwick line, hidden under a false family name since the fire. If you want her to stay alive, take the deal before sundown. Do not tell anyone. Do not bring the coordinator. Come alone to the old granary at Riverbend. Leave your answer with the boy. The paper shook in his hand. Kestro. Islye moved closer. What is it? He handed her the note and watched her read it, watched her face change as the words hit. The living descendant, she said slowly, hidden under a false name. Thrain is trying to bait me, or she is telling the truth to make sure you come. Islye folded the note. Either way, she is betting you cannot refuse. She was right. He could not. A living Orrwick, someone else who survived. Someone Thrain had found and held back, waiting for the right moment to play the piece. Old granary at Riverbend, Kestro said. Sundown. You are not going alone. I am not bringing you into a trap. Then do not walk into one. Islye stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth coming off her. Read it again. She says do not tell anyone. She says do not bring the coordinator. She is isolating you. She is making sure I have no backup. Yes, Kestro looked at Tovin. The boy had stopped pretending not to listen. If I do not go, Kestro said slowly, Thrain will hide the descendant again, or kill her to prove she is serious. If you do go, Islye said, you are walking into a room with no witnesses and no record. She can do whatever she wants and claim you never showed. Tovin stood up. Then do not go at all. Both adults looked at him. Let her think you are coming, the boy said. Send someone else first. Someone she will not expect. Kestro stared at the boy. Somewhere in the alley, a door opened and closed. Footsteps approached. Krev appeared around the corner, a piece of paper in his hand identical to the one Kestro was holding. A delivery kid just handed me this, he said. Same message? Almost. Kestro held up his copy. Yours say something different? Krev read his note aloud. Orrwick will come alone, or he comes too late. Kestro looked down at the paper in his hand. Thrain was betting he could not refuse a living descendant. And she was right. Chapter 47. Marra spread the aerial map across Yaveth's kitchen table and pressed her finger to a low, gray shape at the edge of the marsh. Glass Reed. The name meant nothing to Kestro. He leaned over the table, Islye beside him, Nemi standing at the counter with her arms crossed. Used to be a registry annex, Marra said. Decommissioned 4 years ago, officially. Unofficially? Marra's finger did not move. Children from disrupted pack lines were processed there. Intake bracelets, sedation holds, administrative reassignment. She looked up. That was the cover. The children never got reassigned. They got placed into labor contracts upriver or disappeared entirely. Kestro's hands went cold. What does it have to do with Thrain's descendant? The granary is a decoy. Thrain wants you looking at Riverbend while Glass Reed is where the real work happens. Marra capped up the map. I checked the old transfer logs before Thrain's people sealed the archives. The last documented intake at Glass Reed was 8 months ago. A juvenile female. Wolf shifter. No family name listed. Designation? Marra hesitated. Subject 7. The silence that followed had weight. Nemi pushed off the counter. If Thrain has a living Orrwick, that is where she is being held. Or where she was processed before being moved, Islye said. If they transferred her after the hearing started, then she is still there. Kestro looked at Yaveth. How long to get formal backup to Glass Reed? Yaveth's mouth tightened. We cannot get formal backup. The council investigation has not been authorized yet. Any official request would go through channels that Thrain controls. Then we go without backup. Kestro. Islye's voice was steady but sharp. That is exactly what Thrain wants. She dangles a descendant, you run in alone, and suddenly there are no witnesses. Then I do not go alone. He looked at Nemi. You know medical. You can identify sedation records and intake protocols faster than I can. Nemi's dark eyes held his for a long moment. I can. Me too, Islye said. Kestro opened his mouth to argue and closed it. Islye's expression was not asking permission. It was stating fact. They moved before the sun finished its slide toward the marsh. Kriv drove them as far as the access road, a gravel track overgrown with reed grass and blackberry brambles that scraped the truck's sides. He killed the engine a quarter mile from the building and let them out in silence. Radio check, Nemi said, adjusting the earpiece Kriv had given them. Kestro tapped his. Clear. Islye did the same. 3 hours until full dark, Kriv said. I will be at the road junction. If you are not back by then, I am coming in. You will be outnumbered. I will be armed. Kestro nodded once. There was no time to argue gratitude. Glass Reed rose out of the marsh like a bone. It had been a civic building once, 2 stories of river stone and rusted iron windows, the kind of structure designed to look harmless and permanent. Now the windows were boarded, the front door chained, and the grass around the foundation had grown tall enough to hide a body. Kestro circled the building once, reading the load paths by instinct. The roof had sagged at the center beam. The east wall showed water damage crawling up from the foundation. Nothing about the structure said active use, but the chain on the front door was new. The lock had no rust. He pulled the bolt cutters from his pack and snapped the chain in one clean motion. The door swung inward on oiled hinges. Islye, watch the approach. She took position at the corner of the building, back to the wall, eyes on the access road. Kestro stepped inside with Nemi behind him. The interior smelled of disinfectant and damp concrete. The front room had been stripped of furniture, but the walls still held mounting brackets for shelving that had been removed in a hurry. Scratches in the floor dust marked where furniture had been dragged out. Intake station, Nemi said quietly. The layout matches the old compliance photos. They moved deeper. The hallway narrowed. Doors on either side, each with a small observation window at eye level. Kestro checked the first one and found a room with a cot, a drain in the floor, and nothing else. The second was identical. The third held a pair of small intake bracelets on the floor, their plastic bands still sealed. Nemi picked one up and turned it over in the light from the hall. These are not 4 years old. How old? Weeks, maybe less. Kestro's throat tightened. They kept moving. At the end of the hallway, a door marked Records Storage hung open. Inside, filing cabinets had been emptied onto the floor in a deliberate scatter, papers and folders kicked into piles as if someone had searched for something specific. Nemi knelt and began sorting through the debris. Sedation logs, she said. Administrative transfers. Intake authorizations. Anything recent? Everything. She held up a sheet. This one is dated 6 weeks ago. Authorization signature matches Thrain's. Kestro took the paper and read it. Subject transferred from Glass Reed to Upriver placement. Designation, juvenile female, wolf shifter. Origin, unknown. Family line, unlisted. No name, no record of where she had been sent. Just a designation and a date. There is more, Nemi said. She pulled a torn sheet from beneath an overturned cabinet. It was half of a roster. The paper shredded diagonally, as if someone had ripped it in haste. The visible entries listed names, intake dates, and designations. The last entry at the bottom was circled in red ink. Fresh. Designation, Subject 7. Intake, 3 days ago. Disposition, pending transfer. Kestro stared at the date. 3 days ago. Before the hearing. Before Thrain's notes. Before any of this had been set in motion. Is there a current location listed? Nemi turned the paper over. The back was blank, but the ink was still wet enough to smear under her thumb. The smear caught the light, a dark red bruise against the cheap paper. She was here, Kestro said, 3 days ago. Or someone logged her as pending to make you think so. Nemi wiped her thumb on her pants. This could be a second trap. Then where is she now if not here? That is the question. Kestro looked around the room. The scattered files, the overturned cabinets, the observation windows that made every room feel like a holding cell. Search for a transfer order, anything with a destination. Nemi began working through the piles methodically, lifting each sheet and scanning it before setting it aside. Kestro moved to the far wall, where a utility closet stood half open. Inside, he found a shelf of sedative vials, their labels still legible, their seals intact. A box of intake bracelets, fresh from the manufacturer. A logbook with the last entry dated the same day as the circled name on the roster. The logbook was blank. Not blank from lack of use, blank from having pages torn out. Someone had removed everything after the intake date. Islye. He keyed the radio. Any movement? Nothing. Road is clear. Marsh to quiet. Thrain's people are already gone. Or they are waiting for us to find something specific and follow it into the open. Kestro closed his eyes and thought. Thrain wanted him to go to the granary. She had baited him with a descendant, but the actual descendant, or the closest thing to one, had been processed here 3 days ago and was still listed as pending transfer. Pending meant not yet moved. Pending meant somewhere close. He opened his eyes and looked at the sedative vials again. A full shelf. Unused. If the descendant had been sedated for transfer, some of these would be gone. None of the vials are opened. Nemi looked up from the files. Then she was not sedated here. Or she was already compliant. Kestro turned the logbook over in his hands. The roster says pending transfer. The blank pages say someone removed the destination. If I am Thrain, I leave the roster to show I had her. I take the destination so no one can follow. Then how do we find her? Kestro thought of Tovin's suggestion, sending someone unexpected ahead of the trap. He keyed the radio again. Krev. Here. Glass Reed is clean. Thrain's people cleared out at least 2 days ago. But there is a roster that places the descendant here 3 days back, pending transfer, and the destination pages are missing. Then she is on the move, or already moved. Krev was quiet for a moment. Check the road south of the marsh. There is a decommissioned transit station about a mile down, used to handle official transfers. If Thrain moved her by van, that is the only road out that does not go through Halvern proper. Kestro looked at Nemi. She was already standing. We go now. He crossed to the door and stepped back into the hallway. Islye met him at the corner of the building, her face tight. I heard. We move fast. Nemi and I take the south road. You stay with Krev and coordinate if we need extraction. Kestro, I am not going alone. Nemi is with me, but I need someone outside the operation who can call for help if we vanish. Islye held his gaze, then she nodded. Do not vanish. I do not plan to. They moved. The south road was little more than a tire track through marsh grass, the surface soft from recent rain. Kestro's boots sank with every step. Nemi followed in silence, her medic's bag slung across her body. A quarter-mile in, they found the transit station. It was a concrete bunker built into the marsh bank, its walls stained by years of high water. The roll-down door was closed, but not locked. A fresh set of tire tracks led inside. Kestro pulled the door up. The interior was dark and damp. A single van sat in the center of the concrete floor, its side door hanging open. Kestro approached slowly. The van was empty, but on the floor, wedged between the driver's seat and the center console, was a single intake bracelet, still sealed, still warm. Chapter 48. The bracelet was still warm. Kestro turned it over in his palm. The metal band was stamped with a 7-digit code and the words, Lower Floodplain Transfer. Hold for processing. No name, no species marker. Nothing to identify the wrist it had been cut from except the residual heat that said she had been here, in this van, minutes ago. Fresh track, Nemi said from the doorway. Vehicle pulled out heavy. Mud is still running into the ruts. Kestro looked at the van. Empty. Side door open. The back compartment held a single folded blanket, a plastic jug of water, and a roll of adhesive bandages that had rolled under the bench seat. Nothing personal. Nothing that said someone lived here. They stripped it. They moved her, Nemi corrected. They stripped the building. They left the van because it is not the vehicle they used. Kestro stepped out of the transit station and scanned the road. The marsh stretched flat and gray in both directions. The tire tracks led south, fading where the gravel gave way to packed earth. Beyond that, the road curved into a stand of half-drowned willow. He keyed the radio. Krev, we have a fresh transfer track heading south, estimated 10 to 15 minutes ahead. South goes to the old river crossing, Krev's voice came back. Bridge was decommissioned same time as the station, foot traffic only. If they moved her by vehicle, they are heading for the haul road that runs parallel to the canal. How far? 3 miles, maybe 4. Kestro looked at Nemi. She was already pulling a tire iron from her medic's bag. We go on foot. They moved. The marsh grass was waist-high and wet, slapping against Kestro's thighs as he pushed through. The tire tracks stayed visible in the soft ground, 2 parallel lines cutting through the reeds, and he followed them at a jog, his breath steady, his eyes fixed on the bend where the road disappeared. Nemi kept pace beside him. Neither of them spoke. The radio crackled once. Kestro, Islye's voice. Crowd is tracking from the access road. He sees vehicle lights about a mile ahead of your position. Single van, no marker. How many inside? Too far to count. But it is not moving fast. Looks like it is hugging the canal edge. Kestro picked up his pace. The marsh began to thin as the ground rose, the reeds giving way to scrub brush and scattered gravel. Ahead, the canal came into view, a wide, dark channel moving slow between eroded banks. The haul road ran alongside it, unpaved and narrow. And on that road, a white van was stopped. Kestro dropped low. Nemi crouched beside him. Why are they stopped? Check the bank, Kestro said. Water might be high enough to block the crossing. But the van was not at the crossing. It was pulled onto the shoulder, its engine running, its exhaust curling into the damp air. The driver's door was open. Someone was outside. Kestro signaled Nemi to circle wide and moved forward alone, keeping to the scrub line where the grass gave him cover. The van's side panel was blank. No logo, no registration mark, nothing to identify whose vehicle it was. He was 20 yards out when he saw her. A girl. She was standing at the edge of the canal, her back to the van, her arms wrapped around her body like she was holding herself together. She was young, maybe 16, thin in a way that spoke of long privation. Her hair was dark and tangled, and she wore a gray transit smock that hung loose on her frame. She was not trying to run. She was standing at the water's edge, staring at the current like she was measuring whether it would take her. Kestro slowed. He keyed the radio barely above a whisper. Nemi, I have eyes on a juvenile female. Alone. Driver is not visible. Could be in the van. Could be in the canal. He watched the girl. She had not moved. Her hands were shaking. He made a decision. He stood up from the scrub line and walked toward her with his hands visible at his sides. She heard him. Her head turned, and her eyes went wide with the animal recognition of prey that has been cornered too many times before and knows how these scenes end. "Stay back," her voice was cracked, used. "I am not here to hurt you." "I have heard that before." She took a step toward the water. "I will go in before I go back in that van." Kestro stopped moving. "I am Kestro Orrwick." Her face did not change at the name, but something in her posture shifted, a flicker of uncertainty. "Orrwick," she repeated, like she was tasting the shape of it. "From Thatch Grove, the pack that was burned out 6 years ago." She stared at him, and then her nose twitched. A wolf's movement, involuntary, scent reading. Her face went pale. "You smell like—" She stopped, swallowed. "You smell like the house I was in before they moved me." "Whose house?" "I do not know. I was 5, maybe 6. There was a woman who sang me a song before they took me away." Kestro's chest went tight. "What song?" The girl's eyes were wet now, but she was not crying. She had forgotten how, or she had learned not to. She opened her mouth, and the melody that came out was thin and unsteady, a child's memory of something half-heard and half-remembered. "Play in your hands, river at your feet. Home is not a place, home is the heat of the kiln burning bright in the lowland night. Orrwick child, hold tight." Kestro stopped breathing. That was Et's song. Et Orrwick's lullaby, the one she sang to every child born in Thatch Grove, the one she was singing when Kestro left on his errand the night before the fire. No outsider knew that song. No outsider could know it. The girl was watching his face, and whatever she saw there made her step back from the water. "You know it." "I do. Who are you?" He opened his mouth to answer, and the radio screamed. "Kestro!" Islye's voice, sharp with alarm. "2 vehicles just turned onto the haul road behind your position. They are blocking the crossing. They are coming fast." Kestro looked at the girl. She was already shaking her head. "I am not going back." "Then you come with me." He held out his hand. She stared at it. The engines in the distance were growing louder. The girl took his hand. Chapter 49. The marsh gave way to gravel, and the gravel gave way to mud as Kestro hauled the girl toward the tree line where Nemi was already moving, dark eyes fixed on the road behind them. The engines were closer now. 2 of them, maybe more, the sound splitting the damp air like a saw. Kestro did not slow. He kept the girl's wrist in his grip, not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough that she knew he would not let go. "My name is Senra," she said between breaths. Senra. That was not an Orrwick name, but she was running with him, and that was all that mattered right now. Kev's voice cracked over the radio. "I have the truck on the access road, 200 yards east of your position. Move." Nemi materialized out of the scrub to Kestro's left, her medic's bag slapping against her hip, a compact pistol in her hand that Kestro had never seen her carry before. "Where did you get that?" "Borrowed it." "From who?" "Doth it matter?" The truck's headlights cut through the gray ahead of them, Krev leaning across to push the passenger door open before the vehicle had fully stopped. Kestro shoved Senra into the back seat, climbed in after her, and Nemi was through the rear door before Krev had the truck back in gear. The tires big gravel, then caught pavement, and they were moving. Senra pressed herself into the corner of the seat, her gray smock bunched around her knees, her eyes fixed on the rear window. She was breathing too fast, shallow and ragged. "Heading south on the haul road parallel to the canal," Krev said, his voice flat and steady. "I can take the old service lane cutoff about a mile up, get us onto Floodplain Road. It is rougher, but they will not expect it." "Do it." Kestro twisted in his seat to look behind them. The 2 vehicles had rounded the bend, dark sedans, no markings, moving fast. 4 minutes, Krev said. "Maybe 3. "Islye," Kestro keyed the radio. "Where are you?" A pause, then her voice, breathless but clear. "Taking the ridge path above the canal. I will meet you on Floodplain Road. Do not wait for me." "Like hell." "Krev knows the route. I know this ground. Keep moving." Kestro's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. Not over an open channel. Senra had not taken her eyes off the rear window. They are not going to stop, she said. They never stop. Nemi was already at the rear door, her pistol braced against the seat frame, her eyes tracking the pursuit through the glass. She did not look afraid. She looked like someone who had been expecting this moment for a long time. How many rounds in that thing? Enough. The service lane appeared as a break in the tree line, unpaved and barely visible, little more than a gap between two collapsing fence posts. Fred took it without slowing, the truck lurching onto rutted ground that shook every bolt in the frame. Senna's head hit the window. She did not cry out. Kestro caught her shoulder, steadying her. We are going to lose them. She looked at him, and her eyes were old in a way that had nothing to do with her age. That is what the woman in the house said, before they took me. The first shot came without warning, a crack, flat and hard, and the rear window spiderwebbed. Nemi did not flinch. She fired back through the fractured glass, once, twice, 3 times, her arm steady, her aim surgical. The truck fishtailed as Krev took a sharp turn, the back end sliding on wet gravel before the tires found purchase again. Kestro braced himself against the doorframe, one arm across Senra's chest to keep her from being thrown. Another shot. This one hit the tailgate, a dull thud of metal impact. Nemi fired again, and then behind them, there was a different sound. A screech of metal, a splash, and the sudden absence of headlights in the rear window. Krev glanced at the mirror. One of them missed the turn, hit the ditch. The remaining sedan stayed on them, but the gap had widened. Kestro let himself breathe. Senra was shaking now, the adrenaline letting go in small tremors that ran through her shoulders like current. They are going to keep coming, she said. They always keep coming. Not tonight. She looked at him, and there was something in her face that was not quite hope. Something more fragile, a crack in the wall she had built around herself. You do not know them. I know what they did to Thatch Grove. Senra's breath caught. That word, correction. Kestro went still. What? The man in the van, before they stopped at the canal. He was on the radio with someone, and he said, correction in progress, like it was nothing, like I was a mistake they were fixing. Kestro felt the cold settle into his chest. Correction. That was the word Matriarch's auditor had used during the flood nights. The word Grell Namen had repeated on the stretcher, delirious and bleeding, talking about the correction list and the 12 packs marked for adjustment. It was not a euphemism. It was a system. You are not a correction, Kestro said. Senra looked at him, and for a long moment she did not speak. I know what they call us, she said finally. Resistance markers, deviant lines, blood that needs balancing. She met his eyes. I heard it all, in every intake station, before every transfer. They say it like it makes what they do acceptable. Nemi lowered her pistol, her dark eyes fixed on Senra with something close to recognition. How many stations? 4, that I remember. Can you find them again? Senra hesitated. Then she nodded. The truck hit pavement again, the shutter smoothing out as Krev guided them onto floodplain road. The sedan was still behind them, but the distance was growing. Kestro looked at Senra. 4 stations, he said. You are going to show us every one of them. She did not look away. What happens after? We find out who else is in them, and we get them out. The road curved, and the sedan dropped out of sight behind a rise. Krev did not slow down. In the back seat, Senra pressed her hand against the fractured window glass and watched the road behind them fill with empty space. They will find us again, she said quietly. They always do. Kestro did not answer. He did not have to. They both already knew it was true. Chapter 50. The back room at Yaveth's smelled of old paper, damp wool, and the sharp undertone of antiseptic that Nemi had spread across Senra's forearm before anyone could ask what happened. The girl sat on the edge of the cot with her knees drawn up, the gray transit smock replaced by one of Yaveth's old shirts that hung past her wrists. She had not let go of the intake bracelet. Kestro stood in the doorway, watching her count the room's exits. Once, twice, 3 times, her eyes moving in the same pattern before settling on the window. They do not know this address, Yaveth said from the kitchen table. She had a stack of papers spread across the wood, Marra beside her with a pencil and a cup of cold tea neither of them had touched. But they will not stop looking. Senra's jaw tightened. They always find the address. Marra looked up. Her face was pale, but her voice held steady. They used a cross-reference system. When they could not place someone in the direct lineage, they matched birth regions, migration patterns, and physical markers. If you came from the Lowland Clay Country, they flagged you for testing. Senra went still. Clay Country, she repeated. River clay pigments, the same soil they used for fired ceramics. The room went quiet. Kestro felt the weight of it settle into his chest. Thatch Grove was not the only pack that worked with clay. No, Marra said, but the board's records only tracked the artisan lines. The families that shared clay beds, firing techniques, and pigment recipes with the main pack. They called them satellite households. Is that what you were? Yaveth asked gently. Senra did not answer at first. She turned the bracelet over in her hands, the metal catching the lamplight, and when she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I did not know what I was. The woman who kept me called me her niece. She said my mother had died giving birth, and my father had gone upriver for work and never come back. She said I was lucky she took me in. Where was this house? Kestro asked. North of the clay flats, near the tree line where the soil turned gray. She raised chickens and sold eggs at the river market. She never let me go to Thatch Grove. But you remembered the lullaby. Senra's breath caught. I remembered the sound. A woman's voice, low and warm, singing about clay in my hands and river at my feet. I did not know where it came from. I just knew it was mine. Yaveth set down her pencil. At Orrwick's lullaby, she taught it to every child born in Thatch Grove. Then I was born there. Or your mother was. Senra looked up, and her eyes were wet. I do not know who my mother was. The woman who raised me would not say. But I didn't know whatever anything hoof perceives. She said the past was dangerous, and the only way to survive was to never look back. Histra heard the echo of his own voice in those words. He had said the same thing. For 6 years he had told himself that looking back was the only honest way to live, that moving forward meant leaving them behind, that grief was the only proof he still carried them. But Senra had been told never to look back by someone who was trying to keep her alive. Your name, he said. Senra, is that the name she gave you? Senra nodded. It is not an Orrwick name. No, she said it was my mother's choice, a name that would not mark me. Marra was already flipping through the files, her pencil moving down a column of names transcribed from the supplementary intake log. She stopped at a page near the back. Senra, she read aloud. No family name listed. Intake origin, satellite household, North Lowlands. Date of first intake, 3 years ago. Dated intake, 13. 13, Senra said. That matches. Your assigned family name in the intake record, Marra said slowly, is listed as Rolf. Did they call you Senra Rolf? No, they called me Subject 7. Marra's pencil stopped. The intake bracelet, she said. What letter is stamped on the back? Senra turned the bracelet over. Her fingers traced the metal. B series. That means they marked you for behavioral adjustment, Marra said. Not elimination. They thought they could break the resistance out of you. Senra laughed. It was a dry, hollow sound. They tried. Kestro pushed off the door frame and crossed to the table. He pulled out the chair beside Marra and sat down, his weight settling into the wood like a man who had stopped running. Tell me about the boy. Senra's expression shifted. Something sharpened behind her eyes. There was another, a boy, maybe 14. They moved him 2 nights ago while they were waiting for my transfer to clear. He was in the cell next to mine. Did you hear his name? They called him a number. Subject 11. But I heard one of the intake clerks say it wrong, like she was reading it off a page and stumbling over the spelling. What was the name? Senra closed her eyes. Var something. Varen or Varen. It was written down and she did not know how to say it. Marra's pencil moved again, faster now, her hand finding a page near the front of the copied records. Varen, she repeated. Varen Pell. Kestro went still. The Pell family, the South River district. They marked a teenage boy. Same boy, Senra said. They moved him upriver, I heard them say he was being assigned to a work camp near the North Reach transit line. The name hit Kestro like a blow. North Reach. That is where Thrain was heading, he said, before the hearing, before she left the chamber with the file boxes. Yaveth's face was grim. She did not stop at the floodplain. She went ahead and moved the boy before we could warn the family. Is he still alive? Senra's silence was answer enough. Nemi stepped into the doorway, her pistol cleaned and holstered at her hip. If he was assigned to a work camp, he is alive until the labor quota is met. After that, they have no reason to keep him. Kestro looked at Islye. She was standing by the window, her arms crossed, her dark hair still damp from the rain. She had not spoken since they entered the house. Say it, he said. Islye turned. You asked me once if I wanted to rescue evidence or people. I am asking you the same question now. Kestro held her gaze. Varen Pell is a name. A boy. A living descendant of a bloodline they tried to erase. He is 14 years old, and he is upriver somewhere, working in a camp that will work him to death if we do not reach him first. Then we go. Not with the files, not with the testimony. We go for him, and we go now, before Thrain's people move him again. Kestro looked at Yaveth. She did not hesitate. I will stay with the evidence. I will keep Marra and Senra safe. You go. He looked at Senra. Can you find the camp? She met his eyes. I can try. Kestro stood. Then we leave tonight. Islye stepped toward him, her hand finding his arm. Kestro, are you sure? He looked at her, and for the first time in 6 years, the answer was not complicated. This is what justice looks like now. The kitchen door swung open before anyone could answer. Krev stood in the frame, his face hard, his hand gripping a folded piece of paper. We have a problem. He held up the paper. Thrain knows we have the girl. She just sent word to every transit station in the lowlands. Kestro took the paper. His eyes scanned the words once, then again. Withdrawal notice. Subject, Senra. No legal kin. Classification, B series. Corrective transfer. Destination, Hollow Bank Works. Effective immediately. The date was tomorrow morning. Kriv's voice was flat. She is filing a custody claim through the Oversight Board's emergency protocol. She is calling it a lawful recovery of board property. Senra went white. Kestro crushed the paper in his fist. Then we move faster. Chapter 51. The map was a muddle of pencil marks. Kreb's finger traced the North Reach transit line while Yaveth weighed down the curling edges with teacups. Islye had Senra wrapped in a blanket by the cold stove, coaxing landmarks out of her one memory at a time. Kestro stood apart, arms crossed, watching the window. If we take the old Hall Road, Krev said, we avoid the main checkpoint. Adds half a day but keeps us off their log. Half a day, Varen might not have. Then we go faster. Islye looked up. We are all in this room because we move faster than they expect. Senra shifted. Her hand went to the bracelet still around her wrist. Outside, headlights cut through the fog. Not a truck, a sedan, dark, clean, moving slow. Nemi was on her feet before the engine cut off. That is not one of ours. Yaveth reached for the drawer where she kept the revolver. No, it is not. The woman who stepped out was not Thrain. Younger. 40s. Neat gray suit. Hair pinned tight enough to pull her temples. She carried a leather folder, not a weapon. Her heels were practical on the gravel. She knocked twice and waited. Yaveth opened the door. Eloin Vepar. The woman's voice was calm, pitched to carry without sounding like a demand. Interim Director of Compliance Operations, appointed this morning by Emergency Council vote. She did not try to push inside. She stood on the porch, hands visible, breath fogging the cold air. I know what Director Myrick did. I read the corrected registry, the testimony from the hearing, the glass-read transfer logs. Her eyes swept at the room behind Yaveth without moving her head. The council appointed me to clean the rot out, not to continue it. Kestro stepped forward. What do you want? Vepar's smile was patient, professional. I want to offer full departmental records, open access to every transit station, immunity for any witness who helps prosecute the remaining conspirators. She paused. Including the girl. Which girl? The minor currently occupying your safe house. Senra, Subject 7 in the old registry. She tilted her head. Counselor Thrain filed a custody claim, but under the new directive, it is invalid. The girl is protected. Nemi's voice cut through before anyone else could speak. We did not use that number once in this kitchen. We did not call her Subject 7. How do you know that classification? Vapor's smile did not flicker, but her eyes sharpened. Standard intake notation in the transit bracelet record. The record is sealed pending the investigation. Nemi's voice was flat. You accessed it within hours of your appointment. The room went still. Kestro understood the game as sure as he understood a load line. He'd seen this kind of calm before. The gray-templed stranger had worn the same stillness before he called him a loose thread. You are not here to help. Vapor turned to him fully. Up close, her gaze was flat in a way that had nothing to do with warmth and everything to do with control. I am here to make sure the transition is orderly. Matriarch made mistakes. He was too visible, too specific. He turned survivors into martyrs. She tilted her head. That is not smart policy. It is wasteful. She stepped closer. Her voice dropped. A surviving line should appreciate proper oversight. Patterns do not burn when you lose one arsonist. They get rewritten. The word line landed like a blade across his throat. She knew exactly what he was. Kestro did not move. Get off this porch. Vapor's smile returned, smooth, unbothered. I am staying at the Granary Inn if you change your mind about cooperation. The offer stands until dawn. She turned and walked back toward the sedan without looking back. The engine caught. The headlights swept the yard once, and then the fog swallowed the red taillights. Krev's phone buzzed. He answered, listened. His face went gray. The North Reach approach roads are locked down. Transit Authority just announced overnight construction on both bridges. No vehicles in or out until morning. Islye's hand found Kestro's arm. She just painted us into a corner before we even moved. Kestro looked at the map, then at Senra. No, he said. She showed us exactly how deep the rot goes. Matriarch was never the root. He was a branch. Senra stood. Her blanket fell to the chair. Then we find the root. Nemi moved to the door. She will have eyes on this house now. We have maybe an hour before she knows we are still planning to move. Kestro pulled the crushed withdrawal notice from his pocket and smoothed it flat against the table. Then we stop planning on maps. He looked at Islye. She is expecting us to use roads, bridges, checkpoints. He tapped the North Reach transit line on the paper. So we do not go that way. Isley's brow furrowed. Then how? The flood channel. It runs all the way to the North Reach cutoff. Water is high enough to float a skiff. Krav whistled low. That channel has not been navigated in years. It is choked with debris. Then we clear it. Yaveth pulled a key from her pocket and set it on the table. Old boathouse behind the gilding stables. Flat-bottom skiff. Oars. Tarps. She looked at Kestro. I keep it ready for the day someone needed to move without being seen. Nemi was already pulling her coat on. I will check the channel access point, see how fast the current is moving. She opened the door. Vapor's sedan was gone, but a second vehicle sat at the end of the lane, parked dark, engine idling. Nemi closed the door quietly. We are already boxed in. Chapter 52. Exhaustion had a weight Kestro had not let himself feel in 6 years. It hit him in the doorway of the rented room above Cran's repair shop, the frame familiar under his palm, the lock turning smooth. He stood with his hand on the knob and listened to the silence. No flood sirens, no radio crackle, no feet running toward another collapse. Just the slow tick of a clock somewhere below and the sound of Islye breathing behind him. She had followed him up the stairs without asking, without announcing. She had simply been there when he turned at the second-floor landing, her hand brushing his back, her presence steady as a load-bearing wall he had not known he was leaning against. Now she stood in the center of the room, looking at the bed frame, the desk, the east-facing window that caught the first gray of pre-dawn light. You found it, she said. The room with a window. Yaveth found it through Krev. That is not what I meant. Kestro set his tool belt on the desk. The leather was still damp from the fog outside the Safehouse. His hands were shaking. Not from cold, but from the long slide of adrenaline finally draining out of him. Islye crossed to the window and pushed the curtain aside. The street below was empty. The second surveillance vehicle was still at the lane end, but from here it was only a dark shape, distant and contained. "They will not try the stairs tonight," she said. "Too exposed. They want us to run." "Then we do not run." She turned. Her brown eyes caught the window light, and for a moment she looked as tired as he felt. The kind of tired that hollows a person out and leaves only the important things behind. "Where do we sleep?" she asked. Kestro looked at the bed. Single frame, thin mattress, one blanket folded at the foot. "I can take the floor." "No." She said it without heat, just a fact, like the weight on the other side of a balanced beam. "You are shaking, Kestro. You have not slept longer than 2 hours in 4 days. I'm not letting you sleep on a floor." He wanted to argue. The reflex was there, familiar, comfortable as an old scar, but the words did not come. Because she was right. Because the room did matter, and she was in it, and the bond hummed low in his chest like a satisfied animal, not pulling, just present, the way a hearth fire was present without demanding anyone sit in it. He sat on the edge of the bed. The frame creaked but held. Islye sat beside him, not close enough to touch, close enough that he could feel her warmth without reaching. "When I came back to Halvern," she said quietly, "after the hearing, after everything, I did not know how to stop moving either. There was always another name to log, another cot to find, another person who needed something I could give." Strostra looked at his hands. The clay stains were faded but never fully gone. "What changed?" "I stopped believing the people I lost would want me to stay empty." The words landed in his chest like a stone dropped into deep water. He felt the ripples spread through muscle and bone, through the place where he kept Thatch Grove locked behind a door he never opened. He did not answer, but he did not pull away. Islye lay down first, on her side, facing him. She pulled the folded blanket over her legs and left the rest of it open. "Come here," she said. "Just sleep." Kestro hesitated. The war in his chest was old and familiar. Every instinct he had built over 6 years told him to stay upright, stay watchful, stay alone. But she was not asking for the bond. She was not asking for a promise. She was asking him to lie down in a room that had a window facing east and let himself be still. He lay down. The mattress dipped under his weight. He kept space between them, enough that he could rise if he needed to, enough that he could pretend he was not already letting the warmth of her presence seep through his ribs. Islye did not reach for him. She just lay there, breathing slow, her eyes closed, her body finally still. Kestro watched the window. The gray light shifted. The fog began to thin. He did not remember closing his eyes, but at some point, the tension in his shoulders unlocked, and the weight of 4 days and 6 years and a lifetime of running pressed him down into the thin mattress, and he slept. He woke to sunlight, real sunlight, golden and warm, falling across the floorboards in a long rectangle that touched the foot of the bed. He lay still, disoriented by the absence of emergency. No rain, no shouting, no vibration of a building about to fail. Just light. Islye was still beside him. She had turned in her sleep, her face toward him, her dark hair spread across the thin pillow. Her hand rested on the mattress between them, palm open, as if she had reached for him in the night and stopped just short of touching. Kestro looked at her hand. He could count the hours since they had last been alone in a room together, since the kitchen. Since she had asked him to mean it, and he had said he did. He still meant it. But meaning it and knowing how to be it were different things. He reached out, slowly, letting his fingers brush the edge of her palm. She woke at the touch. Her eyes opened, unfocused at first, then sharpening as she found his face. "Morning," she said. Her voice was rough with sleep. "Morning. Is it still standing out there?" "I have not checked," she smiled, small, real. "That is the first time you have admitted to not checking something first." Kestro looked at her hand under his. The contact was light, barely there, but it was also everything. "I do not know how to do this," he said. "Stay? Be here, in the morning, with someone who expects me to still be here when she wakes." Islye's fingers curled around his. Then learn. The word settled in him like a beam finding its notch. He did not answer, but he did not pull his hand away. They lay there in the sunlight, and the room was quiet, and nothing was on fire, and Kestro felt something in his chest crack open along a fault line he had been carrying since Thatch Grove. He let it. When they finally rose, the room felt different, smaller, warmer. Islye found a kettle in the corner and filled it from the basin. Kestro pulled on his boots and opened the window, letting the air in. The street below was waking. A cart rattled past. Someone called a greeting to someone else. Normal. Ordinary. The kind of morning he had never allowed himself to want. He turned to ask Islye something, anything, just to keep her voice in the room, and stopped. Senra stood in the open doorway, still wearing the borrowed blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Her eyes were dark-circled, her face pale. She looked at Kestro and Islye together in the morning light, and something in her expression shifted. Not surprise, not judgment. Hunger. The same hunger he had seen in Tovin that first night in the gym. The look of someone who had forgotten belonging existed and was seeing it for the first time in years. Senra. Kestro kept his voice low. You should be sleeping. I could not stay in that house. She swallowed. Too many windows. Too many doors. Yaveth said I could come here. Islye crossed to the girl and wrapped another blanket around her shoulders. Are you hungry? Senra nodded. Then she looked at Kestro. They are burning the records. The words hit like gold water. What? At the transit depot. Before they moved me, I heard them talking. Every time they transferred a batch, they burned the old files. Smoke through the vents. They said it kept the trail clean. She held the blanket tighter. I smelled it. 4 times. Every station. The same smoke. Kestro's jaw tightened. When was the last time? 3 nights ago. Before the van. She looked at him with her old, young eyes. They are not just hiding what they did. They are erasing it. Making it so no one can prove we existed. The sunlight in the room felt thinner suddenly. The kettle began to whistle. Kestro stood at the window, looking out at the waking street, and felt the weight of the morning shift. The softness was still there. Islye was still beside him, but the hunt was not over. Senra stepped closer. The blanket dragged on the floor behind her. I can find the stations, she said. Every one. I remember the route, the sounds, the way the light hit the walls at each stop. Kestro turned. Senra stood in the morning light, trembling but upright. Then we move before nightfall, he said. And we do not let them burn another name. Chapter 53. The council victory had already aged 24 hours by the time Kestro stood in Yaveth's kitchen with a folded access warrant in his hand. The paper felt wrong, too clean, too official. 6 years of moving through shadows, and now he carried something that said authorized in council seal. Yaveth poured tea into 4 unmatched cups. Her hands were steady, but the lines around her mouth had deepened since morning. I called in every marker I had, she said. 3 council members owe me for votes I delivered during the boundary disputes. They signed before I finished explaining what I needed. Kestro looked at the warrant. It covers all of North Reach Transit? Every depot, archive, and way station between the floodplain cutoff and the Hollow Bank Junction. She set the pot down. What it does not cover is what happens when you find evidence they have already burned. The warrant grants access. It does not grant protection. Islye took the warrant from Kestro's hand and read it herself. Her brow furrowed at the second clause. The access window expires at sundown, she said. That gives us maybe 7 hours once we reach the depot. Better than nothing, Krev said from the doorway. He had a folded stack of migration review permits in his hand, the edges soft from being carried through rain. I filed the transit requests under emergency relocation review. 3 trucks, 2 supply, 1 personnel. Legal enough to pass a checkpoint if we do not stop moving. Kestro turned to Senra. She sat at the table with a cup of tea she had not touched, her eyes fixed on the warrant as if it might catch fire. How fast can you get us there? She looked up. The depot is 3 hours upriver if we take the Hall Road, but they will have watchers. They always had watchers. Then we do not use the Hall Road. Crav unfolded a map across the table, the paper crackling. There is an old timber track that runs parallel to the flood channel, slower, rougher, but it feeds into the depot's rear service gate, and no one watches that gate because it has been rusted shut for 6 years. Kestro studied the route. The timber track curled around the marsh like a scar, ending at a dotted line marked unmaintained. Can we get through? I drove it 3 years ago during the dry season, Crav said. It was tight then. It will be worse now. But the skiff is still Yaveth's backup plan if the road fails. Islye's hand found Kestro's arm. We take both, trucks first, skiff as rear guard. If the road is blocked, we split and meet at the depot's east wall. It was a good plan, flexible, practical, the kind of plan that accounted for the worst without inviting it. Kestro nodded. Then we move in 30 minutes. The trucks were waiting behind Yaveth's stables, 2 flatbeds with canvas covers and a smaller supply truck with a dented tailgate. Crav checked the tires and fuel while Nemi loaded medical kits into the personnel vehicle. Kestro stood at the stable door, watching the street. Nothing moved. No dark sedans, no watchers. But the quiet felt wrong, too complete, like the air before a roof gave way. Islye. She came to his side, following his gaze. What do you see? Nothing. That is the problem. He turned back to the trucks. Tovin was supposed to be at Cran's shop, finishing the mortar work on the retaining wall. Kestro had told him to stay, had been clear about it. The North Reach run was too exposed, too dangerous for a boy who had already seen more than he should. But Tovin had not argued. That was what worried him. Where is Tovin? He said. Islye's face tightened. I thought he was with you. He was not. She turned and walked toward the supply truck, her steps quickening. Kestro followed, his eyes scanning the canvas covers, the wheel wells, the shadows between crates. Islye reached the tailgate and pulled the canvas aside. Tovin looked up at her from inside the truck bed, wedged between 2 supply crates with a blanket pulled over his head. His fox shifter ears flattened in apology. I was not going to let you leave without me, he said. Kestro's jaw tightened. Get out. No. The word landed like a stone. Islye put a hand on the tailgate. Tovin, you need me. The boy's voice cracked, but he did not stop. I know the timber track. I know the depot. Crav took me there 2 years ago when we ran supplies for the winter shelter. I know which windows are boarded and which are false. Kestro stared at him. You planned this. I am not a child you leave behind anymore. Tovin's hands gripped the crate edge. I counted the names in the hearing. I know what they did. I want to help you find the rest. The silence stretched, then Krev's voice cut through from the driver's side of the personnel truck. Kestro, get over here! Something in his tone made Kestro move before he thought. Krev was crouched by the front wheel of the supply truck, his hand under the chassis. When Kestro reached him, he saw what Krev had found. The brake line was cut. Clean, precise, not a rub-through from gravel or a rust fracture. A blade had gone through the rubber hose, leaving a slit that would have bled every drop of fluid within the first mile of the haul road. Kestro's blood went cold. He looked at the other trucks. Check them all. Nemi dropped to the ground and slid under the personnel vehicle. Her voice came back flat. Clean. Krav moved to the second flatbed, ran his hand along the line, nodded. This one is clean too. Kestro straightened. The cut was specific, targeted. Someone knew which truck would carry the heaviest load. Someone knew which vehicle would be hardest to control going down the timber track. Someone was watching. Tovin climbed out of the truck bed, his face pale. I know. Kestro's voice was hard. But someone else did. He looked at the supply truck's brake line, the clean slit in the rubber, and felt the shape of the trap clicking into place around them. They were not supposed to reach the depot. Someone wanted them in the canal, wanted the evidence lost in black water, the bodies never recovered, the warrant a dead paper no one would ask about. And now they knew. Islye stepped beside him, her face set. We take the skiff. Kestro shook his head. That is what they would expect. We take the personnel truck and the flatbed. We leave the supply truck here. And we take the haul road instead of the timber track, directly past every watcher they have. Yes, he met her eyes. Because if they think they have already stopped us, they will not be looking for us on the road they expected us to take. The plan was thin, risky, but it was the only move they had left. Krev tossed the cut brake line into the dirt. Then we better move before they realize the canal did not swallow us. Kestro climbed into the personnel truck. Tovin pressed into the seat beside him, Islye at the passenger door. The engine turned over. The hunt had not even begun, and someone had already tried to kill them. Chapter 54. The personnel truck smelled of old grease, wet canvas, and the sour edge of fear none of them would name. Kestro kept his eyes on the haul road ahead, the wipers dragging across the glass in a rhythm that had already worn itself into his skull. The flatbed followed behind them, Krev at the wheel, close enough to catch them if they stopped and far enough back to avoid bunching on the narrow asphalt. Islye sat in the passenger seat with the warrant spread across her knees, her fingers holding the paper steady against the vibration. Tovin was wedged between Kestro and the door, his knees pressed against the dashboard, arms wrapped around himself like he expected to be thrown out at any moment. Senra sat in the jump seat behind them, her gray smock bunched around her knees, her eyes fixed on the side mirror. No one had spoken for 20 minutes. The first words came from Islye, quiet, aimed at the windshield. "Any watchers on this road, and we will know in about 3 miles. Kestro grunted. "Then we will know?" Tovin shifted beside him, the movement tight and restless. "You are angry," the boy said. Kestro did not answer. "I said I am not a child you leave behind anymore, and I meant it. But you have not looked at me since we left." The truck hit a rut, and the suspension groaned. Rain drummed against the roof in shifting bursts. "I looked at you," Kestro said. "I found you in the truck bed." "That is not what I meant." Kestro's hands tightened on the wheel, the brake line cut. The silence in the street. Tovin, hiding under a blanket, betting his life on a plan he had not been asked to join. "You could have died," Kestro said. "So could you. Every day. That is different. I chose it." Tovin's voice went thin. Isly's hand moved, not reaching for Kestro, just resting on the seat between them. The gesture said nothing. It said everything. Senra spoke from the jump seat, her voice flat and careful, like she was testing whether the air would hold her weight. "You fight like people who expect to survive." Kestro's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. She was still watching the side mirror, not him. "Is that a problem?" he said. "It is unfamiliar." She paused. The road curved and the trees thickened, branches scraping the side of the truck. "I have been moved 12 times that I remember. Each time the people moving me said they were keeping me safe. Each time I learned that safety meant being quiet, being small, being where no one would look." Islye turned in her seat. "That is not what we are doing." "I know." Senra's voice did not change. "That is what makes it unfamiliar." The truck fell silent again. The rain softened, then stopped. The clouds stayed heavy, pressing down on the road like a ceiling. Kestro glanced at Tovin. The boy had his jaw set, his eyes on the road ahead. He was not going to apologize for coming. Kestro understood that. What he did not know was whether he could protect him and still move fast enough to stop the record burning. The road narrowed as they climbed onto a raised embankment, the canal visible on both sides now, gray and slow-moving under the low sky. Senra leaned forward, her hand finding the back of Isly's seat. "This is the right route. I remember the shape of the water here." Kestro checked the mirror. Krev's flatbed was still behind them, steady. "How far to the depot?" he said. "2 bends, then a straight stretch. The rear gate faces east." She said it like she had read it from a map, not like she had been blindfolded through this country at 13, counting every turn by feel. Islye fudded the warrant and slipped it into her coat. "You remember all of it? The walls, the sounds, how long each straight bit lasted?" Senra's voice dropped. "They always blindfolded me, but blindfolds do not stop your ears or your skin. The air changes when you get close to water. The engine note changes on gravel versus asphalt." Kestro looked at her in the mirror. "That is how you know where you are." "It is how I know where they were taking me." He held her gaze for a beat. She did not look away. "You survived 4 stations," he said. "You remembered every route, You kept your name. Senra shook her head. I did not keep my name. I never had one of my own. The woman who raised me called me Lina, but that was the name she gave me. The stations called me Subject 7, and the people before that, I do not remember what they called me. She looked down at her hands. I have never been allowed to keep a name in one place long enough for it to mean anything. The words landed in the truck like stones. Tovin turned in his seat, craning to see her. What do you want to be called now? Senra's eyes went to the window. I do not know yet. Kestro drove. The road straightened ahead of them, the canal falling away on one side, giving way to a flat expanse of gravel and rusted rail tracks. Beyond it, a low building hunched against the sky, its corrugated roof stained dark with years of rain. The North Reach Depot. Kestro slowed the truck. The rear service gate stood open. Not rusted shut, not forced. Open, swinging on its hinges like someone had walked through it an hour ago and not bothered to close it behind them. He killed the engine. The silence rushed in. Islye's hand found the door handle. That is not supposed to be open? No. Citro stepped out into the wet gravel, his boots crunching loud in the stillness. The flatbed pulled up behind him, Krev cutting the engine and swinging out without a word. They stood together, looking at the open gate. Nemi appeared at Krev's side, her hand going to her hip where the pistol sat. This is wrong, she said. I know. Kestro moved forward. The gravel gave way to cracked concrete, then to a loading bay with its roll-up door half raised, the gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. He ducked under it. The records hall stretched before him. Every drawer was pulled out. Every cabinet stood open, its contents scattered across the floor in wet piles where the rain had blown in through a broken window. Papers lay sodden and curling, ink bleeding into gray smears. Someone had beaten them here, and they had not even tried to hide it. Chapter 55. The records hall smelled like wet paper and rot. Kestro stood in the center of the ruin, his boots crunching on scattered leaves that had blown in through the broken window. Rain had pooled on the floor, turning the scattered documents into pulp. A filing cabinet lay on its side, its drawers gaping like empty mouths. Behind him, Islye's breath caught. They did not leave anything. He did not answer. He was already moving, crouching beside the nearest cabinet, running his hand along the exposed frame where the drawers had been pulled. The metal was cold. The tracks were dry near the hinges, wet near the floor. The rain had not been coming through that window for long. Kestro, Nemi's voice came from the far end of the hall. She stood beside a desk that had been overturned, its surface splintered where something heavy had struck it. She held up a piece of paper, the corner brown with water damage. It is dated yesterday. A transfer manifest. The names are too smeared to read. He crossed to her and took the page. The ink had bled into gray ribbons, but the letterhead was still visible. North Reach Transit Depot. Official relocation schedule. By order of the Regional Pack Oversight Board. The date was yesterday's. Whoever had ransacked this place had not been cleaning old records. They had been destroying active ones. Senra stepped through the doorway, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes moving across the room in quick, measuring sweeps. She did not look at the papers. She looked at the walls. This is wrong, she said. Kestro turned. What is? The way the cabinets fell. She pointed at the overturned cabinet nearest the door. That one is too heavy to tip by hand unless you pull from the top, but the drawer is still in place. Whoever tipped it did not open it first. He looked at the cabinet. The top drawer was still seated, the handle intact. She was right. Someone had staged the destruction. He moved to the back wall, where a second window had been broken, the glass scattered inward. He ran his fingers along the sill. The dust was undisturbed beneath the glass. Whoever had broken it had done it from the inside. Tovin appeared at his elbow, his voice low. They wanted us to think someone else got here first. They wanted us to stop looking. Kestro's eyes traced the wall. The plaster was old, stained with years of damp, but one section caught his attention. A vertical line, thin as a hair, running from the baseboard to about shoulder height. A seam. He pressed his palm against it. The plaster shifted. Islye was beside him in 3 steps. "What did you find?" "False wall." He drove his fingers into the seam and pulled. The plaster gave way in a sheet, revealing a narrow gap behind it. The cavity was dark, but he could see the shape of something stacked inside. Boxes. He reached in and pulled one out. It was smaller than a ledger, bound in cracked leather, the spine unmarked. He set it on the nearest intact cabinet and opened it. The pages were dry. The ink was clean. Inside, columns of names, dates, and locations written in a hand that matched the letterhead he had just been holding. Subject 3, male, age 11, transferred to East Reach Works, 14th Harvest. Subject 4, female, age 9, transferred to Hollow Bank Annex, 16th Harvest. Subject 7, female, age 13, transferred to Glass Reed Processing, 3rd Frost, Senra. Kestro turned the page. Subject 11, male, age 14, transferred to North Reach Works, 11th Harvest. He looked up at Senra. Varen Pell. She stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the ledger. "That is the same handwriting as my transfer form. Duplicate records." Kestro's voice was low. "Someone here kept a second set. They hid them behind the wall." Nemi moved to the cavity and peered inside. "There are at least 12 more boxes." Islye was already pulling out the next one. "We take them all. Every page." Kestro nodded. "Tovin, get Krev. Tell him we need the flatbed backed up to the loading bay. Now." Tovin was gone before he finished the sentence. Senra stayed where she was, her hand hovering over the open ledger. She did not touch it. "They kept us in a book." Kestro watched her face, the way her jaw tightened, the way her fingers curled into her palm. "They kept everyone in a book," he said, "and now we have the book." She looked up at him. Her eyes were dry, but her voice was not steady. "What happens to the people who are still in the book?" "We find them." He said it like a fact, like a load he had already decided to carry. Islye set another box on the cabinet. "There is a map in here, hand-drawn. It shows a route upriver past Hollow Bank." Kestro took it. The paper was thin, the ink faded, but the lines were precise. A river marked in blue, a dashed line that branched east into territory he did not recognize. At the end of the dashed line, someone had written 3 words in the same hand as the ledger. Final destination. Unmarked. Footsteps. They came from above, slow and deliberate, crossing the depot's upper floor. The ceiling creaked under the weight. Everyone froze. Kestro's hand went to his belt, where the only tool he carried was a folding knife. Not enough. Not nearly enough. The footsteps stopped. A voice drifted down, muffled by the floorboards but clear enough to understand. "They already came through. The hall is empty. Nothing left to find." A second voice, lower, harder. "Check the walls." Kestro looked at the gap behind the false plaster. The boxes were still visible. The ledger was open on the cabinet. They had minutes at most. He grabbed the first box and shoved it into Islye's arms. "Out, now, through the loading bay. Do not stop." She did not argue. She turned and ran. Nemi took 2 boxes and followed. Senra stood frozen, her eyes on the ceiling. Kestro caught her arm. "Senra, move!" She blinked. Then she grabbed a box and ran. Kestro took the remaining 2, one under each arm, and followed them into the dark. Chapter 56. The loading bay was a narrow throat of rusted metal and rotting pallets, the exit door propped open 6 inches on a broken hinge. Kestro pushed Islye through first, then Nemi, then Senra, the boxes heavy against his ribs, the footsteps above them growing louder. The gap behind the false wall was still exposed. He could see the remaining boxes stacked in the dark. 12, at least, maybe more. "Ahead of me! Keep moving!" Islye glanced back once, her face sharp in the dim light. Then she ran. The night air hit them outside, cold and wet, carrying the smell of stagnant canal water. Kestro followed the others around the building's east side, gravel crunching under his boots, the boxes digging into his arms. The flatbed was not there yet. Neither was Tovin. "Where is Krev?" Nemi set her boxes down and drew her pistol, scanning the depot's dark flank. "I sent Tovin to get him." Kestro set his own boxes beside hers. They should be here. The loading bay door groaned behind them. Someone was opening it from the inside. Islye grabbed Senra's arm and pulled her toward the canal embankment, where the reeds grew high enough to hide. Kestro followed, the boxes abandoned, his hand finding the folding knife in his belt. Not enough. Never enough. The door swung open. A figure stepped out, silhouetted against the faint light from inside. Tall, broad-shouldered. Not Tovin. Not Krev. Kestro dropped low behind a rusted fuel drum and watched. The figure stood still, head turning slowly, scanning the yard. Then a second figure joined him, smaller, carrying something that glinted in the dark. A radio crackled. "East side clear. Check the canal." The smaller figure raised the glint. A flashlight. The beam swept across the gravel, passed over the fuel drum, and kept moving. Kestro held his breath. The flashlight beam paused on the boxes he had abandoned, 3 leather-bound ledgers stacked against the wall where he had set them down. The smaller figure walked toward them, stopped, and crouched. "Someone was here." The taller figure moved closer. "How recent?" "Minutes. The boxes are still warm." Kestro's jaw tightened, the heat from his hands still in the leather. He had left his signature. The smaller figure picked up the top box and opened it. The beam of the flashlight played over the pages inside. "Duplicate records. Whoever took these knew what they were looking for. Then they are still here." The taller figure turned, scanning the darkness beyond the fuel drum. "Spread out. Find them." Kestro moved before the thought finished. He slid backward into the reeds, the canal mud cold against his hands, the water lapping at his boots. The reeds were tall enough to hide him if he stayed low, but they whispered when he moved, a sound that carried in the flat night air. He found Islye and Senra pressed against the embankment wall, the canal black and still beside them. Senra was shaking. Islye's hand was over the girl's mouth. "Where are Nemi and the boxes?" Kestro's voice was barely a breath. "Other side of the fuel drums? She has cover." Islye's eyes were on the depot. Tovin and Krev never arrived. Something moved in the water. Kestro looked down. A rat swam past, its head a dark wedge cutting the surface. It climbed the opposite bank and disappeared into the reeds. Above them, a voice called out. "Nothing on the east side. Checking the water." Kestro's mind was already moving through the geometry of the yard, the placement of cover, the angle of the flashlight beams, the seconds it would take for one of the searchers to reach the embankment and find them. "There is a drainage culvert 20 yards south," he pointed. "If we can reach it without breaking cover, we can follow it to the riverbank." Islye nodded. "Then Tovin?" "Then Tovin." She did not argue. They moved. The reeds parted around Kestro's shoulders, the mud sucking at his boots, each step a negotiation with silence. He kept his hand on the folding knife, knowing it would not stop a bullet, but needing to hold something. Senra followed behind him, her feet finding the same pockets of solid ground he used. Islye brought up the rear, her hand brushing Kestro's back once, a touch that said, "I am here. Keep going." The culvert mouth appeared ahead, a concrete arch half submerged in black water, the opening barely wide enough for a person. Kestro stopped. The water inside was deep enough to reach his chest. He looked back at Islye. She was watching the embankment above them, where a flashlight beam had just appeared at the edge. "We have no choice," she said. He went first. The water was colder than he expected, the shock of it stealing his breath. He ducked into the culvert, the concrete rough against his shoulders, the space closing around him until he could not straighten his neck. The water rose to his chin. Behind him, he heard Islye enter with a soft gasp. Then Senra. They moved in single file through the dark, the only sound their breathing and the water's lapping against the culvert walls. The air smelled of rust and rot and something chemical he could not place. Kestro's fingers found the opposite end of the culvert before his eyes could adjust to the change in light. The opening was partially blocked by debris, branches, and trash washed against the grate. He pushed against it. The grate shifted. He pushed harder, and it swung open on rusted hinges. They emerged into a narrow channel between 2 warehouse walls, the water shallower here, only knee-deep. The moon was hidden behind cloud, but the sky had begun to lighten in the east. Dawn was coming. Islye climbed out beside him, water streaming from her clothes, her hand finding his arm. That was close. Kestro did not answer. He was looking at the empty riverbank ahead of them. No Krev, no flatbed, no Toven. Senra pulled herself out of the water and stood shivering, her eyes fixed on the same empty bank. Where is the boy who took my name? Kestro's chest tightened. I do not know. He turned back toward the depot, the warehouse lights visible through the gaps between buildings. Then the sound came. An engine, turning over, not from the depot, from the road beyond the canal. He ran. The riverbank gave way to gravel, the gravel to packed dirt where tire tracks pressed fresh into the mud. A flatbed was parked at the tree line, its bed empty, its cab dark. Krev's truck. But Krev was not in it. Kestro reached the driver's door and wrenched it open. The keys were in the ignition. The seat was still warm, movement in the trees. He turned. Toven burst through the undergrowth, his face streaked with dirt, his breath ragged. He skidded to a stop and bent over, hands on his knees. I led them away. Kestro caught him by the shoulders. What? The searchers. They saw me leaving through the false window, the one I remembered from 2 years ago. Toven straightened, his eyes bright and wild. I let them chase me, ran through the timber, doubled back through the creek. Kestro's grip tightened. You could have been killed. Knew where to go. Toven's voice was steady. Knew where to lose them. From the depot, a shout carried across the water, then another, and the sound of a vehicle engine, deeper and louder, starting up. Chapter 57. The engine note changed. Deeper. Closer. Not the depot's vehicles, something pulling up the haul road from the south, the growl of a diesel tuned for power, not haulage. Kestro's hand tightened on Toven's shoulder. Which way did they go? North along the canal. 2 of them, but one, Toven's breath caught. One broke off before I doubled back. He saw me. He followed me halfway before I lost him in the reeds. Lost him, or he let you go? Toven's face went still. Islye stepped forward. We need to move, now. Kestro looked at the truck, keys in the ignition. Krev's truck, but Krev gone. The flatbed could carry them all, but the engine sound meant the road was no longer safe. Where is Krev? Toven shook his head. He was not at the tree line when I got there. The truck was empty. Another shout from the depot, closer this time. The diesel engine cut out somewhere beyond the canal bend. Kestro made the decision in half a breath. Toven, with me. Islye, take Senra. Follow the bank south until you reach the old sluice gate. Wait there. And if you do not come back, he met her eyes, then you take the truck and get the ledgers to Yaveth. She did not argue. She did not nod. She took Senra's wrist and moved into the trees, already low and quiet. Kestro turned to Toven. Show me where you lost him. Toven led him back through the undergrowth, past the false window where the searchers had followed him, down a moss-slicked incline into a drainage channel choked with cattails and rain-rotten timber. The water here was shallow, only ankle-deep, but the mud pulled at his boots with every step. Here, Toven whispered. I crossed through this culvert and came up on the other side of the pilings. Kestro saw it then. Not footprints. The kid was too smart for that. But a snapped reed, bent against the current instead of with it. A scrape of mud on a broken piling where something had brushed past. Toven had left a trail on purpose. Why? Kestro asked. Because he was fast, faster than the others. He would have caught us before we reached the truck if I did not draw him away. I thought, Toven swallowed. I thought if I let him far enough you could escape. I am not leaving you. You told me to lead them away. I did. The words hit like a punch to the ribs. Kestro did not answer. He pushed forward into the reeds, following the broken reed, the scraped piling, the faint disturbance in the water's surface that only someone who had spent years reading load paths and stress lines could see as a sign. The terrain shifted. The marsh opened into a tangle of broken pilings, remnants of an old loading dock long collapsed into the mud. Rotting beams leaned at precarious angles. Black water pooled around their bases. The air smelled of rust and oil and something metallic, like old blood. Kestro stopped. He heard it then. a low, steady breathing. Not Tovin's. Tovin stood at the center of the pilings, arms half raised, his back against a splintered beam. A man stood behind him, one hand fisted in the collar of Tovin's coat, the other holding a blade flat against the boy's throat. The man was lean, gray-templed, with the same efficient stillness as the stranger from the Ferry warehouse. He wore dark clothing that absorbed the dim light. "Kestro Orrwick." The man's voice was calm, almost conversational. "I was hoping you would follow the scent." Kestro did not look at the knife. He looked at Tovin's eyes, finding the fear there, but also something else, a hard-held steadiness that said, "I knew you would come." "Let him go. The boy is useful leverage." The man adjusted his grip. "But you are the one I was sent for, alive. The ones who know what you are want you delivered intact." Kestro's blood went cold. "Alpha immunity makes you hard to compel." The man tilted his head, "But it does not make you hard to cut." He pressed the blade tighter. A thin line of red appeared at Tovin's throat. Chapter 58. The blade pressed against Tovin's throat caught the dim marsh light like a fish scale. Kestro did not move. The gray-templed man tilted his head, lips curved into something that was only technically a smile. "You are wondering if you can get to me before I open him. You cannot." Tovin's breath came shallow, careful not to let his throat push against the edge. "What do you want?" Kestro kept his voice flat. No give, no negotiation. "You, walking, quiet. We go to a car, I put the boy on the bank, and someone finds him before the marsh rats do." The man shifted his weight, adjusted the blade. "Or I put him in the water and drag you there myself. I am paid the same either way." Tovin's eyes found Kestro's. The boy was afraid. But underneath that, a hard-held steadiness that said he was deciding something. Kestro had seen that luck before. In the depot. In the culvert. In every moment the boy had chosen to stand instead of run. "Let him go," Kestro said, "and I will walk." The man laughed, a dry sound, like rocks grinding. "No bargaining. You think I do not know what you are?" I read the file. Thatch Grove bloodline, alpha immunity. You cannot be compelled, but you can still be cut. He pressed the blade tighter. "And you can still watch." A bead of blood slid down Tovin's neck. Kestro felt something lock into place. Not rage, not the cold tactical focus he used in collapses. Something older. Something that had been sleeping in his chest since the night he came home to ash and silence. His pack had been killed because they could not be controlled, because they would not bend, because the system needed lines it could hold. The stranger's smile widened. "Good. There it is. I was hoping you would show me what the file could not describe." His voice dropped. "You feel it, do you not? The anger, the helplessness, like watching the fire take the hall and knowing you cannot stop it." Kestro's vision narrowed to the knife, the hand, the tendons in the man's wrist. "Run it again in your head," the man murmured. The smoke, the screaming, the way the roof came down on. Tovin moved, not away from the blade, into it. He twisted in the man's grip, drove his shoulder into the stranger's chest, and the knife sliced a red line up his cheek instead of across his throat. The man grunted, off balance. Kestro moved. He crossed the space in 3 strides, grabbed the knife-hand wrist, and slammed it against the splintered beam until the blade dropped. The man did not release Tovin. He pulled the boy forward, using him as a shield, and Kestro pulled too, yanking Tovin sideways so hard the boy tore free and fell into the mud. The man lunged, a second blade appearing from his sleeve. Kestro caught his arm mid-thrust. They stood locked, breath to breath, the blade inches from Kestro's ribs. "You," the man hissed, "are supposed to be dead." Kestro did not answer. He pushed. The man's boots slid in the mud. The rotting timber behind him groaned. "You do not understand what is coming," the man rasped, his free hand scrabbling for purchase on Kestro's arm, nails digging in. "I am not the last. I am not even the one who sent me. The registry is older than Matriarch, older than the board." Kestro twisted the blade hand. The knife clattered onto the collapsed dock. The man tried to knee him. Kestro absorbed it, shifted his weight, drove the stranger backward into a rotted piling that splintered on impact, the man's spine meeting the break. He did not get up. His breath came in wet, uneven gasps, one arm bent at the wrong angle. But his eyes stayed open, fixed on Kestro with something that looked almost like satisfaction. "You will find the seal anyway," he whispered. "It is already in your pocket." Kestro did not remember putting anything in his pocket. He reached in. His fingers touched paper, a folded page he had never seen before. He pulled it out. A ledger page, dense columns, a name column, a date column, a destination column, and at the bottom, a seal pressed in wax that had not been cracked or faded by time. He had never seen that seal before. 3 interlocking rings, no text, no mark of the Oversight Board, no council insignia, nothing that tied it to any authority he recognized. "Who sent you?" Kestro's voice came out raw. The man coughed. Blood streaked his lips. Matriarch was never the top. He was a gatekeeper, a useful one. But the people who hold the real register, the ones who decide which bloodlines get balanced and which get preserved. He coughed again, wetter this time. "They do not sign their names." Kestro crouched. "Names." The man's eyes drifted toward the sealed. "You are holding one, the only one you will ever see. They have been running this longer than the board, longer than the council, longer than packs existed to rule themselves. And now that you are alive on paper, they will send someone you cannot trick into grabbing a boy's collar." His breath stopped. Kestro stood. Tovin was on his knees in the mud, one hand pressed to his cheek where the cut bled freely. His eyes were fixed on the dead man, then on Kestro, then on the page in Kestro's hand. "Is it real?" Tovin asked. "I do not know." Kestro folded the page, put it back in his pocket. "But the seal has not been wet in years. It was preserved, kept dry. Someone wanted this page to survive." Tovin got to his feet, unsteady. Matriarch was a branch. This was the root. Kestro did not answer. He looked at the body, the collapsed dock, the dark water lapping at broken pilings. Behind them, the trees shifted. A footstep, then another. Senra stepped into the clearing, Islye right behind her, both mud-splattered and breathing hard. Islye's eyes went to Tovin's cut cheek, then to the body, then to Kestro. "You are bleeding," she said. "Not mine." She crossed to him anyway, her hand finding his arm, checking for wounds he had not felt yet. He let her. He did not pull away. "I told you to wait at the sluice gate." "You told me to take the ledgers to Yaveth if you did not come back." "You are here." Her voice was steady. "So I came." Senra took a step toward the body, her eyes on the dead man's face. She did not flinch. She had seen worse. The way she studied him, cataloging, remembering, said she had seen much worse. "What did he tell you?" she asked. Kestro pulled the page from his pocket and held it out. Senra took it. Her hands shook slightly as she unfolded it, as if she already knew what she would find. She studied the seal for a long moment. "I have seen this," she said. The words hit like a second blade. "Where?" "When I was taken, the first time. The woman who signed my intake bracelet. She had a ring. 3 circles, nested. She wore it on her thumb." Senra looked up, her eyes dark. "She told me it meant something. She said it meant the work never ended. It only changed hands." Chapter 59. The page felt heavier in Kestro's pocket than paper had any right to be. He folded it again, pressed it deep, and looked at the 3 faces waiting for him in the clearing. Islye's hand still rested on his arm. Tovin's cheek had stopped bleeding, the cut already sealing in that way fox shifter wounds did when the owner was young and desperate not to slow anyone down. Senra stood apart, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes still on the dead man's face, as if she was memorizing the shape of him for future reference. "We cannot stay here," Islye said. "Where?" Tovin wiped at his cheek with the back of his hand, smearing the blood. "They know about the depot. They know about the truck. They probably know about the sluice gate by now." Kestro looked at the body, the broken piling, the dark water lapping at the collapsed dock. The map from the cache had shown a route past Hollow Bank. Senra had mentioned the name once, at the depot, when she recognized the water shape. Hollow Bank Works, a flood control construction camp that had been shuttered on paper for 3 years, but kept showing up in transfer logs as a destination code. "Senra," he said. "Hollow bank. You know the way." It was not a question. She nodded. "By the water. There is a channel they used for moving equipment. It cuts behind the ridge. You cannot see it from the hall road." "Show me." Islye's hand tightened on his arm before she let go. "We need to talk about what he said first. About the seal. About the people behind Matriarch. We talk while we move." He bent, pulled the stranger's remaining blade from the mud, and shoved it into his belt. Then he stepped past the body, past Tovin, and followed the tree line south where the ground began to slope toward the river channel. He did not look back to see if they followed. He knew they would. The channel was narrower than Senna remembered, choked with reeds and debris from the flood. They walked in single file along the bank, the ground soft and uneven underfoot, the air thick with the smell of wet clay and something metallic that Kestro could not place. Senra led without hesitation, her feet finding the firm ground, her hands parting the reeds ahead of her face as if she had walked this path 100 times. "You came this way before," Tovin said behind her. "Only once." She did not slow. "With a blindfold, but I counted the bends in the channel. 23 before the bank opened into the camp clearing. We've taken 14. Kestro counted the remaining turns in his head. The map from the cache had marked Hollow Bank with a small cross, nothing more. No description, no warning, just a location on a route that led toward the unmarked destination. The channel widened at the 19th bend. The reeds thinned. Ahead, a clearing opened into a flat expanse of packed gravel, concrete foundations, and the rusted skeletons of flood control equipment. A half-finished levee wall stood at the far edge, its top bristling with rebar like exposed bone. Hollow Bankworks. It looked abandoned, the kind of abandonment that came with official paperwork, signed off and filed away. But Kestro stopped at the edge of the clearing, his eyes moving across the site with the trained patience of someone who read buildings the way other men read faces. The gravel was too clean. No weeds pushing through the packed stone. The equipment sheds had padlocks that did not look 3 years old, and the main structure, a long, low building of concrete block with a corrugated roof, had a single light burning behind a grime-clotted window near the far end. "Someone is here," Islye said softly. "They never left." Kestro studied the building, the sightlines, the single door facing the clearing. "They just stopped calling it what it was." Senra stood at his shoulder, her breath shallow. "This is where they brought us. The ones they did not send to the depot. The younger ones. We stayed here in crews, rotating. They told us it was flood control, but we never built anything." Kestro looked at her. "What did you build?" "Nothing," her voice flat. "We sorted equipment that never went anywhere. We filled forms with old dates. We stayed out of sight until the next transport came. They cycled us through, always at night, always with new names on the manifest." Tovin moved past them, his fox-shifter eyes scanning the dark. "If they are still here, there are still people inside." The light in the window flickered. A door opened at the far end of the building, spilling a wedge of yellow light across the gravel. A figure stepped out, silhouetted against the glow, and stood still as if listening. Kestro pulled them back into the shadow of the reeds. The figure did not move toward them. It stood for a long moment, then turned and walked back inside, leaving the door open. Islye pressed close, her mouth near his ear. "That was deliberate. They know we are here. Or they want us to think they do." Senra touched his sleeve. "There is a second entrance, behind the equipment shed, where they brought the transports in. If we circle wide, we can see the manifest board. They always posted the next departure on the wall by the loading door." Kestro looked at the open door, the light, the silence that felt too arranged. "The convoy leaves before dawn," he said. "That is what the manifest said at the depot. They are moving someone tonight." Islye met his eyes. "Then we stop them." He did not argue. They moved wide, hugging the tree line, the gravel crunching softly under their boots as they circled the main building toward the loading bay. The second entrance was a wide roll-up door, half open, revealing a concrete floor and a single bulb burning over a metal desk. The manifest was pinned to the corkboard by the door, exactly where Senra had said it would be. A fresh page, dated today. 4 names, 3 of them under 18. One of them circled in red ink. Varen Pell, Subject 11. Transfer confirmed. Rendezvous inland. Convoy departs 440. Senra stopped breathing beside him. Kestro reached for the page, and a boot scraped concrete behind him. He turned. The woman from Senra's intake stood in the loading bay doorway, the 3-ring seal glinting on her thumb in the low light. She did not look surprised to see them. "I was wondering when you would find your way here," she said. "The seal told me you were coming." Chapter 60. The woman in the loading bay doorway did not move. She stood with her hands loose at her sides, the 3-ring seal catching the weak light every time she breathed. "You have been carrying my page for hours," she said. "I felt you cross the channel. 23 bends. You counted, same as she did." Kestro's hand found the folded ledger page in his pocket. The paper felt warm against his fingers, warmer than his body heat should have made it. "Sorcery," he said. Not a question. Observation. She tilted her head. "The seal is printed with mineral clay from the same deposit as your bones. Every Orrwick child was marked the same way, at birth, in the registry, before they could walk. The clay remembers where it came from." Senra made a sound behind him, small, broken. "You marked infants." "We recorded them." The woman's voice stayed even. "The Oversight Board called it compliance. There are things older than packs, older than councils, that need to know where the resistant bloodlines settle. The clay does not lie, and it does not forget." Kestro pulled the page from his pocket. The seal stared up at him, 3 interlocked rings, no text, no signature, just the symbol pressed into fibrous paper that felt wrong in his hands. "You will not stop the convoy," the woman said. "It leaves in 40 minutes, regardless of what happens in this building tonight. The children inside have been processed. Their paperwork is complete. Their new identities are waiting at the destination." Islye stepped past him, her voice low and hard. "We have seen your paperwork. Staged destruction, false walls, duplicate ledgers hidden behind plaster. You do not get to call anything complete." The woman's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something older. "You have seen what we let you see." A door slammed somewhere inside the building. Boots on concrete. A man's voice calling something sharp and urgent. The woman did not turn. She kept her eyes on Kestro. "The boy you came for is in Bay 3, chained to a floor ring with 6 others his age. The sedative they gave him will wear off in about an hour. If you want him out before the convoy loads, you have 23 minutes before they start the pre-departure checks." She stepped back into the light and held the door open. "I will not help you, but I will not stop you either. Not tonight." Kestro did not wait for the trap to close. He moved past her into the loading bay, Islye at his shoulder, Tovin and Senra behind them. The woman watched them pass without moving. The loading bay stretched into a narrow corridor lined with doors. Numbered, metal. Each one fitted with a slide bolt lock on the outside, the kind meant to keep people in. "The sedated ones," Islye said, reading the labels. "Bay 1, Bay 2. Struff kept moving. Bay 3 was at the end, the bolt thrown, a clipboard hanging from a hook beside the door. He pulled the bolt and shouldered through. The room was small. Concrete floor, a single vent grate high on the wall. 7 children sat on the bare floor, their backs against the walls, wrists chained to ring bolts set into the concrete at measured intervals. The oldest looked about 16. The youngest could not have been more than 8. They blinked at the light, slow, dazed. A boy near the far wall lifted his head, dark hair, hollow eyes. His wrists had raw circles worn into the skin where the cuffs had rubbed for days. Senra pushed past Kestro and dropped to her knees beside him. "Varen." The boy's eyes focused, slow. 7? "I brought people." Senra's voice cracked. "I told you I would bring people." Kestro was already moving, pulling the tool roll from his belt, selecting a tension wrench and pick. The puffs were standard transport grade, the same kind he had seen on every transfer manifest. He knelt beside Varen Pell and worked the lock open in 9 seconds. The boy did not move, just stared at his freed wrists like he had forgotten they belonged to him. "Can you stand?" Kestro asked. Varen blinked, nodded, did not try. Senra took his arm and pulled him up. He swayed, catching himself against her shoulder. Islye was already at the next child, a girl maybe 12, crouched beside her with her voice pitched low and steady. "What is your name?" "Lyra. Lyra, I need you to stay quiet and follow us. Can you do that?" The girl nodded. Her hands shook. Kestro worked the row. 4 minutes for the first 5. The 6th lock had a seized pin and took another 2. The 7th child, the youngest, was so deeply sedated he did not open his eyes when the cuffs fell away. Tovin lifted him without being asked. The boy's head lolled against Tovin's shoulder, his breathing shallow but even. "Bay 2, Kestro said. "We take them all." They moved into the corridor, the children shuffling behind them like sleepwalkers. Kestro hit the bolt on Bay 2, found 4 more, all under 12. Islye herded them out, counting under her breath. Bay 1 held 3 teenagers, one of them curled in the corner with her arms wrapped around her knees, rocking. He opened her cuffs last. She looked up at him with eyes that had stopped expecting anything. "I am Kestro Orrwick," he said, "and you are leaving this place." The girl did not speak, but she took his hand when he offered it. They came back through the loading bay with 14 children behind them, moving in a loose column, Islye at the front counting heads, Tovin carrying the youngest, Senra with her arm locked around Varen's waist. The woman in the loading bay doorway was gone. The door she had held open stood wide to the clearing. Kestro did not question it. He pushed the children through, into the dark, onto the gravel where the cold air hit their faces, and some of them started crying, like they had forgotten how. Islye kept moving. "The tree line. Follow the channel north. We need to circle around before the convoy." A diesel engine caught, heavy, not on the road, somewhere in the building behind them. Kestro turned. The loading bay roll-up door was rising. Beyond it, headlights flared to life, illuminating the concrete floor, the empty manifest board. A truck backed into the bay with its cargo door already closed. The handler was in the cab, hand on the gear shift, a radio pressed to his mouth. "Departing now. Tell the destination we have a situation. The name is Orrwick. Repeat, Orrwick is on site." The truck rolled forward, gathering speed, and Kestro was already running. Chapter 61. The church hall sat half a mile upriver from the Hollow Bank Road, its foundation canted slightly east where the floodplain had settled unevenly decades ago. Kestro noticed the lean before he cleared the tree line, a builder's reflex that would not shut off even now, even with 14 children shuffling behind him in a dazed column and a diesel truck still grinding its gears somewhere on the dark road. Islye had the door open before he could knock. She must have run ahead while he was still pulling the youngest out of Bay 1. Her coat was gone and her sleeves were pushed up, her hands already reaching for the nearest child, a girl maybe 9, who had not spoken since they uncuffed her. "Inside," Islye said. "There are blankets. There is water. We have cots set up at the far end." The hall smelled like old hymnals and floor wax and wood smoke from a stove that had been lit in the last hour. Someone had been preparing for them. Kestro did not ask who. He was too busy counting heads as they passed through the doorway. 13, 14, 15, no, 14. The youngest, still limp in Tovin's arms. Senra came last, guiding Varen Pell by the elbow. The boy's legs worked, but his eyes did not. He looked like someone had emptied him out and left the shell propped upright. Kestro hit the door latch and braced it with a hymnal from the rack. The lock was old. The strike plate had been shimmed at some point. He filed the information somewhere automatic and turned back to the room. A woman he did not recognize was already moving among the children with a stack of wool blankets, gray-haired, broad-shouldered, wearing a cook's apron over a shelter badge. She caught his look and nodded once. "Yaveth sent me ahead. There is soup in the kitchen. You are Kestro Orrwick." It was not a question. "Yes." "Good. The children in the back 2 rows are the ones who have been sedated longest. They need light food first, then sleep. The others can eat normally if they keep it down." She was already turning away, handing a blanket to a boy who could not stop shivering even though the room was warm. Kestro stood in the center aisle and watched the hall fill with bodies that had been numbers on a manifest an hour ago. 14 names that someone had already replaced with new ones waiting at an undisclosed destination. 14 children the registry had written off as processed and transferred and forgotten. One of them was crying now, a small sound muffled against a blanket. Kestro did not know which one. He did not need to. He found an empty space against the wall near the stove and sat down on the floor. Islye appeared beside him with 2 cups of water. She handed him one and sat without asking, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "They are not going to stop," she said quietly. "The people who run this, they are going to keep coming. I know. I need you to stay in this room when they do." He looked at her. The stove light caught the angle of her jaw, the set of her mouth, the weariness she was holding back with the same discipline he used on load-bearing walls. "I am not leaving," he said. "I told you that. You told me you did not want to be dead anymore. That is not the same thing." It was. He had not understood that until she said it. A voice broke from the far end of the hall. Thin, hoarse, one of the teenage boys from Bay 1, sitting up on his cot with a blanket pulled to his chin. "You are the one who got us out." Kestro looked at him. "There were a lot of people who got you out." "The woman in the loading bay. She told us someone was coming. She said his name." The boy's voice cracked. "She said he would not stop until he found everyone." Kestro did not know what to do with that. The 3-ring seal woman had let them pass, had held the door open, had claimed the seal told her he was coming. He still did not understand her angle, her agenda, or whether she was enemy or ally or something that refused to be either. But the boy was looking at him like he had answered a question that had been asked for years. Kestro set his water down. "What is your name?" The boy hesitated. "They changed it when I got there. They said my old one did not matter anymore." "What was it before?" A longer hesitation. Then, "Dan." "Dan?" Kestro held his gaze. "That is still your name. The paperwork does not change it." The boy's face crumpled. He turned his face into the blanket and his shoulders shook. Kestro sighed with that, let the silence stretch. Then he spoke again, and his voice carried to the back of the hall. "My pack was called Thatch Grove. It was a small pack, artisan. We worked with clay and river pigments and timber. There were 43 of us, all adults except for 2 children who were born the year before it happened." The room went still. Even the crying stopped. "I was not there when it burned. I was running an errand, a supply run. I came back and the buildings were collapsed and the bodies were gone, and the official record said cause unresolved." He had never said it like that. Not in the hearing, not to Islye, not to himself. He had always framed it as a story about what was done to him. This was different. This was telling people who had been erased the same way that someone else had survived it. "My name is Kestro Orrwick. I carry 43 names that the registry tried to delete, and I am not going to let yours disappear the same way." The silence held for a long beat. Then a woman's voice spoke from the back corner, low and rough with age. "I have something that belongs to you." Stro turned. The gray-haired woman in the cook's apron was standing at the edge of the stove light, her hand extended. In her palm lay a small clay token, no bigger than a coin, fired dark red with a single impressed mark, a river curve, and a kiln stamp he had not seen in 6 years. Thatch Grove kiln work. Identification token. Every adult in the pack had carried one. "Where did you get that?" The woman's eyes were steady. "A woman came through Hollow Bank 6 years ago. Not on the manifest. They were moving her to a different facility, but she was awake when they brought her through. She pressed this into my hand when the handler was not looking. She said if anyone ever asked about Thatch Grove, I was to give it to them. She said someone would come." Stro's hands were shaking. He did not try to stop them. "Who was she?" "I do not know her name. She was young, dark hair. She said to tell you she hid a bowl in the woods behind the main hall, and that you would know where." The air left his lungs. Et had survived long enough to reach Hollow Bank, long enough to pass a token to a stranger, long enough to believe someone would come looking. He took the token. It was warm from the woman's hand. The kill mark was the same one he had learned to read as a child, the same one his father had taught him to press into clay before firing. "I kept it 6 years, the woman said, waiting for someone to come who would ask the right questions." Kestro closed his fingers around the token, felt the edge of it press into his palm like a promise he had not known he was allowed to keep. Outside, an engine cut. Not a diesel truck, something smaller. A sedan with a tuned idle. Kestro was on his feet before the headlights swept the windows. Islye was already at the door, her hand on the latch, her face hard. How many? One vehicle. Could be more coming. The gray-haired woman moved to the children, herding them toward the back of the hall, her voice low and calm. Back wall, under the windows. Quiet now. Kestro crossed to the door and stood beside Islye. Through the window, he could see a dark sedan stopped at the edge of the churchyard, its engine running, its headlights bleaching the wet gravel. The driver's door opened. A woman stepped out. Suit, heels, hair pinned tight enough to pull her temples. Elowen Vipar. She stood in the headlight glow, her leather folder pressed to her chest, and waited. Chapter 62. Ellen Vepper stood in the headlight glow with her leather folder pressed to her chest, patient as stone. The churchyard gravel shifted under her practical heels, and the engine of her sedan idled behind her like a held breath. Kestro stepped out onto the porch. Islye moved with him, her hand finding his arm. Mr. Orrwick, Vepper's voice carried across the wet gravel, calm and deliberate. I am not here to fight you. Then get back in your car. I cannot do that. She opened the folder, angled it so the porch light caught the first page. I am here to file a custody claim under Emergency Council authority for the 14 minors you removed from a licensed processing facility. Islye's grip tightened. They are children. You were processing them like inventory. Licensed, Vepper repeated, and operating under a standing compliance mandate that predates Merrick's appointment by 3 decades. The facility was not legal because of him. It was legal because the council authorized it. He was only the most recent manager. Kestro felt the clay token in his pocket press against his thigh. Et's token. Et had come through that facility. Et had been awake when they moved her. Your authority, he said, ends at this door. Vepar tilted her head, acknowledging the statement without accepting it. I have the signed emergency petition, Judge Oren's seal, Councillor Ven's countersignature. The children were never formally discharged from board custody. You took them without authorization. That makes the legal status simple. Then take it to a judge. The judge signed it, Mr. Orrwick. I am here to execute it. Behind him, inside the hall, someone moved. The gray-haired cook's apron woman drew a slow breath and began herding the children back toward the wall, her voice steady and low. The teenage boy Darren pushed forward toward the door. No. The word came out hard, almost adult. Kestro turned. Darren stood 4 feet behind him, blanket still wrapped around his shoulders. The dark fur at his temples caught the dim light. She took me from my mother, he said, pointing at Vepar. She is the one who signed the form. Vepar's expression did not shift. I signed transfer authorizations, yes, in my previous role, that is, procedure. The boy was flagged for behavioral adjustment due to documented instability. The facility's classification was appropriate. And you were 17 years old when you became an authorized compliance officer? The voice came from the doorway, old and sharp and familiar. Yaveth Halvern-Lace stepped out, not tall, not loud, but carrying a presence that reshaped the entire porch. She wore wool trousers and a patched field jacket and carried a worn leather satchel. Vepar's focus shifted. Counselor, you are not on the emergency petition. No, I am not. I am here because someone raided a former counselor's home tonight and stole the records she had been keeping for 6 years. And then I heard you were claiming court authority to transport children you no longer have jurisdiction over. I have the emergency petition. You have a document signed by 2 counselors who are not quorum, stamped with a seal that was changed last session, and filed under a statute that was amended to require full council notification within 4 hours of any emergency placement. Yaveth stepped down to the gravel. It has been 2 hours. You have broadcast your location. You have not filed notification with the council clerk. The petition is procedurally dead. Vepar's jaw tightened. The first break in her composure. Marra emerged from behind Yaveth, pale, clutching a folded paper. She moved to Kestro's side and spoke low. The case numbers on the transfer forms, she whispered. They are sequential. All 14, same prefix. That means they were generated together, not filed on separate dates. They forged the intake dates to make the children look like ongoing cases instead of one batch. Kestro looked at Marra. You are sure? The last 3 digits are consecutive. 14 children, 14 numbers, no gaps. That is not how legitimate intake works. That is paperwork written to authorize a transport that had already been planned. He turned back to Vapor. The case numbers are forged. Vapor's eyes flicked to Marra, a brief, cold assessment. You are the clerk who copied the sealed files. I am the clerk who copied what was true. Then you know the system runs on documentation. Official documentation. Court-authorized, seal-stamped, properly filed. I have mine. Do you have yours? Kestro held her gaze. I have 14 children who will say otherwise. Children without documentation. The Deckers closed her folder. Children who cannot prove their names, their ages, their legal statuses. Children whose records were destroyed in a fire that you yourself testified about this morning. The same fire that erased the only proof of their existence within the system. She took a step forward. Who do you think the council will believe, Mr. Orrwick? A compliance director with a signed emergency petition? Or a builder who brought a group of undocumented miners out of a facility that officially closed 3 years ago? The silence that followed was heavy enough to feel. From behind him, a voice that had not spoken much spoke now. Thin, unsteady, but clear enough to carry across the gravel. The seal does not matter. Senra stood in the doorway, her hands at her sides, her face pale and bruised-looking in the porch light. Her eyes were on Vapor, with an expression that was not hate. It was recognition. I was Subject 7. I was classified B Series, behavioral adjustment. They told me I was property of the board. They told me I had no name that counted. She stepped down onto the gravel. I have been processed through 4 stations. I have been blindfolded and drugged and moved at night with new paperwork every time, and every time the person holding the folder told me the same thing you are saying now. Her voice did not break. It did not waver. That the system was legal, that the documentation was correct, that no one would believe me because I had no proof of who I was. She stopped at Kestro's side, level with Vapor. But I have something you do not have. Vapor waited. I remember. Senra's gaze did not drop. I remember the woman who processed me at my first intake. She wore a ring with a 3-ring seal. She told me the work never ended, it only changed hands. And I remember the look on her face when she said it. She was proud. She was never afraid. Senra took a breath. You are the one who signed my transfer form. You are the one who said I was property. But you cannot compel me. The seal cannot compel me. None of your paperwork can make me bow. She stepped forward. So if you want to take me, you will have to do it without the papers. You will have to try it yourself, right here, in front of everyone. Vapor did not move, but her face shifted. A micro-adjustment, the muscle at her temple pulling tight. Behind her, the sedan's engine revved once, short and deliberate. A signal. Someone else was listening. Yaveth moved to stand beside Senra. Then Marra, then Darren, still wrapped in the blanket, his small body a wall. Kestro stepped past all of them, onto the gravel, until he was 6 feet from Vapor. You came here, he said, because you thought the paperwork was enough, that the children would be too broken to speak, that the witnesses would be too afraid. He drew Et's token from his pocket, held it up where the headlight caught the river curve kiln mark. My pack was erased from the records, every name, every document, and I still found a way to name them all. Her name was Et Orrwick. She survived long enough to pass this to a stranger 6 years ago because she believed someone would come looking. I am that someone. If you want the children, you go through me. And if the council wants to argue jurisdiction, they can argue it with Yaveth's records, Marra's copies, and the memory of every child you tried to erase. He let the token fall back against his chest. The paperwork does not make you right. It just makes you desperate. Vapor stood motionless, her leather folder still pressed to her chest. Then she smiled, small, tight, a closing gesture. Mr. Orrwick, you misunderstand. She reached into her folder and withdrew a second document. I did not come here to take the children tonight. I came here to establish that the children are contended custody, which means the emergency hold prevents any party from moving them without council approval. And since you are not a registered legal guardian for any of them," she held up the paper, "they cannot leave this building until a full custody hearing is convened, which I have scheduled for tomorrow at dawn." Yaveth's face went still. "That is not procedure." "Then challenge it." Vibar tucked the document back into her folder. "But by the time the council processes your challenge, the hearing will already have happened, and the children will be in official custody." She turned toward her sedan. 12 hours, Counselor. I suggest you use them well." The headlights swept across the churchyard as she pulled past them and into the road, leaving the gravel steaming where her tires had sat. The door closed on the silence she left behind. Kestro stood in the wet gravel, Et's token warm against his chest, and felt the shape of something beginning to close around them. A hearing. At dawn, with 14 children who had no legal names. Yaveth stepped up beside him, her voice low and hard. "She already has the judge. She already has the venue. She is not planning to win on evidence. She is planning to win on procedure." Kestro looked at the closed door of the church hall, where Senra stood with her bruised face and steady eyes, watching him. "Then we do not give her procedure." Islye's hand found his. "What do we give her?" Kestro turned Et's token over in his hand. "The truth, the same way we did at the hearing, but faster." Chapter 63. Dawn came gray and damp through the east-facing window. Kestro stood at the desk with a cup of coffee he had not drunk, watching the light crawl across the floorboards. The room above Cran's repair shop smelled of wood oil, dry plaster, and something sweet he could not name. Bread, maybe, or the soap Islye had left on the washstand. His boots stood by the door, not packed, not ready to move. He had not planned that. The church hall had emptied sometime after midnight. Yaveth took Marra and the youngest children to her house. Nemi led Darren and the older ones through the alley to the north intake shelter, where Baron had already set up extra cots and a pot of soup that would last until noon. Tovin had refused to leave. He sat on the floor of the room now, back against the wall, a pencil in his hand and a scrap of paper balanced on his knee. Kestro did not tell him to go. Tovin was drawing a joint, mortise and tenon, the inset marked with cross-hatching where the pin would seat. He had learned that last week. He was practicing. The pencil stopped. "Are you going to drink that or just stare at it?" Kestro looked at the cup. Lukewarm. He drank it anyway, the bitterness settling in his chest like a borrowed shape. "Baron said we need more blankets." Tovin did not look up. "The north intake ran out overnight," she said to tell you. "I am not in charge of blankets." "You are in charge of everything else." Kestro set the cup down. The boy was not wrong. Not about the blankets, not about the shape things had taken since they left Hollow Bank. He had carried children out of that facility. He had stood in the churchyard with a dead woman's token in his hand and told a compliance director he would burn through every procedure she built. People had started looking at him like he knew what came next. He did not, but he was still standing. A knock came at the door. Short, 2 beats. Kestro crossed the room and opened it. Krev stood in the hallway. He looked rougher than Kestro had seen him in weeks. Stubble along his jaw, a cut across his knuckles that had not been bandaged, mud dried in the seams of his coat. His eyes found Kestro's and held. "You are alive." "Apparently," Kestro said. Krev let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Good, because I found something you need to see." He did not wait for an invitation. He stepped past Kestro into the room, spotted Tovin on the floor, and nodded once. The recognition was quick and unguarded. "Tovin, you look like you survived." "I did," Tovin said. "So did the kids." Crab's jaw tightened. "I heard." He pulled a folded map from his coat and spread it on the desk, over the coffee ring and the pencil shavings. Kestro moved to stand beside him and saw the route marked in charcoal. From Hollow Bank, south along the river road, past 3 cut-off turn-offs, ending at a structure drawn as a rectangle on an unnamed lot between the council block and the old postal yard. "That is where the convoy truck went," Krev said. Kestro studied the route. The truck had not gone far, maybe 7 miles. The building sat in the shadow of the packed council hall, close enough to be invisible in plain sight. "What is it?" "Council Archive Annex. Sub-level storage for records no one has audited in decades. It is listed on the civic inventory as decommissioned structural storage. Paperwork says it holds old bridge blueprints and drainage permits." "And you know different." Kreb's hand hovered over the map. "I followed the truck from the River Road cutoff. It stopped at the annex for 20 minutes while a crew unloaded boxes from the cargo bed. Then the truck drove empty to a municipal garage, and the driver walked out, locked the gate, and left." "Boxes from Hollow Bank?" "Boxes with the same seal stamp as the manifests you found. 3-ring, clay-stamped." Kestro's hand moved to his pocket. The folded ledger page was still there, the seal pressed into the paper grain. He had not touched it since the churchyard. "The children's new identities," he said. "The paperwork. They were not heading to the destination. They were heading to storage." Krev nodded. "Someone in the council administration is holding processed documents at the annex, ready to be filed as legitimate records once the custody hearing clears the children into the system." "Islye told you the hearing is stalled?" "Hour to go." Krev straightened, knuckles pressing into the desk. "Vapor wants to win on procedure. But if the processed identities are already in a council building, the hearing is not about the children's future. It is about matching them to the paperwork already waiting. All she has to do is prove they are who the documents say they are." Kestro looked at the map. The annex sat inside the council jurisdiction boundary. Technically legal, technically auditable, but no one had asked to audit it in years because no one remembered it existed. It was perfect. "If we find those boxes," he said, "before the hearing, then Vapor has no matched documents, no proof of processed identities. The children become what they actually are, rescued minors with no legal ties to the system." Tovin stood. "We break in." Krev looked at him. "It is a council building. So was the depot. So was Hollow Bank." Kestro did not answer immediately. He was still reading the map, the charcoal lines, the proximity to the council hall. The annex had no guard post marked, no security detail on the civic registry, just a building that had been forgotten long enough to become useful. "We do not break in," he said. Tovin opened his mouth. Kestro held up a hand. "We walk in, through the front, with Yaveth's warrant." Krev's eyes narrowed. "The warrant expired at sundown yesterday, so we get a new one." "From who?" "The council is locked until the hearing. Vapor controls the docket. Yaveth's markers are spent." Kestro turned from the map. His hand found the token in his pocket, the clay disc warm against his palm. "Then we do not ask the council. We ask the people who still remember the annex exists." Krev waited. Kestro looked at the wall above the desk. He had hung nothing there. No picture, no hook. But the space was beginning to feel like somewhere he intended to stay. "Get Nami," he said, "and Marra, and find out who worked the annex in the last 5 years. Janitors, clerks, security, anyone who still has a key or a memory." Kress studied his face for a long moment. Then he unfolded from the desk, the map flexing in his hands. "You are staying." It was not a question. Kestro looked at the window. The light was broader now. The street below was waking up. Somewhere in the city, 14 children were eating Baron's soup and waiting to learn if the morning would claim them. "I am staying," he said, "until this is finished, and then I am staying after." Krev nodded once. The sound of his boots on the stairs faded, and Kestro was left in the quiet, the token warm against his chest, the map still open on the desk. Tovin picked up his pencil. "Was that a speech?" "No," Kestro said. "It sounded like a speech." Kestro looked at him. The boy's mouth held the corner of something that was not quite a smile, but it was close. "Draw your joint," Kestro said. "We move in an hour." Tovin bent over the paper. Kestro turned back to the map. The annex. The route. The boxes waiting in the dark. Someone had built a system that kept running even after the managers fell. But systems had foundations, and Kestro had spent his whole life understanding what happened when you pulled the load-bearing beam out from under a structure. He looked at the door. Islye's coat hung on a hook he had not put there. Chapter 64. The council annex sat at the end of a gravel track the civic map showed as paved. Kestro stopped the truck 50 yards out and killed the engine. Through the windshield, the building looked harmless. 2 stories, beige brick, windows boarded on the ground floor, a rusted sign reading, "Structural Storage, Authorized Personnel Only," hanging crooked above the entrance. "Looks dead," Tovin said from the back seat. "That is the point." Marra leaned forward between the front seats, her hand pressed to the dashboard. "The registry kept overflow documents here for 30 years. Birth records, transfer authorizations, processing logs. If the annex was decommissioned and forgotten, the paperwork stayed." "Unless someone burned it," Krev said. "Someone may have," Kestro said. "But paper burns slow in bricks. We need to see how much survived." They crossed the gravel in single file. The front door was locked with a commercial padlock, rust-laced but intact. Kestro ran his thumb across the shackle, then reached into his coat and pulled out the set of pick tools he had kept since his Thatch Grove apprenticeship. Tovin watched him work the pins. "You carry those everywhere?" "Always." "Even to a council building?" "Especially to a council building." The lock clicked. Kestro pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was dry and cold and still. The lobby looked like someone had walked out mid-shift 6 years ago. A desk sat against the far wall with a mug still on the blotter, the inside stained dark with something that had evaporated to powder. Filing cabinets lined both walls, their drawers closed, labels faded to illegibility. Dust lay thick on every surface. But Kestro was already looking at the door frame. The frame was reinforced. Steel plating beneath the paint bolted into the concrete block. He had seen that construction before, in the transit facility at North Reach. The same builder had framed this entrance. "This is not storage," he said. Krev moved past him, his boots leaving prints in the dust. "What is it?" Kestro touched the door frame. The steel was cold and solid. "It is a processing station. Same structural logic as Hollowbank, same reinforcement pattern." Marra's voice went flat. "They put the documents in the same building where they processed the people." Tovin's ears had gone flat against his skull. Kestro walked deeper into the lobby. The corridor beyond opened into a long room lined with shelves, ceiling to floor, each shelf packed with cardboard boxes stamped with council inventory seals. Thousands of boxes, decades of records. But the shelves were not the detail that stopped him. The far wall had a narrow vertical slot cut into the brick at head height, framed with the same dark metal as the door reinforcement. An observation slot. Someone had stood behind that wall and watched everyone who entered this room. "There are more," Marra said. She was standing at the next wall, her fingers tracing a seam in the paneling. "Slots in all 4 walls. Concealed access behind the panels." Krev pulled a panel loose with his bare hands. Behind it, a narrow corridor ran the length of the room, just wide enough for a person to slip through. The walls were lined with dark cloth to absorb sound. "They built a surveillance gallery into the archive," Krev said. "Whoever staffed this place could watch every researcher without being seen." Kestro turned in a slow circle. The building was not a storage annex. It was a holding facility designed to look like one. The shelves, the boxes, the dust. Camouflage for a system that had run in plain sight for 3 decades. "Find the generational records," he said. "Anything with date ranges older than Matriarch's tenure." They spread through the stacks, prying crates open and dragging boxes into the light to search. Chapter 65. The dust rose in pale clouds with every box they moved, settling in Kestro's throat and coating the back of his tongue. He pulled his collar up over his mouth and kept working. Tovin coughed beside him, a wet, tearing sound that did not stop. "Hold still," key closing heavily itself. He pressed his palm flat against the nearest wall. The plaster was cold, and beneath it he felt something he had not noticed on the way in, a slow vibration running through the building's frame. Not footsteps, not traffic, mechanical. "Krev," he said. Krev looked up from a shelf of bound ledgers, his face already striped with dust. "What?" The building has an active furnace. Building was decommissioned. Furnace is still running. Keekles finished his strive for my dad calm, looking myself still in his stritch and coating my husband his sweared. Kessel, you throned who? The building has an active furnace. It was no trust in just bund which guys as I am. Building was decommissioned. Furnace is still running. Kestro followed the vibration down the corridor, one hand on the wall, feeling for the source through the plaster and brick. The corridor dead-ended at a steel door marked Boiler Access, with a faded warning tag hanging crooked from the handle. He pulled the door open. The heat hit him first, then the smell. Gas oil, rust, and something chemical he could not name. The furnace sat in the center of the room, a massive iron cylinder wrapped in ductwork that branched into the ceiling. The pilot light was still burning. They left it on for 6 years, Tovin said from behind him. Someone kept paying the fuel bill, Kestro said. He circled the furnace, reading the duct layout. The main vent ran toward the archive room where the records were stored. A secondary vent rose through the ceiling toward the upper floor. But there was a third run, narrower, that disappeared into the far wall where the brick had been patched with newer mortar. That one goes nowhere, Tovin said. He pointed at the patched section. See the mortar color difference? That is a seal, not a connection. Kestro looked at the boy. Tovin had stopped coughing. His eyes were sharp, tracking the duct line the way Kestro had taught him to track a load-bearing beam. You are right, Kestro said. He traced the secondary vent back to the furnace and found a rusted damper that had been set to closed. Someone had shut it deliberately, routing all the airflow into the archive room instead of the upper floor. The building was sealed to concentrate the air exchange in the records hall, Kestro said. Kept the documents dry, kept the mold slow. And the furnace running kept the air moving, Kriv said. Whoever decommissioned this place wanted the paperwork preserved. Kestro looked at the patched wall where the third duct disappeared. That line used to vent through the furnace shaft. If the shaft is collapsed, the air has nowhere to go but the archive room. Marra appeared in the doorway, her face pale. I found the generational records. How far back? Pre-Council Foundation documents, letters, correspondence between the original registry founders. She held up a leather folder. But the air in the archive room is getting worse. Islye is moving everyone out. Kestro turned to Tovin. Can you find where the secondary duct vents on the upper floor? Tovin was already moving, his sharp Fox shifter hearing tracking the airflow through the walls. Kestro followed, leaving Krev and Marra to hold position. They found the vent on the second floor, a narrow grill set into the floor of what had once been an observation room. Tovin pulled the grill up and whistled down into the dark. Collapsed, he said. I can see rubble about 12 feet down. The shaft is blocked, but the blockage is loose. If we redirect the furnace pressure into this line, the backdraft should push the rubble out and vent the building. Kestro ran the calculation in his head. The furnace was old, the ductwork corroded. Forcing pressure into a collapsed shaft could rupture the line or blow the furnace itself. How long to clear the shaft? 15 minutes, Tovin said. Maybe less if the rubble is mostly brick and not concrete. Do it. Tovin dropped into the shaft without hesitation, his light frame landing on the rubble pile with a scrabble of boots. He started handing bricks up to Kestro, who stacked them on the observation room floor. Below them, the furnace groaned. Islye, Kestro called down the stairwell. How many left? 2 more rooms, she called back. Marra is leading the last group out through the front. Krev is carrying the generational records. Get clear of the archive room. I am venting the building. How long? Kestro looked at Tovin, who was now waist-deep in the shaft, clearing the rubble faster than Kestro had expected. 10 minutes. Make it 8. Kestro heard the urgency in her voice. The furnace was straining, the ductwork whining under the pressure of the redirected airflow. If the shaft did not clear soon, the whole system would back up and start forcing hot gas into the rooms Islye was still evacuating. Tovin, Kestro said. Speed! The boy did not answer. He just moved faster, his hands finding bricks and rubble in the dark, passing them up in a steady rhythm that spoke to hours of practice. Kestro had taught him to work like this, steady, precise, trusting the body to find the next hold. The furnace groaned again. Then Tovin's hand stopped moving. What? Kestro said. The boy looked up, his face streaked with dust and sweat. There is something down here. A metal tube, sealed. Bring it up. Tovin worked the tube free from the rubble, a cylindrical container about 2 feet long, the same dark metal as the doorframe reinforcements. He passed it up to Kestro, who took it without breaking rhythm. Keep clearing the shaft, 2 more minutes. Tovin nodded and went back to work. Kestro set the tube on the floor and looked at it. The seal was intact, embossed with a symbol he recognized. The 3 rings, but older, the lines thinner, the metal worn smooth from handling. This tube had been placed in the shaft before the building was sealed, before the annex was even built. The furnace gave a low shudder. "Shaft is clear," Tovin said. Kestro pulled the boy up, then ran back down the stairs to the furnace room. He opened the damper fully and watched the airflow shift, the pressure releasing through the cleared shaft with a rush of hot air that smelled of old brick and rust. Above them, the building breathed. Cedro walked back to the observation room and picked up the tube. Islye met him in the stairwell, her face flushed, her hair plastered to her temples. "Everyone is out. The records are secure." "Good." He carried the tube down to the lobby, where Kriv and Marra were waiting with the children huddled on the front steps. The air outside was cold and clean. Kestro twisted the seal. The tube opened with a faint hiss, releasing the smell of dry paper and old ink. Inside were letters, bundled together with string that crumbled when he touched it. He pulled the first one out. The handwriting was formal, the ink faded to brown. To the Founding Council, the Orrwick bloodline has demonstrated resistance to alpha compulsion in 3 separate trials. If left unchecked, this defiance will spread to other artisan packs and erode the authority structure we have maintained for generations. I recommend immediate administrative resolution. The letter was signed with a name Kestro did not recognize. He pulled the next letter, and the next, each one built on the last, tracking the development of the registry, the classification system, and the elimination protocols that had killed his pack. The final letter was shorter. The registry is complete. All resistant lines are documented and monitored. I have transferred custody of the full index to Elder Yaveth Halvern-Lace, who will ensure continuity regardless of council turnover. The work is secure. Kestro stopped reading. Halvern-Lace. The name sat in his chest like a blade held flat against bone. Halvern was not a mid-level functionary. He was a living council elder, senior enough to sit on emergency judicial panels, senior enough to appoint compliance directors. The elder who had authorized the dawn custody hearing for Vapar. Kestro looked up at Islye. Her face had gone still, the way it did when she was reading a scene faster than words could follow. "Halvern-Lace," she said. Kestro folded the letter into his coat, next to Et's clay token. He has the full index, every resistant line, every marked child. He has been holding it for 6 years. "Which means he knew about Matriarch," Islye said, "and he let him run." Kestro looked at the children huddled on the steps, at Marra clutching the generational records, at Tovin standing with his shoulders squared, despite the exhaustion pulling at his frame. "Get them back to the church hall," he said. "We have a new problem." Chapter 66. Yaveth found the Floodgate house on a back channel the civic map did not name, a limestone structure built into the bank with a rusted iron wheel still mounted above the sluice. The roof had sagged in the center, and the door hung crooked on its hinges, but the walls were thick and the floor was dry. She stood at the entrance with her hands in her coat pockets, watching the channel water slide past, dark and heavy. "He will come," she said. "He cannot help himself." Kestro stood behind her, the letter from the metal tube folded inside his coat. "You are betting on his pride." "I am betting on his certainty." Halvern-Lace has held that index for 6 years without anyone questioning him. He believes he is untouchable. That kind of faith does not let a man hide. It makes him want to be seen. Kestro looked at the floodgate mechanism. The iron wheel had not turned in decades, the sluice channel choked with sediment and debris. If the gate ever opened now, the water would come through black and violent. "When?" "I sent word through a channel he will recognize, the old network. He will arrive before the hour turns." Islye came up from the bank, her boots wet to the ankles. "Kred has eyes on the approach road. No vehicles yet." "He will come alone," Yaveth said. "That is the protocol for meetings of this kind. 1 elder, One petitioner, no witnesses. He is not a petitioner, Kestro said. He will want to believe you are. They waited inside the Floodgate house, the stone walls holding the cold. Kestro stood where he could see the door and both window openings. Islye stayed close enough that he could feel her presence in his peripheral vision, a warmth he did not have to look at to know was there. The elder arrived on foot. Yaveth Halvern-Lace walked down the channel path as if he owned the ground beneath him, a lean man in a dark coat with silver at his temples and a walking stick that he did not lean on. He stopped at the door, looked at the Floodgate house with the same assessment he might give a subordinate's work, and stepped inside. His eyes found Kestro first. "Orrwick," he said, "I expected you to look more like a monument to grief. You look instead like a man who has been sleeping indoors." Kestro did not answer. Halvern turned to Yaveth. "I'm surprised at you, Halvern-Lace. You spent a lifetime learning which battles to fight and which to let pass. Then you find a surviving bloodline and you forget everything you knew." "I found the truth," Yaveth said. "You held it for 6 years. I held continuity. There is a difference." "Explain it to me." Halvern set his walking stick across his knees and sat on the stone bench built into the wall. The gesture was deliberate, unhurried, the posture of a man who believed he controlled the room. "The registry was created before the Pack Council existed," he said. "Before the Oversight Board, before any of the structures you think of as authority. It was created because resistance to alpha compulsion is not a trait that can be managed through ordinary means. It must be tracked, monitored, contained when necessary. Eliminated when necessary," Kestro said. Halvern looked at him. "Your pack was not eliminated for what they were. They were eliminated for what they could become. A bloodline that cannot be guided, cannot be controlled, cannot be stopped once it decides to move. That bloodline is a fracture point in the entire social order. The council would have collapsed within 2 generations. I did not order the fire, but I understood why it happened." Kestro felt Isly's hand brush his arm. A warning, a grounding. "Way is the index," he said. "Safe. I want it." Halvern's mouth curved. "I know you do, and I am here to offer you a path to it. Not through confrontation, through cooperation." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded document, holding it out. Kestro did not take it. "Recognition," Halvern said. "Full acknowledgement of Thatch Grove's contribution to Pack Society. A formal memorial, a seat on the Regional Advisory Board for the Orrwick line, to be filled by you or a representative of your choosing. And the index, complete, unredacted, in your hands." "In exchange for what?" "The rescued children return to compliance oversight. Not punitive, supervisory. They will be placed with registered families approved by the council. They will have homes, education, futures, and you will step back from the public testimony. You will let the Matriarch investigation conclude with his removal, and you will say nothing about the broader registry." Kestro looked at the document, at the elder's composed face, at the walking stick that had not once touched the floor for support. "This is what you came to offer. It is what I came to give you a chance to accept. And if I refuse?" Halvern stood, picking up his walking stick with the same deliberate calm. "Then the children will be removed from the church hall before dawn. The index will be transferred to a jurisdiction you cannot reach, and the Orrwick line will be marked as an active resistance threat, not a historical one." Kestro took a step forward. "No." The word landed flat, final. Halvern's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a readiness that had not been there before. "So be it." He walked to the door, stopped, and looked back at Yaveth. "You gambled on the wrong outcome." He stepped out into the dark. Kestro moved. "Everyone out, now!" They crossed the threshold together, Kestro pulling Islye with him, Yaveth already moving toward the bank. The night air hit cold and wet, the storm building again, the first drops of new rain striking the stone. The Floodgate house exploded behind them. The blast threw Kestro forward, his shoulder hitting the ground, his ears ringing with the shock of it. Stone and splintered timber rained down across the channel path. The water surged, the old sluice gate groaning as the pressure wave hit it. Islye was on her knees 10 feet away, her hands pressed to her head. Kestro crawled toward her, his vision swimming. Islye. She looked up. Blood ran from her temple. I am fine. Where is Yaveth? He turned. Yaveth lay against the bank, half in the water, her face white. She was moving. Kestro pulled her clear as the floodgate gave way. The iron wheel snapped, the sluice gate tearing open, releasing a wall of black water that swept the channel path clean. Kestro held Yaveth against the bank, his boots sliding in the mud, the water pulling at his legs. The elder was gone. The ambush had been waiting before he ever walked in. Chapter 67. The black water receded as fast as it had come, leaving mud and debris across the channel path. Kestro pulled Yaveth higher onto the bank, his boots slipping, his shoulders screaming from the blast impact. She was breathing, moving, trying to stand. Help me up, she said, her voice cracked but steady. He hooked an arm under hers and lifted. She weighed less than the timber he carried daily, but the tremor in her hands told him she was closer to collapse than she let show. Islye appeared at his side, one hand pressed to her temple, blood still seeping between her fingers. She did not ask about herself. Where is he? Kestro scanned the channel. The floodgate hung open, torn from its housing, water still spilling through the gap in a steady pour. The path beyond was empty. No dark coat, no silver temples, no body. Gone, he said. Taken or running? He did not have an answer. That was the worst part. They moved back toward the road in silence, staying high where the mud was shallower. Yaveth leaned on him, but did not slow. Islye walked with her hands still pressed to her head, her jaw set. The truck sat where they had left it, half hidden under the roofline of an abandoned pump station. Kestro helped Yaveth into the passenger seat, then turned to find Senra standing at the tailgate, her gray smock plastered to her body, her eyes fixed on the distant tree line where the flood channel disappeared. You need to tell me what you saw, he said. Senra did not look at him. I saw the elder walk in. I saw him walk out. Then the building came apart. Before the explosion, did anyone follow him in? Anyone waiting? She shook her head. But I heard something before the blast, under the floor, like someone was already underneath. Kestro felt the cold settle deeper. The ambush had been laid before Nauman arrived. Whoever said had been willing to kill him too. He looked at Islye. We cannot go back to the church hall, not directly. If they knew about the floodgate, they know where the children are. They were supposed to be safe, Islye said. The words came out flat, a statement of failure she was already carrying. They are safe as long as we keep moving, he said. We split. She looked at him. Mui, Tovin, Marra. Take the documents and get to the north intake shelter. Baron is there. She will find you a room with no windows and no registry. Kestro. They will track me first. I am the one they want. If I am not with the documents have a chance. He hated the words as he spoke them, hated the logic that forced him to send her away. Islye held his gaze for a long moment, then she nodded, once. Where will you go? The woods behind Thatch Grove. She blinked. You said that bowl was 6 years buried. It is still there, and if Nauman's people are moving faster than we expected, I need to know what Deb left before they find it first. The rain began again. Not the slow drizzle of earlier, but the hard, driving kind that came off the river in sheets. Within seconds, visibility dropped to 20 feet. Senra spoke. The back channel splits a quarter-mile south. If you take the east arm, it feeds into the old logging track. That track runs past the marsh toward the lowland timber. I can take her and the documents through the west arm. It is tighter, but it stays above water. Kestro looked at her, at the way she had already mapped the terrain, already calculated the routes, already accepted the weight of leading. You do not have to carry this, he said. Senra's mouth curved, barely. I have been carrying it my whole life. I just did not have a destination. The rain hammered them. The truck, the pump station, the mud, all of it dissolving into gray. Islye stepped closer to Kestro and pressed something into his hand. Her shelter badge. The metal was warm from her skin. Come back, she said. He closed his fingers around it. I will. She turned and walked to the truck bed where Marra was already pulling the document tube from its straps. Islye took it. Tovin appeared from the driver's side, soaked, his eyes too bright. I can go with Kestro, he said. No, Kestro said. You go with them. You watched the back of the column. Tovin's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He nodded and moved to stand beside Islye. The split happened without ceremony. Islye, Tovin, and Marra disappeared into the rain, following Senra's pointed direction toward the west arm of the channel. Yaveth stayed with them, moving slower but keeping pace. Kestro watched until they were swallowed by the downpour. Then he turned to Senra. "Show me." She led him into the east arm without a word. The ground rose slightly here, the footing firmer under the layer of wet leaves. The rain was so heavy now that every surface looked the same. Mud, bark, water, sky, all of it gray and streaming. They walked in silence for 10 minutes. 15. The old logging track appeared exactly where she had said it would, a narrow cut through dense brush that had not seen a tire in years. Senra stopped. "You are going back to the place where they died?" "Yes, to find a bowl. To find what Et left. She survived. She made it to Hollow Bank. She pressed her token into a stranger's hand. She said she hid something in the woods. That means she had time to leave a message." Senra stood very still. "You think she left proof?" "I think she left something she wanted found." Senra wiped rain from her face with the back of her hand. "I have never had someone promise to come for me. Not once. Every person who said they would keep me safe was the one who handed me over." Kestro looked at her, at the girl who had memorized 23 bends in a channel while blindfolded, who had led them to Hollow Bank, who had dropped beside Varen Pell and told him she brought people. "You are not waiting anymore," he said. She looked up. "Not this time," he said. "Not while I am standing here." The words came out before he could stop them, before he could weigh them against every promise he had broken by surviving. He did not take them back. Senra's eyes widened just slightly before she controlled it. Then she looked past his shoulder. "What is that?" He turned. On the river, below the rise of the bank, 2 sets of lights were moving through the rain. Boats, coming from opposite directions, their beams cutting the dark water, sweeping the shoreline, closing. Sarcho pulled Senra off the track and into the brush. The lights kept coming. Whoever had set the floodgate bomb was not finished. Chapter 68. The brush tore at Kestro's coat as he pulled Senra deeper into the tree line. The boat lights swept the shoreline below, cutting parallel beams through the rain. 2 of them, moving in unison now, pacing each other, herding. "Service bridge," Senra breathed. "Half-mile north, spans the narrows where the channel pinches." "They know we are here. They know someone is here. That is enough." Kestro gauged the distance. The boats would reach the narrows before they would, but the bridge was the only crossing that stayed above water for another hour. The flood was still rising. He could feel it in the ground, the way the mud softened under his boots, the way the channel ate at the bank with every surge. He moved. Senra followed without asking where. They stayed off the logging track, pushing through wet brush that slapped and dragged at their legs. The rain did not let up. It hammered the canopy, ran down his collar, soaked through the wool of his coat until every layer clung. The bridge appeared through the gray like a spine. Narrow, wooden planks laid across a steel frame, with maintenance lanterns strung along the cable line at intervals. The flames guttered behind wet glass, casting orange pools that bobbed and swayed in the wind. Empty. He stopped at the tree line and scanned the far side. No movement, no lights. Just the bridge and the rain and the channel running black beneath it. "Where is your group?" he asked. "West Arm feeds back into the main channel a quarter-mile south of here. If they made the fork, they would have crossed ahead of us." "Then they are already on the other side." Senra's eyes stayed on the bridge. Or they did not make the fork. Kestro stepped onto the first plank. The wood groaned under his weight. The lanterns swayed. The bridge was wide enough for 2 people shoulder to shoulder, no more. Open sides, no rail above waist height. Below, the channel ran fast and opaque, carrying debris he could hear but not see. He crossed halfway before he heard the engine. Not a boat, a vehicle, on the far side. Coming down the gravel track that fed into the bridge approach, he kept moving. The vehicle rounded the bend and stopped at the bridgehead. Headlights cut through the rain, catching him in full exposure. The doors opened. 3 figures stepped out. Dark coats, no visible weapons, but they did not need to show them. Senra stopped behind him. Kestro. He was already counting, 3 on the far side, 2 boats still closing from behind. They were pinned on the bridge with nowhere to go but forward or back into the water. Then he heard the other sound. Footsteps on the near side. He turned. Islye emerged from the tree line at a run, Tovin at her side, Marra behind them with the document tube clutched against her chest. Yaveth followed, limping, one hand braced against her ribs. Islye's eyes found him across the planks. She did not slow. She hit the bridge running, boots slapping wet wood, and the lanterns threw her shadow long across the gap between them. The 3 figures on the far side began walking onto the bridge. The boats cut their engines and drifted into the narrows below. Kestro moved toward her. The bridge shook under the convergence of weight. The lanterns swung wild. Rain streamed off the cables in sheets, and the wind whipped the flame glow into a stuttering orange blur that turned every face into a mask of light and shadow. They met at the center. Islye's hand found his arm, wet and cold. Her face was cut, a fresh line along her cheekbone she had not had when they split. She did not mention it. "Marra has the tube," she said. "We lost the lead. They found the west arm." Kestro looked past her. The 3 figures had stopped 20 feet from the far bridgehead, waiting. One of them raised a hand and the boats below cut their engines in unison. Silence, just rain and water. "Marra," Kestro said, "get behind me." She moved. Tovin stepped up beside Kestro, his breathing fast but his stance steady. Yaveth had stopped at the near end of the bridge, one hand on the cable support, watching the figures on the far side. A voice carried across the gap. "Kestro Orrwick," middle-aged, calm, a woman's voice. "The Elder sends his regards." The lanterns flickered. Kestro's hand went to his coat, to the letter folded next to Ed's clay token, to the weight of every name he had spoken into council record. "I have nothing for him. You have the tube. I have the truth." The woman laughed, low and genuine. "Truth is a matter of jurisdiction." She reached into her coat and pulled out a slayer. Not a weapon, a signal. She cracked it, and the red light burst open in her hand, hissing against the rain. Nothing happened. Then the smoke started. Not from the flare, from the brush on both banks. Thick gray rolling across the channel in a curtain that swallowed the lantern light in seconds. Kestro could not see the far side anymore, could not see the near side. Just Islye's face in the orange glow and the shape of the bridge disappearing plank by plank into the haze. "Go," he said. They moved. The smoke hit them at the center of the bridge, and the world became sound and touch. Footsteps, breathing, the groan of the structure under their weight. Kestro kept his hand on the cable line and pulled Islye forward, counting planks under his boots, memorizing the span the way he memorized every failing structure. 10 planks, 12. The near end should be close. A shape emerged from the smoke. One of the 3 figures, then another. They had circled through the brush and come around behind, cutting off the near end before the smoke fully settled. They were surrounded on the bridge. The woman's voice came again, closer now. "Give us Marra and the tube. You walk. All of you." Kestro looked at Islye, at Tovin, whose hands were shaking but whose jaw was set, at Marra, who held the document tube like it was the only solid thing left in the world. "No," Kestro said. The figure in front of him moved. Kestro met him before he reached full stride, catching the man's arm and using his momentum to drive him into the cable support. The bridge shuddered. The lantern above them swung wild, and in the strobing light, he saw Tovin grab a second figure by the coat and shove him back, hard, buying a single second of space. The third figure did not engage. He went for Marra. Kestro heard her cry out. He turned. The man had the document tube in one hand, Marra's arm twisted behind her back with the other. She struggled, but he was stronger, faster, and he pulled her toward the far end of the bridge before Kestro could close the distance. "Marra!" Islye's voice, sharp, desperate. The smoke swallowed them. Kestro drove forward, feet finding planks by memory, but the haze was total now. He could not see, could not tell which direction was which. The lanterns above were dim orange smears, and the rain kept coming. A sound. Impact. A body hitting wood. Then silence. He reached the far end of the bridge and found nothing. No Marra, no document tube, no third figure, just wet gravel and the fading red glow of the spent flare at the bridgehead. He stood in the rain, breathing hard, the smoke slowly thinning around him. Islye emerged from the haze behind him. Then Tovin, Yaveth, limping, Senra, pale but standing. No Marra. Kestro walked the bridgehead, scanning the ground, the brush, the water below. Rain streamed off his jaw, off the edges of his coat. He found nothing. Then he saw it. A single page, caught in the brambles at the edge of the track. Dry, untouched by rain. He pulled it free. The page was blank on one side. He turned it over. 3 lines of handwriting. Not Marra's. Older. The ink had bled at the edges with age. The Orrwick line was not the only one that survived. They are still moving children through the inland vaults. The bowl is not the message. The message is inside the bowl. Kestro looked up. The bridge was empty. The lanterns burned low. The rain kept falling. And somewhere in the dark, the elders' people were already gone with Marra and everything she carried. Chapter 69. The page was still dry in Kestro's hand. The rain had stopped. Not gradually, but like a door slamming shut. The clouds pulling apart over the bridge, letting pale gray light bleed through before true dawn. Islye stood at his shoulder, reading the 3 lines over his arm. Tovin had his back to them, watching the far bank where the smoke had thinned to ribbons. Senra crouched at the bridgehead with her fingers pressed to the wet gravel, listening for vibrations that were not there anymore. Yaveth leaned against the cable support, one hand pressed to her ribs where the blast had thrown her hardest. She was still standing. That was the only concession she made. "The bowl," Islye said. Quiet. "Et's bowl." Kestro folded the page and put it inside his coat next to the letter and the clay token. 3 pieces now. 3 names the elders' people had not managed to take. "Marra first," he said. "Then the bowl." Yaveth pushed off the cable support. Her face was pale, but her voice was level. "We need a place to think. The north intake is compromised if the elder knows our routes." "He knew the bridge," Senra said, without looking up. "He knew we would cross here. That means he knows where we came from and where we are going." The weight of it settled over them. Kestro looked at the bridge behind them. Empty now. The lanterns burned low, the smoke was gone, and the water below had dropped by nearly a foot as the floodgate release drained into the lower channel. The elders' people had used the smoke to take Marra and the tube, but they had left the page. Left it deliberately? Dropped it in the struggle? He did not know. "What we need," Yaveth said, "is a room with 4 walls and a door I trust." "Your house," Islye said. "It is the first place they watched." "Then we make it the place they do not expect us to go." Yaveth looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded once. "The back way. Through the laundry yard and the service alley." They moved. Kestro took point. Tovin walked behind him, and behind Tovin came Senra, with Yaveth leaning on her, and Islye at the rear, watching every shadow and every window. The streets were wet and empty, the city holding its breath between storms. They reached Yaveth's house by the service alley, entering through the kitchen door she had kept unlocked for 40 years. The kettle was still warm from the morning she had left it. She set it back on the stove and lit the burner with steady hands. Kestro stood at the kitchen window, watching the alley through the gap in the curtain. The others settled around the table without speaking. The first gray light of true dawn was breaking over the rooftops when the knock came. Not at the front door, not at the kitchen door, at the window. Kestro turned. A boy stood on the other side of the glass, maybe 12 years old, wet hair plastered to his forehead, hands empty. He held up a folded piece of paper and pressed it flat against the pane. Kestro opened the window. The boy did not speak. He handed the paper through and stepped back, then turned and ran down the alley before Kestro could ask a single question. Kestro unfolded the paper. The handwriting was neat, administrative, the kind of handwriting that filled compliance forms and official correspondence. "The elder offers a clean exchange. Marra Olsisi and the document tube for one public retraction. You will read a prepared statement at the Old Market Square at noon, witnessed by council observers, retracting your testimony against Director Mearkin's branch and affirming that the Thatch Grove evidence was fabricated under mate bond influence. Come alone. She lives. You speak. The agreement holds. Kestro read it twice. Islye took it from his hand and read it herself. Then Yaveth. Then Senra, who passed it to Tovin without looking at it, because she already knew what it said from the set of Kestro's shoulders. It is bait, Yaveth said. It is bait, Kestro agreed. But Marra is alive. Islye's voice was careful. That is more than we had an hour ago. Kestro looked at the paper again. The words did not change. Come alone. She lives. You speak. He turned the paper over. There was a postscript on the back, smaller handwriting, less steady. The ink had bled at the edges where the writer's hand had pressed too hard. Trust no official seal. Kestro's throat tightened. Is that Marra's writing? Tovin asked. Kestro nodded. He had seen her hand in the ledgers, in the notes she had passed under the table at the church hall, in the careful columns of numbers she had copied for years in secret. The same slant, the same pressure. Trust no official seal, Islye read aloud. She is telling us the exchange itself is a trap, that the agreement will not hold even if we follow it. Or she is telling us the elder is using a forged seal to authorize the meeting, Yaveth said. Which means he does not have full council backing for this move. He is acting outside protocol. Kestro stood at the window. 3 lines on a dry page, 1 demand on a folded sheet. A boy who had not met his eyes. Marra was alive. She was writing. She was telling him not to trust what the paper looked like. He folded the demand and tucked it into his coat next to the page from the brambles. Kestro. Islye's hand on his arm, not pulling, just there. You are not going alone. No, she blinked. I am not going alone, he said again. But I am going. Yaveth set the kettle down. If you walk into that square at noon with a prepared statement, you hand them everything. The children, the testimony, the record we just entered. They will use your retraction to overturn every name you spoke in that chamber. I know. The elder is not offering a deal. He is offering a surrender. I know. Kestro looked at the window, at the light growing stronger, at the alley where the boy had vanished. Marra wrote trust no official seal, he said. Not do not come. She is telling me the paper is a lie. She is telling me the trap exists. But she is also telling me to move. He turned to face them. I am going to the square. I am not reading their statement. I am not retracting anything. He pulled the page from the brambles out of his coat and laid it flat on the table. But I am going to find out who shows up to enforce a deal that was never meant to hold. The kitchen was silent. Senra was the first to speak. Then we do not go to the square. Kestro looked at her. We go before it, she said. He is holding Marra somewhere close. He needs her alive to produce her at noon. That means she is in a room within walking distance of the market. I can find her. You do not know this city, Yaveth said. No, but I know how they hold people. Senra's voice was flat. I have been held in 12 different rooms. They all have the same sound, the same air. I can find her. Kestro held her gaze. Then he looked at Islye, at Tovin, at Yaveth, who was already reaching for the old revolver she kept in the drawer beside the sink. The kettle began to whistle. Nobody moved to take it off the heat. Chapter 70. The air smelled like wet stone and waiting. Kestro stood at the kitchen window with the kettle still whistling behind him and watched the alley where the boy had vanished. 12 minutes since the note arrived. 12 minutes since Marra's handwriting had told him not to trust the paper. Senra? She looked up from where she sat at the table, tracing something on the wood with her fingernail. How long to find her? Depends on where they put her. Senra's voice was flat, practiced. I need the square, the streets around it, the buildings with basements that have one door and no windows. Tovin goes with you. Tovin straightened. I can run faster than she can. Then run, Centro said. But you do not engage, you do not get seen. You map the route and come back. Senra was already standing. If I find the building, I will know. The air changes. The sound changes. They all build the same holding rooms. She was at the door before Kestro could say anything else. Tovin followed without looking back. The door closed. The kettle stopped whistling. Yaveth set it on the counter with both hands and turned to face the room. Her revolver rested on the table where she had left it. The cylinder was full. She had not said a word about it since she pulled it from the drawer. "Krav is at the north intake with Nemi," she said. "If we move now, they can flank the square from the market arcade before the council observers arrive." "Then move them." Yaveth reached for the phone. Islye stepped close enough for Kestro to feel the warmth off her arm without touching. "You are really going to stand in front of them and say nothing?" "Yes. They will demand you read their statement. Then they will demand." She studied his face. The gray light through the window caught the edge of her jaw, the line of her mouth that was not quite a frown. "You are banking on them wanting the performance more than the result." Kestro met her eyes. "They need me to break publicly. A retraction is worthless if no one watches it happen. The council observers, the witnesses, the reporters Yaveth has already called. They are the audience. The elder wants them to see me fold. And when you do not fold, then the elder has to decide whether to produce Marra without the confession he demanded, or kill her in front of witnesses." Islye did not flinch. She reached up and adjusted the collar of his coat. Her fingers brushed the clay token still pinned inside. "Ed's token. Thatch Grove's mark. Then let us give him an audience worth watching." The old market square was cobbled and uneven, ringed by buildings that had stood long enough to forget their original purpose. A dry fountain sat at the center. The stone was stained dark from years of rain that no longer fell there. Kestro arrived at 11:47. The square was not empty. Council observers stood at the east edge in dark coats, clipboards visible. A cluster of shelter volunteers and residents had gathered at the north end, drawn by the rumor that something was happening. Kestro saw faces he recognized from the intake hall, from the flood nights, from the kitchen where Baron had pressed soup into his hands. At the south edge, 3 figures in tailored coats stood apart from everyone else. The woman in the center was tall and silver-haired. She wore a council badge on her lapel. Her hands were empty. Her eyes tracked Kestro the moment he stepped onto the cobbles. He did not look away. Islye walked at his left shoulder. Yaveth followed at a distance of 10 paces, moving slowly, but moving. They reached the fountain. The silver-haired woman began walking toward them. Her footsteps were measured. Her expression was calm. "Kestro Orrwick," her voice carried without effort. "You received the elder's terms. I received a note, and you came to read the statement." Kestro stopped at the fountain's edge. He did not pull paper from his coat. He did not unfold anything. "I came to see who shows up to enforce a deal that was never properly sealed." The woman's mouth tightened by a fraction. "The elder anticipated resistance. He authorized me to remind you that Marra is alive and will remain so as long as you comply. The moment you refuse the retraction, her status changes. Then produce her." "I will, after you read the statement." Kestro said nothing. The silence stretched. The council observers shifted. The shelter volunteers at the north end leaned forward, straining to hear. The woman took a step closer. "Your bond has compromised your judgment. Everyone here can see it. You are not acting alone. You are acting under the influence of a mate bond that has not been formally sealed or witnessed. The council has precedent for invalidating testimony given under such conditions." Islye stepped forward. She moved past Kestro and planted herself directly in the woman's path. Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. "You want to talk about compromised judgment?" Islye's head was tilted slightly, her brown eyes fixed on the woman with a stillness that made the air feel thinner. "Let's talk about a council elder who rigged a floodgate house to explode before a private meeting. Let's talk about an organization that has been running illegal processing stations under civic inventory codes. Let's talk about the 14 children whose case numbers are sequential because they were forged together in a single batch." The woman's jaw tightened. "Those are allegations with no standing in this forum. Those are facts with documentation in multiple hands." Islye did not raise her voice. "You came here expecting Kestro to break. You came expecting the mate bond to make him look unstable, irrational, easy to dismiss. But I am the other half of that bond, and I am telling you publicly, I have never seen anyone act with clearer purpose than the man standing behind me. The square was silent. The woman opened her mouth. The shot cracked the air before she got a word out. Kestro moved on reflex, grabbing Islye and pulling her down behind the fountain's stone rim as the sound echoed off the surrounding buildings. The silver-haired woman staggered sideways, one hand going to her shoulder where a dark bloom spread across the tailored coat. She went down. The council observers scattered. The volunteers screamed. Kestro was already scanning the roofline, tracking the trajectory, pulling Islye closer to the stone as footsteps pounded across the cobbles and the square erupted into chaos. The bullet had not been meant for him. It had hit the woman who had been speaking for the elder. A purge was already in motion. Chapter 71. The stone was cold against Kestro's back. Islye pressed into the space beside him, both of them wedged behind the fountain's wide rim as the second crack split the air and a chunk of granite exploded off the coping 6 inches from his shoulder. Not one shooter. 2. The silver-haired woman lay on the cobbles 10 feet away, one hand still reaching for her wounded shoulder, her breath coming in wet rasps. The council observers had vanished. The shelter volunteers at the north end were running. Kestro's hand found Islye's wrist. Stay low. I am low. She was already scanning, the same way he was. Her eyes tracked the roofline on the east side, then the west. The second shot came from the bell tower. Kestro followed her gaze. The old market tower stood at the southeast corner, its clock face frozen at 11:47. The louvered opening beneath the clock was dark. He could not see movement inside. That meant nothing. We need to move. He measured the distance to the nearest covered doorway, 30 feet across open cobbles. When I say we go together, low and fast, and we do not stop until we are inside. The woman, she was their asset, not ours. Islye's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. She understood. The square was a kill box, and anyone still exposed was a target. A third shot cracked, and the silver-haired woman's body jerked once before going still. Kestro pulled Islye closer. Now. They moved. His boots hit the wet cobbles at a low sprint, Islye matching his pace. Both of them bent below the fountain's sightline until they cleared its edge and cut hard toward the east arcade. A bullet sparked off the stone archway 3 feet ahead of him. He did not slow. They hit the doorway together, shoulder to shoulder, and slammed into the recessed timber frame as splinters exploded from the jam behind them. Inside, the arcade was empty. Stalls stood abandoned, canvas awnings half collapsed from the rain, crates of vegetables overturned where vendors had fled. Islye was breathing hard. That was planned. Kestro was already moving deeper into the arcade, pulling her with him. The first shot was meant to bring me into the open. The second was meant to kill the witness. They are cleaning house. Who is they? He did not have an answer. He had the page from the brambles in his coat, the warning on the reverse of Marra's note, and a dead woman on the square who had worn a council badge and spoken for Halvarth-Namen. The elder's own people had just executed his representative. That changed everything. A shadow moved at the far end of the arcade. Kestro's hand went to his belt, to the blade he had taken from the dead stranger at Hollow Bank. The shadow resolved into a figure in a dark coat, moving low and fast, heading toward the drainage grate at the arcade's rear wall. Not running from them, running past them. Kestro stopped. Tavin. Islye grabbed his arm. What? Tavin was supposed to be scouting the basements with Senra. He was already changing direction. That was him. She did not argue. She followed. They reached the drainage grate 30 seconds later. The iron bars had been lifted and set aside. A dark opening dropped into the culvert below, wide enough for a grown man to pass through if he crouched. Islye peered down. He went into the drains. Senra would have known where the culverts connect. Kestro dropped to one knee and pressed his hand to the grate's edge. The iron was cold, wet, recently moved. If she taught Tovin how to read the tunnel sounds, he could track someone without being seen. Or he saw something. Atro lowered himself into the opening. The culvert floor met his boots at waist height. The air was damp and carried the smell of standing water, rust, and something else, something chemical and familiar. He knew that smell. Hollow bank, the processing annex, the cleaning agents they used between transfers. He found Marra. Islye dropped in behind him, her voice tight. He found the holding location. They moved through the dark. The culvert ran straight for 30 feet, then angled left. Kestro kept one hand on the wall, counting the joints, reading the construction. Old brick, repointed within the last 5 years. A newer section, added after the square was built. The tunnel was not a storm drain. It was a purpose-built passage. At the bend, a dim light filtered through a second grate overhead. Kestro slowed. Voices, muffled but close. He pressed himself against the wall and signaled Islye to stop. She went still behind him, her breathing barely audible. The voices came from a side chamber, a widening in the culvert where the ceiling rose and the walls opened into a dry alcove. Kestro could see the edge of the space from his position, a concrete floor, a metal chair, a single electric lantern on the ground. And Marra. She sat on the concrete with her back against the wall. Her wrists were bound in front of her. Her face was bruised, one eye swollen, but she was alive and her eyes were open. 2 figures stood over her. One held a radio, the other held a length of chain. Kestro counted the exits, 1 way in, 1 way out. The alcove had no second door. He was about to move when a third voice came from behind him. "Found you." He spun. Tovin stood at the bend in the culvert, his face pale, his breathing fast. He had doubled back. He had been trying to reach them, and he had been followed. A figure in a dark coat stepped out of the shadows behind Tovin, one hand closing around the boy's collar, the other pressing a blade flat against his throat. Chapter 72. The blade pressed flat against Tovin's throat. The dark-coated figure behind him had not spoken, did not need to. Kestro saw the boy's hands, half raised, trembling, saw the pulse jumping in his throat against the steel. He did not look at the blade. He looked at Tovin's eyes. "Stay still." The figure shifted. The blade moved a fraction, catching the dim light from the overhead grate. Behind Kestro, Islye had gone completely silent. He could feel her presence, the weight of her attention locked on the same geometry he was reading. The distance between them, the angle of the blade, the position of the figure's weight on the culvert floor. Too far to reach before the blade cut. The figure spoke at last. "Drop the belt, the blade at your hip." Kestro did not move. "You came through the culvert behind him. You were expected to find the alcove." The figure's voice was flat, unhurried. "You were not expected to find a witness." Tovin made a sound, a sharp inhale that could have been fear or fury. The blade pressed harder. "The boy is not part of your calculation," Kestro said. "You kill him, you lose the leverage." "I have the woman in the alcove. She is worth more than a fox pup." Kestro's hand went to his belt, slow, deliberate. He unclipped the sheath and let it drop to the wet floor. The blade at Tovin's throat did not move. "Step back," the figure said. "Into the alcove, both of you." Kestro stepped back. He felt Islye move with him, matching his pace, her hand finding his arm in the dark. They entered the alcove. Marra looked up from the concrete floor, her swollen eye cracked open, the other wide and bright. She saw Kestro and her mouth moved, but no sound came out. The 2 guards stood on either side of her. One still held the radio, the other had the chain wrapped around his fist. The figure followed them in, keeping Tovin in front like a shield. The blade stayed at his throat. Kestro counted, 3 armed, 1 hostage at knife point, Marra bound. No exit except the way they came. The figure gestured with his free hand. "Bind them." The guard with the chain stepped forward. Kestro looked at Tovin. The boy's eyes were wet, but his jaw was set. He was not breaking. He was waiting, just like Kestro taught him. The guard reached for Kestro's wrist, and the light went out. Not slowly. A hard cut like a door slammed on daylight. The electric lantern on the floor stopped burning, and the alcove went black. Marra's voice, raw and fast. "I killed the bulb with my heel." Kestro moved. He went low, shoulder first, driving into where the guard's knees should be. He felt contact, a grunt, a body folding backward. The chain hit the floor. Behind him, Isly's breath punched out in a short, hard rhythm, a struggle. The body hitting concrete. and the sound of steel scraping stone, then a wet cough. Silence. Kestro knelt in the dark, hands out, finding the wall, the edge of the metal chair, a body that was breathing. Marra's voice again, closer now. The third one ran, dropped the boy and ran. Tovin! Kestro's voice was sharp. Sound off! Here! The boy's voice came from the alcove entrance, cracked but steady. I'm here. I'm fine. Islye? Here. Her voice was tight, pained. The guard is not. Kestro found the lantern. The bulb was shattered, glass crunching under his palm. He found a lighter in his coat, flicked it, and the flame caught the edges of the space. Islye was standing over the second guard, who lay crumpled with his head at an unnatural angle. Her hand was bloody. The knife was faster than the chain, she said. Kestro held the flame toward Marra. She sat against the wall with her wrists still bound, her face a map of bruises but her eyes burning. She had a folded paper clutched in her bound hands. I kept one page, she said. The index, part of the vault list. They took the tube, but I had this folded into my sleeve when they grabbed me. Kestro cut her bonds with the blade he had dropped, the figure's blade still wet. We need to move. There will be more. Marra stood, her legs held. The tunnel continues past the alcove. There is a spur, an old rail line that feeds into the inland system. If we reach the spur, we can follow the tracks to the north intake. How far? Quarter mile, maybe less. Kestro killed the lighter. Move. They went. The culvert beyond the alcove narrowed, forcing them into single file. Kestro led, one hand on the wall, counting the joints, reading the construction. Older brick here, different mortar. A transition point where the civic storm system ended and something else began. The chemical smell grew stronger. Hollow bank, the annex, the same cleaning agents, the same institutional signature. Senra's voice came from behind him, low and certain. This is their transport route. They built it under the old civic grade so no one would find it. The holding cells, the processing stations, the rail spurs, all connected. Kestro kept moving. The tunnel angled down, then opened into a wider space, a platform. A single rail track embedded in concrete curving into darkness. Marra stepped past him and pointed. This is the spur. If we follow it east, it feeds into the north intake's lower delivery bay. There is a gate, a manual lock. If we can open it, we are inside shelter territory. Kestro studied the track. The rails were polished, recently used. Trains run on this line. Supply runs. Once a week, sometimes more. They move supplies and personnel between the inland vaults and the processing stations. When was the last run? Marra's face went pale. I do not know, but I heard them talking. They said a transport was due before noon. The light from the grate overhead was thin, gray. Noon was close. A sound came from the tunnel behind them. Footsteps. Multiple sets, moving fast, not trying to be quiet. And from ahead, a low rumble building in the dark, metal on metal. The train was coming. Kestro stood at the edge of the platform with Marra's index pressed against his chest, footsteps closing from behind and vibrations growing through the rail at his feet. He had 30 seconds to decide which direction killed them slower. Chapter 73. The train was coming. Kestro felt it through the rail, a deep vibration climbing his shins, building in the concrete beneath his boots. The rumble grew, metal on metal, the air starting to shift with displaced pressure. Behind them, the footsteps were closer. Not running, but walking fast, measured, certain. They knew the tunnel. They knew the group had nowhere to go. Gate, Senra said. We have to reach the gate. Kestro was already moving, boots hitting the ties, counting the rhythm of the sleeper Genjaka as he ran. The others followed, Marra's breath ragged but her pace holding. Tovin stayed at her elbow, matching her stride, his hand on her arm to keep her steady. The rail curved left. The light from the grate overhead dimmed, then vanished as the tunnel dipped under a building foundation. Black. Kestro kept his hand on the wall, counting joints, reading the brick by touch. The gate appeared as a darker rectangle against the dark of the tunnel. A manual lock, iron wheels set into a steel plate, rust flakes crusting the spokes. Kestro reached it and pulled. The wheel did not move. He braced his feet against the rail tie and put his whole weight into the turn. The rust held. The wheel groaned but would not break free. The train was close enough now to feel the air compressing in front of it, a wall of sound pushing ahead of the engine. "Islye." Kestro's voice was flat. "Get the lantern. Block the light with your body. I need to see what I am turning." She was already beside him, the lighter flickering behind her cupped hands. The flame caught the wheel, the bolt housing, the seam where the steel plate met the concrete. Seized. Years of moisture, calcium deposits, intentional neglect. Kestro pulled his knife. Not the one the dark-coated figure had dropped. His own, the blade he had kept since Thatch Grove, the one with the worn handle and the edge he sharpened himself. He worked the tip into the bolt housing, chipping the deposits, clearing the thread. The train howled. Sarah's voice came from behind him, low, directed at Marra. "Get behind me. If the train hits, there is a cavity behind the support column. I saw it when we passed." "Not going to hit," Kestro said, and he did not know if he was promising them or himself. The wheel moved, a quarter turn, then half. He dropped the knife, grabbed the spokes with both hands, and heaved. The gate swung open, not wide. A gap, 2 feet at most, but enough. "Through. Now." He pushed Tovin first, then Marra, then Senra. Islye came last, and he pulled her through behind him as the train broke from the darkness 40 yards away, headlamp white and blinding. Kestro slammed the gate shut and threw the bolt. The train passed. The sound was enormous, a metal scream that shook the walls and vibrated through his teeth. He pressed his back against the gate and felt the carriages roar past on the other side, inches from where he had been standing. Then quiet. The vibration faded. The air settled. They were in a pocket, a wider space, maybe a loading bay or a waiting area. Dark, dry, smelling of old concrete and cold metal. Kestro's lighter flickered. The flame showed a chamber with a concrete floor, a single rail spur branching into a wider tunnel, and a stack of wooden crates against the far wall. No exit visible, but no immediate threat either. Islye found the crates and sat down hard. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs and stared at the floor. Tovin stood beside Senra, watching the gate they had just come through. His ears were back, his breathing fast but controlled. Marra leaned against the crate stack, her hand pressed to her ribs where the bruising was deepest. Kestro walked to the center of the chamber and turned in a slow circle, reading the space. Concrete, single spur. The crates were marked in a code he did not recognize. No windows. One door, steel, set into the far wall. He pointed at it. "That opens where?" Senra moved past him and pressed her ear to the steel. She held still, breathing through her mouth, her eyes half closed. "Outside," she said. "The air changes. I can smell rain and river clay. It leads to the surface." "How far?" 20 feet, maybe less. There is a stair." Kestro nodded. He turned to Marra. She looked worse in the lighter's flame, one eye swollen nearly shut, a split lip. Her hands were raw from the bindings, but she was standing, and her gaze was steady. "You kept 1 page of the index." She nodded. "Show me." She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. It was creased, damp at the edges, but intact. She handed it to him. Kestro opened it. 3 columns, names, locations, dates. The handwriting was small, precise, the ink slightly smeared. "I recognize the names," Marra said. 6 bloodlines, families that were processed and moved to inland vaults before Matriarch accelerated the elimination protocols. They are still alive. They were transferred, not executed. Kestro looked up from the page. "How long have you been holding this?" "Since before the tube was taken. I folded it into my sleeve when I heard them coming." "You did not tell me." "I did not know if I would survive to tell you." The words hung in the air. Marra's voice did not break. She was not looking for comfort. Kestro folded the page and pressed it into his coat. "You are not a martyr," he said. Marra's swelled eye narrowed. "I did not say I was." "You did not have to." He held her gaze. I know what it looks like when someone decides their survival is worth less than what they carry. I have been doing it for 6 years. It does not help the people you are trying to save." Marra did not answer. Tovin stepped forward. "What does it say?" "The page." Kestro pulled it out again and read the first column. 3 families transferred to an inland vault coated larchwood in the 3rd year. 2 more sent to Deepwell in the 4th. 1 listed to High Clare in the 5th. All dated after the official elimination records say they were closed. "So the paper trail is wrong," Marra said. "The registry says they were processed and removed, but they were transferred. They are somewhere." "That is why the Elder wanted the 2 back." Kestro looked at her. "Not just to bury Thatch Grove, to bury every family that still exists." Marra's hand went to her. "I memorized part of it before I hid the page. There is a pattern to the vault codes. They are not random. If I can access the original classification system, I can decode the rest of the index from memory." "Then you stay alive to do it." "I am staying alive." Kestro held her gaze a moment longer, then turned to the steel door. "Islye, can you move?" She stood. Her hands were steady now. "I can move." "Senra, the stair. Can you confirm it is clear before we open the door?" Senra pressed her ear to the steel again. "No movement above, no voices, just the rain. Then we go." Kestro reached for the door handle. It turned before he touched it. The lock clicked. The door began to swing inward from the other side. Chapter 74. The door swung inward, and Kestro moved before he saw who stood on the other side. He caught the edge of the steel with his shoulder and drove it forward, using the mass of his body to close the gap before whoever was there could raise a weapon. The door met resistance, a body, and a grunt punched through the opening. Senra was already moving past him, her hand finding a loose brick from the chamber floor. Islye pulled Tovin behind the crate stack. Kestro shoved again, and the body on the other side stumbled back. He stepped through the gap and saw 3 figures in the narrow stairwell beyond. Dark coats, drawn pistols, the nearest one recovering his balance from where the door had hit him. The second man raised his weapon. Kestro grabbed the edge of the door and wrenched it back, using the steel as a shield. The shot sparked off the surface, ricocheted into the concrete wall. "Back," he said. "Into the chamber." Islye did not argue. She grabbed Marra's arm and pulled her toward the crates. Tovin followed, his ears flat. Senra threw the brick. It caught the second man in the temple with a wet crack. He went down, pistol clattering across the stair treads. The third man fired blind through the gap. The shot went wide, pinging off the rail spur. Kestro slammed the door shut and drove the lock bars home. Silence in the chamber. Then the thud of a shoulder hitting the steel from the other side. Kestro turned. The chamber held them. One exit, now blocked. The crates at the far wall, the rail spur, the gate they had come through still locked behind them. "They will find another way in," Senra said. "Not if we make the tunnel unusable." Kestro was already moving toward the gate, counting spaces in the brickwork above it. "The feeder section is load-bearing for the culvert spur. If I drop it, the passage collapses behind us." "You will trap us in here," Marra said. "No, the chamber has another exit." He pointed at the ceiling where a rusted maintenance hatch was barely visible in the dim light. "That leads to surface. I saw the bolt pattern when we came through." Islye followed his gaze. "You are going to bring down the tunnel on the other side of the gate. Not the whole tunnel, just the feeder where they are standing." "How?" He pulled the Thatch Grove knife from his belt. The blade was still good, still sharp. He had used it on the bolt housing. He would use it again. "The mortar is already failing above the gate arch. Water damage, same as every other structure in Halvern. One load-bearing stone removed and the arch redistributes. The feeder collapses." "One stone," Islye repeated. "I know the line." Tovin stepped forward. "Let me help." "No! I can climb. I am lighter." Kestro looked at him. The boy's hands were steady. His eyes were clear. "I will tell you which stone," Kestro said. "You pull it. I will catch you if the footing goes." Tovin nodded once. No question. Kestro moved to the gate. He studied the arch, the line of brick above the rusted ironwork. His hand traced the mortar joints, feeling for the one that carried the weight. "Top center," he said. "4 courses up. The brick with the gray mortar." Tovin scrambled up the gate frame, his small fingers finding holds Kestro would have needed a ladder to reach. He wedged himself against the arch and pressed his fingertips into the mortar. "It is soft," he said. "Good. Work it loose." The steel door behind them shuddered again, a muffled voice on the other side, low and urgent. Islye moved to the crates. "These are sealed. They have markings." "Later," Kestro said. "I am not suggesting we open them now. I am telling you what we have." Ma rejoined her, her swollen eye making her turn her head to see clearly. "Those are standard transfer crates. The code matches the supply line for the inland vaults." "Then they are already moving supplies through here," Senra said. "This is not an abandoned spur. It is active." Kestro kept his attention on Tovin. The boy had 3 fingers wedged into the mortar now, working the brick forward in small increments. "Almost," Tovin said. "It is shifting. Let it fall. I will catch it." Tovin pulled his hand back and pressed his palm flat against the brick. He pushed. The brick moved, grinding against the surrounding stone. A chunk of mortar fell. The brick slid forward 6 inches. Tovin caught it before it dropped, his arms shaking with the effort. "Got it. I got it." "Hold there. Do not pull it free yet." Kestro climbed onto the gate frame below him, bracing his shoulder under Tovin's position. "Now, let it go." Tovin released the brick. Kestro caught it with one hand, a clean catch, and lowered it to the ground. Nothing happened. The arch held. Then a hairline crack ran through the mortar above Tovin's head. Dust sifted down. A low groan traveled through the brickwork. "Get down," Kestro said. Tovin dropped onto Kestro's shoulders and slid to the ground. Kestro followed, grabbing the brick and pulling the gate shut. The arch held for 3 more seconds. Then the feeder section behind the gate buckled. Brick and mortar collapsed inward with a grinding roar that shook the chamber floor. Dust erupted through the gate's iron bars, thick and gray, carrying the smell of old clay and wet stone. When it cleared, the gate was solid. The tunnel beyond it was gone, a pile of rubble where the passage used to be. The steel door on the far wall stopped shuddering. Tovin coughed, wiping dust from his face. "They are not coming through that." "No," Stosha said. "They are not." Islye moved to the maintenance hatch. "How do we open this?" Kestro climbed onto the nearest crate and examined the bolt pattern. "These were designed for one-way exit. The bolts are threaded from above." "We are trapped," Marra said. "Not entirely." Senra was already at the wall where Tovin's brick had opened a gap in the mortaring. She reached into the hollow space and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was dry. The ink was fresh. She opened it. "Transit docket, dated 3 weeks ago." Kestro took it. The paper listed a manifest, names, destination codes, 3 bloodlines he did not recognize: Laskin, Norwood, Felmer. "These are not Thatch Grove," he said. Marra leaned in, squinting with her good eye. "No, they are new. They were not in the original index. Then someone added them after the registry was supposed to be closed. Or the registry is still active." Islye's voice was flat. "They are still marking families." Kestro folded the docket into his coat beside Marra's page, the names pressed against his chest like a new weight. "There are crates here," Simra said. "A docket in the wall, a maintenance hatch that opens from above. Someone is using this chamber as a supply drop." "For what?" "For the inland vaults." Marra touched the nearest crate. "These are marked for Deepwell, the same vault code from the page." Kestro looked at the crates, sealed, stacked, ready for transport. The hatch above them was bolted from the other side. "Then we open the hatch," he said. "We take the docket. We find out who is still running supply lines to vaults that do not officially exist." Islye was already at the crate stack, testing the weight. "These are heavy. If we stack them under the hatch, we might reach the bolt housing." Kestro moved beside her. "Tovin, watch the gate. If the rubble shifts, you tell me." "Yes." Marra sat down hard against the crates. Her breathing was uneven. Her split lip had opened again. Senra crouched beside her. "You need rest. I need to decode the vault patterns before whoever is left finds another way in." "You will do it faster if you are not bleeding." Marra looked at her. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Marra nodded. Senra tore a strip from her sleeve and pressed it against Marra's lip. Hold it. Keep pressure. Kestro and Islye worked the first crate beneath the hatch. The bolts were rusted but not seized. If he could reach them, he could turn them with his knife. I need 3 more inches, he said. Islye moved to the second crate. Then we give you 3 more inches. Tovin's voice came from the gate. The rubble is not moving, but I hear water. Where? Below, dripping, like the tunnel is leaking. Kestro stopped. Leaking meant the collapse had opened something deeper. A cavity, a water line, or something else. Islye, move faster. She did. The second crate went on top of the first. Kestro climbed. The bolts were within reach now, 6 of them, corroded but intact. He worked the first one loose with the tip of his knife. The metal gave with a screech, then turned freely. 1 down. The second bolt resisted. He put his weight into it, felt the blade edge bite into the rust. It turned. 2. The third bolt snapped clean. The head came off in his fingers and dropped into the gap between the crates. 3. He reached for the fourth and the hatch moved. Someone on the other side had just shifted their weight. Kestro went still. Company, he said. Islye drew her knife. Tovin moved away from the gate, positioning himself between the hatch and Marra. The bolt housing turned. The hatch lifted from the other side. A face appeared in the opening. Lean, dark-eyed, familiar. Nemi. She looked down at them, her expression unreadable. Well, she said, you people do find the worst places to hide. Kestro did not lower his knife. Did Yaveth send you? The only reason I am in a tunnel at dawn. Nemi reached down. Now are you coming, or do you want me to tell her I found you too late? Chapter 75. Nemi pulled the hatch fully open and braced her weight on the rim. Daylight fell through the opening, gray and thin, nothing like the dawn Kestro had expected to see. You are going to want to move fast, she said. Yaveth has been negotiating for an hour and she is running out of leverage. Kestro climbed first, his boots finding the ladder rungs bolted to the shaft wall. The maintenance hatch opened onto a service alley behind a row of closed storefronts. Rain-wet cobbles. A single truck idling at the far end with Yaveth in the passenger seat. Islye came up behind him, then Tovin, then Senra, guiding Marra by the elbow. Marra's split lip had stopped bleeding, but the bruise around her eye had darkened to purple-black. Nemi closed the hatch and kicked a loose grate over it. That will hold for an hour, she said. Maybe less if they clear the rubble faster than I think. How did you find us? The transit docket you pulled from the wall. Senra left a mark on the brick above it. I have been tracking your route since the square. Kestro looked at Senra. She did not meet his eyes. She had marked their path without telling him, a precaution he had not thought to ask for. They reached the truck. Yaveth looked them over once, cataloging injuries, then nodded. Get in. We have a council chamber waiting and the elders' people are already seated. The drive took 12 minutes. Yaveth spoke in the front seat while Kestro and the others pressed together in the back, Marra between Senra and Tovin, Islye's shoulder against Kestro's arm. I called in every marker I had left, Yaveth said. 3 shelter directors, 2 independent pack alphas from the North Bend, 1 council member who owes me a son's life. They agreed to an emergency accord. Civic shelters, independent packs, and sympathetic council members will jointly claim jurisdiction over the rescued descendants. The board cannot take them without triggering a multi-party custody dispute. How long does the accord hold? As long as everyone keeps agreeing. The elders' allies will challenge it within the hour. They will demand standing verification. What kind of verification? Yaveth's hands tightened on the door handle. Blood. They want to prove you are who the registry says you are. If you submit, they will use the result to argue that the Orrwick line is a validated threat, and the accord is sheltering a dangerous bloodline. If you refuse, they will use the refusal to argue you are concealing your identity, and the accord is based on false premises. Kestro said nothing. Islye's hand found his. They want him to prove he is an Orrwick so they can prove Orrwicks are dangerous, she said. Yes. What happens if he does not submit? The accord collapses. The children go back to board custody by sunset. The truck stopped in front of a limestone building Kestro did not recognize. Steps, iron railings, a brass plate beside the door that read Halvern Civic Assembly, 3rd District. "This is not the council chamber," he said. "No, this is neutral ground. The elders' people agreed to meet here because it is not pack territory. They are already inside." Kestro got out. The air smelled of wet stone and coal smoke, the ordinary smell of Halvern on a gray morning. He wanted to find it comforting. He could not. Islye stepped beside him. "You do not have to do this." "I know. I mean it. We can find another way." He looked at her. Her hair was still damp from the tunnel. There was a bruise forming on her jaw where she had been struck during the ambush, a purple mark she had not mentioned. "But there is no other way," he said. "If I refuse, they win. If I submit, they try to use the result against us. Either way, they control the frame." "So we changed the frame. How?" She did not answer. She did not have an answer yet, but she stood beside him, waiting for him to find one. He turned toward the building. The interior smelled of old wood and floor wax, a reception hall with high windows and a desk where a clerk sat reading a newspaper. The clerk looked up, recognized Yaveth, and pointed toward a door at the end of the hall. "They are in the east meeting room, 4 of them, 2 council observers." Yaveth led the way. Kestro followed, with Islye at his side. Tovin and Senra stayed with Marra near the entrance, Nemi positioning herself between them and the door. The east meeting room had a long table, 6 chairs on each side, and a window that faced a brick wall. 3 men and 1 woman sat on the far side. They wore tailored coats and council badges. The woman at the center had gray-streaked hair and a face that looked carved from old stone. She did not stand when they entered. "Yaveth, you brought him." "I said I would." "You said he would submit to verification. Did he agree?" Kestro pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. "I will submit to blood verification on 3 conditions. The gray-haired woman's eyes narrowed. "You are not in a position to set conditions. I am the only living Orrwick adult. Without me, the Accord has no central figure. You need my submission to challenge it. I can give it or withhold it." A pause. The woman looked at her companions. One of them shifted in his seat. "Name your conditions." "First, the verification is conducted by an independent medic chosen by Yaveth, not by board personnel. Second, the results are sealed and released only to the council observers, not to the Elder's office. Third, if the results confirm my bloodline, the Accord is automatically extended to cover all descendants currently sheltered in Halvern, including the 14 from Hollow Bank, and no further verification may be demanded from any of them without a full council vote." The gray-haired woman laughed. It was not a warm sound. "You want us to agree to permanent protection for every marked descendant in the city based on a single blood draw. I want you to agree that 1 verification is enough. If the system is confident enough to demand my blood, it should be confident enough to accept the result." The woman studied him. The silence stretched. "You are asking us to concede that your bloodline is dangerous. I am asking you to concede that you already believe it is. The Accord does not require you to change your mind. It only requires you to stop using that belief as a weapon against children." Another pause. The woman's fingers tapped the table once, twice. "The verification takes place in 1 hour. Yaveth chooses the medic. The results are sealed. If they confirm Orrwick lineage, the Accord stands and no further verification is demanded from the current shelter population." Kestro nodded. "But," the woman said, "if the results are inconclusive or contested, the Accord dissolves and the children return to board jurisdiction by sunset, and you leave Halvern within 24 hours." Islye went still beside him. Kestro met the woman's eyes. Agreed. The woman stood. Her companions stood with her. "We will return in 1 hour with the council observers. Have your medic ready." They left. The door closed behind them. Islye turned to Kestro. "You just bet the entire Accord on a blood test that proves exactly what wanted to prove." "I know." "Then what are you doing?" He reached into his coat and pulled out the folded page Marra had saved. The list of bloodlines transferred to inland vaults, the names that proved the registry was still active. "They want proof that I am an Orrwick," he said. "I am going to give it to them, but I am also going to give the council observers something they did not expect." "What?" Islye asked. "They want proof that I am an Orrwick. They want proof that I am an Orrwick. They want proof that I am an Orrwick." "What?" Islye asked. "They want proof that I am an Orrwick. They 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 want proof that I am He looked at the page, at the names, at the dates that proved the system had never stopped. Proof that the registry is still running. If they confirm my bloodline, they also confirm the system that marked me is still targeting families right now. The Accord does not just protect the current survivors. It becomes evidence that the board is actively violating its own closure orders. Islye stared at him. Then slowly she smiled. "You are not defending yourself," she said. "You are putting the entire system on trial. I am giving them a choice. Accept the Accord and let the evidence speak later. Or reject it and explain to the council why they blocked an investigation into an active registry." He folded the page and put it back in his coat. Yaveth watched him from the doorway. There was something in her expression he had not seen before. Not approval, not relief, respect. "You learned that from someone," she said. "From Graf. He used to say you never enter a negotiation with only one piece of paper." Yaveth nodded. "Graf Orrwick taught you well." Kestro did not answer. The name of his alpha still hurt to hear spoken aloud. Islye touched his arm. 1 hour. I know. He looked at the door where the gray-haired woman had left. Outside, the morning light was beginning to break through the clouds. The Accord was a fragile thing. 1 hour from now, it would either hold or shatter, and Kestro would give them a piece of paper that changed everything either way. He sat down to wait. Chapter 76. Nemi set the medical case on the table and snapped the latches open. The clatter of glass vials filled the silence where words should have been. Kestro sat with his forearms on his knees, watching her arrange the equipment with the precision of someone who had done this many times before. Syringe, alcohol swab, bandage roll, a small glass vial with a rubber stopper. "You could have picked someone neutral," Nemi said without looking up. "I picked someone I trust." She stopped. Her dark eyes met his. "You trust me? You opened the hatch. That is not an answer. It is the only one you were getting." Nemi shook her head and pulled on a pair of thin gloves. The rubber snapped against her wrists. "This will sting, then it will be over." Kestro rolled up his left sleeve. The burn scar on his right forearm caught the pale light from the window. He did not hide it. Islye stood by the wall, arms crossed, her jaw tight. She had not spoken since the gray-haired woman left. He could feel her watching him, the weight of her worry pressing against the mate bond like a hand on his chest. Yaveth stood at the door, speaking in low tones to a courier who had appeared from the corridor. Marra sat at the far end of the table with the folded page spread flat, her fingers tracing the ink like she was memorizing it again. The door opened. The gray-haired woman returned with 3 council observers. They wore plain gray coats and carried no notebooks, no recording devices. Their presence alone was the record. The woman nodded at Nemi. "Proceed." Nemi swabbed the crook of Kestro's elbow. The alcohol was cold. She held the syringe at a practiced angle and met his eyes. "Do not look away." "I was not planning to." The needle slid in. The pull of the plunger was brief, mechanical, a small pressure that ended as quickly as it began. Nemi withdrew the needle and pressed a cotton square against the puncture. "Hold it there." Kestro pressed his thumb to the cotton. The blood in the vial was a dark, dense red. Nemi sealed it, labeled it with a marker, and held it up to the light. "Standard panel," she said. "Genetics, bloodline markers, and compulsion response profile. Results in 30 minutes. The observers nodded. One of them took the vial and carried it to a small portable analyzer on the side table. The machine hummed as it powered up. Kestro did not watch the machine. He watched the gray-haired woman. "You are very calm," she said. "I have nothing to hide." "That is a lie." "No, it is a choice." She studied him for a long moment. Her companions shifted behind her, uncomfortable in the cramped room. "The results will show exactly what we expect them to show," she said. Orrwick bloodline, resistance markers across multiple documented branches. The very thing that makes your pack dangerous. "The very thing that made my pack worth killing," Kestro said. The room went still. Islye moved. She crossed the room and stopped at his side, not touching him, but close enough that her warmth pressed against his arm. A statement, not a threat. A presence. The analyzer beeped. The observer at the machine pulled the printout and read it silently. His expression did not change. He handed the paper to the gray-haired woman. She read it, her lips pressed together. "Confirm Orrwick lineage," she said in a flat voice. "Resistance to alpha compulsion, positive across all 7 documented branch markers." Yaveth let out a slow breath. Marra's hand pressed flat against the table. Kestro kept his eyes on the gray-haired woman. "The accord holds. The accord holds," she said, and the words sounded like ash in her mouth. Kestro stood. The cotton square fell from his elbow and left a thin red line down his forearm. He did not wipe it. "Before you leave," he said, "the council observers should see something." He reached into his coat and pulled out Marra's folded page. He set it on the table and smoothed it flat. The gray-haired woman's eyes tracked the page. "What is that?" "A list of bloodlines transferred to inland vaults after the registry was officially closed. Larchwood, Deepwell, Highclere, dated 6 weeks ago." She stepped forward. "That is not relevant to the verification." "It is exactly relevant. Your system demanded my blood to prove the registry was never wrong about the Orrwick line. This page proves the registry never stopped. If my bloodline is dangerous enough to justify the accord, then the families on this page are just as dangerous, and your system has been violating its own closure orders for years." He turned to the council observers. "This page came from the registry's own files. It is dated, coded, and signed by compliance officers still on active duty. If the council wants to investigate whether the Oversight Board has been operating outside its mandate, the evidence is on that table." The observers exchanged glances. The gray-haired woman's face tightened. "You are making a mistake." "No," Kestro said. "I am making sure the record cannot be erased." Silence. Then one of the observers stepped forward and picked up the page. He folded it carefully and placed it inside his coat. "We will note this in the record," he said. The gray-haired woman said nothing. Her jaw worked. Her companions looked at the floor. She turned and walked out. The observers followed. The door clicked shut behind them. Nemi exhaled. "That was not the plan." "It was my plan," Kestro said. Islye did not smile. Her face had gone the color of something colder. She was staring at the closed door, her hands at her sides, her fingers curled into fists. "Islye." She did not answer at first. Then she moved to the window and pressed her palm flat against the glass. "They will come now," she said quietly. "Who?" "Not the Elder, not Merrick's people." She turned. Her eyes were dark. "I heard one of the observers speak to the courier outside before they came in. The caller sounded like a request for record notation. It was an alert." "An alert for what?" "For anyone listening on the old civic bands." Isley's voice was steady, but her hand still pressed against the glass like she was holding something back. "He said the Orrwick bloodline has been confirmed alive and present in Halvern, transmitting the full resistance profile. He was marking you for retrieval." Yaveth stepped forward. "That channel has been quiet for 5 years. It just woke up." Kestro looked at the door where the gray-haired woman had left. The accord was protected. The evidence was in the hands of the council. But the hunters had just been given a location. Chapter 77. Islye's words hum in the air like smoke. The old civic bands, a channel quiet for 5 years. Kestro could almost hear the alert traveling outward. A stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading through networks he had never known existed. "I need to move," he said. "No." Yaveth crossed the room with a decisive step, her winter sky eyes fixed on him. "You need to hold still long enough for us to build something around you." He turned to face her. "They know where I am. They know where you were. The difference matters if we use the time instead of wasting it." Nemi was already at the door, her medic's bag slung over one shoulder. "I can reach the north intake before they lock down the bridges. Baron has cots and soup for 40. I can have her ready for overflow in an hour." "Do it," Yaveth said. Nemi paused at the threshold, her dark eyes finding Kestro. "You trusted me with the blood draw. Trust me with this." Then she was gone, the door clicking shut behind her. The room shifted into motion. Marra pulled out a folded municipal map and spread it across the table. Senra moved to the window, pressing her palm flat against the glass, reading the street below through sound and vibration. Tovin stood at Kestro's elbow, waiting, his young face set in lines that looked older than his years. Islye crossed to him. She did not touch him, but she stopped close enough that he could feel her warmth through the air between them. "What do you need?" she asked. The question landed differently than it would have a week ago. She was not asking what he planned to do alone. She was asking what he needed from them. He let himself feel the weight of that for half a breath. "Bridges," he said. "Every approach to every shelter connected to the Accord. If they come through the old network, they will hit supply lines first. Cut the shelters off from each other, and we are fighting in pieces." Yaveth nodded. "I know who watches each bridge. Give me 10 minutes on the phone." She left the room, and the kitchen felt smaller without her presence. Tovin tilted his head. "What do I do?" Kestro looked at the boy. The fox shifter's hands were steady. His eyes were bright and unafraid. "Run messages," Kestro said. "I need to know who is where and what they see. Can you move fast and quiet?" Tovin's chest lifted. "Yes." "Then take the alley route Sender showed you. Start at the north intake, then the market arcade, then the ferry landing. Tell every shelter coordinator that the Accord is holding, but the hunters are awake. Tell them to lock their doors and keep their people inside until sunrise." Tovin was already moving toward the back door. "What do I say if someone asks who sent me?" "Tell them the builder sent you." The boy's grin flashed. Then he slipped through the door and vanished into the dark hall. Senra turned from the window. "Foot traffic on the street is thinning. People are going inside faster than they should. Someone is spreading word." "Is it our word or theirs?" Islye asked. "Ours," Senra said. "The ones pulling in are the shelter regulars. They know how to read the street going cold." Marra traced a line on the map with her finger. 3 approaches to this district: the old market bridge, the river gate, and the maintenance tunnel connecting to the north intake basement. If they wanted to hit hard and fast, they would take all 3 at once. "Isolated," Kestro said. "Not simultaneous. The old bands went out to hunters, not soldiers. They will come in small groups, hit soft targets first. Supplies, unlocked doors, unwatched windows." He pulled the map toward him and studied the lines Marra had drawn. His fingers found the workshop below Cran's repair shop, the room with the east-facing window, the decks where he had left the duplicate ledgers. "Someone needs to watch the workshop," he said. Islye followed his gaze. "Cran is there." "Cran is 73 years old and can hear out of one ear." Kestro straightened. "I will do it myself." "No." Islye's voice was firm. "You are the target. If they see you standing guard alone, they will adjust and hit somewhere else. Let Krev take it. He knows the building." Kestro wanted to argue. The words pressed against his teeth, but she was right, and he could feel the truth of it in his chest like a second heartbeat. "Krev," he said. "Fine." The next hour passed in a rhythm that felt almost familiar. Yaveth worked the phone, her voice low and precise, calling in watchers and runners and people who owed her favors from decades past. Marra and Senra fortified the windows and doors of the meeting room, stacking chairs and tables against the weakest points. Islye brewed tea that no one drank, and her presence moved through the room like a steady current, checking each person without interrupting their work. The reports came back in fragments. Tovin, breathless, from the north intake. "Baron has everyone inside. Kitchen door bolted. No movement on the canal side." Krev, gruff through the phone line. "Workshop is quiet. Cran is making coffee and pretending he is not nervous. I will stay until you tell me otherwise." Nemi, from the market arcade. "Shelter coordinators are locking down. 2 families came in through the back asking for cots. No sign of tails." The Accord was holding. The network was responding. But Kestro felt the quiet like a held breath. It came just after midnight. The call from Cran's repair shop was not a call. It was a single ring, cut off mid-cycle. Kestro knew that sound. Someone had picked up the receiver and set it down without speaking. He reached for his coat. Islye was already moving. "What is it?" "Workshop." He was out the door before anyone could stop him, running through the empty streets with Islye at his side and the smell of smoke growing thicker with every step. The workshop was burning. Flames licked from the ground floor windows, climbing the old wooden frame with a hunger that spoke of accelerant. Cran stood in the street in his shirt sleeves, staring at the fire like he had forgotten how to move. "The back door," he said when Kestro reached him. "They came through the back door." Kestro looked past the flames to the room above. His room. The desk where the ledgers had been, the east-facing window where he had watched the dawn. The fire was climbing, and somewhere in the smoke, the hunters were already gone. Chapter 78. The flames had climbed past the first-floor windows by the time Kestro reached the stoop. Heat pushed against his face in a solid wave, glass cracked somewhere above, and a tongue of fire licked through the break, tasting the night air. Cran was still standing in the street. His hands hung at his sides. His mouth moved without sound. "Who else is inside?" Kestro grabbed the old man's shoulder hard enough to pull him back into the present.
Krev.
Kron swallowed.
Krev was in the back room. He said he would check the ledgers one more time.
Kestro's gut went cold. The ledgers were in the room above the workshop, the room with the east-facing window, the room where the fire was climbing fastest. He turned and found Islye already running toward the corner market, her voice carrying back over her shoulder. "I will get everyone on this street out of their buildings. Do not go in alone." She was gone before he could argue. The workshop door was still intact. Kestro kicked it open and the smoke rolled out like a living thing, black and dense, carrying the chemical bite of accelerant layered over old wood. He dropped to his knees where the air was thinner and crawled forward, one hand on the wall to guide him past the workbenches. The back room door was closed, hot to the touch. He found the handle and shoved it open. Krev was on the floor, half under the desk, one arm stretched toward the ledger's box. His eyes were open but unfocused, and blood ran from a gash above his temple where something had struck him. "Hunters," Krev said. His voice was a rasp. "Came through the back, hit me and left. I think they took the truck." Kestro hooked his arms under Krev's shoulders and pulled. The ledger's box was wedged against the desk leg, pinned by the weight of the overturned chair. He could not reach it without letting go of Krev. "Leave them," Krev said. "Get me out." Kestro's hands did not move toward the ledgers, but his eyes stayed on the box. The duplicate records. The evidence that the registry was still running. The proof that the Accord could not erase. Then Tovin was there. The boy appeared in the doorway, smoke streaming past him, his dark, furred temples wet with sweat, and his eyes bright with the kind of fear that did not freeze but burned. "You should not be here," Kestro said. "You gave me a job once." Tovin dropped to his knees and shoved the chair aside. "Give me another one." The ceiling groaned above them. A beam shifted somewhere in the smoke. Kestro looked at the boy, at the box, at Krev's blood on his hands, and he made a choice that felt like turning a key in a lock that had been rusted shut for 6 years. "Get the ledgers," Kestro said. "Then get out. Do not stop for anything. Do not look back." Tovin did not waste breath on words. He pulled the box free, wrapped both arms around it, and crawled back through the doorway. Kestro followed, dragging Krev, the older man's weight burning through his shoulders as he pulled him across the workshop floor. The front door was a rectangle of orange light. The fire had found the ceiling now, running along the beams like it had been waiting for permission. Kestro pulled Krev through the doorway and into the street, and the night air hit his lungs like cold water. Islye was there. She had a bucket line forming, neighbors passing water from the market pump to the workshop's nearest wall. Cran had found a hose and was soaking the adjacent building, protecting the structures that had not yet caught. Tovin set the ledger's box on the curb and stood over it like a guard. His hands were shaking. His face was smudged with ash, but he did not step away. "Have eat a breathing," Nemi said, appearing at Kestro's elbow with her medic's bag already open. She knelt beside the older man and pressed a pad to the wound on his temple. "He will have a headache tomorrow, but he will have it tomorrow." Kestro nodded. He could not find words. His throat was raw with smoke and something else, something that pressed behind his ribs like a second heart. The bucket line was working. The fire was not winning, but it was not losing either.
It held its ground in the workshop's frame, feeding on the accelerant, waiting for the structure to weaken. "The ledgers," Islye said, coming to stand beside him. Her face was streaked with soot. Her hands were wet. "Did you get them all?" "Toven got them." She looked at the boy, at the box at his feet, and something passed across her face that Kestro could not name. Pride, maybe, or grief, or both. "Your apprentice," she said. Islye watched Toven stand guard over the ledgers, his small frame squared against the firelight, his hands still trembling but his feet planted. "Yeah," he said. "He is." The workshop wall buckled. A shower of sparks rose into the night sky, and the flames surged upward, claiming the room where Kestro had kept his clothes and his tools and the clay token from Et's bowl. The room he had called his own. The room with the east-facing window. He watched it burn, and he did not look away. "We need to pull back," Yaveth said, arriving from the north end of the street with Marra and Senra behind her. "The fire is going to take the whole block if the wind shifts. The accord is holding, but if we lose the supply corridor, we lose the ability to move people." "The ledgers are safe," Kestro said. "The accord holds. We have what we need." Yaveth studied his face. Her pale blue eyes were unreadable. "Do we?" Kestro looked at the burning workshop, at Cran, who had lost his business, at Krev, bleeding on the cobblestones, at Toven, standing guard over a box of paper that could still be destroyed. "We have the truth," he said. "That is what they are trying to burn." He turned to face the fire, and in the light of the flames, he saw something move in the alley between the workshop and the market. A shape, dark-coated, watching. The same figure from the culvert, the one who had held the knife to Toven's throat, the one who had fled into the dark. Kestro's blood went cold. The figure raised a hand, not a weapon, not a threat, a single finger pressed to its lips. Then it turned and vanished into the smoke. Chapter 79. The smoke still clung to the street, low and bitter, as the first gray light touched the rooftops. The workshop was a black skeleton now, beams fallen inward. The east wall collapsed into a pile of ash and charred metal. Cran's hose still ran, soaking the adjacent building, the water pooling in the gutters and running toward the market drain. Kestro stood at the curb with the ledger's box at his feet. Toven had not moved from his position beside it. The boy's hands had stopped shaking, but his eyes stayed fixed on the flames as if he expected them to reach for him again. Islye came up beside Kestro and pressed a cup of water into his hand. He drank without tasting it. "We need to move," Yaveth said, appearing through the smoke with Marra and Senra behind her. Her voice was steady, but her face was drawn, the lines deeper than they had been at midnight. "The accord is holding, but the fire patrol will be here within the hour. They will ask questions we cannot answer without the council observers present." "The observers are at the north intake," Marra said. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her swollen eye nearly closed now, but her voice was clear. "The gray-haired woman told me to stay with the packet. She said the record needs to be complete before sunrise." Kestro looked at the ledger's box, at Marra, at the ash settling on the cobblestones like the first snow of a winter that had not yet come. "Then we make it complete." They gathered in the back room of the market arcade, a narrow space behind the butcher's shop that still smelled of salt and blood and old wood. Yaveth had a key. She lit 3 candles and set them on the counter, and the light pooled across the scarred surface like water finding its level. Marra opened the ledger's box. Inside were the duplicate records from the North Reach Depot, the transit docket from the chamber wall, and her own folded page, the one she had saved in her sleeve. She spread them across the counter and began to sort them by date, her fingers moving with the practiced economy of someone who had spent years handling paper that was never meant to be seen. "The Thatch Grove Register," she said, pulling a sheaf of pages from the box. 43 names, cross-referenced with the original intake log from the compliance archive. I copied them while Kestro was giving testimony at the hearing. Kestro took the pages. The names were there, the same names he had spoken in the council chamber. But this time they were written in Marra's neat hand, each one followed by a date and a notation. Birth year, craft specialty, family connection. Kestro Orrwick, master kiln worker, father of Kestro. Orrwick, pigment sorter, survivor of the main hall collapse. Lyra Orrwick, apprentice carver, age 14. He set the pages down. His hands were steady. The grief was there, waiting behind his ribs, but it did not surge. It sat. It waited for him to finish the work. The Inland Vault Index, Marra continued, pulling out a separate sheet. 6 bloodlines transferred alive after the registry marked them for elimination. Larchwood, Deepwell, Highclere. I remember the classification system. The codes follow a pattern by region and processing date. If I can access the original key, I can decode the rest. How long would that take? Islye asked. Marra looked at the page. A day, maybe 2. The key is kept in the core archive, the one that was supposedly sealed when the registry was closed. But I know where it is. The archive is still active. They just stopped telling anyone it exists. Yaveth leaned forward, her pale blue eyes catching the candlelight. Where? North of the floodplain, Marra said. About 3 days' travel, past the old mill towns and into the ridge country. There is a facility there, built into the limestone. They call it the Archive of Roots. Kestro felt the name settle into his bones. Archive of Roots. A place where the evidence of every marked bloodline was stored, waiting to be found or destroyed. We cannot go tonight, he said. The accord is too fragile. If we move before the council observers file their report, the Elder's allies will claim we fled with stolen evidence. Then we send the packet now, Yaveth said. Marra's index, the transit docket, the duplicate ledgers, the Thatch Grove register. Everything goes to the council observers before sunrise. The record is public. They cannot burn what they cannot reach. And the Archive of Roots? Islye asked. Kestro. That waits, he said. For now. Senra, who had been sitting in the corner with her knees drawn up, spoke without opening her eyes. The Archive of Roots is built into the limestone, but the entrance is through a mill. The mill still runs. The water wheel covers the door. Kestro turned to her. You have been there. I was processed through a station near it, she said. I heard the wheel. I smelled the grain dust. The guards talked about it. They said the archive was older than the council, older than the packs. They said the roots went deep, and if you followed them far enough, you would find the first registry, the one from before the Oversight Board existed. The room went quiet. Even the candles seemed to hold still. If that is true, Marra said slowly, then the Archive of Roots holds the original classification system, the one that predates Matriarch, the one that proves the registry was never about compliance. It was about control. Then we find it, Kestro said. The words hung in the air. They felt solid. They felt like the first course of a building he had not yet finished drawing but could already see in his mind. Islye reached across the counter and took his hand. Her fingers were cold. Her grip was firm. Together, she said. He looked at her. The candlelight caught the edge of her jaw, the dark hair still streaked with ash, the steadiness in her brown eyes that had not wavered since the warehouse collapse, since the first moment she had climbed into the wreckage beside him. Yeah, he said, together. Nemi appeared in the doorway, her medic's bag slung over one shoulder. Krev is awake. He is asking if the ledgers survived. I told him they did. He said good, and then asked for coffee. A sound escaped Tovin's throat. It took Kestro a moment to recognize it. A laugh. It was hoarse and exhausted, and it cracked in the middle, but it was a laugh. Tell him I will bring coffee myself, Kestro said, once we finish here. Nemi nodded and disappeared back into the hall. Marra finished sorting the pages. She stacked them into a single bundle, tied it with a length of twine from her pocket, and held it out to Yaveth. The packet, complete. 43 dead, 6 living bloodlines, 3 coded vaults, and the route to the Archive of Roots. Yaveth took it. Her hands were old, her grip was steady. I will deliver it myself, she said, before sunrise. She looked at Kestro. Something passed between them, something that did not need words. 6 years of waiting, 6 years of gathering, 6 years of carrying the names alone. We are almost there, she said. Kestro nodded. The candles guttered. The first true light of dawn crept through the gaps in the shutters, pale and cold and unremarkable. The kind of morning that looked like any other, unless you knew what had been built in the dark. Kestro stood at the counter with the ashes of his room still on his clothes and the names of his pack in a bundle that was about to become public record, and he let himself feel the shape of what they had done. It was not enough. It was never going to be enough. The dead were still dead. The registry was still active somewhere. The elder was still out there, and the dark-coated figure was still watching from the smoke. But the truth was no longer a secret carried by one man. It was paper. It was names. It was a route inland. Kestro looked at Islye, at Toven, who had not stopped guarding the ledgers, at Senra, who had heard the water wheel and remembered, at Marra, who had kept the page in her sleeve. "Let us finish this," he said, and in the silence that followed his words, a sound reached them from the street. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Coming toward the arcade. Kestro's blood went cold. He knew that rhythm. He had heard it in the culvert, in the alley behind the burning workshop, in the space between heartbeats when the smoke had closed around him. The dark-coated figure was coming. Chapter 80. The footsteps stopped at the arcade entrance. Kestro did not move, neither did the others. The pale morning light cut through the smoke haze and caught the shape in the doorway. Dark coat, shoulders set, face still hidden beneath the brim of a hat pulled low. The figure stepped forward, slow, measured. The same rhythm Kestro had heard in the culvert, in the alley behind the burning workshop, in the space between heartbeats when the smoke had closed around him. Toven's hand went to the ledger's box. Islye shifted weight, her shoulder brushing Kestro's arm. Marra's breath caught and held. The figure stopped at the counter, reached up, pushed back the hat. The face beneath was lean, mid-40s, with a scar running from the corner of the left eye to the jawline. Gray-streaked hair, eyes the color of wet stone. Kestro knew those eyes. He had seen them in the culvert, in the alley, in the reflection of a window in Thatch Grove's main hall 6 years ago, the night before the fire. "You," Kestro said. The man nodded. "I am the one who left the page in the brambles. I am the one who marked the tunnel route in the transit docket. I am the one who has been watching since you climbed out of that warehouse." Marra's voice came out flat. "You work for Nauman." "I work for no one," the man said. "I worked for Thatch Grove. I worked for Groff. I have been inside the Elders' network since the night of the fire, waiting for someone to come back." Kestro's hands stayed at his sides. His pulse did not spike. He had spent 6 years learning to read people by the spaces between their words, and this man's voice carried the same weight his father's had when laying the first beam of a new kiln. "You knew my father." "I was his apprentice, 20 years ago. He sent me south before the fire, told me someone needed to stay alive long enough to find whoever came looking for the truth." The man reached inside his coat. Toven tensed. Islye's hand found Kestro's arm. The man pulled out a folded page, creased and softened at the edges, and laid it on the counter. It was a map, hand-drawn. The ink had faded to brown in places, but the lines were still clear. A mill, a water wheel, a limestone ridge, and a route marked in Kestro Orrwick's handwriting. Kestro recognized the script. He had watched his father write orders on kiln invoices his whole childhood. "He knew," the man said. "Before the fire. He knew they were coming. He could not stop them, but he made sure the record survived." The archive of routes holds more than the original classification system. It holds Groff's testimony, written in his own hand, dated the night before. The room went quiet enough to hear the candles dying in their wax. Yaveth broke the silence. "What name do you go by?" "Garrison." The man looked at Kestro. "Your father called me by my craft name. I was his second finisher. I laid the final glaze on every kiln load for 3 years." Kestro's throat tightened. He remembered the name. He remembered a young man with steady hands and a quiet laugh who had left Thatch Grove for a southbound contract and never returned. "You could have spoken sooner," Kestro said. "Could have," Garrison said. "Would not have lasted. Nam's network has eyes in every shelter, every depot, every workshop. I needed you to reach this point on your own, carrying the evidence yourself, so no one could claim it was planted by an insider." He looked at Marra. "You kept the page in your sleeve. That was your choice. I did not plant it." Marra's jaw tightened. Then who told the hunters where to find Cribb's workshop? Same person who told them about the Floodgate meeting. Garrison's eyes did not blink. Nauman has a mole in Yaveth's circle, someone who is present at every planning session, someone who has been feeding operational details to the Elders' people since before the Safehouse was compromised. Yaveth's face went still, her pale blue eyes fixed on Garrison with the cold precision of someone who had spent decades reading rooms and knew she had missed a detail. "Name them," she said. "I do not know the name. I know the pattern. Every move your team made was anticipated within an hour of being decided. The floodgate, the square, the workshop. The only variable was the tunnel route, because Senra memorized it on the move and could not have passed it to the mole before you reached the alcove." Senra's voice came from the corner, thin and steady. "You followed us through the culvert. You held the blade to Tovin's throat. That was not surveillance. That was cover." Garrison nodded. "If I had not taken the boy when I did, the Elders' forward team would have found him first. They were 30 seconds behind me. I made sure they saw me holding him. They assumed I was their operative." Tovin's face was pale, but he did not look away. "You could have told me. Could not risk it. You are a child. Children do not lie well under pressure." Kestro stepped around the counter. He stood in front of Garrison, close enough to see the old glaze stains on his fingers, the calluses that matched his own. "You stayed inside his network for 6 years. Yes. You watched them burn the records. You watched them move the children. You watched them hunt me. Yes. What changed?" Garrison held his gaze. "You stopped running." The words hung in the air. Stro felt them settle against his ribs, heavy and warm, like the first fire in a kiln that had been cold for years. "I have the route to the Archive of Roots," Garrison said. "I have the code to the outer lock. I have 3 days before Nauman realizes the page in the brambles was placed by someone who knew where he would be standing when the smoke cleared." He looked at Kestro. "I came to finish what your father started, but I need you to tell me you are ready to go." Kestro turned to Islye. Her hand was still on his arm. Her face was unreadable, but her eyes were steady, and she did not pull away. "Together," she said. He looked at Tovin, who had not moved from beside the ledger's box, who had entered a burning building on his word and watched his room fall without looking away. "Apprentice," Kestro said, "if you still want the work." Tovin nodded. No hesitation, no green, just a boy who had already decided, standing where he had been told to stand. Kestro looked at Yaveth, at Marra, at Senra, at Nemi, who had appeared in the doorway again with a coffee cup in her hand and Krebs' half-conscious questions on her lips. Then he looked at Garrison. "Morning," Kestro said. "We move at sunrise." Garrison's scar pulled tight as the corner of his mouth lifted. "Your father said you would say that?" He turned and walked back into the arcade, coat dark against the pale dawn, footsteps fading into the sound of a city that was only beginning to understand what had been built beneath it. Kestro stood at the counter with the map in his hand and the names of the dead in the bundle at his feet, and he let himself feel the shape of what came next. It was not the end. It was never going to be the end. But the kiln had been lit, and he was no longer firing it alone.